5 years ago, in order to escape, I deliberately made things difficult for the CEO. As long as he stood without sleep or food for 3 days and nights, I would obediently be his canary. I didn't expect him to really stand in the storm, ignoring his injuries, almost getting sick and leaving behind old ailments. It wasn't until just before his death that I realized I had wronged him. Having been reborn, I will never let this tragedy happen again. I looked at the injured Seiju and choked up, saying, "Let's not stand anymore. From now on I will obediently stay by your side." Seiju coldly ordered Paimon, "Take him back to his room." He added, "In another 12 hours, he wouldn't give up." I rushed up and crashed into Seiju's arms, saying, "Let's go in together. You're hurt. I'll help you with the medicine." Seiju staggered a bit from the impact but quickly steadied himself. He ruthlessly tried to push me away, but I directly wrapped my arms around his neck and kissed his lips. Seiju's eyes widened in shock. I took the initiative to kiss him, and after he came to his senses, he forcefully pushed me away, saying, "Don't think that this will make me let you go. I won't give up." I was taken aback for a moment, then leaned in again. Seiju pushed me away once more, saying, "Chen Zai, don't play tricks." But every time he pushed me away, I kissed him again, until he no longer pushed me away but responded to me more passionately. In the end, I nestled softly in Seiju's arms, my delicate voice tinged with a sob. "I want you to carry me back to the room. I want you to stay with me. I'm afraid of thunder." Seiju couldn't refuse my show of weakness. He picked me up horizontally and stepped into the house. Once inside, I quickly got down from Seiju's arms. He was injured, and carrying me upstairs was already his limit. I couldn't bear to see him in pain. Seiju looked at my hurried demeanor, his beautiful eyes darkening. Sure enough, he thought I didn't want to have any skin contact with him for even a moment. He said, "If I continue standing, I will make up for 24 hours. I quickly grabbed his hand and said, "No need to stand. I won't run anymore." Seiju looked down at me, his gaze domineering and strong. "I won't give you a chance to regret. If you think 24 hours is not enough, then I will stand for 3 more days. As he said this, Seiju shook off my hand and was about to leave. I rushed up and tightly hugged him from behind. "Seiju, if you continue standing, I will go down and stand with you." Seiju turned his head to look at me, and I bit my lip. "I'm afraid of thunder. I want you to accompany me." Seiju frowned at me, as if trying to see through me. Seeing that he still wouldn't compromise, I pointed at the assistant Paimon, who was standing aside in shock. "If you don't accompany me, I will let her accompany me." In an instant, Paimon felt a chill and froze in place, thinking, "Is young Master Chen retaliating against me?" Seiju's voice was hoarse and cold. "Get out." Paimon shivered and quickly retreated. I instructed, "Wait, bring up 2 bowls of ginger soup, the faster the better, and call Dr. Kai Kuan." Paimon looked at me with a strange expression, then responded and left. She thought young Master Chen would watch me die without helping, but unexpectedly, he not only called Seiju in but also kissed him. Tonight, young Master Chen is really strange. After the door closed, Seiju stared at me, waiting for me to get angry and throw things at him, curse him, and then start to regret and tell him to leave. However, I just pulled him towards the bathroom and urged him to take a shower. After Seiju finished showering and came out, he saw the room was empty and called out for Paimon in a panic. Paimon immediately came over when she heard, "Sister Yen, what's wrong?" Seiju coldly asked, "Where is Chen Zurin?" Paimon was stunned. "Isn't young Master Chen in the room?" Seiju immediately ordered, "Seal off all exits in Jin City at once, send out all bodyguards, and leave no corner unchecked." After saying this, he rushed downstairs, preparing to get the car ready. At that moment, a soft yet slightly displeased voice came from the left. "Where are you going?" Seiju turned to look and saw me in a white nightgown, tied with an apron, holding a bowl. I walked up to him with ginger soup in hand, looking up at him, dressed in a bathrobe and not even wearing shoes. "Where are you in such a hurry to go?" Seiju looked down at me, feeling inexplicably guilty. He didn't dare to say it. He thought I had run away. I raised an eyebrow slightly. "Am I too good looking, so you look foolish?" Seiju had a cold expression and nodded seriously. "Good looking, can't get enough." I knew very well how ugly I looked right now. After all, this was the ugly makeup I had deliberately put on. I thought to myself, saying such insincere words, doesn't his conscience hurt? However, I didn't plan to wash off this ugly makeup for the time being. Paimon looked up at me and saw my hair dyed in a rainbow of colors, sporting 2 panda eyes, and lips that looked like they had just drunk blood, not to mention the many acne marks on my face. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Is this still good looking? Sister Yen is not a beauty in the eyes of a lover, but blind." I held the ginger soup in front of Seiju. "Drink some ginger soup to warm up first. I'll go to the kitchen to cook you some noodles." Seiju glanced at it and then reached out to take it. Paimon wanted to stop him, but Seiju had already downed the ginger soup in one go. He looked up and glared at me angrily. "If Sister Yen has any mishap, I will definitely not let you go. It's not that she thinks too badly of me, but every time I bring something to Ju, he ends up with food poisoning, which has repeatedly caused his company to miss out on collaboration projects, resulting in losses of at least several $100 million for the company. I took the empty bowl, even if it's poison. Yen would willingly drink it. Right, Yen? Because I am his poison, and also his only antidote. Ju did not speak, just nodded seriously. He thought it was nice that I called him Yen. Paimon looked at me as I went back into the kitchen, very anxious. Sister Yen, he almost killed you before. How can you trust him so much? Ju lowered his gaze, his cold voice carrying a hint of tenderness. He is my life, my everything. Paimon wanted to say more, but Ju coldly interrupted her. If you do not respect Zabao, you don't have to follow me anymore. Paimon had no choice but to close her mouth and wait for the doctor to arrive, quickly letting the doctor check. After the doctor examined me, he said, there are currently no signs of poisoning, but the whip wounds are infected and need to be treated quickly. Paimon took the ointment. I'll apply the medicine for Sister Yen. I came out holding a bowl of noodles and interrupted in a low voice. No. Paimon instantly frowned. Does young Master Chen want Sister Yen to die from tetanus? I put down the bowl and snatched the ointment from Paimon's hand. My woman's body is not to be shown to others, not even to women. Ju looked up at me, full of disbelief. What did you say? I repeated. You are my woman. My tone remained domineering, even a bit sour. My woman's body is not to be shown to others, not even to women. This tone was very much like a jealous little boy. Paimon sneered coldly. What does young Master Chen want to do to Sister Yen again? In my previous life, every time I tried to please, it either ended in running away or taking business secrets from Ju. I ignored Paimon and asked the doctor, how is Yen? Is it serious? The doctor replied, the whip wounds are severe, and after being drenched in rain for so long, the wounds are infected and inflamed. You need to apply medicine quickly, and the diet should be light, avoiding intense exercise. I noted down the doctor's words and said to Paimon, you should go back and rest too. Paimon didn't listen to me and looked at Ju. Ju, smelling the fragrance of the noodles, said, listen to Zabao. Paimon didn't dare to disobey and could only give me a fierce warning with her eyes before turning to leave. I said to Ju, Yen, hurry up and eat the noodles. After you finish, I'll apply the medicine for you. Ju glanced at me and then quietly lowered his head to eat the noodles. I didn't urge him, just propped my chin on my hands, gazing at him dreamily. He ate the noodles elegantly, still aloof and abstinent, too precious to be offended, truly beautiful to the point of wanting to pounce on him. I couldn't help but think, he is really good looking. How could I have been blind before? Ju felt my burning gaze, but he didn't dare to look up, afraid of ruining the moment's ambiguous atmosphere. As soon as I stood up, Ju suddenly raised his head and asked anxiously, where are you going? I walked to his side, took his hand, and said, after finishing the noodles, we'll go apply the medicine. Ju was about to speak, but I placed my finger on his lips to stop him from talking. The doctor said no vigorous activities, just obediently come with me to apply the medicine. Ju looked at me as if I had become a different person. Frowning, I continued, let me apply the medicine obediently, and I'll reward you with a kiss. Saying this, I stood on my tiptoes and gave him a light kiss like a dragonfly touching the water. Ju felt a bit dazed, and by the time he came to his senses, I had already pulled him back into the room. I reached out to untie his bathrobe, but Ju grabbed my icy little hand. Zabao, if you do this, I won't be able to hold back. I replied, once your injury is healed, you won't have to hold back. I looked down at him, feeling that he looked like a little girl throwing a tantrum. I continued, if you stop me again, I won't pay attention to you tonight. Ju slowly let go. I looked at his back, my eyes reddening with pain. His back was covered in whip marks, and because of the rain, the wounds had become infected. Tick-tock, a drop of cool tear fell on his wound, and both Ju's stiff body and heart trembled. I hurriedly held back my tears. I'm sorry, it's my fault that you got hurt. This time, it was I who gave Ju's project proposal to Bai Mingbing, causing Ju to fail in the collaboration and lose a 1 billion project. Old Master Lu wanted to call the police to arrest me, but Ju was determined to protect me, which led to him being beaten. I choked up and said, don't worry, however I sent out that 1 billion, I will get it back. Ju replied calmly, it's fine. I felt even more heartbroken and guilty, carefully applying medicine to him with my fingertip. Ju felt the softness and care of my fingers, furrowing his brow. He didn't expect that I would actually apply medicine to him so gently. He thought I would throw the medicine away. After all, I used to wish for his death. I finished applying the medicine for her and asked, are there any other injuries? Ju paused for a moment, his thumb resting on the blanket slightly moved, and said, no injuries. Gunyan saw this detail and hummed lightly. Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Siyu was not good at lying in front of her. Once he lied to her, his thumbs would unconsciously move. It was a detail that had taken her, in her previous life, a long time to discover. Siyu let out a low hum, and his thumb unconsciously moved again. Gunyan raised an eyebrow. Are you going to say it yourself, or am I going to pick your pants? The delicate and glutinous voice was full of dominance and brutality at this time. Sirius looked up at her with deep eyes that hid his emotions. Gunyan didn't say anything, and directly went up to pick his shorts. Gunyan! Sirius immediately got up and dodged her claws. The bathrobe hanging from him fell with it. Don't challenge my control. His voice was cold, and still grim, with the ultimate control. Gunyan gazed from his face, all the way down, the knot of the throat, 8-pack abs, mermaid line. That just right muscularity is filled with testosterone. Just one glance made her heart flutter. Sirius felt her burning gaze. Looking at him, his cold, frosty face couldn't help but float up a trace of suspicious redness. Seeing him shy, Gunyan found it amusing, and she smiled with the corners of her mouth, like a female rogue. What's there to be ashamed of? Sooner or later. With that, she continued to move her gaze downward. A covered whiplash was seen along the edge of the shorts. Gunyan's smile suddenly disappeared, and her eyes were only cold and murderous. Where does it hurt? No wonder Dr. Sheen said to abstain from strenuous exercise. Siyujia watched her hand reach out and sidestepped, his voice cold. No. Gunyan saw that he was about to leave and deliberately said, being injured, you can't? She had only finished speaking when black shadows loomed before her eyes. In the next instant, Gunyan was pounced upon by Siyuju and trapped forcefully in his arms. Siyuyue lowered his head and came face to face with Gunyan, just a centimeter away. Gunyan, do you want to try to see if I can do it or not? He pressed against her, the tip of his nose filled with her faint scent, her breath a little sweet, kind of ruffled his feathers. Gunyan wrapped her arms around his waist and made a counterattack. He's down, she's up. She looked at him, her red lips quirking. Rub the medicine well, and I'll try it when you're healed. Gunyan. Siyu's voice was hoarse, his fire, ruffled by her. Gunyan rolled down and lay back. Go rub the medicine and then come to bed. He hadn't slept in 3 days and 2 nights, and he had to be put to sleep quickly to restore his spirits. Flirting with him, she had all the time in the world. Lord Siyu, we'll tease slowly later. Siyu only stared at her and didn't act. In response, Gunyan sat up and forced herself closer to Siyuju. So abrasive. I'd better wipe it for you. Sooner or later you'll have to see it and touch it anyway. Chapter 10 I'm afraid of thunder. You sleep with me. Gunyan's words of tiger and wolf again made Siyuju red-faced and avoided. No need. After that, he took the ointment and hurried into the bathroom. Gunyan couldn't help but laugh lightly as she watched him all red to the ears and turn around to flee. How come I didn't realize before that he's still a shy little innocent boy? It's kinda cute when you're shy. When Siyu finished applying the medicine and came out, the redness on his face had already disappeared, and he resumed his high cool, ascetic, reserved face. Gunyan saw him come out and headed for the door. Frowning, where are you going? Back to the guest room. Siyu has always slept in the guest room. Gunyan skimmed her small mouth. Aggrieved. I'm afraid of thunder. You sleep with me. Siyujia lowered his eyes and looked at her with an obscure gaze. Gunyan, are you trying to curry favor with me so you can run away? Gunyan knew he wouldn't believe it for a while, and she didn't explain, only took his hand and brought it towards the bed. She leaned in close to the side of his face and asked softly, don't you like it when I curry favor? Siyuju coldly replied with a cold face. I don't like it, especially intended to run away to please. What about this? Gunyan said and kissed Siyuju on the side of his face. Lord Siyu stiffened. She kissed him again. After freezing, his voice was colder. Still don't like it. This way, this way, this way. Like a chicken pecking at rice, Gunyan kissed him from the side of his face, to the corner of his lips, to the knot of his throat. She also naughtily bit the knot of her throat gently. One kiss isn't enough. Then 2. And that's not enough. Then kiss him until he likes it. Gunyan. Siejuan let out a low growl and rolled over to pounce on Gunyan. You're stoking the fire. The voice was low, husky, and deadly seductive. Gunyan tilted her head and lightly bit his chin. Be good and lie down to sleep. Then I won't tease you. Siyuju looked at Gunyan's bright, clean and pure eyes. The fire that couldn't be vented only felt hotter. But, he couldn't force her. Siyuju turned on his side in annoyance and lay down with his back to Gunyan. Gunyan stuck over and hugged him from behind. The moment he was hugged, Siyu's body violently stiffened. Gunyan, the more you are like this, the more I won't let go. His icy voice, like slivers of ice falling into his clothes, was so cold it made people shiver. Gunyan clasped her fingers with his, then die without letting go for the rest of her life. Gunyan. Siyujio was restraining his grumpy emotions. Gunyan's small face pressed against his back. Don't talk to me so coldly. I'm scared and I don't like it. His broad back, as if the night the villa collapsed, held up the world for her. That made her heart flutter. Grounded. Safe. It was so nice to be able to hold him again. Listen to his heartbeat. Gunyan said sullenly. Ah, Ju. Trust me one more time. Okay? Trust her. She'll give him the world this time. A world just for them. Seiyujio carried Gunyan's splashing, scolding, and all kinds of death. But he, who couldn't carry Gunyan's show of weakness, tears, or this kind of smothered aggression. Seiyu compromised, and also made an effort to soften his voice. Aha! He should have believed her, because as long as he lives, he won't let her go. Gunyan was even closer to Seiyuju. Thank you. This time I'll never let you down. Neither spoke again. Seiyu greedily enjoyed this moment of happiness. And Gunyan was not wanting to break this dreamy reality. She knew he didn't believe it yet, but she would make him believe it, with her actions. After a while, there was no sound of Gunyan behind her, only her steady breathing. She's asleep. Sirius took her hand and placed it on his lips for a gentle kiss. If you, tonight, are a dream, then I'm willing to sleep long in this dream. Chapter 11, Jennifer, wait for me to come back. Gunyan, who was pretending to be asleep, heard these words, and the tip of her heart trembled, smothering a throbbing pain. In her previous life, she had failed him too much. For a long time, Seiyu also fell asleep. Gunyan gently pushed Seiyu Jia as she whispered and softly shouted, Ah Jia, Ah Ju. After shouting a few times, Seiyu didn't respond. It was only then that Gunyan slowly drew back her hand. She picked up her cell phone that was sitting on her bedside table. 9 missed calls from Wonsango. Gunyan looked at the note and hooked her lips in a sneer. Wan-yi wasn't even the third brother she was looking for. He had lied to her so badly. Gunyan changed her note to Wan-yi to plague. Just after the change, his call came back. Gunyan picked up the phone and looked down at the sleeping Seiyuju. She lowered her voice and asked somewhat coldly, Wan-yi, is there something wrong this late? Wan-yi spoke in a commanding tone. You go to the night bar. Box 606. I'll wait for you here. The corners of Gunyan's lips rose slightly. Good. She had just returned to the Gu family from the countryside and was ostracized at every turn. Wan-yi helped her. She was touched and listened to him very much. And even more so, she thought that this was like. But, in fact, his kindness to her had a purpose, and he wanted to usurp the Gu family property through her. And this time, when he asked her to the night bar, but it was just to sell her to a 60-year-old boss, begging for a cooperation worth $10 million. In her previous life, if it wasn't for Lord Seiyu saving her, she would have almost been forced. Nevertheless, the photo of her being forcefully hugged by the old boss was taken. The next day, he receives the photos and breaks off the engagement with her on the grounds that she is a mistress. He also said fondly that he paid $50 million for the photos and that they wouldn't get out. He believed her and would wait for her to give him an explanation before marrying her. She, who was harmed, was even more deeply moved, and thought that it was set up by Sir Seiyu. She hated him. Gunyan hung up the phone, a hint of ruthlessness flashing under her eyes. Wan-yi, this time I'm going to make you suffer for yourself. She glanced down at Zell. He slept peacefully, his long eyelashes casting a reflection in the orange light. Gunyan smiled contentedly, took her cell phone, and did some maneuvering. Her cell phone number, which became a virtual number, then dialed 911. She pinched her throat and lowered her voice. Hello, I want to report that in room 1801 of the Imperial Court Hotel, someone is illegally selling prostitution, whoring. After calling the police, Gunyan made a new call. Here's a big news for you. The third youngest member of the Wan family, who has a marriage contract with the Gu family, is calling for chickens and whoring whores at the Imperial Court Hotel. News media that specializes in paparazzi news that likes to pick up on the hoi polloi and celebrities. For the sake of news buzz, they're shameless, playing with words in news serials. With them, I'm sure the news of Wan-yi's whoring will dominate the news hits for half a month. Gunyan finished her phone call and got up to change her clothes. Changing her clothes, she stood in front of the bed and looked at the sleeping Seiyu. She reached up, touching his sword brow, his nose, and then his thin lips. Gunyan leaned over and dropped a soft kiss on Seiyuju's thin lips. Jen, I'm going away for a bit. I'll be back before dawn. Wait for me. These 2 words, Gunyan said against Seiyuju's lips. She wanted to break her engagement with Wan-yi in the fastest possible time, and then be with Nightjord in name only. As soon as the door closed, the sleeping Seiyu opened his eyes. The cold eyes, covered in blood, were red and murderous. He knew that she was pretending to be asleep. He knew she was coaxing him just to take advantage of the opportunity to leave. Even if you have to kiss him and cheer him up when you leave. But he, damn, just love it when she coaxes him like that. Even if it fooled him, he liked it. Chapter 12, Master San. You're not that easy to coax. Seiyujio touched his lips, picked up his cell phone, and called Ouyang. Nen is going out. Go along with her. Ouyang froze. then rejoiced. Sir, you figured it out? Before the words could be finished, they were interrupted by Ju's icy voice. Follow when watch out for the various exits of Jean City, and wait for my order before dawn. With that, he hung up. Siyu put his hand on the tip of his nose, and it seemed that her temperature and scent still lingered on it. He closed his eyes, hiding the hostility and hurt underneath them. Nim, you said you'd trust you one last time. I still believe it. Hopefully, you won't let me down again. Ouyang was still puzzled when he saw Gunyan coming down, wearing funny clothes and with that exaggeratedly thick smoky makeup. Watch, she's like a clown. Ouyang reached out, blocking Gunyan. Ms. Gu, you can't go out. Even though the third master said to release him, he still had to put on a show. Gunyan directly instructed him. You call someone to go to the night bar 606, and take the people inside, and beat them up. That old boss doesn't know what's wrong with him. He just wants to sleep with her. In that case, give him a hard beating, and then tomorrow, let's see you buy out his company and bankrupt him. Ouyang flinched. You're not going out? Yes, you'll accompany me to the Imperial Court Hotel. She's going to see for herself how Wen Yi was captured. Ouyang looked up at the second floor a little confused. The third master didn't say that Miss Gu wanted him to come alone. Gunyan raised her eyebrows. Bringing bodyguards and going with me. You're not afraid I'll run away? Ouyang snorted and laughed. No, how can that be? Third master still believes in you. Gunyan glanced at the second floor with her remaining light, and behind the curtains, shadows flickered. She knew that Siyu was looking at her. So can I get out now? Ouyang hurriedly called for a car to be prepared and sent Gunyan to the car with an umbrella. The black sedan, disappearing under the rainy night. It was only then that Siyu came out from behind the curtains, and coldly watched the car disappear. He murmured in a low voice, Nien, you'll come back, won't you? Ding dong, the message rang. Siyu picked up his cell phone, and it was a voice from Gunyan. Jen, be good and go to bed. When I come back, if you don't, I'm going to be angry. If you sleep an hour less, I'll be back an hour later. If you sleep an extra hour, I'll give you an extra kiss. Good night. Message after message, in a childlike tone. Let the hostility in the bottom of Siyuju's eyes a little bit disappeared. He lay where Gunyan had laid, resting on the pillow she had rested on. It seemed that on it, her scent still lingered. Siyu closed his eyes. If I sleep well, you'll come back earlier, right? Ani told him to be good and sleep, so he's going to be good. If he's good, Nim will come back. Ouyang was driving and saw Gunyan talking on her cell phone. That tone was so gentle, like coaxing a child. He sneered. The third master is not that easy to coax. Gunyan raised her lips. He's not easy to coax. That's because the person who coaxed him wasn't me. She, on the other hand, didn't even need to coax him. Just give him a look and he could even risk his life. This is, her Siyu. Ouyang laughed even more coldly. So, you hurt third master recklessly? Gunyan looked up at Ouyang. I will use actions to make you all believe that I will love him, spoil him, and protect him, starting tonight. Starting with destroying Wen Yi and backing out of the engagement. Chapter 13, Pornography Brigade. The Imperial Court Hotel. Wen Yi had just hung up the phone and wrapped his arms around Zhou Lu Jing in his arms. The tender and smooth skin made him love him. Isn't it not good to treat Gunyan like this? Wen Yi lowered his head and kissed her face. What's wrong with that? She's so ugly. It's her honor to have a rich man look at her. But, Zhou Lu Jing had a hesitant look on her face. Wen Yi's hand, reaching under the covers, moved over her. No buts. Gunyan is a village girl from the countryside and ugly. If it wasn't for me pulling strings, would Mr. Wang have been able to look at her? Besides, Elder Wang will always give her $500,000, enough to clothe and feed her for the rest of her life. Zhou Lu Jing nestled sheepishly in his arms, her mouth open, panting lowly. But I still feel sorry for Gunyan. Well, at least she's my half-sister. Retire tomorrow and continue to keep her at home if you wish. When he rolled over and kissed Zhou Lu Jing. If you don't want to, introduce her to a rich boss and be a broad wife. When he lowered his head and kissed her. I know you have a good heart. Don't ruin the atmosphere now. Well, the room, ambiguous, was rising high. When he has an arrow on the string. Drops. The door was suddenly slammed open. Zhou Lu Jing screamed and hid under the covers. Wen Yi was so frightened that he shivered and instantly weakened. For the rest of his life, he's probably going to have a psychological shadow. Wen Yi roared, "Who is it?" Freeze. An instant later, a group of civilian police broke in and stood in front of the bed. Wen Yi pulled the quilt to cover his body. "What are you doing? You, Vice Squad. We've received an anonymous tip that this place is illegally selling prostitution." The police officer showed his credentials. "Now please put on your clothes and come with us to cooperate with the investigation." Wen Yi lowered his head. "I didn't whore. You arrested the wrong person. We know each other. And don't take pictures. You guys, don't take pictures." Civilian police, put your clothes on and show me your papers, please. When he raised his head and looked at the police, with this face, I don't need papers, and I don't need to whore myself out. The police looked at 1E and was familiar with him. Rather, it came to mind that the financial page appeared, the third youngest member of the Wen family, who had been engaged to the Gu family in a high-profile manner only some time ago. Civilian police go through the procedure, put on your clothes and show your papers. Impatient, 1E got up, put on some underwear, and went to get his ID. The police took the ID, made a statement, then pointed to the bed. What about hers? She's my fiancée. And where's a girl to be seen at this hour? From his briefcase, 1E took out a stack of money. Just to be mean, you guys go and have a snack. Never go to the police, or you'll have a record. It's not good for him, and for Zhou Lujing. The police immediately sank. You are openly bribing and insulting civil servants. Quickly get dressed and come with us. 1E also wanted to stuff money, but the police took out handcuffs. Handcuffed. Come on, all of you. Walk to the police station and cooperate with the investigation. Zhou Lujing, who was hiding under the covers, had to pop her head out as she weakly opened her mouth. It's me. We know each other. We're not buying or selling. The police looked at her, a little familiar, but still businesslike. Get up and get dressed and come with us and cooperate with the investigation. Zhou Lujing had no choice but to come out from under the covers and get clothes to wear. Only, she just came out naked. Click, click, click. The camera's flash lit up. Chapter 14, I'm taking you to meet someone. Zhou Lujing looked up, and there was a group of paparazzi standing at the door, holding cameras and snapping furiously at her. Ah, don't shoot, don't shoot. She covered her face and hid under the covers again. The paparazzi of the hot news media, that shoots up a storm. The Wen family's third youngest was engaged to Gun Yan only a month ago. He ended up turning around and cheating on his wife with his sister-in-law, and Zhou Lujing, but the new star little flower girl. That news is strong enough. Downstairs, open parking lot. Gun Yan was on her laptop, tapping her fingers. Ouyang stared straight at the hotel entrance. Miss Gu, they're coming out. Gun Yan looked up and saw 1E and Zhou Lujing, handcuffed. The police back and forth embraced brought out, and the paparazzi were restless to take pictures. Gun Yan hooked her lips. You go down and tell the paparazzi that no matter how much money 1E offers, the photos can't be sold and will be uploaded directly. Ouyang looked at her in surprise. You really want to screw him off? Isn't 1E her fiancé? Wasn't she dying for 1E before? So hard today? This move to call the police and the paparazzi to take pictures will straight away make them lose their reputation. Gun Yan lowered her slightly cold eyes and faintly hummed. Ouyang shook his head. Women are so fickle. But, Gun Yan is definitely the first fickle. When the police car leaves, Ouyang gets out again to talk to the paparazzi and offers double the price. Be sure to take the news and get the most out of it. Doggy does know Ouyang, the third master's special assistant. It seems that 1E has offended the third master, so we don't have to be polite. Ouyang finished his business and returned to the car. He saw Gun Yan close her notebook. Ms. Gu, can we go back now? Third master is still waiting for Miss Gu to return. Gun Yan, you go back first. Leave the car with me. I'll go to the police station. As soon as Ouyang heard this, his guard was up. Miss Gu, it was all an act to escape before, right? Gun Yan looked up at him. Forgot what a Jew ordered? Ouyang choked. Then Miss Gu must also remember that no one can escape the third master's hand. He rather hoped that Gun Yan would run as far away as possible, lest he wreak havoc on the third master. But Gun Yan was not around, and the third master was even worse. Better to leave the scourge behind. Gun Yan waited in the car for half an hour and finally waited for 1E's call. 1E used a commanding tone. Gun Yan, come to the police station and bail me out. Gun Yan's voice was faint. Good. Gun Yan personally drove to the police station. Under the sympathetic eyes of the police, she didn't ask anything, paid the money to go through the procedure, and brought 1E and Zhou Lujing out. Gun Yan's quietness, on the contrary, made Zhou Lujing very uneasy. Sister, aren't you going to ask? Gu Guinian, it doesn't matter. Gun Yan's father, Zhou Chen, is a door-to-door son-in-law. Zhou Lujing is an illegitimate daughter, so she takes his surname, but lives in the Gu family. In her previous life, Zhou Lujing was very kind to her, and later, after she realized that the man who took her away was Siyu Ju, she even helped her escape, like the best sister in the world. But after reliving her life, she realized how hypocritical Zhou Lujing was. Maybe they were the ones who killed her 6 cousins in a previous life. When he half-heartedly didn't want to explain, Jing, there's no need to explain to her. We're not at fault. He was right again. Who would like Gun Yan? An ugly, undressed village girl. If it wasn't for the Gu family's property, he wouldn't even be willing to look at her more than once. Not to mention, being engaged to her. Just thinking about it, his fiancée, Being such an invincibly ugly woman made him feel sick. Zhou Lujing looked out the window, and the further she went, the more she felt that something was wrong. Sister, this isn't the way home. Where are you taking us? Gunyan drove the car and raised her lips in a smile. Taking you to meet someone. Chapter 15. Gunyan took them to the cemetery. Zhou Lujing felt that the road was remote. To see whom? You'll see when we get there. Zhou Lujing looked at the flickering scenery outside. Is my sister trying to take us to that man? Wen Yi sank his face, very much disliking the mention of this matter. Although he disliked Gunyan and felt that getting engaged to her was a humiliating and disgusting thing to do. Although he was with Zhou Lujing. Although he knew that Gunyan was living with some executive from C's group. Although, he used this relationship to get Gunyan to take the project planning of C group for him. But he just didn't like it. Gunyan cuckolding him. Zhou Lujing felt that something was wrong. Sister, I won't go to the meeting. I want to go home. Gunyan's voice was faint. Almost there. The car was so quiet that Zhou Lujing had the feeling that she was going to suffocate. Gunyan drove fast, and at the end of the day, when there were no other cars on the road, she raced. Zhou Lujing's heart lifted up and she hugged Wen Yi, screaming. Wen Yi cursed angrily, driving so fast. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Stop the car quickly. Gunyan turned a deaf ear and continued to drive. 10 minutes later, Gunyan parked the car and opened the door. Here we are. Come down. Wen Yi and Zhou Lujing had long been seasick, and once they got off the bus, they squatted on the side of the road and vomited. It had the feeling of racing back from Hades and picking up a life. After throwing up for a while, Zhou Lujing raised her head. A gravestone, a black and white effigy, comes into view. A dark shadow that flew past the eyes. Ah! Zhou Lujing was so scared that she jumped directly into Wen Yi's arms, and her already white face became even whiter. Wen Yi looked up and also sucked in a breath. He wrapped his arms around the shivering Zhou Lujing and yelled at Gunyan. What's wrong with you? Bringing us to the cemetery in the middle of the night. This is the Jincheng cemetery, and as far as the eye can see, there are tombstones in black and white effigies. It was again in the middle of the night. This kind of eerie. Even if Wen Yi was such a big man, he was still scared to death. In particular, the black shadows that flew overhead from time to time looked like crows, but they also looked like ghosts. Zhou Lujing hugged Wen Yi tightly. I want to go home. Ah! She had only opened her mouth when Gunyan pulled her by the hair. Gunyan, what are you doing? Let go of me. Wen Yi returned to his senses and immediately pulled Zhou Lujing back, yelling at Gunyan. What's gotten into you? Let go of Jing. Let go. Gunyan looked up at him, then directly kicked Wen Yi down. The movement was so fast that Wen Yi was caught off guard by the kick and fell straight to the ground. Gunyan pulled Zhou Lujing and headed deeper into the cemetery. Gunyan, you lunatic. Let go. Let go. Zhou Lujing didn't expect that Gunyan, tonight, would go crazy. She was pulled by her long hair and dragged along like a dog. Gunyan. Wen Yi stood up from the ground and just went after him. Mr. What? Stay back. Two tall figures sprang out behind him and stopped Wen Yi. Who are you? Get out of the way. Gunyan heard the voice and didn't turn around. Don't hit him. Let him follow, or it won't be fun. She knew that Ouyang had been following her. These two men, they were her bodyguards. Zhou Lujing used her hand to grab Gunyan, having long forgotten her disguise. Crazy person. Let go. Under Zhou Lujing's struggles, Gunyan dragged her to a tombstone. On the tombstone was a gentle, elegant woman, full of compassion. The inscription on it reads, Tomb of the Loving Mother Gulan, established by the filial daughter Gunyan. Gunyan tugged on Zhou Lujing and looked at the tombstone. Mom, I brought her here to make amends to you. With that, she kicked Zhou Lujing in the calf. With a bang, Zhou Lujing viciously knelt in front of the tombstone. Gunyan. Ah! Gunyan held down Zhou Lujing's head, then pressed it hard to the ground and kowtowed. Chapter 16. Everything starts with destroying Wen Yi. Bang! 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 3 very loud kowtows. Zhou Lujing's forehead instantly broke the skin and bled, and her entire body was bleary-eyed. Just when she thought she was going to keep knocking, Gunyan released her. Gunyan! Uing sick ah! Big night! Ah! Snap! Gunyan raised her hand and struck Zhou Lujing's face heavily. Zhou Lujing was slapped by this, giving her face a crooked look to the side, and her whole body was about to explode with anger. Gunyan reached out, strangling Zhou Lujing's neck, forcing her to look up at herself. Those 3 thumps just now were for your mom. Go back and remember to tell your mom to wash her neck a little. When I want her dead, to avenge my mom. Gunyan's mom was killed. Zhou Lujing was lifted up, and her already pale face was now somewhat bruised. She was about to lose her breath. And don't mess with me or I'll let you die. Gunyan let go of her hand after coldly saying this. Ahem. Zhou Lujing dropped to the ground and coughed in pain. Almost, she was about to be strangled by Gunyan. In that moment just now, she truly felt that Gunyan really wanted to kill her. and she was in this moment, fearful of Gunyan. Gunyan dropped Zhou Lujing and turned toward Wenyi. He was stopped by his bodyguards and could only scream, "Gunyan, what's gotten into you? Jing Jing is your sister. You just hit her like that. Are you still a human being?" Gunyan walked up to him and tilted her head to look at him. "You like her?" Wenyi didn't say anything and looked down at Gunyan. Even though it's a cemetery, there's a bit of a glow here. He could clearly see the spots on Gunyan's face, as well as the pitted pot marks, and the yellow skin on her face, except for those eyes, which were especially beautiful, like stars in the sky. But the other 5 features pile on top of each other. It's just ugly. Wenyi looked at the 2 tall bodyguards again and the eerie cemetery. He then smiled hypocritically. "Jing Jing is your sister. I'm just helping her. It's you I like." It wasn't time to show how much he hated Gunyan. He hasn't gotten Gunyan's shares yet. Gunyan laughed softly. "Like me?" Wenyi showed a gentle expression as he nodded with what he thought was satisfaction. "Yeah, I just like you. And Jing and I were a misunderstanding. And you stop it and hurry up and take us back." Gunyan raised her eyebrows at him. When he asked with a sudden thought, "By the way, how come you didn't go to the night bar?" If Gunyan was at the night bar, she would have been slept with Mr. Wang by now, right? Then now the pictures are all taken and he can still have a $20 million partnership. Tomorrow, it would also be logical to withdraw from Gunyan's marriage, but he is now in the cemetery because he was reported for whoring, which caused him. Gunyan pointed at Zhou Lujing. "You go and strip her of her clothes. I'll go to the night bar later." Wenyi, "No way." Gunyan raised her eyebrows and instructed the 2 bodyguards, "Go and strip the 2 of them. Then go back." Wenyi roared out, "Gunyan, you're crazy. How could you do this?" Gunyan looked up at him, her voice cold. "Either you go pickpocket Zhou Lujing, or you 2 get pickpocketed. Your choice." Genian. Gunyan gave a direct look, and the bodyguards, who were tall, immediately made their move. Wenyi looked weak in front of the bodyguards, and before he could make a move, he was grabbed by the hand. He didn't even have a chance to struggle. "Gunyan, don't be so unreasonable. This will make me hate you." To his shouts, Gunyan turned a deaf ear and just watched the scene with cold eyes. She said it all started with destroying Wenyi. She, then, would never be soft. Chapter 17, She Understands Crowing? Rip it. Wenyi's shirt, violently ripped open. He finally compromised by shouting, I'll pickle. With a look from Gunyan, the bodyguard immediately let go of Wenyi. Zhou Lu sat still on the ground and looked up to see Wenyi walking towards her. Her eyes widened. Wenyi, what do you want? You want? He wouldn't really want to strip her, would he? Gunyan stood aside, holding her cell phone, quietly filming the scene. Wenyi's shirt was open and he took a step towards Zhou Lujing, and Churia sat still on the ground, moving back in fear. It's a scene like meeting a bad guy and having to be strong-armed. Wenyi, don't come over, you can't do this. Zhou Lujing had tears of fear in her eyes, and with the injury on her forehead, she looked even more pathetic. Wenyi kind of didn't want to do it, but he looked back at the 2 bodyguards who were watching intently. With a clench of his teeth, he reached out to tug on Zhou Lujing's clothes. Wenyi, let go of me. Zhou Lujing instantly struggled. He also scratched Wenyi's face with his hand. Wenyi, tonight, was already rather irritable and suffocating. Now, he slapped him directly, hard. It's not like I haven't taken them off before. They're all ed up, so why act pure? Zhou Lujing didn't expect him to say such words, and was aggrieved and angry. Wenyi, you asshole. Wenyi saw that both sides of her face were red and swollen, and knew that the Gu group was now in her father's hands. This one can't be offended too hard either. Jing, don't be angry. I'm doing this for our own good. Otherwise, it wouldn't look good if we were both stripped naked, Wenyi said, leaning down to her ear and speaking in a low voice. Wait a while, I'll coax her into it, then bribe 2 more bodyguards to just wheel her on the spot and take it out for you. A crow stopped at Gunyan's mom's tombstone and opened its mouth to caw yada yada yada. Gunyan looked up, and the cawing of the crows became words to her ears. This man is even more obnoxious than us crows, to the point where he's trying to bribe his bodyguards to take a turn at that woman. Gunyan coldly lowered her eyes. Wenyi, this scum, still thinking of bullying her at this time. Wenyi's voice was low again. Shoot the video, withdraw from her tomorrow, by then the Gu family will all be yours, and marry her off to an old man. Yikes, the cawing of the crows rose again. Wow, this man is right? Wheeling again, backing out, and marrying her off to the old man? The crow inclined its head to look at Gunyan, those dark eyes darting around. It's so much more pathetic than us crows. I wonder if she'll be coaxed by this. Yada yada yada. Ha, this poor woman seems to be looking at me. Can she hear us crowing? Yikes. The crow was furious at Gunyan's look and flew away with a yelp. Gunyan's face grew colder and colder, as if it was frozen, making people look terrified. Wenyi, you still don't pickpocket, Do you still want to flirt and have a childish scene? Her icy voice made Wenyi's back go cold. Then his hand, tearing hard, rip it. Zhou Lujing's skirt, then, was torn open, then revealed the black lace lingerie inside, and the thong panties. The bouncer had a wooden face and didn't even look at it. A screwed up, nothing to see. Zhou Lujing didn't struggle anymore, just clasped her hands to her chest and shivered like a little pathetic. Gu Nian, is that enough? Gu Nian spoke coldly. Go on, strip her naked. Chapter 18, See you who loves her like his own life. Wenyi looked up at Gu Nian in shock and anger. You don't. He had only opened his mouth when he saw the two bodyguards move. Wenyi immediately snorted and laughed, turning the conversation. Don't you interrupt me. Zhou Lujing looked at him in dismay. Wenyi, you can't do this. Wenyi didn't want to be the one to be pickpocketed, so it didn't matter how much Zhou Lujing cried. He very nimbly and quickly stripped the last of Zhou Lujing's coverings. Clean. Zhou Lujing curled up and cried intermittently. Wenyi looked up at Gu Nian and held back his nausea as he said, You see, you're still my favorite. Why else would I do this to her? He stepped forward to take Gu Nian's hand, but was dodged. Nian, you have to believe in my sincerity. Don't be angry with me, okay? He coaxed Gu Nian first, then bribed two bodyguards to strip Gu Nian naked and take her turn. Gu Nian coldly looked at the pleasing Wenyi, who clearly had a handsome face, but it was disgusting and revolting to see such hypocritical ingratiation. Gu Nian commanded, strip him as well and take his clothes. Wenyi's face changed drastically when he heard this. Gu Nian, if you want to go to bed with me, let's go to a hotel. What kind of a wild fight? Gu Nian rolled her eyes. If I want to get on, it's also the boss. Lord Knight, one more look at your face and I'm afraid of growing pinholes. Pust. The bodyguard, who had a wooden face the whole time, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wenyi's face changed slightly. You're saying that my face looks like an asshole? Gu Nian was really too much. Gu Nian raised her eyebrows, very self-aware. Wenyi was furious, but finally took a deep breath. Gu Nian, don't bother trying to get me to pay attention to you. I don't like you anymore. Yes, Gu Nian must have done this to get his attention. What a heartbreaker. Gu Nian was sickened by his narcissism. Just pickpocket it. No bull asterisk. Gu Nian said and turned around. The two bodyguards heard the command and stopped in front of Wenyi. Wenyi looked at the manly bodyguards and felt a pang of fear in his heart. Gu Nian, you want to see my body straight? I'll show you. There's no need to be so roundabout. Let go. Gu Nian, let's go to the hotel to take off. Bodyguard punches Wenyi directly and hard in the small of the back. The third master's woman is for a scumbag like him to get his hands on? Behind them was the sound of clothes ripping. Gu Nian did not even return her head, not only afraid to look at the long needle eyes, but also did not want to disgust her stomach. She returned to the car and Ouyang was already in the driver's seat. Ouyang couldn't help but look at Gu Nian twice more, as if he suddenly didn't recognize her. Go home. Jen is waiting for me. Gu Nian closed her eyes. Ouyang couldn't resist trying to test her. There are other places you can go. Gu Nian opened her eyes, some displeasure under her eyes. I told you, Ju is waiting for me. Her voice was cold, giving Ouyang the feeling of ice slag falling into his ears and chilling into his heart. The Gu Nian who would only yell and scream like a crazy, like a shrew. I can't believe you have such a strong aura too? Straight from the third master. It was frightening. Gu Nian returned to the royal water bay, and Aunt Su was sitting on the living room sofa napping. Hearing the sound, she opened her eyes in a daze, then stared wide-eyed as Gu Nian came in. She's actually back? Gu Nian asked her. Did Jen come down? Aunt Su was shocked by her and shook her head back and forth. Third master has been upstairs the whole time. He didn't even come out of his room. Gu Nian raised her lips and smiled. So good. Aunt Su looked at her back as she went upstairs. The tone is really like coaxing a child. No, Miss Gu, who only wanted Master San to die. How did she change? Gu Nian first went to her room to take a shower, remove the ugly makeup from her face, and change into a little halter nightgown before returning to the guest room. She stood beside the bed, looking at Siyu, whose eyes were tightly closed and seemed to be in deep sleep. Gu Nian lifted the quilt and lay on it, gently hugging him from behind. The small face pressed against his broad back. Feeling the stiffness of his body, she hooked her lips shallowly. Jen, I'm back. He certainly wasn't asleep, yet he was lying obediently in bed because of her words. This is the Siyu who favors her to the bone and loves her like his life. Chapter 19, The Ugly turns into a beautiful girl. Siyu's body was stiff and even trembled a little. He didn't open his eyes, afraid that if he did, Gu Nian would disappear. Just fall asleep and Nim will come back. He's going to sleep. He's going to be a good boy. Gu Nian hugged Siyu Jue tightly, feeling his body heat, very solid and secure. He didn't speak. He didn't move. He stayed rigid, his body temperature increasing. Gunyan felt something was wrong and went to wrench on C. Nightjord's body. Jen, I'm back. Open your eyes and look at me. Siyu's eyes were tightly closed, just not opening them. Gunyan put her hand on Siyuju's forehead, and that body temperature was frighteningly high. Looking at his face again, it was red as if it was dripping blood. There's a high fever. Gunyan hurriedly called Ouyang's phone. Ah, Ju has a high fever. Call Dr. Chin. After hanging up the phone, Gunyan was going to get a wet towel and physically reduce his fever, but only as soon as she moved. She was gripped tightly by Siyu's hand. The temperature of his hand, too, was incredibly hot. Nen, don't go. Gunyan raised her hand and stroked his brow. The high body temperature, burning her heart. I'm not leaving. I'll get towels. Siyu still had his eyes closed and grabbed her hand without letting go. Nim, I'll be good and go to bed. Don't go. His voice was low, no longer the ICUs of his waking hours. The difference between the before and after made Gunyan's heart even more painful. She was so inhuman in her previous life that she had failed such a good Siyu. She coaxed in a gentle voice. I'm not leaving, just let go as you're told. I'm just going to wring out a wet towel. Don't go. The sleeping Lord Siyu, still not letting go. Only this sentence. Gunyan's voice was low as she coaxed him. When Ouyang came in, he saw the scene and couldn't help but take a sideways glance at the dark night outside. Is the sun going to come out of the west tomorrow? So Gunyan would still be so gentle and full of tenderness in coaxing the third master? Gunyan looked up at him. What are you waiting for? Go get some water and first reduce a Jew's fever. No matter how much she coaxed Siyu, he just wouldn't let go. Ouyang watched her look up, even more wide-eyed and shocked. You are Gunyan? Only the Gunyan in front of her eyes had fair and smooth skin, as tender as a peeled egg. Where was the Gunyan of half an hour ago? With her dark yellow skin, and spots, and puddles of ugliness. The nose isn't collapsed, the eyes aren't big or small, and the mouth isn't big. The whole delicate features, skillfully put together, were perfect. Looking at Gunyan's now bumpy to hot body, her whole body's skin, it was even more white to the point of glowing. Suddenly from invincible ugly girl, to superb beauty. It really shocked Ouyang. How did she manage to become so beautiful in half an hour? Gunyan hesitated for a moment. She had wanted Siyuju to be the first to see what she looked like with her ugly makeup removed. It turned out to be for Ouyang to show first. A bottle of makeup remover for that matter. Get the wet towels. Gunyan had put on ugly makeup before she returned to the Gu family. Grandma Zhang told her that to verify a person's sincerity, being ugly and stupid and poor is the fastest way. So, she wears ugly makeup all over her body to hide her higher intellectualism. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she was still too stupid to be coaxed around. Ouyang returned to his senses and hurriedly went to wring a wet towel over. Gunyan just put a wet towel on Siyuju's forehead. Dr. Chin came right over. He saw a large, silent beauty sitting next to the bed and raised an eyebrow in a yell. Third master didn't get this whip for nothing, finally throwing out that ugly bastard Gunyan and replacing her with an eye-catching beauty. Chapter 20, In the Face. Ouyang scowled at Dr. Chin, imploring him to stop talking. Dr. Chin glared at him. What? Do you have an eye cramp? Stop it. Ouyang lowered his voice. Gunyan can toss people when she's mad. It's the top and bottom of the sentinel that are going to be tossed out of shape. Dr. Chin put the medical kit on the bedside table, and he just glanced at the side of the big beautiful woman's face. The third master has replaced the person. What can't he say? Gunyan is just an ugly. Ouyang covered his eyes, not daring to look. She's Gunyan. Without looking up, Dr. Chin took the thermometer out of the medical kit and waved it around. If Gunyan is so beautiful, I'll go out upside down later. Gunyan looked up and took the thermometer from him. You got this? Get Jen's fever down first or I'll have you rolling out of here. The voice was clear and cold, no longer the shrill, hissing voice from before, but you can hear her voice. Dr. Chin was petrified on the spot. You are Gunyan? Really Guinness. Gunyan took the thermometer, tucked it into Siyuju's armpit, and took the towel off his forehead. Ouyang hurriedly reached out and took it, gloatingly glancing at Dr. Chin. Remember to walk upside down later. Dr. Chin. He felt his mouth, a little indebted. Gunyan replaced the towel on C. Nightjord's forehead and then took out the thermometer. 39 degrees 5. Seeing the soaring thermometer, Gunyan sucked in a breath, her heart aching as her eyes flooded with tears. Dr. Chin taunted Gunyan as he took the medicine out of the medicine cabinet. Isn't that what you want? You couldn't wait for Master San to die anyway. It wasn't the first time Gunyan had tossed Master San sick. Living in the Royal Water Bay, the third master is taking sleeping pills every day. Or else he can't sleep because he's so angry with her. Gunyan glanced up at him. Medicine. The moment she raised her head, Chin Lai's eyes widened in amazement. Okay, beautiful. So beautiful that he felt there were no words that could be used to describe her beauty. Gunyan frowned. Ah Ju is in a coma. I can't wake him up. With her cool voice, Qinlai returned to his senses from his amazement. What's going on? He was a bit embarrassed to be surprised by Gunyan. The ugly girl. No, she's not ugly anymore. She's absolutely gorgeous. Gunyan thought for a moment. I'll let Ju sleep obediently, so I'll come back early. He's probably sleeping in self-hypnosis. She left the royal water bay, and Siyu probably couldn't sleep, but because of her words, he had to sleep. So, it was self-hypnosis. It appeared to be asleep, but it was his own hypnosis. Qilai understood, too much injury in being wet for so long. Self-hypnotized lethargy. So he got a fever. Take the fever reducer first and we'll see you in an hour. Qilai looked at the sleeping Siyuju and was in a difficult position. But he's in a self-hypnotized stupor, so he can't be woken up. If you can't wake up, you can't take your medicine. Ouyang was also worried. Master San has hypnotized. It's hard to wake up. Gunyan thought for a moment and spoke coldly. Sir Siyu, if you don't wake up, I'm leaving. Self-hypnotized Jen can't wake up from banging a gong in his ear. You want to wake him up with a word. Before Qinlai could finish his words, he saw the sleeping Siyuju, slowly opening his eyes. Ouyang fell silent for a moment and tapped his cheek gently. Tonight, Qinlai had been hit in the face twice, and I wondered if his face was swollen. Siyuju opened his eyes and looked straight at Gunyan, not speaking. In his eyes, Gunyan is like a mirror, disappearing at the touch of a button. Gunyan helped Siyu up and leaned back to sit on the bed. Take your medicine. Siyuju frowned at the pills in her white palm. Bitter. Don't eat. Qinlai, third master, is afraid of suffering, and if you're like this, he won't take the medicine. Gunyan looked at Siyuju. You be good and take your medicine. I'll give you candy. He's not a child. He'll eat. If he's coaxed like that. Once again, Qinlai was slapped in the face again before he finished speaking. Siyuju ate the medicine without changing his face, didn't even drink the water, and looked straight at Gunyan. Sugar. Gunyan laughed softly, then leaned forward and kissed Lord Sher Knight's lips, then pried open his lips and teeth with her tongue. Chapter 21, Lord Sher Yi is too bad. Sirius stiffened, then gently pushed her away. He gets sick and passes it on to her. Gunyan wasn't angry, so she smiled and asked him, is it sweet? Sirius nodded lightly and seemed to feel that he was reacting too coldly again. Sweet, sweetest candy ever. Gunyan brought him water. Then drink the water, lie down and sleep, and when you wake up, I'll give you back the candy. The tone of voice was really like coaxing a child, but as long as she coaxed him, Sirius accepted all of it. So, he dutifully took his medicine, drank his water, and laid down under the covers. Under the covers, his hand pinched his thigh very hard. The pain traveled down his nerves and spread through his limbs. It was painful, and Ani didn't go. So, it wasn't a dream. Siyuju tightened his grip on Gunyan's hand and coldly lowered his eyes. Gunyan, no matter what you do, I won't let you go. If you keep running away, then, he paused, and his voice was even colder and filled with a murderous aura. I won't let the Gu family in 1E go. Gunyan smiled and tucked him in. When you're better, I'll deal with them with you. Her Gu family is now all under the control of her father, Zhou Chen, and her stepmother. Even if Siyu didn't make a move, she would still have to make a move. These words made Siyu unconvinced and pinched his thigh again. Still hurting. It's not a hallucination. Gunyan lowered her head and kissed Siyeju's forehead, which was still hot. She frowned. Close your eyes and go to sleep or I'm going to get mad. Sirius closed his eyes and stopped thinking about her gentleness, whether it was true or not, because even if it's fake, he's still willing to do it. Qinlai watched the continuous kissing, and the gentle coaxing in a warm voice. The whole thing was stunned. He stabbed Ouyang's arm and whispered, is Gunyan possessed by a gaudy ghost? So it's coveting the third master's beauty that you're being so curt? Gunyan had sharp ears and looked up at Qinlai, out upside down. Please. Ouyang nimbly helped with the medicine box. Do what you say or you're a puppy. Qinlai, Schadenfreude Ouyang, a real dog. Although Qinlai was a doctor, he had practiced, so he turned his heel neatly, then walks upside down like a walking monkey, or crab. Gunyan looked on and couldn't help but laugh out softly. Regardless of whether it was Ouyang or Qinlai, they were all good subordinates and good brothers to Lord Siyu in their previous lives, the kind you can live and die for. Siyu, who had his eyes closed, quietly opened his eye slits when he heard the sound of laughter. Seeing Qinlai, who was walking upside down like a crab, his face was sullen and cold, and he was in a depressed mood. It's time to call Qinlai to become a forensic scientist. Ani hadn't even laughed so much at him. When the door closed, Gunyan withdrew her smile, and she glanced at Siyuju, who was pretending to be asleep. Gunyan lifted the quilt and lay on it. Siyuju's body stiffened slightly, not daring to move for fear that Gunyan would realize he wasn't asleep and get angry. Jen, hold me. Gunyan pulled up his hand and nestled into his arms again. The two of them hugged each other so tightly that the air was tinged with ambiguity and the temperature was rising high. Seiyuju smelled the faint fragrance of her body, and a restless heart instantly became restless. Gun Yen, you go sleep in another room. His voice was raspy, a sign that he couldn't stand the seduction. Gun Yen moved her body, trying to find a comfortable position in his arms. Siyu only felt their skin rubbing against each other through the thin clothes. He sucked in a backwards breath. Nyen, don't move. Gun Yen was a bit aggravated. I just want to find a comfortable position. She suddenly couldn't speak, a small face gradually reddening, because she felt the weapon on Siyu's body. It was very hard. She just moved, and he reacted. Lord Siyu is so bad. 99 is here again. This is super sweet. Abuse slag super cool text O. Strongly pleading for a 5-star review. That's the life of JoJo. Chapter 22, Flirting Again. Siyu looked at her, stiffening her body, not daring to move again, and he heard the thumping of a rapid heartbeat. It made him have bad thoughts as well, pressing his body even closer to hers and moving his weapon a little. Gunyan's face, instantly red, was about to explode. Siyu, you don't move. In a previous life, none of them had that. She's teasingly high on her lips, but she's actually still very shy. Siyu unconsciously curled his lips. I also just want to find a comfortable position. Asshole, learn from me. Huffy voice with a pout and winks. Gunyan's face was flushed and on the verge of dripping like blood. Siyu moved his body and gently rested his jaw against her head, smelling the fresh scent of her body. The darkness of the world was instantly brightened. It's so nice to have Ani. The sudden silence made Gunyan a little uneasy, afraid that he was thinking too much again. Jen, go to sleep. I'll always be there for you. Siyu's hand, then, rested on her stomach, her small hand holding his. The two of them clasped their fingers together. He rasped, couldn't sleep. Gunyan sensed that he was using his bad weapons to bad tease her again. She blushed so red she was about to explode. Go to sleep. When you get better you can do whatever you want. Do whatever you want? Siyujo's voice was even more hoarse, and the knots in his throat rolled involuntarily. Gunyan gave a shy hum. Anyway, you get some sleep. The love of his life was in his arms, never better behaved. Sweeter. Siyu couldn't afford to go to sleep and was ruffled. Still can't sleep. His body, too, was on the verge of exploding from her teasing. Gunyan thought for a moment, then turned around and tilted her head to look at him. Her warm breath was sprayed on his slender neck. The knots in Siyu's throat rolled faster and faster, and his breathing became more and more rapid. Every move Ani made was invariably teasing him. Gunyan tilted her head and kissed the corner of his lips. Be good and sleep. When you're better, we'll go deeper into kissing. Nuff. Siyujo's hand on her waist couldn't help but tighten a bit, because she ruffled him. Every nerve went crazy for her. Gunyan lay with her back to him again, then placed her small hand on the back of his hand. Go to sleep quickly and I'll sing you a song. She was afraid that Siyu was self-hypnotized to sleep again. She thought for a moment and opened her mouth to sing in a low, clear voice. Sleep, sleep, my sweet baby. Ani's hands, patting you gently. Sleep, sleep, my sweet baby. Ani loves you. Ani likes you. Gunyan's voice, very clear and pleasant, and a little healing, like an orchid in an empty valley. It makes you involuntarily quiet with her singing. Sir Siyu thought at first that she was trying to coax a child, but the rewording of the latter words moved him. Even if it was just adapted lyrics, it made Siyu happy. He's her baby. She says that Nim loves him. In Gunyan's clear singing, Siyuju's restless heart gradually calmed down. The long period of sleeplessness and fatigue caused him to drift off to sleep. It was only those hands that held Gunyan's hand tightly, unable to let go. Quiet sleep over here, with a little ambiguity. Late at night, while they were sleeping, the internet was creating a wave of hot searches. Hashtag new little flower girl Zhou Lu Jing is a desk jockey. Hashtag arrested for prostitution after the Winchester's engagement. Hashtag when E and Zhou Lu Jing were arrested late at night for illegal prostitution. Hashtag all sorts of unflattering photos and videos have made their way to the internet. It caused an internet explosion. The parties involved, when E and Zhou Lu Jing were squatting naked in the cemetery, hugging each other. Zhou Lu Jing cried and asked, didn't you say that you would coax Gunyan and then she was wheeled? Why are we the ones being stripped naked and thrown here? After the two bodyguards stripped one E of his clothes, they took the clothes and left, not to mention letting him buy it. People would hate to even look at it more than once, not to mention leaving a cell phone, not even a penny for them. Tonight, they're going to live naked in the eerie cemetery. Chapter 23, Don't call them dogs. It's an insult to dogs. Wani was more annoyed than she was, but at this point, she could only endure it and hug for warmth. Who knows what Gunyan is mad about today? It's fine, it'll be fine tomorrow. Zhou Lu Jing still wanted to lose her temper, but as soon as she looked up, she saw black shadows flying by with a rough yada 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 sound. She was trembling with fear and hugged Wen-yi even tighter. Wen-yi, we're sure to be found out like this. We need to think about how to deal with it tomorrow. She and Wen-yi's incident at the hotel was captured by the paparazzi, and now it's too late to buy the photos. She's just had a career in acting and it's about to be ruined. This is bad for their public opinion. Very bad. Wen-yi was silent for a moment and said, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now think about how to leave. If they don't leave, they'll be naked when they're discovered tomorrow. Why don't we take a walk and maybe? Wen-yi frowned. Are we going to run around naked? Zhou Lujing thought for a moment. From the cemetery to the suburbs, it was almost 10 kilometers anyways. You can't even walk in your clothes, let alone even have a cover-up. Wen-yi and the others had thought of many ways, none of which were feasible. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Gunyan is really ruthless enough. Little country girl just can't get on top. Wen-yi now hated Gunyan. I can't believe they just left them in the eerie cemetery. It strikes fear in the heart, and the cawing of the crows is oozing. Even though there were 2 of them, they were still scared out of their wits and screamed. Real miserable. At dawn, Wen-yi, who had been thinking for a few hours, suddenly opened his mouth. Jing, I've thought of a solution that will still make Gunyan infamous. Zhou Lujing was instantly energized. What? Wen-yi then hugged her and slowly said his thoughts. I said I was engaged to Miss Gu, but I didn't say who I was engaged to. So, throughout the night, Gunyan didn't sleep very soundly, always waking up to give Nightjord a probe of his forehead. She waited until his body temperature gradually cooled down before she felt comfortable sleeping. Gunyan was woken up by the balcony, by the twittering birds. Humans are really so shy. Naked in the cemetery, half ashamed, Kirikou, and cuddling together, by someone who went to incense, saw them and took a picture. Chatter. That man also said that he wanted to make Gunyan lose her reputation and then marry her to an 80-year-old man. Twitter. Gunyan opened her eyes and looked at the curtain slightly raised and the 2 small sparrows standing on the balcony. They chirped, but when they fell on her ears, she understood them all. Gunyan was calm. Rebirth had happened. What was so strange about understanding animal language? Gunyan got out of bed and walked over gently with bare feet. Little sparrow. What else did they all say? Gunyan suddenly opened her mouth, frightening the 2 little sparrows to flutter their wings and fly away. Scared the out of a bird. Run, you're going to be made into a little titmouse. The 2 little sparrows flew halfway into the air, then suddenly turned their heads around and looked at Gunyan. Ha, she seems to understand us? Kirikou. Is she the strange woman who seems to understand bird language, as Brother Ya said? Chatter. Gunyan raised an eyebrow as she listened. Yay, big brother, was it the crows from the cemetery last night? Hearing her words, the 2 little sparrows immediately flew back and stood on the balcony. With dripping eyes, they looked at Gunyan full of curiosity, causing them to forget about their fear. You really understand bird language. Do you know what we're talking about? Kirk. So amazing that there are humans who understand bird language. Gunyan nodded. You're talking about the dogs and men who were stripped at the cemetery. The little sparrow fluttered his wings. Don't call them dogs and men. That's insulting to dogs. Chirp. I just missed chapter 22. If you've read it, go back and read chapter 22. Chapter 24, Super Protective Little Brother. Gunyan was amused by the little sparrow. Tell me, what did they say? The 2 little sparrows were very simple, chirping a bird and a sentence, and then Wen-yi and their plans. Gunyan's eyes grew colder and colder as she listened. Wen-yi was really vicious enough to want to deal with her like this. Since they were going to be like that, don't blame her for being rude. She's going to return the favor twice over. Gunyan's body exuded a cold, murderous aura that frightened the 2 little sparrows into shivering and embracing with their wings. Don't kill the sparrow. The meat isn't good enough to stuff your teeth with. Gibberish. Gunyan smiled and reached out to smooth the little sparrow's bird feathers. Thank you. Watching her smile, the 2 little sparrows weren't afraid anymore, chattering up again. Ha, you smell good. Kirikou. Makes the little sparrow look unafraid and want to get close. Chirp. Animals are afraid of humans, but when confronted with this human, they are not afraid and want to be close. Gunyan glanced back at the room. Siyujio was still sleeping. She put her index finger to her lips. Shhhh. My man is still sleeping. Keep your voice down and don't disturb him. Oh. The little sparrow immediately lowered his voice. Is this a human show of affection? Dog food. And dog abuse? Kirk. Nyan is spreading birdseed, abusing little sparrows. Chirping. Gunyan lightly tapped their little bird heads. Go play. Come back often and you can bring your friends. The little sparrow flew off happily when he heard he could still come. Gunyan returned to her bed, and Siyuju hadn't woken up yet. She picked up her phone and opened Twitter. The sky is filled with photos of Wen-yi and Zhou Lujing being taken away by the police, and the netizens comment, too, in various ways. Wen-yi is too scummy. He's engaged to Ms. Gu, but he still goes out whoring. Little flower girl Zhou Lujing, hyped as an innocent jade girl, turned out to be a lustful woman, even seducing her future brother-in-law. It's not surprising. I've heard for a long time that Miss Gu was a village girl from the countryside, strangely ugly and not very educated. That's right, when he also just made the same mistake that men all over the world would make. Ugly girl and beautiful girl. I definitely choose the beautiful girl. Looking Gu Nian saw a familiar tweet. A microblogger named Gu Xiaojia. In every single one of them that said mess, Gu was ugly and disliked all kinds of things. Gu Xiaoshi V, what's wrong with Gu Nian being ugly? Did she eat your rice? It's none of your business if you're uneducated. I'm not marrying you. Gu Xiaojun V, first take a piss. Look in the mirror. See what he looks like. Gu Nian is no longer ugly, but also cannot see you this. Gu Xiaojun V, which say Gu Nian ugly, uneducated. Small master I 24 hours with you dislike. Gu Nian looked at this familiar microblog and watched Gu Xiaoyi protect her in various ways. Her eyes just burned, her nose flared, and she cried out in a low voice. Little brother. Master Gu was her little cousin, the youngest boy in the Gu family, but he was also 3 months older than her. In her previous life, she went toe-to-toe with Gu, and he always called her ugly. She thought that Master Gu looked down on her and wanted to plot against the Gu family property, and she didn't treat him well and hated him. She also remembered that Gu stood up to her, stood in front of her, and blocked a knife for her. Gu was lying in a pool of blood, hanging on for dear life, and he smiled at her in a pale way. Can you call me little brother? In his previous life, Gu Nian had died before he could call his little brother. Died trying to save her. This time, she wouldn't let that happen. She had to write many scores and customize the script for her little brother. She's going to make her little brother an international super movie star and singer. She's going to protect her little brother and abuse the scum. Chapter 25 Deep Kisses. Gu Guinian decided it was good to get back together first, because, after she returned to the Gu family, she was encouraged and cajoled by her father, Zhou Chen, to kick Gu out of the house. Gu Nian first put Gu Xiaojuan's WeChat from the blacklist. Send the friend request again. In the villa, Gu Xiaoyi dyed his chestnut hair, sunny and handsome, with some gangliness, giving that kind of handsome and gangly and a little evil. His fingers were beeping on his cell phone, disliking all sorts of people to the point of madness. Broker Xiao Jin yawned beside him. Master Gu, wash up. You've been cursing for 5 hours. Don't your fingers hurt? From the time Gu Xiaoyi found out about the hot search, he saw that the comments were all cursing Gu Nian. He's like a chicken blood, poking and disliking all kinds of people with his cell phone. Gu poked at his cell phone. You go to bed. I'm not available. He will scold Gu Nian one by one. Xiao Jin was on the verge of tears. Little master, you're a singer and an actor. We have a bad enough reputation. Can we have less black material? Gu is black and red because he has a face that is so handsome that it blows up and is both good and evil. But his behavior, miserable. All kinds of drag racing, street fighting, and Twitter dislikes, and acting. He has no acting skills to speak of, and an elementary school student can memorize a book with much more emotion than he can. For example, when it was clear that he was playing a heartbreaking crying scene, he actually cried and laughed, in a very happy kind of way. If it weren't for the fact that his fans are super into that face of his, he would literally be drowning in spit. What a collection of black material. Gu was full of disinterest. It's not even pasted yet, so it's not that bad. Xiao Jin was angry. Little master, you have achieved something with your song this time, but because Gu Nian reported you for copying someone else's song, it harmed you. Gu interrupted him in a deep voice. It's good that Nian Nian is happy. Nian Nian, that is the Gu family little princess, his only sister, of course, must be spoiled. Xiao Jin was furious and rolled his eyes. Gu Nian is a scourge. Ding dong. CC Nian Nian requests to be added as a friend. Gu Xiaoyi was knocking out words to dislike someone when a request popped up on his screen, causing him to freeze for a moment, but the next second, he point-blank rejected it. Gu Nian was rejected, and with a dumbfounded look on her face, she sent the request again. Gu froze again. Just one thought. Gu Nian wants to toss people how again? You say to pull the black and black. Add to add. Small master do not want a face? I don't agree with you. Under the refusal, Mr. Gu wrote the reason for the refusal. There were not enough words to write, and again he refused. If I agree, I'll call you little ancestor. Gu Nian looked at the reason for the refusal and smiled as she tapped the words and sent the request again. Little brother. Agree. When Gu looked at the words little brother, his heart was as sweet as candy. Then, beating him to death, he very happily agreed to add a friend. Si Yuju woke up and opened his eyes to see Gu Nian, who had arched her eyebrows and was smiling with happiness. He narrowed his eyes. Who is she, talking to so happily? Winnie, just kill him, okay? Before Gu Nian could reply, she felt Si Nightjord's gaze. She put the phone down and put her hand on his forehead. The fever's gone down. Sirius gave a cold then sat up to get out of bed. Gunyan reached out and pulled him back. Ah, Ju, there's no morning kiss yet. Siyu looked down at her. Gunyan leaned forward and hooked his neck, looking straight at him. Last night it said that when you get better, we'll kiss deeply. Like this. Gunyan said, lowered her head and kissed his lips, then her tongue pried open his lips and teeth and attacked the city. Chapter 26, I want to eat for the rest of my life. Si Yejue first froze, then forcefully pushed Gunyan away. Let's start with your purpose. Well, before the words were finished, Gunyan kissed again, sealing her mouth with her lips. Si Nightjord pushed her away again, his eyes tinted with thick lust. Gunyan, don't you dare to stir up the fire again. Gunyan looked at him with bright eyes. Do you know how to kiss? Lord Sito, is she even listening to him? Gunyan reached out and lifted his chin. If you don't know how to kiss, then I'll teach you. She raised an eyebrow and smiled, and spoke with that same wintry, sinister air. The whole thing, alive and well, is a female dude, molesting a good young man. Siyu Jio looked at Gunyan, who was like a different person, and his brain ached. Gunyan, can you start by saying what you want? I covet your beauty, that's all. Gunyan said and lowered her head to kiss his lips again. This time she was more domineering and forceful. Not only did his tongue pry open his lips and attack, it wrapped around his tongue and played with it, dominant with a touch of tenderness. Having never kissed like this before, it could be said that before last night, it was still the first time Siyu kissed. Being kissed was completely unresponsive and confused for a while. Only gradually did he find the initiative to kiss back. Only Rusty, while stumbling, accidentally, he even bit Gunyan's lips. Gunyan whimpered in pain. Blood filled the lips and teeth of the two, instantly diluting Siyu's desire. Siyu Joe's disoriented eyes were instantly awake. He nervously asked, Are you okay? Gunyan touched her lips and smiled as she looked at the nervous Siyu Ju and laughed out loud. Jen, don't say you've never kissed before? The blush on Siyu Jie's face spread all the way behind his ears. Because of the rusty kiss, he ended up biting on his lip. It's just humiliating. Gunyan even came closer to Siyu Ju and looked at his white face, which was almost red. Last night, you were the first kiss? It's been half a month since Siyu brought her back to the Royal Water Bay, though, but he hadn't kissed her, and would forcefully carry her to her room whenever she tried to escape. Very gentlemanly and gentle, so to speak. Sirius looked down at her and his face turned even redder. He nodded his head softly in a hem and jerked his head up to look at her again. She kissed expertly, and he was forced to follow her lead. So, she and Wen-yi. Thinking of that possibility, Sirius violently held his breath, not daring to think about it again. Can't think about that possibility. He'll die of jealousy. He'd go crazy, and would want to send someone to sew Wen-yi's mouth up. Jealous of this, Siyu fiercely pounced on Gunyan and kissed her on the lips. This time, he was careful and gentle, and carefully licked her wound. He took the sweetness of her mouth, inside and out, until she was all over her, all his scent. It was only then that Siyu Jio let her go as he held her in a domineering manner. On you can only smell of me. It's jealousy. Jealous. Gunyan smiled and hugged him. Last night was also my first kiss. The broken light in Siyu Jio's eyes instantly brightened. She hadn't been kissed by Winnie. Skilled because in my dreams, I've kissed you too many times. So now I'm practicing. Gunyan placed her fingers on his thin lips, gently tracing the shape of his lips. It's just like in the dream. It's sweet and delicious. Gunyan lightly bit Siyu Ju's lower lip. I want to eat it for the rest of my life. No, I want to eat such sweetness for the rest of my life. A sentence that ruffled Siyu Ju's heart swung up. Anen. Sirius wanted to deepen the kiss, but was interrupted by the ringing of the phone. He frowned, his gentle eyes, instantly murderous. Who badgered him? Chapter 27, Zhou Lu Jing, does she deserve the name Gu? Gunyan heard the ringtone and pushed Siyu Ju away to get her cell phone. Siyu Ju's face was gloomy and full of murderous aura, as if a bloodbath was about to come in the next second. Gunyan looked at the caller ID. It was her father Zhou Chen calling. She had just connected and even pressed the call recording. And then Zhou Chen's growling voice rang out. Gunyan, look what you've done. Your sister is ruined. You went so far as to strip them naked and throw them in the cemetery. Are you still a human being? Have you ever done this to your sister? To salvage your sister's image and reputation, as well as the loss of the Gu group, Jing Jing will go and move her account and change her last name to Gu. From now on she'll be the Gu family's first lady, and we'll announce that Wen-yi is the one who's engaged to Jing Jing, and you're the mistress who's trying to steal her brother-in-law. Gunyan took the cell phone and didn't even need to stick it to her ear. The words were heard clearly. She asked, I was the one who was initially engaged to Wen-yi, and now you're changing your engagement on the fly and calling me a mistress. Don't you think about my reputation? This was the last chance she'd give him. Zhou Chen sank his voice. You're a countryside village girl. How can you have any reputation that's as important as your sister's? Gunyan laughed coldly. I won't agree, Zhou Chen directly and forcefully ordered. You have to agree even if you don't. When Yi was engaged to your sister from the beginning, not you. And you're going to announce that Jing's last name will be Gu from now on. Gu Nian was used to his cold-bloodedness. She smiled coldly and asked back, Zhou Lu Jing, does she deserve the surname Gu? Zhou Chen was frozen by her changed attitude. You, Gu Nian mockingly smiled. Zhou Chen, you're just a door-to-door son-in-law. I'm taking my mom's last name, and the Gu group is mine. Zhou Lu Jing is your illegitimate daughter. She doesn't have my mother's blood in her. Does she deserve the surname Gu? Do you deserve to be in charge of the Gu family? The door-to-door son-in-law has always been a thorn in Zhou Chen's heart, a disgrace to him. Zhou Chen was furious. Gu Nian, you've hardened your wings, haven't you? Gu Nian laughed softly. Zhou Chen, you're a door-to-door son-in-law. Don't presume to plot against the Gu family's stuff. It will always be surnamed Gu. You're not worthy. In his previous life, Zhou Chen took complete power over the Gu family and changed the Gu group into the Zhou group. And as the first heir of the Gu group, she was kicked out of the Gu family and was no longer the first lady of the Gu family. If it wasn't for Lord Siyu, she would have been a homeless orphan. Thinking of this, Gu Nian raised her head and placed a heavy kiss on Siyu Ju's face. The bark was very loud. Siyu Jia lowered his head and looked at her with obscure eyes. Zhou Chen heard the voice and growled out, Gu Nian, which man are you fooling around with? Get your ass back here. Door-to-door son-in-law. Door-to-door son-in-law. She kept poking at his shame with a knife. Gu Nian raised an eyebrow. Siyu Ju. Ah, the third master that you've always wanted to climb high, but couldn't. Siyu Jiu looked at Gu Nian in surprise. She actually talked to her family about him? Zhou Chen laughed coldly. Gu Nian, before you talk big, look in the mirror. Third master would look at an invincible ugly girl like you? Don't dream of it. You get me to Wen's house at 10 o'clock, and directly organize an engagement banquet for Jing Jing and Wen Yi today. If you listen to me, I'll set you up with a better man to marry, or else. With a cold grunt, he hung up. Strongly, he didn't give Gu Nian a chance to refuse. Gu Nian looked at the recorded audio and raised her eyebrows and smiled. Wen Yi's engagement banquet, what a good time to hit your face. How could she not go to the big face-punching scene that was delivered to her door? Chapter 28, she called him husband. Gu Nian turned her head to look at Sirius. Yu grimaced and said coldly, no going. He only heard Gu Nian speak, not the words on the other side of the phone, but Wen Yi's engagement party. Wen Yi's engagement is to Gu Nian. So all the cozying up last night and in the morning was to go back and get engaged to Wen Yi? Gu Nian tugged at the corner of Si Ju's coat, softly pouting. Ah, Ju. Siyu looked down at her hand, unmoved. No way. Spilling the beans won't help. Gu Nian wrapped her arms around Si Ju's neck and kissed him on the face. Ah, Ju. Let me go. Siyu was still impassive. You should dispel that idea while you still can. Duke. Siyu Ju broke her hand and got off the bed. He looked down at Gu Nian with cold eyes. If you run off to the Wen family's engagement party, I'll call someone and shell the Wen family. Overbearing, strong, cold and murderous. At this moment, it was waved to the fullest in Siyu Ju. It made Gu Nian feel the illusion that he would strangle her if she dared to mention another word. However, Gu Nian wasn't afraid of him. Anyone in the world could hurt her. Only Siyu wouldn't. Gu Nian stood up, then jumped directly at Siyu. As Siyu Jio looked on, he immediately reached out and hugged her, his hands still supporting her. In this way, Gu Nian wrapped her arms around his neck and lowered her head to kiss his lips. Gu Nian, it doesn't matter how many times you kiss, I won't let you go. Siyu Jio is doting, but also helpless. Icy voice, are unconsciously softened. Gu Nian cupped his face and lowered her head to kiss his mouth again. One kiss isn't enough. Then two. Siyu Ju sank his face. Gu Nian, is she selling him short to get away? Gu Nian cupped his face and kissed his mouth. I went to withdraw from Wen Yi, not to get engaged. Sirius jerked his head up to look at her. Withdrawal? She said that to lie to him in order to leave, didn't she? Gu Nian kissed him once more. Go and withdraw from the marriage. Then we can be together in name only. Genian. Siyu's heart, which was determined not to let her go, began to waver. Gu Nian cupped his face and looked down straight at him. Jen, no one believes me anymore, so just believe me for once, okay? Soft voice, low, and with some aggravation. It seemed that if he didn't say yes, the next second she'd burst into tears. Siyu Jio was most unable to resist the softened Gu Nian. Kiss you one more time and agree, okay? Gu Nian said and barfed another big bite on his lips. Siyu concedes. No. Anyways, he had to kiss again, or else it would look like he was being too nice. Gu Nian cupped his face, like a chicken pecking at rice, on his lips, kiss after kiss. Okay, Jen, honey. Gu Nian made a desperate move. Husband. The word husband made Sirius forget to think and blurted out. Yes. Just after saying that, Sirius was a bit tempted to backtrack. That was too quick of a yes from him. Hearing him promise, Gunyan started even more by holding his face and kissing him fiercely. Jen, you're so nice. Love you. Wahahaha. Siyu listened to her words and thought, well, it's not impossible to spoil her like this. Big deal. She runs a couple times. He catches her a couple times. Just play the game. Gunyan was happy to go to the closet to get her clothes. Jen, order a lot of fireworks and firecrackers for me. I'm going to set off firecrackers when I get to the neighborhood. All the way to celebrate the withdrawal. Siyujio looked up at Gunyan, then held his breath violently. She had actually taken off her clothes just like that. Right in front of him. The naked kind. Chapter 29, Sir C-Knight has a nosebleed. Gunyan reached her hand to her back and unbuttoned her underwear. By the way, there's going to be an archway. Just to celebrate Gunyan and Wenyi's withdrawal kind of thing. What do you think? Sirius watched as she took off her underwear and threw it to the floor. It was even more frozen. Gunyan didn't hear a sound, so she turned back to look at C-Nightjord. Jen, what do you think? Gunyan looked up, and saw a nosebleed, coming out of C-Nightjord's nose. You have a nosebleed. Gunyan hurriedly went to get some paper and wiped the nosebleed for C-Nightjord. Tilt your head back. Why is it bleeding more and more? Why do you have a nosebleed? Gunyan drew paper, stood on her tiptoes, and anxiously wiped the nosebleed for Sir Siyu. Instead of tilting his head, Siyu looked down. Gunyan was like this, standing naked in front of him. The snowy skin shook his eyes. The more the bloodthirsty man looked, the more he got on. As soon as it went up, the nosebleed flowed even more aggressively. Siyujio husked. You put your clothes on, it should be fine. Otherwise, he couldn't stop his nosebleed. As soon as Gunyan heard this, she looked down at herself. She undressed. So Siyuju, the little pure boy, couldn't help but get a nosebleed. Gunyan's face couldn't help but turn red, but she didn't rush to get dressed and instead stopped his nosebleed. Then look at it a couple more times to get used to it. Or in the future, won't you look at it once and get a nosebleed? Siyuju couldn't stand Gunyan's tigerish words like that. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist and just pounce on her. He took the paper and plugged his own nose. I'm going to the bathroom and you're leaving before I regret it. Gunyan couldn't help but laugh when she watched C-Nightjon run into the bathroom like a frightened bunny. Why didn't I realize in my previous life that Lord Siyu was so innocent? Pure love. Just not too cute. Gunyan picked a shoulder-length red dress with some openings. Very sexy and elegant and generous. She changed her clothes and didn't rush to leave, but waited for Lord Siyu. However, after waiting for a long time, Siyu didn't come out. She was a little anxious. Jen, are you still not well? Serious? No. You leave before I backtrack. Gunyan heard him breathing and it wasn't quite right. She was worried. Jen, are you alright? You're not breathing quite right. Is the wound hurting again? Siyu Duke, I'm fine. Gunyan was even more worried when she heard Siyuju's voice. She opened the door and went straight in. Jen. C-Nightjord didn't expect Gunyan to open the door and come in, and his entire body froze for a moment. He hurriedly grabbed a towel and wrapped himself in it, red-faced and yelled down, "Get out!" He was ruffled by Gunyan's fire. Gunyan looked at Siyuju, who was only wearing a bath towel to cover his face. Gunyan's face, instantly red to under her ears, was even more on the verge of dripping blood. You continue. Gunyan retreated with a red face, and also closed the door and stomped downstairs. In fact, the little innocent Lord Siyu was also a big bore. Yang, who was downstairs, saw Gunyan, who looked like she was being chased by a hungry wolf. Ms. Gu, are you okay? Gunyan hemmed and forced herself to calm down. It's okay, you're doing some errands for me. Some shopping. Yang nodded. Where is the third master? Gunyan's face reddened even more at the mention of Lord Ce. He's fine too. He's just a little on fire. Go find me a wedding company. Just celebrate anyway. Yang's eyes widened. Is Miss Gu a beast? Or is third master a beast? The third master is hurt like that, and he has a high fever. And that, Jojo is here again. Small broad resistance to remember 5-star praise. Sugar candy Moro. Good night. Chapter 30. Gunyan calls on small animals to do things. Gunyan's face turned even redder as she looked at his shocked eyes. Not for use with Jen. Yang. It's not for use with Master San. You're asking me to buy it? This is even more excessive. Gunyan saw that the more he explained, the more misunderstandings he had. Anyway, go buy me super duper much, and then buy a lot of gyno and make it. Yang was all confused at first, and then the more he heard, the more confused he became. Ms. Gu, what exactly are you doing? Buying all those condoms and lots of gynecological cleansers and holding them like champagne? Is she supposed to have a special fetish? Want to drink gyno? Or hide it? Gunyan raised her eyebrows and smiled. Of course I'm going to abuse slags. You go quickly. By the way, those arches, do them all. The more the merrier. Gunyan ordered. And Yang all looked confused. he made a note of it, turned to go out the door, and called Siyu, third master, Miss Gu. Siyu's voice was low. Do what she says. Yang was puzzled, but went ahead and did as he was told. Gu Nian thought about it, and that didn't seem to be enough. Twitter. The two little sparrows were surprised that Gu Nian could understand bird language, so they didn't fly too far. When she heard Gu Nian's call, she flew to her shoulder. Nyan, are you going to pitch in? Kirikou. Chirp. Next time draw the curtains or I'll see it all. Chirp. It's a good thing it's a female or how shy it would be. Gu Nian nudged Chatterbox's little head. Do me a favor and go call your yada yada big brother. What favor? What favor? Twitter. Two little sparrows, very excitedly fluttering their wings. Gu Nian raised her eyebrows and smiled. Very wry and dark. Call a lot of crows, fly to that Winchester's villa and, Gu Nian said, then asked, by the way, can you communicate with rats, snakes and insects? Yes. Listening to Gu Nian's words, it looked like she was going to do something big, and the two little sparrows loved it. Gu Nian nodded. Then call the stray dogs too, and say whoever goes there is not a stray dog from now on. I'll raise them. The gorge covers an area of 1,000 acres. Not only is it a super luxury villa, but it is also backed by the mountains and the sea. This place is bigger than the manor. There's more than enough room for a zoo here, not to mention stray dogs. Also, always pay attention to what they say, and come and talk to me if you think something is wrong. In her previous life, she was withdrawn from marriage by Wen Yi. This life has changed, and who knows if there will be accidents that she doesn't know and can't control. The two little sparrows, for the first time, felt the weight of the burden. Very pleasant to go on a mission. After Gu Nian finished her orders, she didn't see Siyu Ju come out, and then I thought about what had just happened, and it was really too embarrassing and shy. She tweets Siyu, the room's Siyu, who had already put on a straight black suit. The whole person appeared to be high-strung and ascetic, yet reserved. He looked at the message. CC Nian, I'm going out. Be good at home and wait for me to come back. Don't go to the company, and rest a lot. Seeing CC Nian's nickname, Siyu Ju's heart violently tightened. She changed her nickname. His division. Her reading. Siyu Ju's heart was sweet and couldn't help but hook his lips and smile. Nen, I'll always be behind you and I'll always believe in you if you'll turn around. As long as she's still around, he would always guard her with his life, to protect her and spoil her. Chapter 31. Congratulations to Gu Nian for withdrawing from Wen Yi's marriage. The Winchesters. Wen Yi and Zhou Lu Jing were found in the morning, by the people who went to visit the graves, by the people who went to visit the graves, by the people who went to visit the graves. When they were discovered, on them, they didn't even have a piece of cloth to cover themselves with. It was also photographed in a naked embrace and cost $1.900 to get 2 sets of clothes that were going to be burned for the dead. That's what ended the wretched and humiliating trip to the cemetery. As soon as they both came back, they got a bad rap. When father pointed at Wen Yi's nose and scolded, how many times have I told you to restrain yourself? And what happened? Went to a hotel and was reported for whoring. Now that the video of you guys at the cemetery has hit the internet, you guys are really. When mother smoothed down when father's anger, it's not Wen Yi's fault. It's not that Gu Nian, that's just a country village girl, invincible and ugly, can't get on the stage. She must have reported Wen Yi last night. It's all her fault. She's the one who should be stripped and thrown to the cemetery. Wen Yi nodded his head repeatedly in agreement. It's all Gu Nian's fault. The video must have been put up by her as well. Dad, you can't just scold me. Gu Nian's fault. Why should he take the blame? Zhou Chen also said to Father Wen Yi is right. The truth has been established. Further scolding will not help. It is better to remedy the situation first. Mother Wen, the engagement party is already underway, or out to receive guests. Father Wen took a deep breath before he suppressed his anger. Today, no matter what is said, it's Gu Nian's fault. He looked at Zhou Chen. I don't care what you guys say. We must maintain Wen Yi's face. Let Gu Nian take all the consequences and lose her name. Zhou Chen nodded his head. I've already said goodbye to Gu Nian's side. After today, I'll let Gu Nian go out with a clean slate and won't let her pester Wen Yi. Receiving the assurance, Wen's father's face then looked much better. The guests downstairs not only feasted on many of the upper-class people of Jincheng, also invited the press because of what happened yesterday. Wen Yi and Zhou Lu Jing changed into their gowns and then went downstairs hand in hand to face the reporters. I'm so happy that everyone is here today for Jing and I's engagement party. I'm sorry to say that the sudden engagement party, in this form, was forced upon us. Reporters, if you have any questions to ask, I know everything today. Wen Yi's literate, gentle and elegant, so that people cannot see, in the slightest, the video of the obscene appearance to come. But that face, it's irreplaceable. Reporter, last night when San Xiao and Zhou Lu Jing Hotel, arrested for whoring prostitution is what happened. Wen Yi smiled. This is a misunderstanding. Jing Jing is my fiancé. I think we're not illegal even if we're not. Reporter, isn't Wen San Shao engaged to Miss Gu? Why did it turn into Zhou Lu Jing? Wen engagement object, the beginning is Jing Jing, never changed. As for Miss Gu, he was distressed. Maybe there was some pestering because I reached out to her, mistaking me for liking her. Jing is kind-hearted and didn't want to ruin her reputation, so she didn't reveal the incident. Zhou Chen explained. In fact, Jing Jing changed her surname to Gu a long time ago, but she just got used to calling it and didn't change her name. Jing Jing is the Gu family's first lady, and Wen Yi's engagement is to her, not her youngest daughter Gu Nian. Zhou Lu Jing faced the camera and smiled warmly. Gu Nian is my sister. It's only right for me to let her. It's just that this matter of feelings, there's no way I can let her have it. I also hope that everyone will leave Gu Nian alone. She's still young and made a mistake before spreading the rumor that Wen Yi is her fiancé. Here, in order to compensate Gu Nian for her hurt feelings, I'm willing to give up inheriting the Gu family property. With a few words, they easily changed the fact that Wen Yi was engaged to Gu Nian. It also said that Gu Nian was the one who was the mistress. Zhou Lu Jing and the others, on the other hand, became victims and also generously forgave Gu Nian for being good people. Crackle! Just as Zhou Lu Jing and the others were about to wash their hands of it, deafening firecrackers rang out outside. At the same time, there was the sound of a rushing horn. Congratulations to Gu Nian for withdrawing from Wen Yi. Say congratulations in red packets for those who see them. La 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 la, I'm going to update 2 more chapters before I go to bed. See you tomorrow at 12 a.m. Remember to light up 5 stars to energize JoJo so you can update. Good night, Konai. Chapter 32 Gu Nian's overbearing appearance to withdraw from marriage. Wen's father froze when he heard the sound of the radio. What the hell is going on here? The butler immediately went out to find out what was going on. Crackle. The sound of firecrackers continued. The horn sounded again. Congratulations to Gu Nian for withdrawing from Wen Yi. Say congratulations in red packets for those who see them. The many guests, hearing the broadcast, were also curious. As they walked towards the outside, they were talking about it. What's going on? Gu Nian withdrawing from Wen Yi? But isn't today Zhou Lu Jing's engagement party with Wen Yi? Who exactly is this Wen Yi engaged to? When Wen's father heard this, his head hurt so badly that he hurriedly ran outside to watch. It was better if he didn't look at it, but when he looked at it, his blood rushed to the sky, and it almost didn't make him pass out. Just see the long convoy of cars outside. Each one is a luxury car of over $1 million. Each limousine, adorned with chrysanthemums of various colors, and black cloth trim. With all these decorations, it's fair to say that it's delivering a wedding caravan. It's right to say it's like a funeral cortege, after all. Chrysanthemums in black are for the dead. But, on each car, there were eye-catching bolded posters. Gu Nian thanks Wen Yi for not marrying him. Gu Nian withdraws from Wen Yi. And on the front of the car, there was a black and white photo of Wen Yi and Zhou Lu Jing in a bare embrace. When Wen Yi and Zhou Lu Jing saw the black and white photo, and then saw the stance, it was smoke on their heads and they almost fainted from anger. Even better, a variety of joyful arches, with the help of workers, rose to the sky, celebrating Gu Nian's successful withdrawal from Wen Yi. Congratulations to the Gu family for withdrawing from the Wen family. There are also complimentary couplets. Previous, warm slag, warm easy slag, warm slag, warm slag. Bottom line, bitch of the week Ryu Jing bitch of the week. Crossword, scummy bitch. Seeing this, Wen Yi and Zhou Lu Jing almost fainted in anger. No, it was nearly spitting blood in anger. Someone watching the fun burst out laughing. Whoever made this up is simply brilliant. It's probably because the Wen family bullied people too much. That's why they have such a trick. That can't be said. It's all publicized to the public that the Wen family is engaged to the Gu family. It doesn't specify which millennium. Famous family's daughter and country village girl. As long as they're not cuties, all know to pick Zhou Lu Jing. A good engagement party has become a farce. It's almost a funeral. But Gu Nian has been hiding and not showing up, so we can finally see the true face of the invincible ugly girl. I'm also quite curious as to what kind of ugly Gu Nian is that she was allowed to return to the Gu mansion without even a single photo circulating. It must be super ugly. Otherwise the Gu family would be rich and the Wen family wouldn't be so desperate to marry the illegitimate daughter of a door-to-door son-in-law. Zhou Chen was a door-to-door son-in-law and Zhou Lu Jing was an illegitimate daughter, always looked down upon. When their father and daughter heard this, they were so angry that they almost spat out a mouthful of old blood again. The car drove slowly and finally stopped. When he angrily ran forward, pulled open the car door, and angrily cursed, "Gu Nian, you ugly monster," having only just exited. When he looked at the woman in the back seat and stared in amazement, skin like cream, eyes like autumn water, lips red and teeth white. The whole thing was so beautiful that one could not use any words to describe her beauty. Gu Nian raised her eyes and smiled slightly. Looking at her smile, when he suddenly felt his heart beating faster, and a feeling that he was going to suffocate. That smile, so beautiful it's seductive. Yeah, sorry, I recognized the wrong person. The first time when he saw such a superb beauty, he couldn't stop stuttering in his speech. I didn't mean you when I just said that. I meant Gunyan. She's an invincible ugly woman. Chapter 33, Gunyan stuns the whole audience. Gunyan didn't say anything, just gracefully got out of the car. Those legs, so white they glowed, straighter than chopsticks, shimmered with the openness of their skirts. More than that, the crowd paused for breath. What a beautiful pair of legs. The women, looking on with envy and jealousy. Men, who just want to kneel to such beautiful legs. Congratulations to Gunyan for withdrawing from Wen-yi. The sound of a horn, interrupting the beauty of the moment. Wen-yi swallowed hard and pulled out a business card to give to the big beauty in front of him. Beauty, this is my business card. There's a misunderstanding about this today. Don't believe what that ugly girl said. I'll explain it to you later. I'm going to settle the score with that ugly girl first now. Gunyan looked down at him askance and didn't take the business card. The driver got out of the car hurriedly, took the business card, and then threw it to the ground. When he glanced at it and didn't have time, he ran to open the doors of the cars in the back, opened one, and shouted, Gunyan, get out of the car. Gunyan, come and rob the wedding if you can. Don't get out of the car and don't hide if you can. Gunyan, you ugly, ugly man. The moment Jo-chan saw Gunyan get out of the car, his eyes widened in shock, filled with panic and fear. It's like seeing a ghost in the daytime. Gulan, simply because the woman in front of him looked like his late wife. Gulan, in every move, only that Gulan's demeanor was gentle and generous, making her look like a dignified and gentle Jungnan woman. But the woman in front of her, although she was also dignified and generous, she had a lot of air. All of her body exuded an aura of awe-inspiring coldness and arrogance, like that of a princess, making people look up to her. Gunyan raised her feet, her steps flavorful yet with a cold aura, and walked to Jo-chan. So, Dad remembers my mom. Gunyan narrowed her eyes and smiled. I just don't know. Is it the thought of a midnight dream of a stern ghost demanding to be killed? Hearing her voice, Jo-chan's face changed even more. You're Gunyan. These words caused everyone to all look at Gunyan in shock. The tall, breathtakingly beautiful woman was the rumored invincible ugly girl, Gunyan. Where's Gunyan? Where's that ugly bastard? Wen-yi didn't find anyone and ran back just in time to hear Gunyan's name. Gunyan, ugly girl, come out. I want you to crawl out today. There was a woman who couldn't listen. She pointed at Gunyan and said to Wen-yi, she's the ugly girl you're talking about. Gunyan, for God's sake, please let me be such an ugly girl. Wen-yi looked up obediently at the large beauty and frowned. You're Gunyan? Gunyan hadn't answered. Wen-yi then laughed mockingly. If she's Gunyan, I'll eat. We don't have any idea what Gunyan looks like. Doesn't she have any pussy? Wen-yi was so exasperated by this scene today that he forgot to maintain his elegant temperament, opening his mouth with all sorts of nasty words because he's already pissed off and out of his mind. All he wanted to do was grab Gunyan and strangle her to death. Gunyan raised her lips. Go eat then. Gunyan's vocal line is very special, with a tone like an orchid in an empty valley. Very intimate and nice to listen to. It makes you unconsciously relax when you listen to her voice and want to be gentle with her. Heavenly voice, probably says it all about her. So anyone who has heard her voice will never forget it. You're Gunyan? Wen-yi shook his head in disbelief. No way. You absolutely can't be Gunyan. You're a fake. Gunyan is just an ugly monster. If Gunyan looked like this, he wouldn't have hooked up with Zhou Lujing. If Gunyan looks like this, he'll take her even if she doesn't have any money. She, in no way, could be Gunyan. Chapter 34, sorry, I'm a vegetarian. Gunyan smiled and took out her ID card from her handbag to prove her identity. I think, without the need for ID, everyone here knows that I'm Gunyan. Wen-yi looked at Gunyan's ID card and it was indeed her. The older guests looked at Gunyan and nodded. She's Gunyan alright, she looks just like her mom Gulan. I told you, how could Gulan, the nation's #1 beauty, give birth to an ugly girl? I don't know what they mean, but they're spreading rumors that Gunyan is an ugly girl. Back then, Gulan was not only the daughter of the Gu family, but also a winner in a national beauty pageant, becoming the first beauty in the country for 30 years. No one dares to claim to be the first beauty in the country to this day, but after seeing Gunyan, they felt that this throne of the nation's #1 beauty could be replaced. Gunyan's beauty surpassed that of her mother. Wen-yi looked up at Gunyan indignantly. You lied to me. You actually lied to me. If he had known Gunyan looked like this from the beginning, he would have genuinely liked her, instead of disgusting him for a month with her feigned ugliness for nothing. Wen-yi was angry and furious, and he felt that he had been deceived. Zhou Lujing looked at Gunyan, who was dressed to the nines, and gritted her teeth in hatred. Not only were they arrested for last night, they were dumped at the cemetery. More so because, Today was her engagement party and Gun Yen had come to ruin it. Zhou Lujing took a deep breath as she stepped forward and walked in front of Gun Yen. Sister, I'm so happy you came to my engagement party today all dressed up. She looked up at Gun Yen, but which makeup artist did you find? Introduce it to me. I also want to go against the grain and become a great beauty. This imitation makeup is so good. Someone caught the meaning of Zhou Lujing's words. Ha, Gun Yen is wearing faux makeup. So realistic. It's so beautiful. That's an awesome makeup artist. I'd like to know which one. Gun Yen is Gu Lan's daughter. Her features are similar, and with a little more makeup, it's not surprising that she looks like. In one sentence, Zhou Lujing easily put Gun Yen's beauty, which was made up with cosmetics. Gun Yen raised her eyes and asked, does anyone have any makeup remover? Me. There was a round-faced girl who very voluntarily took the small bottle of makeup remover. Gun Yen smiled and said, thank you. The girl looked at Gun Yen with two glowing eyes. Mom, I have a new idol. Then I dabbed a makeup remover on a cotton pad and rubbed it vigorously on my face. A minute later, the white skin was a little reddened from the rubbing, and the makeup remover pads, still white. Gun Yen looked at Zhou Lujing with a smile. Sorry, I went out with a veiled face. Zhou Lujing looked at the clean makeup remover cotton, like an invisible slap, snapping at her face. It made her blush a shade of green and white, like a palette of colors. Your own makeup is as thick as white paint, and you're saying that the veiled Gun Yen is imitation makeup. My face hurts for her. I want to dig a hole and bury it. Zhou Lujing, who was once said to be the #1 beauty in the showbiz industry, really can't even compare to a single pore of Gun Yen in front of her. Nonsense. Where does Gun Yen have pores? She doesn't deserve to be compared to pores like this. The voices caught in the crowd made Zhou Lujing's face even more brilliant. She smiled with effort. My sister used to pretend to be ugly on purpose, but now she removes her ugly makeup and comes to my engagement banquet. I don't think it's for the purpose of stealing the marriage, is it? Zhou Lujing held Wen Yi's arm. Wen Yi is not just a face. Sister should put down her mind and bless us. Wen Yi, he looks at faces. Super faces. So, Gun Yen likes him. So let's develop a lover's relationship in the future. Well, I came to give a blessing and a big blessing gift, Gun Yen said, clapping her hands. The bodyguard came up carrying a large box, leaving people wide-eyed and curious as to what gifts could be inside. Gun Yen, open it and send it to her. The bodyguard opened the box and then poured it out towards Zhou Lujing and Wen Yi. Chapter 35, Super Gift from Gun Yen. Zhou Lujing and Wen Yi were poured all over, especially Zhou Lujing, whose exposed skin was pricked. While screaming shrilly, Zhou Chen looked at the condom of avoiding that pregnancy that almost buried Zhou Lujing in them, and shivered with anger. He growled, Gun Yen, what are you doing? Coming to make a fuss about the engagement party? Is it fun? That's right. The first gift Gun Yen gave out was for Ouyang to buy an overabundance of condoms to avoid that pregnancy. Ouyang had people buy a lot of them, almost clearing in inventory. Anyway, not 5,000, but 3,000 sets. Now all at once, it all fell on Zhou Lujing and Wen Yi, burying half of their bodies. Gun Yen smiled. They have such a crappy relationship, so buy them some condoms, not only for contraception, but also to prevent them from spreading infectious diseases to others. This was said as if Zhou Lujing and the others had sexually transmitted diseases. Angry, they shivered even more. Gun Yen, you've had enough. Gun Yen raised her hand. On to the second gift. This time, it was two bodyguards who came up carrying a large box. There's a champagne on top. Zhou Lujing looked at Gun Yen with reddened eyes. How much more do you want to make a scene? Do you have to snatch Wen Yi for you to be satisfied? Gun Yen took the bottle of champagne and looked at Zhou Lujing with a smile. I wish you and dogs a long life together and don't go out and wreak havoc on anyone else. With that, she turned to them and opened the champagne. Zhou Lujing and Wen Yi were splattered again, and their screams rose even more. The refreshingly strong flavor made the crowd think something was wrong. The bouncer removes the box to reveal a large barrel. Gwen raised an eyebrow and shouted, "Move over everyone, it's time to wash to make her healthier." Hearing this, the guests immediately stepped back. Next, the bouncer took the vat and then splashed it hard. A yellow liquid that pours out. Wen Yi and Zhou Lujing didn't dodge, and behind them, Zhou Chen, Wen's father and mother, were all drenched as well, drenched through and through. There was still yellow liquid on his body, and not only were his clothes all wet, but his face makeup was splattered, showing their ugly faces, wretched to the core. Zhou Lujing's voice, shrill to the extreme, Gun Yen, I'm going to kill you. Father 1, security, security, quickly blow this woman out, blow her out, security. Don't dare move, don't dare move. A big brother had ordered it, just to let Gun Yen do whatever she wanted here. I just sprayed it with champagne and the odor wasn't that strong. Now with that big bucket splashed out, the air was thick with a smell. It doesn't stink and has a bit of a medicinal coolness to it. What was that? If someone doesn't understand, ask. Smells like it should be gyno. Ha ha ha, this Goon Yen is really brilliant. Another condom and gynecological cleansing. It's really healthier to wash. What does gynecol do? And then someone in the crowd cozied up to what gynecol is for. After hearing this, guests can't help but want to give a thumbs up. This gift, absolutely. Zhou Chen and the others, they had never been in such a sorry state. So humiliated. At this moment, being humiliated so thoroughly by Goon Yen, a little girl, that's called a fire. Goon Yen, it was Zhou Lujing who wanted to get engaged to an E from the beginning, not you. Today, even if you turn the sky upside down, there's no way one E will get engaged to you. You're already stalking me. Do you want to die today? Zhou Chen painfully said, Nian Nian, Dad is owed you. But your sister also said that she can give up the property inheritance, but definitely won't let you steal one E. What else do you want? Mother one, Goon Yen, don't be a murderer if you can't be a mistress. Our one family engagement was never you. Goon Yen raised her lips in a cold smile. Since you guys are so sure, I'm going to put evidence in my face. With that, she took out her cell phone and tapped on the call recording. Small Quan Nai, Jojo is here again, see you at 11:50 p.m. Love you guys, remember to light up 5 stars. This is the power of JoJo update. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to do it in a timely manner. Chapter 36, trying out my dog fighting stick technique. It quickly released Zhou Chen's voice. Jing Jing will go and move her account and change her last name to Gu. From now on she'll be the Gu family's first lady. And we'll announce that Wen E is the one who's engaged to Jing Jing, and you're the mistress who's trying to steal her brother-in-law. Goon Yan asked. I was the one who was initially engaged to Wen E, and now you're temporarily changing your engagement and calling me a mistress. Don't you think about my reputation? Zhou Chen sank his voice. You're a countryside village girl. How can you have any reputation that's as important as your sister's? After listening to these recordings, the crowd looked at Zhou Chen. From the very beginning, it was Wen E who was the one who got engaged to Goon Yan and had that kind of scandal before he let Zhou Lujing take the top spot. The crowd shook their heads. A father who treats his illegitimate daughter like a treasure and his own daughter like a weed is also a rare species. I said Goon Yan is such a great beauty. How come she was rumored to be an invincible ugly girl? So it was bad for her reputation. That couplet just now, it's truly brilliant. Bitch Chow is right. In addition to Goon Yan, both the Wen and Zhou families are. The crowd was watching and now pointing fingers. Zhou Chen looked at Goon Yan with an iron color. You actually recorded it. How could he not expect Goon Yan to record? Goon Yan raised an eyebrow. If we don't record it, how can we let people know the truth? Zhou Chen's chest rose and fell in anger, and he almost fainted from anger. Goon Yan turned her head and glanced at Zhou Lujing, raising an eyebrow. You who robbed your prospective brother-in-law, you don't give a damn? Zhou Lujing looked at herself in a mess while Goon Yan was perfect as a princess. Then she was jealous and her face contorted. Wen E and I have known each other since we were kids, and if you hadn't come back, I would have been the one engaged. Zhou Lujing glared angrily at Goon Yan. In the end, you're the one who robbed Wen E. You're the one who's a junior. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she received a heavy slap across her face. Goon Yan, you hit me. Zhou Lujing roared, raised her hand and rushed forward to hit Goon Yan. Goon Yan's cold eyes lifted and she raised her foot to kick hard. With a thud, Zhou Lujing was kicked to the ground. Her entire face pressed against the ground, and on the floor, there was the liquid from the gyno. Goon Yan, Zhou Lujing growled like crazy. Goon Yan stepped forward and stomped on Zhou Lujing's face, stomping her hard on the ground and rubbing her. Zhou Lujing, you want scum? I'll give it to you, but don't even think about changing your last name and taking away my Gu family's property. The Gu family belongs to me. Goon Yan, and you don't deserve the name Gu. Zhou Chen looked on, heartbroken, and immediately rushed up. Goon Yan, that's your sister. You asshole. Zhou Chen cursed angrily and raised his hand to hit Goon Yan fiercely. Goon Yan raised her eyes coldly and raised the champagne bottle in her hand. Snap! Zhou Chen's raised hand landed hard on the champagne bottle, and he was wailing in pain as he covered his hand. Goon Yan, you bastard! You even dared to hit your own father. Aren't you afraid of being struck by heavenly lightning? Goon Yan raised the champagne bottle in her hand and pointed it straight at Zhou Chen. If you ever get overly biased again, I'll show you what it means to be righteous. Her voice was cold, like ice slush, falling into her clothes. It makes you listen and shiver. Zhou Chen was all shocked by such an aura of hers. Goon Yan withdrew her hand, looked down coldly at Zhou Lujing, and put the champagne bottle against her face. What happens to a mistress is to be stripped naked in the street, and I've been merciful. The cold champagne bottle scared Zhou Lujing so much that she didn't dare to move, fearful that Goon Yan would just smash down and crack her head open or disfigure her. Wen's mother shouted, "Security guards, grab her for me and send her to the police station. $10,000 for whoever makes a move." Gun Yan raised her head and looked at the security guards who had surrounded her. Carrying the champagne bottle, she raised her eyebrows and smiled coldly. Just in time to try my dog fighting skills. Chapter 37, Beautiful and Wild. Winnie's mother yelled. The security guard was trying to make that $10,000 again. Thinking about Guinness, a petulant woman. One hand could have taken her down. So the security guard stretched out his hand at Gun Yan, just to grab her. Gun Yan's cold eyes lifted, her beautiful starry eyes, full of killing intent. Looking at the security guard who came over, she carried a champagne bottle. One left, one right, an over-the-shoulder drop here, a scud over there. Bang, bang, bang. Gun Yan's speed was very fast, and her strikes were quick, accurate, and sharp. In less than a minute, several security guards were stacked up and knocked to the ground. Ouch, 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 and scream in pain. Not to mention grabbing Gun Yan. They hadn't even touched a piece of her coat. Gun Yan's black high heels stepped right on the security guard's back. She raised an eyebrow as if she were an emperor scornful of the world and swept it lightly around. She hooked her lips in a smile. Who else is out to get me? Gun Yan played with the champagne bottle in her hand. I'll play along. Crowd. You even have a professional bodyguard. You knocked down. Who dares to get their hands on it? I've never seen a woman who looks so pretty and strikes so hard. Sure enough, it's beautiful as hell, but it's also wildly bombastic. Gun Yan raised an eyebrow at Mother One. When Mother was shocked by her stern eyes, and her body shook, and her sweaty hairs rose. You, no matter what, One E will not be engaged to you. Even if you're lusting after me like that, it's still no use. You're a broom. You nemesis. Nemesis. Gun Yan coldly threw out the champagne bottle in her hand and smashed it at Mother Wen's feet. Splashes of broken glass, accompanied by the liquid from the gynecological cleaner, landed on Wen's mother's body. Wen's mother was so scared that she closed her eyes tightly, and that voice squealed like killing a pig. I'm here to withdraw. Gun Yan walked over to Wen Yi. Give me back the ancestral ring of my Gu family. Back to me. Back then, Gulan and Wen's mother were good girlfriends, so they set up a doll's marriage. And the Gu family's ancestral ring is a token of engagement. Wen Yi looked up at Gun Yan's super beautiful face and just couldn't let go. It doesn't matter if she's stupid, uneducated, or what her personality is. The face alone made him like it. Gun Yan, this matter. Gun Yan laughed softly and interrupted him. What? Are you going to say that Zhou Lu Jing seduced you? Or do you want to talk about a misunderstanding? Don't use the mouth you kissed her cockass with to say you like me. It's disgusting. Wen Yi sank his face. Gun Yan, don't give your face away. Just give everyone a step. I know you're trying to get my attention by backing away from me. And Gun Yan didn't want to listen to his disgusting pussyfooting around, and directly fished out the ground, loading the large bucket of gynecological cleaning. Then a hand clasped Wen Yi, and he was instantly buckled and dropped to the ground. Gun Yan, Wen Yi was detained in the vat, surrounded by that strange odor of gynecol. Gun Yan sat down directly and elegantly, suppressing Wen Yi. Wen Yi was trapped inside and suffocated, but he couldn't get out. She looked at Wen's father with a raised eyebrow. You guys said that I wasn't the one who was going to be engaged in the first place, and now I'm here to back out. Then you Winchesters should give me back my engagement ring. She laughed softly. I don't think your Wen family would covet my billion-dollar Northern Dynasty ancient ring, would they? Yes, the Gu family's ancestral ring, with a market value of $1 billion. However, for the Gu family, it was priceless. She had heard her little brother say that this ancient ring was unusual and that it was passed down to women, not men. As to how it is unusual, only the owner of it knows. Chapter 38. The most honorable man in the world. Sure, Yu Jio will marry me. The Winchesters really wanted to covet that ancient ring worth $1 billion. Otherwise, how could Wen Yi come to the door to propose marriage as soon as Gun Yan returned? Originally, they thought that after Zhou Lu Jing changed her last name to Gu, as engaged as you are, you can take the ancient ring just as well. I didn't expect that Gun Yan would make such a big deal out of coming to withdraw from the marriage and make trouble. It's just a broken ring. Of course we won't covet it. Father Wen just wanted to call for the ring. However, she heard Wen's mother speak out sharply. Why give her the ring? That's what our Wen family deserves. Gun Yan frowned at her. So shameless? Mother Wen looked at Gun Yan angrily. This is the mental damage fee you're paying to my family. Wen Yi. Gun Yan lightly chortled. Mental damages? Mother Wen nodded heavily. Yes, because Wen Yi is engaged to you. And what happened between last night and now? It's all your fault. You've harmed Winnie. And there's the damage you've done to his spirit. You're going to have to compensate him for his emotional distress. Mother Wen looked Gun Yan up and down, then spoke in a patronizing tone. I see you're young and can't get the money, so the ring offsets are fine. I'm being very open-minded. It was a complete look that also cheapened Gun Yan's expression, It was a real eye-opener for the crowd. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen such shamelessness. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen her so shameless. Gunyan asked the bodyguard with a sideways glance. Is there any more gynecol? Yes. After the bodyguard replied, he immediately went to carry another large bucket up. Oh Yang specifically ordered it, so they bought all the gynecological cleaners in town. Let's not say we put up a Pacific Ocean. We can still put up a small swimming pool. Still fearful, Wen's mother's entire body stepped back, but Gunyan reached out, grabbed Wen mother's collar, and pulled her over, then grabbed her by the hair and nimbly held her down inside the vat. Rubbish. Wash it. Winnie's mother was caught off guard when she was held down. This side. Wen-yi was just about to stand up when Gunyan let go and sat down again. Wen-yi, who was snapped back to the ground again, screamed, Gunyan, you crazy bastard. Wen mother looked up. Her clothes were wet. She shook her body and pointed at Gunyan. I want to call the police to arrest you. I want to. Gunyan raised her eyebrows and coldly interrupted her. I can sue you for extorting $1 billion from me. And by the way, I can say that Wen-yi was an accomplice in the cooperation project he took. You. Wen mother was so angry that she stuttered. Gunyan smiled elegantly and nobly. You blackmailed. He stole. How many years do you think he'll be sentenced? That's up to $1 billion in extortion. If it really counts, it's enough to keep Winnie's mother in jail for the rest of her life. But, can't count on it. But it's good to scare them. Father Wen didn't want to see the farce and handed the brocade box to Gunyan. The ring, the withdrawal, and nothing more. He looked at Gunyan angrily. In the future, you, Gunyan, don't come to climb up the ladder of my Wen family, whether you die or live. It has nothing to do with us. Gunyan is just a country girl whose father doesn't love her and whose stepmother doesn't love her. Without the Wen family as her backing, she was nothing. Today, it was just her showing off. After Gunyan examined it, it was indeed the Gu family's ancestral ring. She laughed softly and stood up. Remember, it's me who withdraws from Wen-yi, not you. That distinction still needs to be made. Wen-yi was finally able to stand up, and his suffocation had reached a rage level. He pointed at Gunyan and cursed. Gunyan, if I hadn't been blind enough to get engaged to you, who do you think would have looked at you? I'm telling you, no one will dare to take you or marry you but me. You're just waiting to be the old aunt no one wants. Crowd. They want super beautiful Guinness. Gunyan raised her eyebrows. I'm sorry, the most honorable man in the world Shiryu will marry me. Chapter 39, Lord Shiryu is a big devil. The moment Gunyan said this, the whole group fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, ha ha ha, when he laughed out loud and laughed madly. The other guests, too, couldn't help but laugh out loud with great mockery. Who knows that Sir C. Knight is not close to women, and any woman who gets close to him doesn't have a good ending. I admit that Gunyan is very beautiful and can be the #1 beauty in the country, but Sir C. Knight is not interested in women. TSK, Gunyan, this is how wanting. What big talk is not good. Have to blow C. Knight Ju this cow. Siyu Ju was a man of the moment in Jinchang, but he was a man of the moment who made people's reputation change, especially for women to hear the name and love it and hate it. The love is that Siyu is good looking, rich, and clean and free of any frills. What I hate is that Sir Siyu doesn't like women, and a woman who purposely threw wine on his suit pants to seduce him ended up in jail after being exposed as a blackmailer. That woman, she's still in jail. And, even worse, if any woman touches his clothes, it's a broken finger. In short, the rumored Lord Siyu was very scary. It's the ancient equivalent of a tyrant. As a result, now Gunyan said that a Sir Siyu, who regarded women like a flood beast, was going to marry her? It really is more hilarious than the sun beating down on the west side. Gunyan raised her eyebrows and put the ring away. I'm done withdrawing, so you can go ahead and get engaged. She looked up to her guests and said, by the way, you guys remember to congratulate me on my withdrawal because She lowered her eyes and smiled, saying, as long as congratulations are given, you can work with Gu's group, C's group O. Those words made the crowd all light up. The Wen family's position in Jincheng has always been up and down. The people below come to flatter him. The people above despise him. So, the people who came today had more bah humbug. If they could work with the C group, even the Gu group, it would be better than the Wen family. Wen-yi laughed coldly. Do you really think that C's group is your family's? You say you can cooperate just like that? It's only just blown up the bull. And now he's acting as the master of the C group for Lord C. Nightjar. What a laugh. Gunyan lowered her eyes and smiled lightly. Everyone here, you should have received a notification text message, right? Ding dong. Various message alerts sounded. It's all text messages from your own secretary or company executives. C's group sends out a notice. Within 3 days congratulate Gunyan for withdrawing from Wen-yi, and have the opportunity to talk to C's group about cooperation. What's the concept of working with C's group? It's lower than the odds of winning the $5 million lottery. Then the odds of winning the $5 million lottery. Don't look to only talk about cooperation. One must know that with their status, they were the ones who couldn't even see the faces of the executives of the C group. And now, it's just a matter of saying, congratulations to Gun Yen for withdrawing from the marriage. Congratulations to Gun Yen for withdrawing from the marriage. What a congratulations. Thanks to Wen Yi for not marrying me. Gun Yen, you're really lucky to have discovered Wen Yi's scummy face early. Congratulations. Then, all kinds of voices congratulating Gun Yen for withdrawing from the marriage rose up. As soon as the bodyguard heard this, he immediately gave out red envelopes to those who said congratulations. Tongshi a small token of appreciation. This is all the contact information for the cooperation of the C group. That's right, the red envelope is not money, but the contact information of the official cooperation of the C group. It's a connection they, for all their money, can't buy. Watching a mouthful of congratulations and red envelopes, the whole thing was a joyous occasion. Just like New Year's Eve, the faces of Wen Yi and the others were just as hard to see, and they were still almost exasperated. Mostly, it's still suffocating, because although they want to be browbeaten, they don't dare offend these people. Wen Yi, congratulations, you've been bounced. Chapter 40, collectively pulling bird poop on Wen Yi and the others. Wen Yi's face turned white, and he had the heart to kill. Mr. With, Mrs. With, congratulations to your family. You've been withdrawn by the Gu family. Mr. Zhou, congratulations Gun Yen out of the blue. Sensational withdrawal Congrats to Zhou Lu Jing Bimbo marrying the trash that MS. Gu doesn't want. Congratulations on the withdrawal and thanks to Wen Yi for not marrying. This sentence was like an invisible slap, snapping at Wen Yi's in their faces. It is also nailed to them like a pillar of shame. And in the face of these people smiling congratulations, they can't be hit, scolded, or angered. Just about as close to giving a grin and a ditto as you can get. Gun Yan raised her eyebrows and smiled innocently. Uncle Wen Yi, their congratulations and blessings. Won't you say thank you? Wen Yi et al. Squeezed and they have to say thank you? Why don't you give them a painful cut? Gun Yan frowned. You guys are so rude. No hospitality at all. Who will dare them to work with you in the future? Guests nodded in agreement. That's right. We say congratulations and blessings to you. Our mouths are dry. And if we don't give the accompanying gift, then we always have to say thank you. So rude. I won't work with the Wen family in the future. Right. And Mr. Zhou Chen too. If you take a man's hand, it's even shorter if you take C's groups. Now, all they had to do was to help Gun Yan hit them hard in the face. Wen's father was almost angered and spat out 3 liters of blood. But as soon as he heard that he was not going to cooperate, he was scared. He held back his anger and forced a smile. Thanks. Getting squeezed to say congratulations and a thank you. It's so suffocating. Gun Yan reminded Zhou Lu Jing. Good sister, Auntie Wen, send a companion gift. Zhou Lu Jing and Wen's mother. They want to splash around. They want to kill. But, they didn't dare. They could only smile and then they even gave out accompanying gifts. It's suffocating. Yikes. It was buzzing with congratulations when a group of shrill crows caught and rang out. The crowd looked up as dense flocks of birds, mostly crows, flew by. Crows have always been known to be unlucky. Now seeing so many crows, the faces of the crowd changed. Mother Wen looked at Gun Yan with a cold smile. Gun Yan, see, you're a spoilsport. Because you're there, bringing in the unlucky crows. You'll be out of luck because of these crows. Gun Yan looked up at the sky, dense with flocks of birds. She hooked her lips in a smile. It's not certain who is unlucky. Yippee, the raven that flew in the forefront, rushed down to the sky and then, tick. Winnie's mother was looking up at the sky, and then something suddenly landed on her face. When Mother, confused, reached out, wiped it, then put it on the tip of her nose and smelled it. Vomit. The stench instantly made her dry heave. Someone burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, it's Bird. Yippee, that crow, as the big brother, commanded the flock behind him. The birds were very cooperative and all flew above the heads of Wen Yi, Zhou Lu Jing, Zhou Chen, and Father and Mother Wen. Collectively, they pull bird poop. That's right, it's a collective bird towards them. You go away. You go away. Zhou Lu Jing and the others didn't expect such a scene and screamed and waved their hands, but the birds were in mid-air and they couldn't even hit them. Nyan, do you like this scene? Kirikou, Nian, it was my idea, but will it be too late? Chirp. 2 small sparrows flew around Gun Yan, chirping in invitation. Chapter 41, I just want to kiss a Jushi. Gun Yan watched Wen Yi and the others mess up and narrowed her eyes with a smile. No, I'm satisfied. She called the crows here just to give them bad luck. I didn't realize that the 2 little sparrows were so forceful that they were told to take a collective bird poop. The picture, it's spectacular. The guests were scared at first, and bird poop landed on them. Results, these flocks of birds, as if recognizing people, just surrounded Wen-yi and pulled on a few of them. Nowhere else, not even a little bias. Are these all bird spirits? Woof woof woof. Suddenly, the dogs barked. The crowd looked up and saw packs of stray dogs, running like mad. The guests were so frightened that they screamed and rushed back. But, the group of stray dogs, with the same goal in mind, rushed towards Wen-yi and the others. Run! Wen-yi shouted, lifted his feet and ran, not caring if the bird was ting on them or not. They ran into the room en masse, only to run back out screaming not 3 seconds later. Run! The crowd that thought they were going to get dogpiled? Why do you think? This is a little crazy today? Why do flocks of birds only on them? Why did the dogs just go after them and bite them? Why did they run in and out? The crowd was so full of questions that they were on the verge of asking 100,000. *******, so many rats and snakes swarming. Run! One guest looked up and saw a dense swarm of rats and snakes coming out of the house. Someone was calm. There's no need to run. It's definitely only targeting Wen-yi and the others. Guests who just tried to run with it. Sure enough, the rats and snakes continued to run after only Wen-yi and the others. Dogs in front, packs of rats and snakes behind. Turn another side. ing hornet swarm. There was a buzzing sound as a swarm of hornets as big as their thumbs swarmed towards Wen-yi and the others. As for the others, they pressed on. Crisis on 3 sides. The security guards are looking confused. The side they're running on, where does that lead to? It leads to the creek, which seems to drain the water. TSK, their one family is too unlucky. However, I feel that Zhou Lu Jing is the one who is a spoilsport, and these visions today are the punishment given to them by the heavens. Wen-yi and the others were chaste enough. They didn't dare to look back and ran bravely. But, Wen-yi looked at the small river, did not care whether it was dirty or not. They all jumped in like dumplings. The wasps were flying overhead and they didn't even dare venture out. 2 little sparrows, fluttering their little wings above. Yeah, big brother, keep watch here and freeze him for a while. Carrie, looked bad at the cemetery the other day. Worse than a crow. Deserved it. Yikes. So, Kirikou and the rest of them, the animals, guarded the river and didn't leave. They didn't bite, but they tossed Wen-yi and the others around. He completely withdrew from the marriage and no longer had any relationship with Wen-yi. Gu Nian was in a very pleasant mood. She tweets CU, CC Nian Nian, sir, today I'm finally free. When CU Jio saw this message, his heart fluttered and smothered in pain. In a cold voice, he commanded, Oh Yang, immediately blockade the entire city and bring Gu Nian back, killing breath, and, immediately give me the acquisition of Wen's. Ding dong, CC Nian Nian, I finally backed out of my marriage with Wen-yi, so I can be with Ah Ju. CC Nian Nian, I want to instantly move to Aju's side and kiss and hug and lift high with Aju. CC Nian Nian, I miss Ajushi so much. I miss the taste of Ajushi's mouth so much. Do you want to kiss me now? Well, let's go home and kiss for 5 minutes, okay? Chapter 42, MS. Gu is a mastermind. Siu Ju looked at the message that Ding Tong came in, and his cold, murderous aura instantly subsided. Oh Yang, come back. Oh Yang, who was just about to call an order. The third master's transformation is too fast, isn't it? A moment ago, he was so murderous that he wanted to exterminate people's entire families. Right now it's, like, gentle as water and hating to save the galaxy? Sirius looked at the chat box, then his fingers were typing. That's great. Congratulations. Halfway through typing it, it feels like this is wrong, like it's a bit of a gloat? So Zell deleted it again and retyped it. Well, Siu Jio frowned, replying like this, as if he was cold and didn't care about her. It's so good. I want Nim. I want a kiss. I want a kiss for a long time. 5 minutes is not enough. I want to. Siu looked at it and felt bad for replying like that. Look like he's too horny? Siu Jio just held his cell phone, just typing in the input box, typing and deleting, over and over again. Oh Yang was right next to him watching the third master, and that face was as grave as the emperor's approval of the Zhengbiao. Third master, what's wrong? Siu Jio replied coldly, it's fine. I just haven't figured out how I'm going to reply to Nin yet. When Qin Lai came in with the medicine box, he saw Siu Ju as if he had encountered a major event in the world, and his face was terribly grave. He asked Oh Yang, what's wrong with third master? Oh Yang shook his head. I don't know. I've been messing around with my phone for half a day. The third master used to be not a cell phone person, not playing with his cell phone, more like working, and then, Guinness. Qin Lai stepped forward. Third master, it's time to change the medicine. Siu Ju raised his head and looked at Qin Lai. When a girl sends a message and says she misses you, how is it best to reply? Qin Lai has always had a reputation as a friend of women. Ask him, it's the right thing to do. Qin Lai was a bit confused by the question. Is Master San possessed today? Siyu asked in a deep voice. How does a girl say she wants to be kissed and how does she reply to seem less pushy? Xinlai looked down at his cell phone. It's Miss Gu? The fingertips of Siyuju's grip on the cell phone were a bit white, but his face, a bit slightly red. Xinlai's eyes widened in horror as he watched this reaction. The third master, who was always known as the iceberg Yama, actually blushed, or this delicate shyness of an innocent man being turned on. Xinlai looked out the window. The sun was shining and it wasn't the end of the world. How is it that the third master is perverse? Siyuju frowned. His voice cold. Collect your eyes. Answer me first. It's urgent. Ani was still waiting for him to reply to the message. Xinlai returned to his senses and opened the medicine chest. Don't worry about what to return. Just return in seconds. Siyuju's brows, even deeper, frowned. Xinlai explained. Girls are best at being irrational, and boys should be good at spoiling her without a bottom line. The latter one, he doesn't need to be taught. Third master was already spoiling Gunyan without any limits. Ani won't be unreasonable. Xinlai took the flung thermometer and handed it to him. MS. Gu is a mastermind. It's only been half a month since I've been in Kingswood, and it's driving everyone crazy. It's useless for the third master to refute it. It almost got you killed anyway. Sirius coldly glanced at him, took his cell phone, and continued to edit the message. Waiting for you. Before the message could be sent, Gunyan's message came again. CC Nyen Nyen, Ajen surprisingly didn't reply to me in seconds. You really don't love me anymore. Lord Siyu panicked. Ding dong. Gunyan's messages kept coming. I just kissed you last night, and you don't cherish me. You don't love me anymore. Chapter 43, Master San. Take off your clothes. It's true that not getting it is the best. Siyu doesn't love me anymore / heartbreak. Why don't you love me anymore? Because I've gotten beautiful? Siyu Gio looked at the message, confused, but panicked in his heart. The phone was so hot I almost threw it away. C. Nightjord was typing to reply when Gunyan called the video. Seconds to pick up. Duke. Xinlai, third master. Undress. Gunyan looked at Siyiju in the video, and then when she heard these words, her stunningly beautiful little face suddenly sank. I said why didn't Jen get back to me? So he was fooling around with Dr. Xinlai smiled. I like women. To explain is to cover up. Gunyan ignored him and instead asked, where's Jen? Xinlai. He really likes women. Siyujio was silent for a moment, word for word, very solemn as if he was announcing a national event. I like Gunyan. When he finished, he added, never stop loving Gunyan. He was explaining for not returning in seconds earlier. It was also answering Gunyan's litany of don't love me anymore. Do answer. Gunyan raised her eyes and laughed softly. Silly, that's being pampered with you, wanting to hear you say you love me, wanting you to coax me. Xinlai watched the two, and then the video spread dog food. Master San, undress. Siyu, not taking it off. Nim said it, his body, not for others to see. Neither can men. Gunyan saw Xinlai holding medicine in his hand. Ah, Ju, take it off. He'll give you medicine for your back first. I'll be home in half an hour. Somewhere else, I'll be on. Siyujo's dark eyes couldn't help but light up. To home? Gu Ginian, well, I'm driving for now, so I'll see you in half an hour. That's right, no medicating Xinlai anywhere else but his back. Bye, Trojan. Gunyan beamed and booped at the camera before hanging up the video. Siyujio watched the screen go black, a pair of eyes, glittering. Xinlai, did you hear what Nyan said? Xinlai, I hear you. No medicating anywhere else. Siyujio hooked his lips. Nyan said that this is home. Because of Nim, he has a home now. Xinlai choked. Turns out it's all out of focus. Xinlai looked at the whiplash wound on Siyiju's back. Third master should still be on guard. Gunyan has gone to great lengths to please this time, and may want your life. Gunyan is too perverse. Perversity is a demon. Gunyan was definitely holding back a big move that would surely harm C's group. And even more so, the third master would lose his life. Sirius hooked his lips. So what? It's good that she's happy. Xinlai rolled his eyes to the sky. The third master was really hopeless. I'm pretty sure Gunyan won't be back in half an hour. I heard she went to get engaged. Xinlai rubbed the medicine on Siyuju with such force that he sucked in a breath of pain. I dare to bet with my gender preferences, Gunyan is going to get engaged with Wen-E, even if not engaged, but also kiss me, how to harm you. Ah, before Xinlai could finish his sentence, he was grabbed by C. Nightju and slammed into a vicious over-the-shoulder drop. It fell heavily to the ground. Sir Siyu sat elegantly, his eyes radiating a cold, murderous aura. Don't talk about Ani like that or else. His voice was as cold as ice slag. I'm not polite to you. Killing aura. He's serious. Xinlai rolled over and leapt up, kicking the sofa hard in anger. Sea Night Lord, you have heterosexuality but no humanity. I was born with you into death, and even blocked a bullet for you, but as a result, you dropped me for the sake of a Gunyan. If it wasn't for the fact that Sir Siyu had also blocked a knife for him, He really wanted to turn his face away from it. With that in mind, he kicked the couch hard again. People are like brothers. Women are like clothes. Seiyugyo coldly asked back, can I have no arms and legs? And you can have no clothes? Shinlai was about to explode with anger. Sirius looked at him and lowered his voice. Don't talk about Nien like that. She's a life, a soul. Brothers are also lives. But Nim is the soul. And without her, the soul will be scattered. Chapter 44, Listen. That's the sound of a punch in the face. Shinlai was angry for a while, but he wasn't angry anymore. Seiyuju is a very paranoid person. And if he identifies Gunyen, then it's Gunyen. He thought that even if Gunyen went for a sex change operation, Sir Seiyu was still a must for her. I'll just bet that Gunyen won't be back in half an hour. Seiyu lowered his eyes and said with certainty, she will. Shinlai sat down in front of Seiyuju in anger. No, how about a bet? Seiyu looked up at him. If Gunyen comes back within half an hour, I'll apologize to her, and I'll have no more problems with her in the future and treat her respectfully. If she doesn't come back and you need to send someone to get her back, you'll ignore her for a day? That last request is pretty weak. This bet is actually Seiyu picking up the slack. Because Gunyen's escape was unsuccessful, she would ignore Seiyuju for 3 days after she was captured and returned. Seiyuju pursed his thin lips and said with great certainty, Nyen will come back. That's a bet. Then, Shinlai hummed. I'm sure Gunyen went to get engaged to an E. The news was sure to be all over the place, and he'd have to hurry up and get on Twitter to check it out. Ouyang finished answering the phone. Third Master, Miss Gu was on her way back. Seiyuju, who had his eyes slightly downcast, snapped his head up to look at Ouyang. Shinlai froze for a moment. Blindfolding and confusing your eyes. Definitely. Ouyang glanced at him. Biao sent back word that Gunyen withdrew from Wen, and he told the story before and after Gunyen withdrew from the marriage. The scene, it was spectacular. Shinlai's mouth opened so wide as he listened that he could almost stuff an egg down. Gunyenjin backed out of her marriage with Wen and set off firecrackers to celebrate? Biao was the bodyguard assigned to Gunyen, and of course, he was also keeping an eye on her so that she wouldn't escape. Bill is definitely trustworthy. So it's true? Seiyuju froze slightly, then hooked his lips and smiled. Aftermath? It was definitely wrong for Gunyen to hit someone in public. He didn't want this to get on the internet and have people say half bad things about her. Ouyang nodded. It's all been ordered. No one dares to spread the word about Miss Gu's beating. Before Gunyen was brought to the Royal Water Bay, there was all kinds of black material that covered the internet. After being brought back to the Royal Water Bay, it was as if she had disappeared. Because Seiyuju protected her. Will not let those media burst her black information. Shinlai opened Weibo in disbelief. The result is that the sky is filled with videos and photos of Wenyi's engagement with Zhou Lujing. They were the ones who had been poured all over Gunyen's avoidance condom. They were the ones who were splashed with gyno by Gunyen. They're the ones who get punched in the face over and over again and end up getting shat on en masse by the birds. There's also Gunyen withdrawing from Wen. And then there's the striking couplet that went viral. Previous, warm slag, warm easy slag, warm slag, warm slag. Next line, bitchy bitch chow ryu jing bitch bitch chow bitch 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 bitch. Catchphrase, scummy bitch. The network is even more on Gunyen this behavior. Crazy praise. Oh my god, this Gunyen is just too good. I'll give her some IDs. Plus, who says the Gu family's eldest miss is an invincible ugly girl. This is beautiful. Finally I see the mistress being abused. It's so cool. I'll be powdering Gunyen from now on. Master Gu is here. From now on, I'm a die-hard fan. Master Gu is so beautiful, so valiant, so likable. Be my husband. Since the video broke out, Gunyen has gone from being an invincible ugly woman to a national husband. That's right. The video of Gunyen crushing and violently beating the security guard alone sucked in a wave of female fans. There were calls for husbands. Shinlai turned his head and looked sympathetically at Lord Seiyu. Third Master, now your love rival has changed from Wen to a universal love rival. It's tragic. After sympathizing, he added, this is a better time for Gunyen to escape, and she definitely won't be able to come back in half an hour. He's a sure winner. The sound of a car engine sounded. Ansu hurried in. Third Master, Miss Gu is back. Snap. Listen, that's the sound of a punch in the face. 99 is here early. I'm going to have dinner. I'll see you at 4 p.m. Remember to give me 5 stars. Chapter 45, if you want to eat, eat here. Seiyuje's dull eyes lit up again, as if darkness ushered in light. He quickly stood up and ran towards the outside. Shinlai froze, still unwilling to believe too much. No, it's impossible, right? Ouyang stepped forward and raised his hand to pat his face. Hear that? It's the sound of a punch in the face. Shinlai slapped his pig's hoof away. Go on, do you want a shot? He was going to check it out. Surely the driver drove back and Gunyan had gotten away long ago. Gunyan got out of the car and saw Siyuju come out. Jen! Gunyan opened her arms and darted towards C. Nightjord. Her smile, very bright and pouring, more dazzling than that 10,000 light, more dazzling. Sirius raised his foot and walked towards the dazzling her. She lunged without a care in the world and he reached out to embrace her, matching so well. Gunyan flung herself into Siyuju's arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck and tilting her head back to look at him. Jen, I'm back. Siyujia looked down at her eyes, which resembled stars, glowing with starlight. Aha! Gunyan tilted her head and lightly bit his chin, growing some green stubble out. Some of them are prickly and thick, but biting like this was tickling Gunyan's hormones, making her heart swirl with it. Did you miss me? Siyu was lightly nibbling on her chin, only feeling that the fire was being stirred up. He rasped, aha, a low note, full of sensuality and suppressed lust. Gunyan raised her head, and with her white fingertips, she gently traced the shape of C. Nightjord's lips. His perfect lips were shaped and she licked her lips at the sight. Here, want some? Siyujio was aroused by her fire, and with his mouth open, he gently bit her fingertips. The white, tender hands, with a texture like that of tofu, made him want to eat more. The fingertips were bitten with a bit of crunch, a bit of numbness that went straight to the heart. To eat here. Gunyan drew back her own fingers, then tilted her head and kissed C. Nightjord. Her lips, they were soft, they were sweet, they were fragrant, they were hooked. Siyujo's hand holding her slender waist tightened a little, hands with nowhere to go, a little bit of climbing up, the movement, teasing and lustful. Shin Lai, who didn't believe Gunyan was back, came out and saw the scene of the two embracing and kissing each other. Ouyang leaned against the door panel and raised his eyebrows to gloat at Shin Lai. Not only is Gunyan back, but she's also kissing and cuddling and lifting high with third master. Shin Lai. Ouyang laughed more gloatingly. Have you lost your panties yet? Shin Lai glanced at him sideways. Didn't eat enough dog food. Do you want another shot? Take the shot. Ouyang is scared. Gunyan didn't know how long she had been kissing. She only felt that she was about to suffocate. When they separated, she blushed and asked, has it been 5 minutes yet? Sirius looked at her and inquired seriously. No. How about an hourglass? Timing? Gunyan was amused by him. So today, did you learn to kiss? Men are probably naturals in this regard. Last night Siyu stumbled when he kissed her. Much improved today. At least it didn't bite her lip. Through and through. Sirius looked at her, then shook his head and said seriously. No, still need to review for 10 minutes. Well, 10 minutes and I'm afraid you'll eat me down to the bone. Sirius was about to speak. A big furry head suddenly poked over next to them and stared at them wide-eyed. Shin Lai looked sideways at the two people who were tightly embracing each other while not being able to let go. Can we review this later? Right now third master needs to be medicated first. Master San is still topless. Any more kissing and cuddling like that and he was worried they'd have an inappropriate scene. Chapter 46, I only covet Jen's beauty. Being spoiled the atmosphere. Sirius frowned. Unhappy. He looked at Shin Lai coldly, his voice cold. You lost. Gunyan asked curiously. How did Shin Lai lose? Shin Lai was a bit of a gambler, but he didn't gamble much. Ouyang was still gloating. Shin Lai bet that Miss Gu wouldn't come back, and if she did, she would apologize to you and have no problem with you in the future. Shin Lai was a willing gambler. He bowed very respectfully to Gunyan. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I'll be respectful to you in the future. In any case, it was a good sign that Gunyan didn't run away. Third master, one less day to suffer. I'm the one who should be saying I'm sorry. I was the one who was bad in the past and lost my temper with you. Gunyan nodded to Shin Lai. Ouyang, I'm sorry, I definitely won't in the future. Shin Lai was so shocked by Gunyan's reaction that he jumped back a step. Are you possessed by a gaudy ghost? Not only did Gunyan come back, she even apologized to them? You know, Gunyan had always said that they were Siyu's dogs. Once, Gunyan bought a bag of dog food and gave it to them, humiliating them as dogs. This is the one. Gunyan, who either scolded or humiliated them, suddenly said she was sorry. It's downright creepy. Gunyan smiled and nodded. Right, but I only coveted Ju's beauty. You guys can't get into my eyes yet. In her previous life, she had treated Shin Lai and Ouyang badly. They treated her, too, super poorly. However, because of Siyu's order, Ouyang protected her until his death, and Shin Lai was still protecting her even after he went to prison. In her previous life, she owed so much to so many people. It's all about coming to make it up to them in this life. Shin Lai watched Gunyan and the others enter the house. He clenched his fist and hammered Ouyang's shoulder hard. Ouyang was hammered back a step, his face hardening in pain. Why are you hitting me? Shin Lai asked him. Does it hurt? Ouyang rolled his eyes and dryly punched him in the shoulder as well. Ow! Shin Lai covered his shoulder and screamed. It hurts. You murder. It really hurts. but it's true that Gun Yan apologized. I didn't expect to hear Gun Yan apologize in my lifetime. It feels like hell. When Gun Yan heard this, she raised her eyebrows and laughed lightly. But you'll still have to be dogs in the future. Xin Lai. As expected, Gun Yan was still a masterpiece. Gun Yan smiled playfully, because Aju and I are going to show love and spread dog food every day. Xin Lai choked and asked her, what are you taking third master for? Do the super shy thing. Medicate him. Gun Yan said as she pushed Siyu Jiu into the room before slamming the door with a bang. Xin Lai shouted, third master, shout if you need to call for help. Room. Siyu Yue himself sat obediently on the bed, his eyes unable to leave Gun Yan for a moment. For the second time, she left the sentinel and came back on her own. He wasn't the one who locked down the whole city and brought her back. Gun Yan stood in front of Siyu Jiu, looking down at him, bare-chested and firm. He looked powerful. Watching her, her hormones spiked and she just wanted to pounce on him. Siyu Jiu's face couldn't help but redden as Gun Yan looked at him. The heart races as if it's going to pop out. Gun Yan's small face slightly reddened as she cleared her throat. Take off your pants. On Yan. Siyu Jiu's voice, husky, was even more tantalizing. Gun Yan felt that her ears were getting pregnant from the crispness of his voice. She leaned in and forced herself closer to Sirius. If you don't take it off, then I'm going to have to do it for you. Chapter 47 Violent Gun Yan. C. Nightjord looked at Gun Yan, then stood up. Okay, you take it off. Gu Gwin froze. She just wanted him to take himself off. That's all she said. Without saying a word, Siyu Jiu looked down at her, his eyes full of tenderness, without any hint of color. Gun Yan was all shamed by his look. She gritted her teeth. Okay, I'll take it off. After Gun Yan finished speaking, she reached out to unbuckle C. Nightjord's belt. Only, the first time she unbuckled a man's belt, she was rusty and clumsy. Can't find it at all. Concealed belt buckle. Before long, she was sweating profusely and her palms were sweaty. Gwyn didn't undo it and simply looked down closer to see the belt. A gentle breath, gently sprinkled on the skin, like a feather, lightly brushed. Nuff. Siyu's voice was restrained and withdrawn. Gun Yan was also anxious. For the first time, I don't know how to solve it. The voice was crunchy and a little aggravated. Siyu's voice was hoarse. I'll teach you. No need. I've got it covered. After Gun Yan finished speaking, she held the belt in her hand and yanked hard. Then the belt, made of genuine leather, snapped in half. Gun Yan pulled the belt out just like that and showed it off to C. Nightjord. Look, it's undone. How simple and crude. The fire that Siyu Jiu had been aroused instantly went up and down. Gun Yan blushed and went to undo the buttons. Just because it's the first time and I'm nervous and because my palms are sweaty. It's not like she unraveled that quickly. Seeing her frown, Siyu Jiu was busy holding down her hand. Nyen, I'll do it myself. He was afraid that, in a moment, she would violently tear his pants again. Then there is A. The delicate flower turned bully and attacked his senses now. Gun Yan used violence to hide her shyness, so she didn't force it at this moment. Siyu took off his pants, with only boxer shorts covering his entire body. Are you sure you want to drug me? Gun Yan looked at him with his pants off, his legs covered in whiplash. How could he think about those little yellow things? There was nothing but heartache in her eyes. Aha! Gun Yan took the medicine and began to tenderly and carefully apply it to Lord Knight. It's on my back, my arms, my legs, and my insides hurt. However, Gun Yan only concentrated on medicating him and didn't even think about it except for her heartache. But it is bitter. Siyu Jiu, his hand, tightly grasping the bedsheet, the atmosphere do not dare to breathe a little. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and violently pounced on Gun Yan, scaring her, and he had to control the weapon even more carefully, lest it deform. Gun Yan's face was so red that it was dripping blood as she finished applying medicine to the last place on C. Nightjord. Because of the proximity to that place, if you're not careful, you can still touch places you shouldn't. It's on. I'm going downstairs for dinner. Gun Yan threw the medicine and stomped away. Siyu Jiu glanced down at a certain location, and the redness on his face spread all the way to his ears. How is it possible to control it in the face of Nen? Downstairs, Xin Lai and the others were eating when they saw Gun Yan stomping downstairs. He was surprised. It's over so quickly? Third master can't? Gun Yan glared at him. You're the one who can't. Your whole family can't. A Jew is number one in the world. Xin Lai. Gun Yan has turned into a third master protectionist? Gun Yan's brain suddenly remembered someone when she talked about the whole family. Oh crap, I forgot about little brother. She didn't say a word after adding Gu Xiaojun in the morning. That's not enough sincerity on her part. Gu Xiaojun guarded his cell phone, eyeing the CC Nian Nian chat box for a few hours. Xiao Jin was lying on the table, on the verge of ascending to heaven. Little master, Gun Yan is playing you, or else she wants money. Master Gu, for the sake of her calling her little brother, being fooled is being fooled. If you don't have money, go rob a bank for her. Good afternoon, cutie. 99 is here. A few minutes late. I'm a few minutes late. I'm a little bit late for my brother who's been waiting. See you at 11:30 p.m. Chapter 48, Little Master Gu, the first day of being a little brother. Xiao Jin had already stayed up all night with him. Little Master, Menu is not like you. Gu Xiaojun looked at the chat box. Little brother, that 2 words. That is a smooth, cute. Nian Nian was the first to call me little brother. None of my 5 older brothers got that treatment. He wanted to go show off so badly right now. Send a circle to show off. Xiao Jin grinned. That's because your 5 brothers aren't as good as you are at fooling them, and they don't care. Gu Nian has lied to Mr. Gu a few times. Take the money every time. Get in trouble every time. Now it's even missing for half a month. Gu Xiaojun screenshot the chat box, looked at the 2 words little brother, and immediately smiled like a little cutie. Like, Jean suddenly remembered something. Young master, I heard that the cooperation project of C's group was stolen. Do you know about it? Mr. Gu is posting a friend. What's it got to do with me? Gu Xiao master, the first day of being a little brother. Asterisk caret caret asterisk. With a picture. And then 5 brothers. Only not to show Gu Nian this circle. Not showing it to Gu Nian. That's because he's afraid she'll be proud. The circle of friends was quick to comment. Brother, say, how much does she want? Ergo, tell me, who did she hit again that she wants you to take the blame? Sango, is she out of her mind? Or are you having a nightmare? 4th brother. Brother 5, report. Gu replied one by one. Nian Nian is a little good boy. He won't ask for money. You guys are just jealous that I'm the first one to be called little brother. Xiao Jin continued. This C group project is worth $1 billion. And I heard that it seems like Gu Nian stole it. Gu, who had just replied to the comment, jerked his head up to look at Xiao Jin. You mean, it's Gu Nian? Xiao Jin nodded. It should be Gu Nian. You know, my brother works for C Group. Master C is going to call the police to arrest Gu Nian and hold her accountable. It's $1 billion. If she can't make it up, she'll sit through the bottom of the jail cell, right? Jin's brother is a lawyer counselor for C's group, so this is something that shouldn't be wrong. Gu listened to his words and then looked at the comments he had replied to. He looked up and asked, Kim, what do you think of my face? Is it swollen? Jin glanced at him and silently opened his friend's circle before nodding heavily. It could be a little more swollen. Gu Xiaojun was slapped hard in the face by himself. Through the screen, he felt his face hurt. Gu whimpered and started replying to his 5 brothers' comments. At Big Brother, I want $1 billion. Begging for adoption. At Ergo, can I ask you a favor? Sell your scientific research for some money? At San, Barrister, how many years in jail do you think you'll get for stealing company secrets worth $1 billion? Is there any chance to reduce the sentence? At 4th brother and 5th brother, remember to visit me in prison. Take care of Nian Nian. And next year on this day, burn incense to pay tribute to me on my first day as a little brother. 5 brothers. Roll. They don't have such a sandy brother. Gu Xiaoi fretted and looked at the chat box. Nian Nian is so good. Afraid that I'll be embarrassed. At this time of the day, she hasn't even asked me for money yet. Kim, Master Gu is an era, right? No, such a considerate Nian Nian. I can't let her be in trouble. I'm going to sell my body to make $1 billion and save her. Gu looked up at Xiao Jin. Script notices. I took them all, and the list of rich women give me. If it is not enough, Rich Moncler Jackets Outlet. Xiao Jin almost laughed. Little master, you still want to sell chrysanthemums? Bitter meat trick. Not a little bitter. Big brother, how to spare money. Gu Xiaojun opened, Rich Women Contact Group. Gu Xiaojun et al. Group, Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. I'm begging to be adopted. Chapter 49, Gu Nian receives $1 billion. As soon as Gu Xiaoi sent out this message, the group was clear of the avatars of rich women and ants. It was instantly buzzing. Rich woman 1, transfer 1 cent. No more. How much does the young man want? Rich woman 2, transfer $1. I have more money. Follow me. Rich woman 3, don't destroy the market. I'll give you $5. Kick them out. Master Gu, I don't want much, just $1 billion. The system message showed up just as Gu Xiaojun sent it. You have been removed from this group by the group owner, Master Gu. The buddy who promised to let me have a good time first if he changed his sex to be a woman someday is kicking me out of the group for $1 billion right now. Saying yes to brotherhood just doesn't stand up to the test. Gu Xiaoi looked up and saw Xiao Jin tiptoeing to the door to close it. His face sank. Jin, where are you going? Xiao Jin had a bitter face. Little master, I have an appointment for hemorrhoid surgery in the afternoon, and I don't have any money. No money. No money. Ding dong, ding dong. Gu Xiaojuan's text message alerts have been ringing. Your tail number 4149 card June 6, 12:01 p.m. Bank income, transfer, $90. 000. Balance, 10 million, 20 million, 1 million. There are also WeChat individual private message transfers. Red envelopes. Gu looked at the dinging text message and jumped straight up. Little Kim doesn't have to sell her body. So much money. So many zeros at the back. I can't even count them. Gu Xiaojun looks at various income text messages, both eyes glowing, eyes are almost turning into gold. Oh my god. I'm rich. I'm going to spend all this money and make myself a world superstar. The little gold that was going to slip away is back. Hemorrhoids are better too. Gu Xiaojun was having a good time when the WeChat messages were up. Big brother, the money is for that scourge. Don't say I gave it to you. Don't swallow a penny, or you'll be blocked. Second brother, $100,000 for the research bonus. Give it to that stinky girl. Don't say I gave it to her. Don't swallow a penny, or I'll poison you to death. The third, fourth and fifth brothers have given money. Collectively, they say, don't take any money or I'll beat you to death. Gu Xiaoyi looked at the $1 billion that had not yet been warmed up, and his heart ached. I'm so tempted to take the money privately. So I'm so tempted to take the money and make myself a world superstar. What do you want, little sister? Money that doesn't smell good? 5 older brothers must be hurting in the face right now, saying that they won't pay and don't care about their little sisters, and that their mouths are too big for their bodies. Kim watched him numbly transfer money. When you say 5 Gu masters, can you mind your own business first? It was only yesterday that he said that whoever cares about Gu Gwyn is a puppy. Just one sentence today. Little brother. Bought? Gu Xiaoyi transferred the money to Gu Nian in one breath. Then exclaimed, the C family bank is just as good, transferring $1 billion, also in seconds. They all love the Sika bank. It would be better if the C family didn't pursue Nian Nian. Thinking can only go so far, though. It's time to pay for the trouble Nian Nian has caused. That's the responsibility. He, as the older brother, should educate the responsibility. Gu Nian is eating and remembers the Gu Xiaoyi who she had forgotten. I had just picked up my cell phone and was about to send a text when it came. I'll go. Am I getting wrapped up in this? Sirius, who had just appeared at the stairway, frowned. Who came to steal his woman again? Gosh, that's a lot of zeros in the balance. I'm counting. Gu Nian looked at the balance and counted several zeros, then said, it seems to be $1,010 million. Xin Lai jerked his head up. Third master gave you this? Third master is too defeated. Oh Yang. Third master is trying to help Gu Nian make up for the $1 billion deficit? Whoever is so generous to give me $1 billion is trying to adopt me, right? Gu Nian asked. Should I kick Aju's ass for $1 billion? Chapter 50, what's $100 billion when they're all yours? Xin Lai and Ouyang glanced at the slowly descending Siyujo, taking 2 quick bites of food. He grabbed his bowl and ran to the door. Less in a moment, the third master's killing aura rippled out to them. Gu Nian looked at them suspiciously. What are you doing? Is $1 billion a lot? Before Gu Nian could finish her sentence, Siyuju's cold voice rang in her ears. Gu Nian was startled, and her head slammed upwards, directly hitting Siyuju's chin. Hiss. Siyu couldn't even help but cover his jaw in pain. Gu Nian turned her head to see Siyuju, who had already put on his clothes and was still holding the belt that she had ripped off. At first glance, it looks like domestic violence. Ah Ju! Gu Nian shouted fearfully. Si Nightjord put his hand down and raised his eyes to look at Gu Nian coldly. Is $1 billion a lot? Gu Nian nodded and shook her head fiercely. Siyuju's eyes sank slightly, his voice cold. Not much. You still want to kick me out for $1 billion? Gu Nian hurriedly stood up, wrapped her arms around Siyuju's neck, and tilted her head to kiss him on the chin. Jen, you weren't listening to me just now. Zell, huh? Gu Nian narrowed her eyes and smiled. Very good and sweet. I am going to kick you into bed and... She winked at him with a you-know-what shy expression. It's a very contrived expression, but when she shows it, it's beautiful and lovely. Xin Lai and Ouyang. Gu Nian had gone from village girl and shrew to cutie pie, and they were a bit incompetent to accept it. Sirius looked at her with lowered eyes and didn't say anything. A cold, murderous aura emanated from him, burst after burst. Jen, sit down and eat. Gu Nian hurriedly pulled him to sit down and also gave him food, not daring to mention the $1 billion again. Siyugio looked at Gu Nian with an unreal feeling. In the past, Gu Nian would have told him to get lost and cursed at him, but now, she's explaining, she's pleasing? Siyugio looked at Gu Nian. That was really the more he looked at her, the less he understood. Gu Nian was so busy trying to get Siyuju to take the heat off that she turned her eyes and forgot about the $1 billion. Still waiting for Gu Nian to call out a little brother again. Gu Xiaojun waited until he was sad and fell asleep without hearing a little brother. Don't tell me to call little brother and say thank you. Not even an O. Xiaojin helped Gu Xiaoyi cover up the quilt and shook his head helplessly. Gu Nian is really too much of a white-eyed wolf, taking more than $1 billion and not even a thank you. Little Master stayed up all night fighting on Twitter for her, caused a wave of black fans, and didn't see her say thank you. White-eyed wolf. Scourge, hurry up and marry to scourge someone else. But don't ever scourge Master Gu and the entire Gu family again. After Cuuf finished eating, He dragged Gu Nian to the study. He took her and stood in front of the safe. Gu Nian looked up at him suspiciously. What for? All she knew was that the safe was important. It's hard to break the code. In her previous life, she tried to break the code and hack the safe system on the basis of being a super hacker. It failed and nearly blew her up here. Give me your hand. Gu Nian extended her hand towards him in confusion. Siyu Ju first operated a bit, then grabbed Gu Nian's hand, took her thumb, and pressed on it. Gu Nian looked at her fingerprints and perfected them little by little. Jen, I don't want it. He's taking her fingerprints, the ones that can open the safe. Siyu held down her hand and wouldn't let go. Soon the safe rang with the sound of a machine. Fingerprints successful. Welcome, master. Siyu Jio let go. From now on, you'll be its owner. And what's placed here is all the C family's properties. The Zell family industry, with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars. He was putting his life in her hands. Gu Nian's eyes widened. This is not good. Siyu Ju looked at her. My people are all yours. What is a mere $100 billion? Chapter 51, Kiss him, marry him. This love story is full of words. Teasing Gu Nian, covering her heart. Jen, you're too good at teasing. Sirius frowned. I'll be honest. Gu Nian wailed and jumped into Siyu Ju's arms. Ju, you're too good. I love you so much. I love you so much. These words were like the arrows of Cupid, the god of love, that shot Siyu Ju's heart. He looked down, straight at her. Gu Nian looked at Siyu Ju. Ju, can I have a... She gestured with her hand and said, a small request, a very small request. Siyu wanted to refuse, not to be denied. It's really very small. Gu Nian hugged him and looked up at him. Okay? C. Nightjord coldly said. You said first, leaving the Royal Water Bay is impossible. The voice was icy cold, instantly minimizing the atmosphere that was just there. Gu Nian could not help but feel goosebumps from the cold air. I just want to go home. Siyu Jio looked at her, his originally gentle eyes getting colder and colder to the extreme. Gu Nian felt like the devil had come out of hell. Jen, I want to go back to... Before Gu Nian could finish her sentence, Siyu Ju coldly turned around and left. His straight back, pulled long by the sunlight, was like darkness enveloping Gu Nian. Jen, don't go. Gu Nian was afraid that he would disappear and immediately pounced on him, hugging Siyu Jio from behind. She held on tightly, that fear of losing him from her previous life drowning her. Sirius stiffened and looked down at her slender hands. Gu Nian, don't think that pleasing and a few kisses will get you out of Royal Water Bay. Siyu Jia broke her fingers a little bit. Never. This is your home, Lord Sito. The door to the room slammed shut. Siyu Ju's figure disappeared from Gu Nian's sight. Gu Nian scratched her hair in annoyance. Too paranoid. She was the one who was in a hurry. It should have taken a couple of days. It's just that Zhou Chen has made a big move, and if she doesn't look back home soon, Gu's group will really be renamed Zhou's group. By then, the Gu family will really be gone. Obviously, Siyu Jio still didn't feel comfortable with her and didn't trust her, afraid she might actually run away. Better build trust quickly. Gu Nian slumped on the table, even more annoyed. But how do you build trust? It also has to build trust in the fastest possible time. Gu and I was annoyed for a while and couldn't think of anything. She took her phone and opened the browser first. Various searches. How to make a man happy. How do you quickly convince a man that a woman is not for him? How do you quickly convince a man that a woman loves him? Searched a lot and cleared the answer. Hold him. Kiss him. Marry him. Give him twins. Here's a special case. Men who make any demands on the grounds that they don't trust and don't love them enough are doing it to play around with their feelings irresponsibly. Grow a pair. Sister. Guinness. This one is the truth. But it clearly doesn't fit Siyua, so Gu Nian had to turn to her absolute best friend. Playing live in the countryside. But not Red Anchor, Zhang Meng. CC Nian Meng. Quickly show up so anxious. How do I quickly make a man believe that I love him and will not leave him? I'm Munchkin. Tell me which dog man it is first and I'll give you an idea. C Nian, Lord C Nightingale. That went out and it was quiet for 3 minutes. Then the messages from the chapter Meng just kept coming. Gu Nian read it and her little face instantly turned blood red. Zhang Meng should be called Zhang Huang. Chapter 52, The Power of Love. It's really strong, because Zhang Meng sent her a lot, sexy and still erotic pajamas, and role-playing clothes. Not only that, but all sorts of yellowish pictures and videos. Surprisingly, there's a queen to tune out. The more Gu Nian looked, the redder her face became. So, she dialed the video out and the person picked up quickly. In the video, Zhang Meng tied 2 small grips, a pair of eyes big and flash, a little fleshy apple face. Even when she was doing live broadcasts in the village, her skin was still snow white and her whole body was flutteringly cute. Looking at her like this, how can you not see that she was the one who posted all those yellowish pictures a while ago? Little Nian. said that we should not forget each other. You go home to recognize a relative, and then leave me to eat dirt in the village? As soon as Zhang Mengmeng saw Gunyan, she started to get angry. Gunyan looked at her, the blush on her face receding slightly. So are you a dog? Zhang Mengmeng beamed and grunted at her, opening her mouth. Woof, pay up. Gunyan was amused by her. Even if we haven't seen each other for a month, haven't talked for a month, but when they see each other again, they can just talk with such abandon. There's no awkwardness. It's natural. It was only then that Zhang Mengmeng paid attention to Gunyan's face. Yo, little Nian Nian, you're willing to put on all that ugly makeup of yours and take it off? She had known Gunyan for a long time. From the first time they met, she knew that Gunyan looked beautiful, just with ugly makeup. She thought that for the rest of her life, she wouldn't be able to see Gunyan remove her ugly makeup, but she didn't expect to see it for only a month. Love is, indeed, powerful. Hey, that's not right. Isn't your fiancé that Wen? Why are you thinking of hooking up with Sir C-Knight? Zhang Mengmeng looked at Gunyan and painfully said, I'm telling you, Wen is not a good person. Gunyan's entire body flinched when she heard her say something bad about Wen. A month ago, she came back and talked to Wen about the marriage, telling Zhang Mengmeng the news. Just talking about Wen. Zhang Mengmeng says he's bad, a womanizer or something. At that time, she was angry with Zhang Mengmeng and had no further contact. Until today. In her previous life, Zhang Mengmeng still took the initiative to contact her and told her to stay away from Wen. She didn't listen, and cut ties with Zhang Mengmeng and had no dealings. Later, Zhang Mengmeng was killed and died. Until her death, the murderer had not been found. When she thought of her previous life, Gunyan's heart sank, and when she looked at Zhang Mengmeng, she wanted to hug her. Mo, I love you. Her sudden deep emotion caused Zhang Mengmeng to have a jolt in her body, and shook her arms a little, fearing that he would scare her. Sirius came to the door just in time to hear the words I love you. His face, instantly cold. His body even exuded a terrifying killing aura. Zhang Mengmeng, Xiao Nian Nian, don't be so carnal. It's too scary. Or hurry up and talk about who is that one of yours, a woman, not Wen? Hearing the female voice, Siyu Zhou's icy face eased, and his murderous aura was converging. Gunyan, Sir Siyu. His name. Siyu listened with perked ears, then glanced around. No one was there. No one should have seen him eavesdrop, so he put his ear against the door to better hear what was going on inside. Zhang Mengmeng, little Nian Nian, are you really going to hook up with Sir Siyu? Gunyan hummed. I'm at his house. Ah, now he won't let me go home. I want to gain his trust, convince him that I love him and I can go home. Sir Siyu dropped his eyes. Bleak. Sure enough, pleasing him was just about getting home. Gunyan added, but I'll go back to Aju. He's taking it by force like this. My 6 brothers won't agree. Besides, where is he such a robber? If you like someone you should pursue, then fall in love, then get married. Siyu Ju's dark eyes instantly brightened up again. Courting, falling in love, getting married? Chapter 53, Sir Sieju lying on his back and eavesdropping. Gunyan thought about her previous life until her death. The two had not pursued, fallen in love, or gotten married. Just love each other like that, misunderstand each other for years, and end up dying so badly. She then ghosted and couldn't help but commiserate. I haven't been courted since I was a kid. I don't know what it's like to be in love yet. Grandma said that girls can't easily sleep with men and can't get pregnant unmarried. Zhang Mengmeng raised her hand to stop Gunyan's sultry accusations. Hold it. You really want to hook up with Sir Siyu? Ha? When Cuyua heard this, his entire body stuck to the door panel like an octopus. Qin Lion Ouyang, who had something to do upstairs, saw the scene. Third Master, what's going on? Gunyan nodded heavily. Ah, Ju is the man I have identified in my life. Zhang Mengmeng laughed. Little Nian Nian, do you know the beautiful name of Sir Siyu? Gunyan broke her fingers and counted. Cold-blooded and ruthless, high cold and ascetic. People like Hades, Big Devil. Jin City is known to be scared. The nemesis of women. Siyu, who was eavesdropping against the door panel. He's not that bad. Zhang Mengmeng, huh? Since you know, don't dream about it. Gugunan, he's the one who has to be me, and I'm now the one who has to be him, and I'm at his house. Zhang Mengmeng didn't want to hear her bragging. If you want to hook up with Sir C-Knight, use the first method I just mentioned. Gunyan blushed when she remembered those pictures and videos. It's not good. The relationship isn't even finalized yet. How can you pounce on him so quickly? She has past life memories. She can. What if Lord Siyu thought she was too casual and easy to sleep with? Zhang Mengmeng smiled. Then you should die painfully, lest you get your hand cut off or be tortured to a life worse than death after only touching a corner of Sir C-Knight's coat. There was a click. The door was opened. Gunyan looked at Siyu Ju in dismay as he walked towards her. Jen, how did you get in here? When was he out there eavesdropping? Zhang Mengmeng had Nian Nian, you don't pretend. if that big devil Ju is there, he knows your intentions and still won't kill you if he does. I'll be live stripping this afternoon. Before Zhang Mengmeng could finish her sentence, she saw on the screen the head of a man bobbing by. Then, Gunyan was just like this, in her sight, being forcibly kissed by a man. Gunyan was holding her cell phone in one hand when she was suddenly forcibly kissed, still with her big fluttering eyes. She panicked a little. Will he get the wrong idea? Zhang Mengmeng was flabbergasted and screamed, Nian Nian, which dog man is this? You say, is it that scum one? Ah, wait for me, I'll come to your rescue with my sword. She screamed, noisily. Ju let go of Gunyan and faced the camera, then pulled a very raw smile. Can't scare Nim's friends. Hello Nim's friend, my name is Ju. Pick up the brick from the ground. Hate to rush into the screen to save Zhang Mengmeng, looking at Ju's handsome to the sky face, and his words. Bang! The brick in his hand fell to the ground and hit Zhang Mengmeng's foot, but in the face of Ju's smiling, but cold and terrifying face, she froze with tears in her eyes, not daring to scream out. His murderous aura was felt across the screen. Mom, help! I've seen the living hell. Lord Yi was smiling. I won't kill Nian, and I'll still spoil her, so you can do a live striptease. Chapter 54. Sir, you're bad again. Zhang Mengmeng with tears and a smile arched her hand and bowed. Hello, excuse me, farewell. After saying that, she turned around and ran like a rabbit, not even bringing her cell phone for the live broadcast. However, it quickly ran back and turned off the video. Ran again, both bringing up the wind. She felt like dying. She had gone so far as to say bad things about him in front of Sir Siu. Guinness, she didn't even get a chance to talk. Not even a chance. Ju looked down at Gunyan. Your friend? His voice was cold and unemotional, leaving Gunyan unable to fathom his thoughts. Gunyan looked at him fearfully and said weakly, well, don't scare her. What she's trying to say is, don't lay a finger on Zhang Mengmeng. Siu, it's quite good to come and go. Just for the fact that she called Winnie a scumbag. Gunyan still looked at him fearfully, then reached out and gently grabbed the corner of his coat. She softly pouted. Jen, don't be angry. I'm not going home is all. The words were interrupted by Lord Siu before he could say them. You can go home. Gunyan snapped her head up and looked at Yejue in shock, full of unbelief. You. Gunyan excitedly jumped up and hugged Siyujo with all her might. Jen, you're really nice. Oh, no backtracking. Fearing that Siyu was unhappy, she looked up and kissed him on the chin. The stubble prickled her slightly, and she only felt numb. Siyuju looked down at the smiling Gunyan and hooked his lips into a smile. Actually, it's good that she's happy. Zell, but there is an agreement. Gunyan blinked her eyes and nodded frantically. Go ahead. Siyujio looked at the happy her and had a lot of agreements, but couldn't say anything about them. Finally, just one sentence. Don't touch my bottom line. Guinness, it seems pretty hard, and then again, it seems pretty easy. Difficult because she didn't know his bottom line, where it all was. Simple, because his bottom line, it all changes with her. Good. Gunyan happily hugged Siyuju. Anyway, don't worry, I'll be good. She would make Siyu believe that she really loved him. Never leave him again. Siyu gave a low When are you going back? Gunyan had wanted to say today, but when she thought about it, Siyuju's injuries hadn't healed yet, and he didn't sleep well. He'd be up all night without her. I'll have to keep an eye on you lately when you're better, or I'll be heartbroken if you eat, drink, and sleep irregularly and get sick again. Siyujio had been mentally prepared for her to say that she would go home immediately. It turned out to be such a good thing to hear. Is it possible that if he's hurt and it's never good, she'll stay forever? Gunyan looked up at him with a glance. She poked him in the heart. Don't think of anything else. I'm just going home for a little while, and when I marry you later, I'll have to have a mother's house, right? Marry you later. This sentence was very successful in pleasing Lord Siyu. Good. Gunyan hugged Siyuju and pressed her face to his heart, listening to his heartbeat. Jen, hurry up and get well. Get well so we can come back. Siyujia's eyes looked at her in a dark and uncertain manner. Come what may? Gunyan pushed Siyuju away and glared at him in a petulant manner. You're bad again. Siyu watched her run away with a foggy look on his face. How is he broken? Siyuju walked out of his room and saw Qinlai and Ouyang, who were lying on their left and right at the door, eavesdropping and peeking. His eyes went cold, and his deathly aura suddenly radiated out again. Ouyang didn't even say a word and instantly slipped away. Before Qinlai had a chance to run, he was grabbed by his collar by Si Naichu. Nan is angry. He said I'm bad. How am I bad? Qinlai turned his head to look at the pure-hearted Siyuju, trailing off. Come day party long. 99 is here. I've been writing a bit too much lately and I'm rather tired. Next time, I'll see you at 11:30 p.m. Get some rest. Good afternoon. Chapter 55, I'm a world-famous composer. Siyu frowned at him, still not understanding. Read it over slowly to yourself. Shinlai took his jacket off and slipped away nimbly. Invisible molestation. That's what kills. Siyu frowned and whispered, "Come day." When he read the day, Sirius suddenly paused. Then a little bit of redness came to his white face. "No, Nyen, let me explain. I didn't mean that. It seems like, would love to have that." Gu Nyen returned to her room, her face still red for a short while. She covered her face, then took out her cell phone and tweeted to Gu. "CC Nyen Nyen, thank you little brother. When are you free to come out? Let's have a meal." Gu Nyen had just sent it out when she received a system alert. She wasn't even close friends with Gu. "I can't believe little brother deleted me. The little brother who favors her the most has defriended her." Genin called directly. No one answered at first. Called again. This picked up. "Gu Nyen, you scourge spirit, can you stop coming to scourge little master?" Gu Nyen heard the voice and flinched. Xiao Jin is Gu Xiaoyu's agent. Not very capable, but very good to Gu Xiaoyu. So good that, in a previous life, it was rumored that they had an affair. Jin took his cell phone and hid in the toilet to answer the call. "It's me. You can fool Master Gu, but you can't fool me. What happened to you only yesterday? Gu Xiaojun guarded the microblogging all night and helped you curse all night. In the morning, I heard again that you stole the project cooperation from C's group, and immediately put together $1 billion for you, just because you called him little brother." The more Xiao Jin said, the more angry he became. As a result, up to now there is no thanks even if you did not even say a word? Also, the matter of you falsely accusing little master of plagiarizing a song. You white-eyed wolf, take the billion and go far away. Don't come back to plague little master again. Gu Nyen's ears were deafened as she listened to his rant. However, it was nice to hear that little brother stayed up all night for her and helped her with her cursing, and helped her put together $1 billion. There's $900 million in there. It's my big brother, right? 5 years ago, Big Brother could still come up with $900 million, which was the limit, but it's pretty sure that the money will be working out. Big Brother's company. She's a little worried. Xiao Jin flinched. "You just took the money and you want to hit on Big Brother again?" Gu Nyen, this bogeyman, even opened her mouth to call her brother. Absolutely no good. Gu Nyen didn't talk about this. "This time I won't wreak havoc on little brother. I want to help little brother write the lyrics and compose the music." "What?" Kim froze, her voice rising involuntarily. "You said that you would write the lyrics and compose the music for the young master. Would you?" Gu Nyen blinked her eyes. "Sure, that's a must. I'm a world-famous composer." Then not loud. Grandma Chapter was an amazing person and strict, developing her talents from a young age. So, she didn't go to school much growing up, and was homeschooled by Grandma Zhang, not to mention piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, even computer technology and whatnot, she was taught. And what's even stranger is that Grandma Zhang always manages to call some strange and weird people to teach her. It led to gossip in the village, that Grandma Zhang had no job, and money, and must have raised her by selling her body. When she grows up, it's time for a new batch. Those they said she went out to sell her body again. In short, all sorts of things were said. However, under the strict training, Gu Nyen learns many skills beside her. Grandma Chapter wouldn't even let her use her real identity. So, she composes as using a pseudonym, Van Buzz. Van Noble is now a world-renowned composer. Jean couldn't help but laugh out loud at her bragging words without taking a breath. "You're the only one who doesn't ring a bell?" Jin gave a little harumph. "You were still wearing diapers when Master Van Noise was composing, weren't you?" Chapter 56, Do I Owe You a Few Kisses? Gu Nyen frowned. "That's not true. I composed my first song. I was already 5 years old." 5? Kogain was really getting amused by her. "At 5 years old you probably couldn't even sing Under the Bridge in front of your door. So despised. So despised." Gu Nyen was pissed off. "Little Kim, I'm really where it doesn't matter. I'm going to compose a song for my little brother. I'm going to make him a world superstar." Little Kim was also on the verge of bursting at the seams with her bragging. "Scourge spirit, as long as you don't cause trouble for little master and don't recognize him as little brother, little Jean, will kneel down and call you my aunt. So let's not blow this kind of bull, okay? Don't you think I'm not black hot enough? With your clear, crisp, almost like a little milky voice, you still want to compose music and lyrics. Jean heard the silence on the other side of the phone and was afraid of hurting her little girl's heart too much. After all, this was Gu Xiaojuan's heart. If he really bullied, he couldn't take it, and he was probably sent to have his hemorrhoids cut tomorrow. "Never mind, we'll call you an auntie now. Stay away from little master and don't call him little brother, okay?" Gu Nyen took a deep breath and didn't bother with faithful little gold. "You give little brother your cell phone and I'll talk to him and he'll believe me. Little Kim, just be an auntie, don't be Van Buzz, that's it, or I'll even pull the plug on your phone." When he finished, he hung up the phone nimbly. Xiao Jin looked at his cell phone and finally held back from blacklisting Gu Nian's number. If it weren't for you, the bogeyman, Master Gu would have been a superstar long ago. Gu Nian looked at her cell phone and was depressed. These days, how come no one believes the truth? Never mind, let's get the tune out first. When you see little brother later, just give it to him. Gu Nian sat on the table, her eyes closed, her fingers tapping gently. It may look like a messy knock, but if anyone saw it, they would be shocked. Her fingers tapped rhythmically. Even if it was just a gentle knock on the desktop, the sound had an indescribable feeling. Perhaps there is only one day who will sing the song. Just know what it feels like. At some point, Siyujio had one hand in his pocket and was leaning against the doorway. The cold eyes looked deeply at Gu Nian inside. She sat like that at the white table, chin slightly raised, eyes closed, fingers tapping gently. The slanting light of the setting sun fell on her. The light and shadows are dappled, indescribably ethereal and beautiful. Little by little, it tickled his heart. Here it is, the little girl who eats grapes without spitting them out. Gu Nian opened her eyes and saw Siyuju leaning in the doorway, and immediately smiled with arched eyebrows. Jen, is it good? Siyuji's fingers moved slightly and he nodded solemnly. Aha, Guinness. She tapped her fingers, not too loudly, he couldn't hear her. Okay, isn't it bad to lie so facetiously? Gu Nian stood up and tilted her head to look at Sir Siyu. That smelly guy from the night bar yesterday, has he been solved yet? Siyu's fingers moved slightly as he looked down at her. No, the man who covets Nim ended badly, but he couldn't let Nian know the cruelty of his methods. Gu Nian glanced at his fingers and said with a smile, let him sit in jail. Serious? Good. That man, there's no chance he's going to get his ass kicked in jail. Gu Nian climbed onto Siyiju's neck with both hands and tilted her head to look at him. Ju, did you sleep well last night? Do I owe you a few kisses? Siyujio's breath could not help but choke, and his heartbeat accelerated. She remembers that she made him a promise? So, she's going to kiss him? Chapter 57, I'll owe this kiss for the rest of my life. Gu Nian held out a hand and began to count. I started walking at 10 and it was 2 when I got back. So, Sirius looked down to see her carefully breaking her fingers and counting the time. That serious look is super cute. Super ruffled his feathers. Gu Nian raised her head and looked at him with bright eyes. Oh, you 4 kisses. The knot in Siyu's throat rolled involuntarily. Aha, a low, sexy nasal voice that tantalized the heart. He added, how are you going to pay it back? If you owe it, you have to pay interest. Well, 1 for 1. That's. Gu Nian stood on her tiptoes and placed a quick kiss on Siyuju's lips. I'll pay you back 1 today, so I'll owe you 3 more kisses, plus interest, and interest rolled over. So that's 6. Gu Nian frowned. I'm not good at math. Siyujia looked at her so serious and a little torn. Just think it's super cute. It really made him love it. Gu Nian couldn't make sense of it, and raised her head to place another kiss on Siyuju's lips. I don't care. This kiss, I'm going to owe it to you for the rest of my life. For the rest of my life. Listening to her words, Sirius couldn't help but tighten his arm around her waist. The voice was even lower and huskier. Nian. She said for life. She said life and death. That's the promise. Gu Nian narrowed her eyes and smiled at him, raising her small white hand again. But before I live and die, can I make a small request? The light in Siyuju's eyes darkened a little. Requirements? She has to have demands after she pleases? It's not impossible, as long as you're not leaving the Sentinel. Gu Nian beamed and hummed lightly. You don't believe me when I tell you the truth, so I'll have to do this. Sirius frowned. What are your demands? Gu Nian leaned in and pressed Si Nightjord against the wall as she stood on her tiptoes, trying to be level with him. Still a good half a head shorter though, so tempted to step on stilts and wallop Jen. From now on, say 1 sentence a day. Nim, I miss you. Siyu froze slightly. That's it? What kind of request is that? He thought about her every day, all the time. Gu Nian nodded heavily. May I? Siyujio looked down at her, his icy voice, with a hint of gentleness. Good. A simple word. A promise he would keep with his life. Gu Nian looked at him in embarrassment and opened her white 5 fingers. Actually, I have one more big request. She blinked her big, fluttering eyes, half embarrassed. Siyu raised an eyebrow. So many requests today? Before, she didn't even talk to him properly. Even when they spoke, they called him a psychopath and cursed him to death. As a result, after last night, she treated him with either a hug or a kiss. It's so perverse. Could she, in fact, be testing his boundaries? Gu Nian nodded her head with a hum. I have a group of good friends who are expected to stay at the Royal Water Bay in the future. Siyujio's face, gradually cold. Friends? A group? That's a big ask. Not too big. Gu Nian nodded her head with a hum. The Royal Water Bay is too big. No one else's neighborhood is popular except for the servants. But then again, I don't like people who are namby-pamby, so I got a special group of friends. Sirius thought about her life in the village. He's investigated it. A bunch of foxy friends. Gu Nian was afraid that he would refuse. So she said, they'll be here in the evening, so you'll answer after you've seen them, okay? Siyuju looked down at her and said dryly, it's not good. It's not good to be petulant either. I will never agree to it. I was going to introduce my most important friend to my most important favorite person. Gu Nian retreated in aggravation, her voice still a little choked. Since you don't want to, then. Siyuju had a headache and pressed his temples. Meet tonight and talk about it. She said he was her most important and favorite person. Gu Nian smiled and nodded. Aha! Just now you said you'd never agree to this. Now it's. In her case, Siyu's smack in the face came so fast that it was like a tornado. Chapter 58, Husky, the king of housebreakers. When Yi and the others were forced into the river by a swarm of wasps, crows, and stray dogs, until it gets dark, the water in the river, it gets cold. It took this strange little group of animals to disperse. When Yi and the others climbed up from the river, dripping wet, achoo, several people sneezed in quick succession, freezing and shivering. In the evening, it was time for the people in the villa neighborhood, again, to come out for a walk. So, they just walked slowly, dripping wet and sneezing, to the various looks and jeers of the crowd. That's the Wen family and the Zhou family. Right, what's with the mess? You just came back, don't know. Just this one. Yi, originally engaged to Gu Group's 1,000 gold, did not name the name, screwed the sister-in-law. Someone was kind enough to give a rundown of what happened at the engagement party today. Those who don't know it, know it. This family, it's really so inhuman. God probably couldn't stand to see it, so he punished them like this. In the future, it's fine. Stay away from their family, and in the future, when you pick your son-in-law and daughter-in-law, don't pick the Wen family or the Zhou family. Everyone remember Zhou Lu Jing, that shameless one, even seducing her future brother-in-law. Don't let her wreak havoc on someone else's good son. Bah, a family of scum. The crowd disliked them and spit on them, almost drowned them. When Yi and the others really wanted to dig a pit and bury themselves, hidden under the darkness of the night, 2 small flying sparrows followed them to the Winchester's house. Twitter. Standing in front of her house, Wen's mother screamed, ah! A few of the Winchesters, seeing the home in a mess, all kinds of expensive antique celadone, broken all over the place, hundreds of thousands of dollars in leather sofas, chewed to a pulp, the TV was smashed and the fridge was open. There's also garbage, which is even more covered. That stair railing, it's even missing a piece here and there. The gates are all still chewed up. Father Wen was shaking with anger. Who did this? Butler, butler. It's a good home that turned out to be this way, and it's just going to be infuriating. Father Wen felt that he was about to be infuriated with a heart attack. The butler silently got under the table and crawled out. Sir, I'm here. Wen's father pointed to a broken piece here and there, and a stinky house. He almost passed out from the smoke. What the hell is going on and who did it? Mother Wen was shaking with anger. Call the police. Call the police. Must catch Gu Nian that little. Woof. Before the butler could speak, a dog barked from upstairs. Father Wen and the others heard the dog barking and their scalps went numb. Woof woof. It's a ferocious sound. Father Wen looked up and saw the second floor. Several wolf-like huskies. Those green eyes were looking straight at them like they were prey, and they have either a quilt in their mouths, or shoes, clothes, and a picture frame. Wen's mother nearly fainted when she saw a husky, holding a green necklace in her mouth, and the whole thing almost fainted. My emerald necklace, $1 million. When Wen's father looked at that one painting, he was even more wide-eyed and nearly broke his breath. Elder Li's masterpiece, $10 million, bitten through a hole. Woof, the huskies yelled at them as if they had been invaded by aliens in their home. When he lowered his head and picked up a scrap of paper as his blood chi soared, asterisk 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 my contract, that $1 billion contract, the butler finally couldn't hold back his bawling. Mr. Wev, it's this group of huskies that ran in for a demolition. We don't dare to stop them. Husky, that's the king of housebreaking. Chapter 59, When Yi and the others dog eat dog. Big scene. The Winchesters, because of a bunch of huskies, it's called a cocktail. In particular, this group of huskies, from the first floor hall, demolished to the 3rd floor, seeing what to demolish, even that safe, were bitten crooked, and then ran away in a puff of smoke. And it's useless for them to call the police. It's just a bunch of dogs, a pack of stray dogs. There's no place to look for compensation. Killing stray dogs? Well, it has to be found. Wen's father and the others looked at the home that had been almost demolished and could only knock out their teeth and swallow them in their stomachs. It's suffocating. Twitter. Outside, under the darkness, 2 small sparrows chirped very loudly and seemed to be calling out in favor. Now Father Wen's scalp tingles when he hears animal noises. Zhou Lu Jing, they have changed clothes. Just a whiff of urine. Because these huskies, it's like they've become fertilized. Not only did they tear down the house, but they shat and pissed all over the house, even in the closet. But Zhou Lu Jing and the others had been in the water all afternoon, and they couldn't not change their clothes, so it was just a matter of putting up with the stench and getting dressed. Wen-Yi, are you going to leave it at that? Zhou Lu Jing looked sideways at Wen-Yi, who was kneeling on the ground, picking up a piece of scrap paper. That was a contract that was chewed up by the Huskies. By the Huskies. Let Gunyan steal the project proposal from C Group while signing the contract. It's worth $1 billion. Now it's just being torn apart by Huskies. Wen-Yi had a headache. Don't talk to me. I'll spell out the contract. He had, now, the urge to kill canines all over the world, especially Huskies. What's wrong with biting, but having to bite his contract? $1 billion. Zhou Lu Jing looked up at Wen's father, who was holding the painting. His eyes were lifeless, and his heart was as if he was dead. Where's uncle? Father Wen didn't even raise his head. I want to be quiet. Zhou Lu Jing. She took a deep breath and looked over at Winnie's mother, who was holding the emerald necklace and also had the look of wanting to die. Auntie, since last night, I was caught with Wen-Yi in the hotel. Before Zhou Lu Jing could finish her sentence, her face was slapped heavily. She looked up at Wen's mother, whose face was all twisted, and gritted her teeth to hold back that breath. Auntie, why are you hitting me? Snap. When mother raised her hand and slapped it hard again, Zhou Lu Jing was slapped and fell to the ground. Sweeper, bogeyman, it's all because of you that the Wen family and Wen-Yi became like this. Mother Wen cursed and raised her hand just to hit Zhou Lu Jing again. It's all because you're a vixen that harmed Wen-Yi. I'll beat you to death for being such a... Zhou Chen didn't think she would make a move and froze for a moment. He hurriedly stood up and held Wen's mother's wrist. Who are you to hit my daughter? When mother cursed loudly, you taught a good daughter. Young, even the prospective brother-in-law to seduce. Simply a... Who owes to be Ed-Ah? Zhou Chen couldn't help it and slapped him across the face. When mother was slapped and stumbled backward, almost falling to the ground. Her fire, even more soared. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? I'll fight you. When mother looked around, picked up a chicken feather duster from the floor, and rushed out desperately to beat Zhou Chen. You crazy shrew. Zhou Chen was hit several times in a row, and snatched the chicken feather duster and hit back. Ah, murder, help. When father and Wen-Yi saw her being beaten and immediately rushed up, pulling the fight. Dad, you guys stop fighting. Zhou Lu Jing also came in to pull the fight. Finally, 5 men wrestled. You punched me in the face. I punched you in the stomach. You kick me. I bite you. And it's even more of a chicken fight. The housekeeper didn't dare go up to pull the fight, but could only call lifelessly. Hello, 110? There's a human being here. Chapter 60, I'll sleep in a doghouse tonight. Gunyan finished eating and rested on the balcony. The 2 little sparrows then flew back, one on the left and one on the right, chattering and describing to her a scene from the Winchester's house. Gunyan laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Really? I've seen a dog bite a dog. I've never seen a bite this bad. She was genuinely surprised that it would turn out this way. It's so unexpected. The little sparrow landed on the table and pecked at the pastries on the table. Would have loved to hear what they were thinking of to do with Nian. Karika. It turned out to be so wonderful to watch them fight on their own. Chortle. Gunyan raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Whose idea was it for Era to go and break up the house? It's scary enough to have one Era tearing down the house, and a bunch of them, 20 or 30 of those. Just thinking about that scene, Gunyan was already very graphic. Era's own idea. Kirikou, we're free to play. Chirp. Gunyan hooked her lips and smiled. Why aren't they back yet? She couldn't wait to introduce, to see you, her super special friends. The little sparrow cocked his head. Guess he's lost again. Kirikou. Gunyan thought about Era's attributes for a moment and laughed out tears again. Nian, I heard that scumbag talking about $1 billion contract. Chortle. Gunyan raised her eyebrows. $1 billion contract? The little sparrow bowed his head and took a small sip of the tea that was inside. Swirling slightly, Winchester was on his knees, struggling to put together the shredded paper, crying about his $1 billion contract, saying that Era was bad at biting anything, but had to bite his contract. Chortle. Gunyan thought for a moment. $1 billion contract, bitten by Era. That's great. She was worried. There was no way to grab back the $1 billion project. Turns out Era helped her out. Gunyan turned around and went into her room, grabbed her laptop, put it on the table, and started tapping on the keyboard. A familiar alphanumeric symbol forms an unfamiliar code. This was something Grandma Zhang had taught her herself, telling her not to use it freely. Grandma Chapter also tells her that learning her skills is for her to protect herself, not to break the law. So, she didn't show off her knack for computer technology much either. Now she's hacked into Wen-Yi's computer. The contract was torn up, but there was a backup of the contract. Just download it and re-sign with the partner company and you're good to go. Gunyan took this contract and quietly changed it when they signed it. Perfect. Gu Nian could already imagine that image. Third master, help! Woof woof woof! Along with Qin Lai's barking, there was a dog barking. Auntie Sue looked up and saw a large group of stray dogs, surging towards this, led by huskies. Auntie Sue was also looking numb. Close the door. Today, they also saw the news about the Winchesters being chased into the river by a pack of stray dogs, and they're gloating. I didn't expect the stray dogs, but they came to the royal water bay. Qin Lai quickly ran. Aunt Sue, I haven't gone in yet. Wait for me. Auntie Sue slammed the door shut without giving him a chance. Qin Lai, who was just that one step away, slumped over the gate. Usually a good son, but when it matters, you shut me out and feed me to the dogs? This family, it's getting more and more dehumanized. Siyu Ju was in his study, waiting for the group of good friends Gu Nian had mentioned, and end up waiting until the cry for help. Gu Nian leaned against the railing and said with her head down, Qin Lai, don't be afraid, they won't bite you. Qin Lai looked at the stray dog that was getting closer and closer. If you say they won't bite? Qin Lai, I'll believe the hell out of you. Gu Nian, it really doesn't bite you. Qin Lai looked at the stray dog that lunged at him like a lizard, climbing the gate. If they listen to you, I'll sleep in the doghouse tonight. Chapter 61, from now on, you'll be my good little boys. Gu Nian raised an eyebrow. Little boy. Stop, don't scare him. Woof. A group of stray dogs that were about to pounce towards Qin Lai break their feet and stopped. Qin Lai turned his head to look at the dogs that had stopped with the foot brake and were still crashing into a piece. Really stopped? Gu Nian raised an eyebrow. Aha. Qin Lai was incredulous. It shouldn't be. Stray dogs are the hardest to tame. Police dogs aren't that obedient, are they? I don't believe it. It's a coincidence. Don't you dare try to fool me like that and make me sleep in the doghouse. Gu Nian tugged at the corner of her mouth. Little boy, pounce on him and bite him. Woof woof woof. The dogs barked and then collectively lunged towards Qin Lai. Qin Lai was scared. Like a gecko. Stomping, he moved up, and in the blink of an eye, his hand was climbing on the railing of the second floor. At some point, Sir Siyu was also standing on the balcony. He looked down at Qin Lai, his voice ghostly cold, crawling quite fast. Did you seal the second floor balcony or cut off Qin Lai's leg? Gu Nian smiled and looked at Qin Lai, who was hanging outside the railing. Do you believe it now? Qin Lai looked down and watched a stray dog, barking and jumping at him, and almost bit his pants leg. Qin Lai cried, believe it, I'll sleep in the doghouse at night. Gu Nian looked down at the stray dog. Little boy, all sit still. Woof woof woof. The dogs were very well behaved, barking and then sitting in rows. Very well behaved. Siyu Jio looked at the dogs, then at Gu Nian. By special friends, she doesn't mean these stray dogs, does she? Gu Nian raised her eyebrows and looked at Siyu Ju. Well, they are my friends. Can they stay? Sirius nodded. Yes, the place is so big that a herd of elephants, not to mention a herd of dogs, can be afforded. Siyu Ju looked down at Qin Lai, still not going down? Qin Lai looked down at the bottom, a dog that was looking up. If you jump, it feels like jumping into the mouth of a dog. Siyu broke his fingers with an expressionless face. Falling Qin Lai. Grass. There is a heterosexual but not a human Siyu. He's going to cut himself off from Lord Zell. Auntie Sue double-checked that the dogs were not here to bite before opening the door, then call for an immediate delivery of dog food and supplies. Qin Lai, as well as the servants, were in the courtyard, bathing the stray dogs. Gu Nian looked at a whitewashed, various stray dogs. Very much so. From now on, you'll be my little darlings. The dogs collectively raised their left paws and placed them in front of them in a very gentlemanly and polite manner. Big sister. Qin Lai listened to the dogs, barking so neatly and forcefully, and looked up into the darkness. It was still light, and the sun still hadn't come out of the west. Gu Nian, are you a beast tamer? It's the trainer that makes the dogs so obedient, right? Gu Nian jerks a most handsome era, the king of the dog pack. No, I just understand what the animals say and they like to be close to me. In a previous life, the animals liked her better too. Only, she couldn't understand the animals' words. Qin Lai laughed. I am not against you, ha. But, can you not brag about it? See, Nightjord kicked Qin Lai's calf. The dog kennel you sleep in at night. Is it laid out yet? No. Third master. Gu Nian she blows. Under Ce Ju's icy eyes. Qin Lai said against his will. Well, I believe she can understand animal speech. If he doesn't believe in Gu Nian again, the third master will chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Once again, I despise the heterosexual and inhuman third master. Ad Aphora. Ansu came and asked, Third master, do you still sleep with Miss Gu at night? 9-9 is here this time, it's not early. It's just right. I'm looking for a 5-star review for my new book, so I'll see you tomorrow at 12 noon. Good night, Mr. Konai. Chapter 62, Your man is so fierce, will you him? With these words, all the people and animals that asked, looked up at Gunyan and Sinaichu. Gunyan's small face, immediately brushed, red as an apple. Siyujio boarded a cold face, but also a little bit of red, a proper blush. No. Gunyan jerked her head up and looked at Siyuju for a long time. Second dog, go to bed with me. He was surprised he didn't sleep with her. Woof, the king of Era, the new name for the two dogs. It followed behind Gunyan numbly. Chinlai poked Sinaichu's arm. Why don't you quickly woof twice and follow them? That's not even a dog. That's a real dog. Sirius gave him a sidelong glance. Keep brushing your doghouse. Ouyang gloated and pulled Chinlai. Go, take a look at your new home. I guess you'll be a dog among dogs from now on. Ansu stood there with a dumbfounded look on her face, so she had to take the dog to the small separate building next to her with the housekeeper. Sirius stood in the doorway and knocked hesitantly. Woof, the door didn't open, and there came the yelp of the second dog. Sirius hesitated, but twisted the door handle and pushed the door in. Anen. Woof. As soon as he went in, the second dog revealed his dog's head with its own emoticon, and showed his teeth as he rushed at Sir Knight. Threateningly, Sirius looked down, casting a cold, sidelong glance. It's cold and I want to eat dog meat. The voice was very cold, and the aura was even more frightening to dogs. The second dog wailed, tucked his tail, and slumped under the table. Ow, ow. It aggrievedly complained to Gunyan. Big sister, your man is so fierce, him or not? Gunyan was half petulant towards Erdogsy, and spoke wildly of tigers and wolves. It's me who's going to do it. You can't your own man for someone else. Two dog rolled his eyes. Hiccup. Siyu watched the interaction between one man and one dog, and all he could hear was the second dog's wailing. To do what? Gunyan snapped. Of course it's dry. The body sank, causing Gunyan to stiffly swallow the word you. Back. She beamed and grunted. What's it to you? Sirius watched as her little head shot up and her back was turned to him. That little back, in silent accusation. Sirius looked on, silent for a moment, and asked, you want me to sleep with you? Guinness, Lord Sito is a cutie, right? How could he ask such a blunt question? A girl has to be reserved. Surely she has to say no. Available at. He's so handsome, so fit, and so explicitly ascetic. Abstinence. Gunyan suddenly remembered the morning, the scene in the bathroom, his hand, his. No, absolutely not. Gunyan's face, like that thermometer, instantly soared. Surface abstinence, but privately do so Tai Siu Jennifer. Her little heart couldn't take it. She felt like she was about to get a nosebleed. It was so tempting to tear Siyu's apparent abstinence even more completely. Gunyan's heart swam with her just thinking about it. She's not pure anymore. Siyu followed her example, and with one finger, gently poked her shoulder. But I want to sleep with you. Tentatively. Gunyan's face, even redder than earlier, was on the verge of dripping blood, but she didn't know that behind her, Siyu was also blushing to the bottom of his ears. Gunyan's little hand gripped her skirt. That won't do. Your little Nian Nian has exploded with gas and needs to be inflated. It's not a balloon or a silicone doll. How can it blow up and inflate it? Siyu suppressed the blush on his face. It needs to be inflated that way, Gunyan said, suddenly turned around, pounced on Knight Ju, kissed his lips. Chapter 63, Good night, Jennifer. Sirius reached out and took hold of her slender waist. After a few times under her training, Siyu was already very skillful in this aspect of kissing. All kinds of picks, hooks, and tangles. Every move, no drop. The warmth in the room, rising. Siyu's jacket fell to the ground, followed by his white shirt. The second dog, under the table, probed Gunyan's feet, all curled up. Ow. The second dog took a paw and covered his eyes. He's going out to get his own dog. It's too much dog abuse here. Gunyan listened to the voice, then violently pressed her hand on Siyujo's heart. She gasped. Jen, you're not healed yet. No, he has a positional injury, right there on the inside. With really intense exercise, the wound will fall apart. Siyujo's hand has reached into her skirt, almost. He had lust in his eyes, fire that was about to burst into the sky. He rolled the knot in his throat and gave his hand a little. He lowered his voice. Annie said just this morning that girls can't just go to bed with men. He can't hurt her. Siyujo hugged Gunyan tightly, his chin resting on her shoulder, smelling her scent. I'm not touching you. Never touch until you are in a committed relationship. And he wouldn't touch that bottom line until he was engaged. Married, that's all. His Annie, a good girl. The two of them held each other tightly, both breathing so hard and their hearts beating so fast. Gunyan's heart was a little sweet and a little expectant. We only simply cover up and sleep. You're insecure right now, and you definitely won't sleep well without me. I want you to get well, sooner. Well, there's no need to avoid exercise when you're well. Ahem. She's not that much of a tiger and wolf. it's that they miss too much in their previous lives, so they don't have to be so. In this one, ow, so handsome, so titillating, so lustful. See you. She still wants it. Sirius moved himself back slightly. Good. It was his promise to her. Gunyan felt his careful movements and smiled with her eyes downcast. Jen, that's very kind of you. Good night. She took his hand and kissed the back of it. Grandma Zhang said, a man in the face of a woman's temptation to be able to restrain, will not use love to kidnap you to sleep with him, is a man who can be entrusted. Grandma Zhang also said, no reason can be a man's reason for raping a woman, including I love you. In her previous life, no matter what excesses she did, Lord Siyu had never forced her to do such a thing. So, Siyu was really, really good to her. Gunyan, who had been reborn for a second time, was happy and at ease at this moment. She was quickly in Siyu's arms, falling asleep. Siyu Ju looked down at Gunyan, who was sleeping like a kitten. He also kissed it with satisfaction and happiness. Siyu Ju's eyes were as cold as ice knives, and he swept towards the second dog under the table, who was peeking. Super bright light bulb. The second dog exploded instantly at the look. So broad and scared. It's time to kill the dog. It let out a low woof. Stare again, and this dog will demolish your home. Siyujio looked at him coldly, raised his hand and pointed at the door, then made a killing motion. If you don't go out again, you'll be killed and stewed with dog meat. Ow. The two dogs, who were particularly ferocious just now, instantly wimped out. With his tail between his legs, he comes out from under the table, opens the door with his paws and goes out, and closes it again. Dog essence. Gunyan moved, frightening Si Nightjord to momentarily hold his breath. Will she be angry that he kicked the dog out? Gunyan didn't open her eyes, just said in a daze, help me take off my underwear. Strangling is so stuffy. Chapter 64, Sirius blushed, I won't. Siyu froze for a moment. Ha, come on. Gunyan still didn't open her eyes, only subconsciously urging him on. It's really uncomfortable to sleep in your underwear. Siyu Jio was confused for a while. Under Gunyan's urging, he unzipped her skirt first, and looked at her pale skin, and the thin straps of her lingerie. Gulp. Sirius couldn't help but swallow before slowly extending his own paw. When his hands touched Gunyan's back and inner clothes straps, it was instantly like touching fire. He hurriedly gave his hand back. Jen, come on. Gunyan mumbled in a daze and prodded. Siyu swallowed again and reached out his hand once more, trying hard to only touch the lingerie band without touching her skin. Siyu, who had never solved this before, looked at that one little strip and was confused for a long time. He also solved it for a long time and froze. And he didn't see the inner garment straps, where he could undo them. A few minutes passed, and Siyu's hand, still, was nowhere to be found. His ascetic face was covered in sweat. Gunyan opened a slit in her confusion and looked at Siyu Ju. Why haven't you unraveled yet? Sirius reddened in embarrassment. I won't. Gu Guinian was a bit sober. Siyu continued to blush and stammered a bit. I didn't find a place where I could unlock it. Gunyan was confused for a moment, then lay flat. Oh, it's front buttoned. Siyu Ju looked down at Gunyan, who was lying flat. The shirt, somewhat loosely hiked over his shoulders. The snow-white skin under the neck is exposed in front of Siyu Jennifer. Siyu suddenly remembered the morning, a scene of her changing clothes in front of him. Thinking about it, Siyu Jo's nose itched a little, and then a nosebleed flowed out. Nen, I'm going back to sleep in the guest room. Siyu covered his nose and ran straight away. Gunyan, who was in a daze and not quite awake yet, was confused for a moment when she heard the door close. Duke. Gunyan sat up and tried to shout, then saw on the bedsheet the little bit of blood, and then think about what you just asked for, and laying flat. The little face instantly burst into red. It's 5 years ago now. She was blinded in one eye and her hand was broken when the Imperial Water Bay was burned in her previous life. Before her hands were good, she had asked Siyu to help her take off her inner clothing. It turned out to be a habit. I was just in a sleepy daze and forgot that it was still 5 years ago. Gunyan shyly hid under the quilt. Ah, will he think I'm pretending to be asleep and purposely flirting with him? I won't be able to see him tomorrow. She wasn't such an animal beast that she wouldn't even let go of him. Who was injured? Division home. Elder C was sitting on the sofa, dressed in a dark-colored tang suit. Butler Chow took the tablet and scratched it in front of him. The news was clearly about Gunyan's high-profile withdrawal today, and the scandal behind the Wen family. And, of course, saw the news about Winnie's arrest yesterday. Butler Chow, master, after investigating, the one who reported Wen Yi for whoring last night was Miss Gunyan. Speaking of Gunyan, Butler Chow ached all over. He had been viciously whipped dozens of times by Gunyan, and the pain was so intense that he couldn't help but tremble when he thought about it now. And his hand, which was pierced by Zell. Master C set his sights on the appearance of the fauna. Butler Chow looked up and asked Elder C, You, Are you going to take a shot at Miss Gu Nian? He can't take this beating for nothing, can he? Elder C glanced at him. Ju won't let you move. If you don't want to be killed, just do it. Chapter 65 Admiring the Third Master's Fighting Power. Day 2. When Gu Nian went downstairs to eat, Siyu Ju and the others were already at the table. Good morning. She smiled and greeted them before sitting down and picking up the milk, sipping it slowly. Sirius didn't look up, his voice cold. Good morning. Xinlai looked at the two and bumped Ouyang with his arm. His voice lowered as he asked, why do you think the two of them are a little off? Fighting again? In the past, when the third master saw Gu Nian, he couldn't wait for his eyes to grow on her. Today, not even looking up? And then there was Gu Nian, who didn't even glare at the third master. Could it be that Gu Nian has returned to her true nature? One day of good times and it's the end of the world again. C. Nightjord raised his head and looked coldly at Xinlai. Your bowl, do you want to change it into a dog bowl as well? You can't even gag on a meal. You think they can't hear you? Just. Siyu Ju inclined his head and quietly glanced at Gu Nian. Gu Nian looked up and over, and their eyes met. Sparks of love colliding before moving away in an instant. The two of them looked like they'd been peeking at each other, only to be caught in the act. Xinlai scared, passionate. Auntie Sue went upstairs to clean up her room, and when she came down, Gu Nian and the others had all finished eating. Ouyang was puzzled. Auntie Sue, didn't you change the bedsheets just yesterday, and then again today? Although the third master is a bit of a cleanliness freak, but not to the point that, a day a change. Aunt Sue took the bedsheets and gave an oh so sweet. It's Miss Gu's bedsheets that are dirty. I'll take them to be washed. Xinlai's sharp eyes saw it, a touch of red on the bedsheet. He turned his head and gave a thumbs up to C. Nightjord's. Third master, you're great. Siyu was injured, and there was a wound on the inner thigh, almost to the balls. That's it. He can still exercise vigorously. Admire the three masters for their fighting prowess. Ouyang said, maybe it's a relative coming. It's normal for girls to come to relatives and get dirty sheets. Master San isn't that beastly. Aunt Sue, who walked to the door, Miss Gu's relative, just left a few days ago. Ouyang looked at Siyujo with the eyes of a beast. Sirius struggled to suppress the redness on his face, spreading a little to his ears. Got a nosebleed last night. Xinlai and Ouyang looked at them ambiguously. Oh, now there's no need to change dog bowls and eat all the dog food. Auntie Sue stepped forward and rewarded one person with a slap. What are you thinking? I slept downstairs from them and didn't hear anything else. Master San is not that beastly. Gu Nian's face went red as she grabbed her bag. I'm going out. With that she ran off, ran to the door, and then quickly ran back, hugged Siyu Ju's face, lowered his head and just kissed him. Good morning, Jen. After the kiss, this is a real run. Siyu Ju's mood, suddenly beautiful, can be beautiful all day, the kind that floats when you walk. Siyu Ju instructed. Aunt Sue, from now on, you move to another building. We don't live downstairs or upstairs anymore. Otherwise in the future, if he and Nian had any movements, they would have to be heard. Ouyang looked at the gate. Third master, Miss Gu has run away. Xinlai nodded furiously. In the past, the third master had not allowed Gu Nian to go out of the royal water bay. Siyu Ju instructed. Tell the butler to give her a ride. She doesn't drive and can't call a car here. Xinlai was depressed. Third master, you're not afraid she'll run away? Sirius was silent for a moment, then hooked his lips. Not afraid. Gu Nian arrived downstairs at Gu Xiaojuan's company with her score from yesterday still in her bag. She walked to the front desk. Hello, I'm looking for Master Gu. The receptionist didn't look up, just looked down and painted her nails. It's not visiting time or a fan meeting to see. I'm Gu Nian, and I'm also Fan Bu Rang, and I'm delivering the sheet music to young Master Gu. Chapter 66, Heavenly Music. At her words, the receptionist looked up. She was full of condescension and contempt as she looked Gu Nian up and down. She had a slanted ponytail today, hanging down over her chest, and was wearing a fresh green dress, still plain. It looks beautiful and fresh and eye-catching, but in the eyes of the receptionist, there was a mocking heckle. Just you, and we're not loud. Gu Nian nodded her head seriously. I'm looking for Master Gu. She called and Little's cell phone was turned off. She had to come to the office to find out. The receptionist pulled the corner of his mouth and laughed. If you want to see Little Master, just say so, and pretend to be some kind of Van Knot. If you Vance start talking, that's the person Gu Xiaoi is kneeling down and begging to see. It wasn't that she wanted to make fun of the little girl. Stargazing was normal, but it's hilarious to come after a famous songwriter's reputation. Gu Nian frowned. I'm really where it doesn't ring a bell, and I'm Master Gu's younger sister. Front desk, Master Gu only has a brother, not a sister. 1 minute you're posing as Van Noise, the next as Little Master's sister. Even if the star chasing is a bit crazy, can you have some face? The receptionist pointed to the door. Now get out or I'm calling security. There are simply not too many fans here who use all sorts of names to see Gu Xiaoi every day. Gunyan sighed. These days, no one believes anyone when they tell the truth. Security. Security. Seeing that she couldn't blast Gunyan away, the receptionist directly called security. Invite her out. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her do anything crazy. Some fans are crazy. 2 security guards stood in front of Gunyan. Miss, please get out. Gunyan frowned. You don't even have to call and ask before you blast someone? The receptionist heckled. You can't scrape up $200 for the clothes on your back, and I'm afraid you've never even touched a piano, have you? She pointed to the white piano sitting in the lobby. If you can play a tune in its entirety, I'll call you grandma. Gunyan raised her eyebrows at her. Are you sure? The receptionist grunted derisively. Sure, but will you? Don't tell me you can play one song. If you can play one line, I'll yell out 3 grandmothers. Gunyan raised her eyebrows and smiled, walking towards the piano. She sat down gracefully, first messing around casually and tuning up. The receptionist snorted through her nostrils at the pretentious look she was giving, pretended to be pretty much the same, but ended up playing a tone that sounded like a ghost. Here at the company, a lot of fans had gathered, and someone with sharp eyes recognized Gunyan. Is that the Gunyan who withdrew yesterday? The video of her violently beating up the security guard and the scumbag yesterday was so hot. I love her so much. She's even prettier in person than on video. But she can fight. But can she play the piano? I'm in grade 10 piano. And by the way, she put her hands in the wrong position. I don't think she's ever touched a piano. But that doesn't stop it. She's my husband. The receptionist also heard the voices and blushed slightly. If it was Gunyan from yesterday's video, wouldn't she be the golden girl of the Goo Group? The receptionist was a little scared. But then she thought, now in Jean City, who doesn't know that the Goo Group is just a titular name and will soon be renamed? Miss Gu Guanyan's $1,000 is nothing more than a false name. Gunyan was again raised in the countryside and uneducated, so she definitely didn't know how to play the piano. Gunyan tuned, then closed her eyes. White and slender fingers pressed the piano keys. As her fingers fell, a beautiful note rang out. A moment of serenity, as if in the mountains. A powerful, stirring moment. A moment of crispness, like running water. Every note Gunyan struck was like heavenly sounds from the sky. Healing, warming. One can't help but stop everything in their tracks, listen to her with their heart, and then unleash their heart. After the song was finished, the crowd was immersed in the sound of the zither, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Gunyan raised an eyebrow and looked at the pale-faced receptionist. I'm done playing. You can yell. I'll leave it at noon. I'll see you at 11:30 p.m. If you like 9-9, you need 5 stars. It's very important. And if you want to make a cameo, remember to leave your name in the comments section. I'll arrange it. Good afternoon. Chapter 67. Next time, remember to brush your teeth after eating. The receptionist looked at Gunyan with a pale face. You cheated. You must have used your cell phone to play music. She stammered. Gunyan raised her eyebrows slightly, then raised her feet and walked towards the front desk. The receptionist looked at the approaching Gunyan, clearly innocent and harmless, but that body of terrible aura is to make people cannot help but tremble. It gave her a feeling that death was coming. I despised people earlier. It was pretty awesome, and now I can't say it. That's right, now she's getting her 24K titanium dog eyes lit up by my husband. It's just a receptionist, always changing ways to collect gifts and money from fans, and really taking herself seriously. Hubby dislikes her. You're welcome, we support you. Originally, Gunyan had many fans, and that song just now had sucked in a huge wave of fans. Gunyan stepped closer, and the receptionist stepped back. She was forced against the wall, and Gunyan's hand reached out, trapping her in the corner. A cold one note that feels offensive. Fans squealed. I want to be walloped by my husband. The receptionist didn't feel offensive. She only felt murderous. Grandma, grandma, grandma. If she didn't yell, she thought Gunyan would grab her head and hang her against the wall. After shouting, she glared angrily at Gunyan. Now, are you satisfied? Gunyan smiled with satisfaction and raised her hand to touch the receptionist's head, like petting a puppy. Good boy, but I don't have the good fortune to have a dog-eyed granddaughter like you, damaging the Een virtue. The receptionist's face contorted in anger. You're no better. What a Thai tune to play. You're probably selling it in some nightclub. Gunyan's eyes went cold and she hooked her lips in a shallow smile. You're good. You're here at the station? There's another way of saying station is introduced. Still selling. I hate mouthy, eating people. Gunyan's eyes went cold, strangling the receptionist's chin and yanking her over. There is an ornamental fish tank next to the resting place. Gunyan yanked her over and directly held her down head first. Gollum. Gunyan let go. Next time, remember to brush your teeth after eating. The receptionist gasped in horror. She had just had a near-death feeling. The little goldfish in the tank, gurgling and spitting fish bubbles. This woman, so bad. dirtying our water. Gulp. Too bad there's no teeth, or I'd bite this woman's face off. Always throwing garbage for us to eat. Gulp. Gunyan looked closer at the fish tank and winked at the little goldfish inside. Commiserations. The little goldfish scrambled to swim. Ha, she understands what we're saying. Gollum. Love her sense so much. So gentle. Gulp. The receptionist snapped back to her senses and glared angrily at Gunyan. You wait. I'm calling the police. What's going on? At the sound, the crowd screamed. Ah, it's Little Master. Little Master is so handsome. I'm going to faint. Finally seeing Little Master. Oh my god, how come I still think Gunyan is more handsome? Love her so much. Can I love both together? The receptionist ran to Gu Xiaojun and pointed at Gunyan. Little Master. She posed as Van Noise and said she wanted to write a song for you. And she said she was your sister and held me down in the water without saying a word. And my makeup was smeared. You tweet a clarification and reveal her true colors. Gu Xiaoyi looked up at Gunyan. Fresh and beautiful. And elfin. It looked familiar. But unfamiliar. He blurted out. Who are you? Chapter 68. Honey, I'm being bullied. Guinness. Doesn't she just take off her ugly makeup? As far as not recognizing her? As soon as the receptionist heard this, she looked at Gunyan triumphantly. See? Master Gu doesn't recognize you at all. Slap in the face. Right? How dare you even pretend to be Fan Wu? Pretending to be little Master Gu's sister. We'll call the police and take you to the station for tea. Gu Xiaoyi looked at the great beauty in front of him, and the more he looked at her, the more familiar she looked. Little auntie? Isn't that the face of a sister-in-law? But my sister-in-law has been dead for more than 10 years. Gunyan had a black line on her face. Your sister. This douchebag. Gu sank his face. I don't have a sister like you. My sister, she isn't ugly. Gunyan couldn't hold back. Cousin. I'm your sister. I admit my mistake and you don't curse. You. As Gu said that, his mind suddenly turned back and he stared with wide eyes. Nyan? Gunyan walked up to him. You don't have me as a sister? No, not. Gu Xiaoyi's tongue was tied in panic. Gunyan raised an eyebrow. Your sister isn't ugly? When this was asked, Gu Xiaojun directly folded his hands and almost knelt down. You're my sister. My sister is beautiful and invincible. Sister, beg off. If you get upset, the 5 brothers up there, they'll chop me up. The receptionist looked at the scene and stuttered outright. Little Master. She really your sister-in-law? Didn't you say that Master Gu only has 5 brothers? And no one knows who are Gu Xiujiao's 5 brothers, only that he has 5 brothers. It doesn't say he has a little sister. As a result, Gunyan turned out to be his sister. Gu nodded solemnly. Aha! Gunyan pointed at the receptionist, pouting and aggrieved. Little brother, she bullied me. Fire her. Front desk. Gu Xiaoyi looked at Gunyan with a difficult face. Nian. That. He's in this company. He's just a contracted actor. He doesn't have that power to fire people yet. And he's a flow actor. Though black and red. This company isn't so far gone that he's in charge. As for the 5 older brothers, they're all quite capable, but it was not allowed, and he took their name and foxed them. The Gu family has a family rule that men must be self-reliant, and the only one who can borrow the Gu family to fox around is the Gu family's little princess. The receptionist dejected. Ms. Gu, this is not a place where you can make decisions. What I advise you to do is to watch your words and behavior, so as not to invite darkness to Master Gu. Master Gu is quite hot, but there are many black flames. There's no shortage of Master Gu. Gu Xiaojun didn't care what people said about him, but talking about his little sister, that's a death wish. He was just about to make a move when Gunyan pulled him back. Gunyan dialed Siyuju's phone number. Aggravated. Darling, I'm being bullied by a little receptionist at Hongming Media. Why don't you help me fire him and take out my anger? Nightjord was in a meeting at the company when Gunyan came to the phone, and he directly put it on speakerphone. Then Gunyan's dainty voice instantly spread throughout the entire conference room. All of the executives looked up at Siyuju, their eyes filled with sympathy for this woman who had made a wrong call. I can't believe I called the 3rd master a deer. Just wait to get killed. But, when the executives saw Siyuju's cold and dark face, they were gentle and their eyes were glowing. Executive thrill face. Hell of a day. Siyuju's voice, also gentle down. You wait for me for 2 minutes. Very soon, when Ouyang heard Gunyan's voice, he immediately took Siyuju's work cell phone and dialed the old president of Hongming Media. Siyu just hung up and seamlessly took over the phone. The receptionist watched Gunyan pretending to make a phone call and spoke. She then scoffed. Ha, I'm a relative of the vice general manager. Want to fire me? Dream on. Gunyan raised her hand and put up 2 fingers. 2 minutes is enough. The receptionist didn't believe it, even laughed derisively. Just wait, if you dare to fire me, I'll tell the vice president not to arrange a marketing number for Gu Xiaoyi, so that he can't even be black and red. 2 minutes went by quickly, And the receptionist hadn't been fired yet. She scoffs, I didn't get fired. Now, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a ding and the elevator opened. The obese old boss ran out and almost rolled in front of Gu Nian in a rounded position. He bowed 90 degrees. Ms. Gu, I'm sorry, I'll fire this junior staff immediately. Chapter 69 Master Gu, who can only rely on his face to make a living. Watching the scene, the receptionist was stunned. The old boss, Gu Nian, had actually alarmed the company's president. Gu Xiaojun was also stunned. Oh my god, the old boss who was so high and mighty that even he looked down on him was bowing and apologizing to Nian Nian? Gu Guin rushed to the front desk and gave a yay. 2 minutes, just right, Mr. President, it's not. Before the receptionist could finish her sentence, she was slapped hard across the face. It was her mouth relative, the VP, who slapped her. With red eyes, the vice president growled at her. Apologize to Miss Gu. Apologize to me. The receptionist was shocked and hurriedly bowed repeatedly. Miss Gu, I'm sorry. I won't dare next time. The old boss wiped the sweat from his face. Ms. Gu, don't get angry over this kind of villain. Let's go upstairs and talk. This vice president is also fired. Gu Nian took Gu Xiaoi's arm. No need. I'll go out to eat with little brother. Okay, Ms. Gu, take care. The old boss continued to bow 90 degrees, his head not daring to raise. Sweat was dripping down. Gu Nian lifted her foot to walk away, then stopped again. She looked down at the company's boss. My little brother. He doesn't seem to have much status in the company. Ha! The sweat of the company's boss immediately fell to the ground in drops as if it were raining. No, Mr. Gu is our company's first brother. In the future, even if he sold his underwear, he would make sure to hold Master Gu in high regard. Gu Nian was then satisfied and walked away on the arm of the silly Gu Xiao master. The VP looked at the old boss. Is there still a chance for that one? The old boss slapped him across the face. Bull asterisk 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 chance. My company almost went out of business. Almost got killed by you guys. The third master called him himself. His little company, his little boss, had received a death call from the third master. He would have apologized to Gu Nian if he had been that 1 second late. He could have jumped off the roof. The receptionist bristled. Not just a down-and-out millennial. The VP slapped him across the face. Shut up. The old boss snarled. Get out, all of you. You're fired. No questions. Questions are death. The vice president didn't dare to ask again. Pulled the receptionist, and grayed out. No one knew who Gu Nian had called, and the onlookers were soon stopped from telling what they had seen. And money. Hush, money. This is what Lord CU ordered. Gu Nian is just lawless, arrogant and bossy, just bullying. As long as it wasn't something illegal like murder and arson, even if the sky collapsed, he would block it for her. If one day, she really kills and sets fire, he will block for her. Gu Nian knew that she had seen Nightjord to give her a good aftermath, so she wasn't afraid. She took Gu Xiaojun to the tea restaurant. Gu's eyes widened as he looked straight at Gu Nian, and he even raised his hand and pinched her face. White and tender, QQ bouncy and very nice to the touch. When did you get plastic surgery? Gu Nian slapped his hand away. Use your brain. Have the Gu family ever been ugly? Gu Xiaojun helplessly spread his hands. What if there is a genetic mutation? Like little brother me. The Gu family are all very smart. That IQ is 200 if not 220. But when it came to him, it just wasn't 200. So, each of the 5 brothers has their own success. But he, alone, can only rely on his face to eat. The 5 older brothers could obviously live on their faces as well, but they have to rely on their talents. He is the only one who really only relies on his face. Gu Nian glared at him. Master Gu. As soon as he heard that she didn't call out to little brother, Gu Xiaoi was scared. Just kidding with you. You. Gu Xiaojun suddenly came close to Gu Nian. Quickly, which pig did you just talk to on the phone? Nian has only been looking back at her family for a month, and all 6 of their brothers haven't even been spoiled yet. So soon the pig's outside. Got away with it? Can't let go. Chapter 70. No one believes the truth these days. Gu Nian sucked on a mouthful of milk tea. Her cheeks puffed out in a cute way. Ah, see you. Ahem. Cough. Gu Xiaoi, who had just been drinking water, choked on the words. He coughed up tears before he stopped. Who do you mean? Gu Nian blinked her eyes. See you, Gio. Ah, why are you so shocked? Gu Xiaojun wiped his mouth with a piece of paper and grinned. Do you believe that if Sir Siyu heard this, he would strangle you to death? Or cut out your tongue kind of thing? Gu Nian thought for a moment about kissing Si Nightjord. He was sucking his tongue out. She blushed. He still likes to eat. Gu raised his hand and flicked her head. Gu Nian let out an ah and covered her forehead. Little brother, you hit me. Gu Xiaoyu, I'm telling you to wake up. Ah, Sir Si Night is not something you can covet. Not even in your dreams. Gu Nian puffed out her cheeks. He's the one who chased me. I'll listen to your bragging. You hurry up and patch up that hole in C's group. Don't daydream in the future. Gunyan skimmed her mouth and took out her cell phone, showing him C. Nightjord's number. See, this is CU's phone. Gu Xiaojun huh. I can also note Xiaojin is the state lord. Then the state lord is my father. Guinness. Gu Xiaoi's eyes lit up as he looked at Gunyan. You must have called Big Brother, right? Big Brother is a financial giant. The boss will always give Big Brother this face. Gunyan skimmed her lips and nodded. Yes, for Big Brother. These days, no one believes you when you tell the truth. Big Brother is just mouthy. Said he'd beat to death not to care about you. But then you made a phone call and he got his butt in gear and went against the bottom line. Gu Xiaoi sourly said. Humph, when I wanted to sign up, I asked him to say hello for me and hold me up a bit. Turns out he doesn't. And he said that a man should make his way in the world on his own. Gu Xiaojun said he wanted to cry. If Big Brother had helped me out, I wouldn't be so black and red now, only relying on my face to eat. Gunyan just quietly watched him pretend. This little brother is a bit of a drama queen and a two-haired property. However, she liked to see young Master Gu so hungover. In his previous life, when the Gu family had an accident, Gu grew up and stopped hanging around and laughing. He's on fire, but there's always a layer of melancholy under his eyes that hurts to look at. Gunyan looked at him and said very fondly, Little brother, I miss you. In the playful Gu Xiaojiao, hearing this, was fleshed out with goosebumps. Nian, you didn't get into some big trouble again, did you? Murder? Or set a fire? Gunyan is a troublemaker. I don't have any money this time, but if you hit someone, that. Gunyan, who was being favored, was moved to smile. No, it's just that I haven't seen little brother in a long time and I really miss him. Gu Xiaoi was agitated by her perverse meatiness, and he was covered in goosebumps. He said, Fine, how many years will you be sentenced? I'll go to jail for you. Gunyan was speechless for a moment and took out the lyrics directly from her bag. Here are the lyrics I wrote for you. Surely one song will make you a hit. Gu looked up at her. You can write lyrics and music? He doesn't believe it. Gunyan nodded heavily. Well, I'm Van Buzz. Gu was planning to read the lyrics, but when he heard this, he put the paper down. I think it would be more appropriate for you to be called Bull Unbreakable. Blowhard not afraid to break. Gunyan was depressed. What? You all don't believe me when I tell the truth. Gu Xiaoi folded the lyrics. I believe it. I'll sing it tomorrow, and I'll immediately post a blog to say that Van Noise, the world's biggest man, has composed a song for me. He's sure to be the #1 joke in showbiz. Good evening, 99 is here again. My little brother is a face to eat and then tomorrow at 12:30. See you. Good night. Chapter 71. Is that big or small? As soon as Gunyan looked at him like this, she knew that she hadn't taken her words at all. Still, she didn't care, as long as Master Gu is willing to sing. As soon as the new song is released, little brother will soon be a new entertainment star. Gunyan ordered. Little brother, I'm withdrawing from Wen-yi. Gu Xiaoi looked up sharply at Gunyan, filled with shock. What did you say? Gunyan repeated. You didn't know that I backed out of my marriage with Wen-yi yesterday? The news of her withdrawal has been all over the place. Gu Xiaojia pulled out his cell phone and swiped through the news. Look at Gunyan's domineering withdrawal and domineering dislike of scum. He directly burst into foul language. Asterisk. Nian you, this is also too handsome. Domineering little brother I like. Guinness. That's not the point. The point is she backed out of the marriage. Gu Xiaoi took his cell phone and liked the netizen who complimented Gunyan. He explained, I was catching up on my sleep yesterday and didn't see the news. He hadn't slept the night before, and yesterday he waited all day during the day for a message, and couldn't stay up long enough to sleep later. The phone hasn't even been swiped yet. Gunyan pulled the corner of her mouth. Is that the point? Gu Xiaojun swiped to send red packets. C's group will work with them in the news. Nian, you've accidentally broken the law again. I'll ask third brother how many years you'll be sentenced for this fraudulent impersonation of C's group. Gunyan gritted her teeth. Little brother, I want to crush your dog's head. Gu Xiaoi looked up and smiled at her. If you pinch it, no one will go to jail for you, he said, then jerked his head up again, looking at his cell phone and then at Gunyan. You really backed out of your marriage with Wen-yi? Gunyan rolled her eyes at him. After circling the wagons, the douchebag finally got to the point. Gu checked the news again, and indeed the withdrawal was successful. He slammed the table and nearly jumped up in excitement. How many times have I told you that Wen-yi is a scum? You don't believe me. You have to get engaged. And you threw our 5 brothers out of the house in order to get engaged to him. Now that you finally backed out of the marriage, do you realize how insidious he is? I'm telling you, he's not only small-minded, he's even a small bird. Marry him and you'll be a widow. Under Gunyan's gaze, Gu Xiaoi couldn't say any more. Ahem. Anyway, congratulations on your withdrawal. Nian is still too young to mention chickens in front of her. Gunyan smiled and came closer to him. How do you know he's small? Gu Xiaoyi glared at him. Ahem, little girl, no asking about that. Gu Nian thought about it and compared the size with her hand. Would you say that this is big or small, and how does it perform? Gu Xiaoyi looked up in confusion. Such and such, before and after morphing forms. Gu Nian gestured with her hand, her little face still a little red. Gu Nian, Gu yelled at her. You're a girl. Which dogman are you saying is hot and blind to you? Gu Gwen muttered in a small voice. I'm an adult. Undeterred, she asked again. So is it big or small? Will I be a widow? I didn't try it in my past life, but I can't do it in this life yet. She was curious. Don't mention this matter again. Master Gu just wanted to take her to wash her eyes. No, and want to call up 5 of my brothers and team up to castrate the dogman. Who the hell is it? Gu Nian blinked her eyes. See you Jua. Gu Xiaoyi lol, if it is really him, the one who was castrated is your brother, and you have long been thrown into the sea and fed to the pigs, and you still want to see him. Ahem, polite language. Don't say it if it's not polite. Chapter 72, Exposing Siyu Ju's chat records with Gu Nian. When the meal was over, Gu Xiaoyi still didn't believe Gu Nian's words. Gu Nian was depressed. If it wasn't for Elder C not allowing it to be publicized, she had to make Siyu video and brighten up her little brother's doggy eyes. Before parting, Gu Xiaojun once again urged Gu Nian. Nian, wait until you find someone who spoils you more than little brother I do before you can commit yourself for life, okay? Gu Nian blinked her eyes. Siyu Ju favors me more than you do. Gu raised his hand and flicked her head again, his tone even heavier than earlier. No more coveting Lord Siyu. No more daydreaming. A couple of brothers are fine but don't want you thrown in the sea and fed to the pigs. Gu Nian covered her head. Okay brother, I don't daydream. Also, there are no pigs in the sea. Gu Xiaoyi's heart was a soft mess as he watched her behave. Where are you staying now? I'll take you back? Gu Nian waved her hand. No, I'm still going shopping. Gu Xiaojun looked at the time. Yesterday it was specified that he had to be there for today's meeting. He couldn't be late. That's fine. You remember to make up for that billion-dollar hole in C's group. And no more hitting on Sir C Knight, or you won't even know how you'll die. Gu Nian raised her eyebrows. I'll die of happiness. You will also want to die. But she didn't dare say that last one, afraid that little brother will beat her up. Gu raised his fist at her. Gu Nian urged. Little brother remember to sing the new song. Gu Xiaojun saw that time was running out, and he didn't care about Gu Nian. I know. I will sing Master Bull Unbreakable's masterpiece and fire it to the universe. Gu Nian raised her head, squinted down at the turquoise blue sky, and lowered her eyes with a smile. In his previous life, Sirius had bought planets and named them after her. Thinking about it, Gu Nian picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Siyu Ju. Sito took a day off, and the meetings could be stacked until the day after tomorrow. So, he's still in meetings. The last cooperation program, it's gone, and it's not even allowed to be mentioned again. New collaboration to develop EcoPark. Ding dong. Info tip. Siyu Ju turned his head sideways and saw that it was a message from Gu Nian. He reached for his cell phone, not noticing it in the slightest. His cell phone, placed under the projector, and then the content of the message, projected onto the large screen. CC Nian, honey, how to do? Suddenly I want to miss you so much. I want to hug you. I want to kiss you, and I also want to. It was followed by a badass, yet petulantly evocative emoji. Looking at the message, the executive's eyes widened. Where did the goblin come from to seduce Master San? The Tang Sanzang. Is it to be beaten out of your soul? It's pathetic. Another woman sent to her death. Oh Yang looked and kindly reminded. Third Master. You. Sirius raised his hand to keep him from speaking. Stop the meeting. With that, he messaged Gu Nian back. Where is it? I'm coming over. The executives were even more wide-eyed when they saw the reply. I'm surprised the third master didn't strangle her and stop the meeting. It's not a leprechaun, is it? The king of the daughters? But it's perfect to adjourn from work. The executives began to pack up, not forgetting to glance up at the big screen. Oh Yang reminded again. Third master, your cell phone. C Nightjord glanced at him coldly. What? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Ding dong. The message is back. CC Nian, no, I'll go shopping. I'm responsible for looking beautiful. You're responsible for making money to support your family. Siyu looked at it, and it made sense, especially the word raising a family. Come back and continue the meeting. Executives already walking to the door? In one sentence, they were told to come back and sit down again. Ding dong. Gu Gwin's message came again. Chapter 73, Third Master couldn't have been doing it on purpose? The executives looked up at the big screen with bated breath. CC Nian, but still so want you to accompany shopping. Have a boyfriend to accompany shopping, only called shopping. Boyfriend. Siyu Ju's heart fluttered and he waved his hand. Dismissed. There are few things that are more important than shopping with your girlfriend. The executive scuffed up, rushed to his feet, and ran to the door. Only, the foot is not yet out of the door. Just then, I heard Siyu shout, "Come back to the meeting." Executives look up in depression. CC Nyen Nyen, but I prefer men who are serious about their work. That kind of man is the most handsome and charming. It also comes with an oversized heart emoji. Executives, who is this woman? Tossing them around on purpose? One moment gives hope, the next despair. Gu Nyen didn't have the slightest idea what kind of psychological shadow her message, to the executives of C's group, had caused. Because with her message, one moment she said that she wanted Siyu to accompany her, and the next moment she said that she wanted him to make money. Running back and forth to the door and back to sit down, they were tossed around for half an hour. Finally all sat calmly in their chairs, symbolically shifting their hips to indicate their desire to break up the meeting. CCCNININI, honey, I'm at the mall. Go make money. I'm going to spend your big, 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 big money. See, you also found out. She just wanted to talk to him and be pampered. Not that she really wanted his company. So, after half an hour of tossing and turning, the meeting continued. Ouyang saw him stop chatting and raised his hand to point at the big screen. Third master, your cell phone is projected on it. Sirius looked up and calmly moved away from the phone. What? I'm in love sight unseen? Executives look at the third master's lips that can't help but curl up. Suddenly a bit of a conspiracy theory. The third master couldn't have done it on purpose. Could he? Just want to show the chat logs. Want to show that he's in love? No, Master San is in love? It's rarer than the Buddha falling in love. Even. Siyu tried to suppress the smile at the corner of his lips and gave a heavy Back to the meeting. Where were we? He's going to make a lot of money and give it to Nim to spend. Gu ran back to the company in a hurry, breathing heavily. Xiao Jin was anxious, 3 minutes short. You're late. Again. By Gu Nyen. That scourge spirit? Gu raised his fist. Don't say Nyen Nyen is a scourge, or I'll kick your ass, little master. I've poked around and found out that today's meeting has something to do with you. It seems like they're going to scale back your resources and take them to support newcomer Tang Ziyang. Gu Xiaojun gave an indifferent "oh." Tang Ziyang is the company's newly signed artist with a good face, and he's very good at running the hype of his national boyfriend persona, super doting on his fans persona, and not having any flamboyant stories. Plus the acting was better than him, by that much. Sings well too, so it's only been a year and the momentum has caught up with him. The two don't get along. Seeing that he didn't care, Xiao Jin became anxious. Little master, you can't not be on top of it. There's a year left on your contract, and if you don't fight for resources, you'll be eating dirt for the next year. Mr. Gu is making some money, but it takes money to use it for PR and marketing. Even if I could save it, I'd take it all to Gu Nyen. Master Gu is very black hot, but he's also very poor. Gu Xiaoi still doesn't care. It's okay, I rely on my face to make a living, and there are plenty of rich women who will adopt me. Young Master Gu is really ambitious. Hearing a slightly mocking voice, Gu looked up. Tang Ziyang has big eyes and a small face with a pointed chin. A typical plastic surgery net face. However, the retouching is fine. The real face is a bit stiff. Yeah, rich women in Jincheng are lining up begging to adopt me. Should I introduce you to a few? Gu Xiaoi looked at Tang Ziyang and smiled again. But rich women looking at your plastic face should feel that eating you is better than eating. But rich grandpa's stirring stick should like to stir your septic tank. Kim, little master has a poisonous mouth. Chapter 74. He wants to make money to raise Nian Nian's little princess. Tang Ziyang snorted coldly, less complacent. In a moment's meeting, all your resources will be mine. Gu Xiaoi is half afraid. If I'm not popular, I'll go home and inherit a huge fortune. The Gu family has a lot of property. Big brother has a lot of money too. And 2, 3, 4, 5 brothers. He's the only one without money. We'll see. Tang Ziyang didn't like his hangdog, yet still noble temperament. Xiao Jin watched Tang Ziyang enter the conference room, and instantly his brain broadened in pain. Little master why do you bar with him? Dislike people for a moment. Gu followed into the conference room, always disliking people. A straight pleasure. Jin sighed. I'm afraid your old man won't have a good time until next summer. What if you get snowed in? Kim was worried almost as much as an old mom. In the conference room, it was filled with the company's artists, executives, and today, even the old boss was surprised. Today's meeting was mainly about the company's resources, which tend to be too heavy, so it was decided to redivide the resources. When Tang Ziyang heard this, his heart was secretly happy, and he glanced triumphantly at Master Gu. Definitely put the resources that were put on Gu Xiaojun into his body. Gu just glanced up and didn't listen. Instead, they're in a family group that loves each other and sends messages. He first screenshots the Guinness withdrawal news. Master Gu, our little princess Nian Nian, has successfully withdrawn from the marriage of Wen Jiahuang. The phone went quiet for a moment and no one replied. Gu Xiaojun, I saw Nian Nian today. Ate dinner. So poor on the body clothes even not more than 200. Group. Quiet. Gu Xiaojun, Nian Nian said she went shopping and wouldn't let me send her. So she must have gone to the stalls. Thinking about the way she cut the price. It hurts. Buzz off. The phone vibrated. Big brother transfers 50,000. Congratulations to Gu Nian for withdrawing from the marriage. 2, 3, 4, 5 brothers transferred 10,000 each. 5 brothers warned, you'll have to pay for it too. No bootlegging. Chopper. Master Gu. Don't always think he'll take it for himself. Gu Xiaoyi transferred $100,000 to Gu Nian in a depressed manner. Despite shopping and buying, girls don't lose out. Master Gu. Gu Xiaoyi had just finished sending the message when he heard a growl, and he looked up at the furious old boss. He immediately put his phone away and sat upright. Old boss you say. The old boss looked at the dangling Gu Xiaojun and had a fire that wanted to explode. Finally, he smiled. You are given classes in acting, dancing, music, martial arts, etc. Gu froze. The old boss, the male lead of the world's first. You'll be the one to play the role. And filming starts in a month. So you. Tang Ziyang froze and hurriedly stood up. Isn't I the male lead in The First Under Heaven? Why did you change it to Mr. Gu? It's his first proper drama. And it's still a male lead. He's read the script and it's absolutely bursting at the seams. Maybe, it will be awarded the best actor and the TV emperor. As a result, it's now been changed to Master Gu? Gu was also confused as hell. Yeah, why? I'm not acting. He just wants to live off his face. Tang Ziyang's veins, vaguely throbbing, being pissed off. What a lot of work and effort he put in to get the role. As a result, Mr. Gu said he wouldn't act. The kind of baby you hold in the palm of your hand that turns out to be less than a weed in someone else's eyes is simply too much to bear. The old boss, the movie payoff is $100 million. Gu immediately raised his hand. Act. He doesn't mess with money because he wants to raise Nian Nian's little princess. Chapter 75, Buying for Couples. The old boss wants to hold it up. And Gu Xiaojun goes along with it. Even if Tang Ziyang was no longer convinced and unwilling, there was nothing he could do about it. His resources were almost snatched away by Gu Xiaoyi. Before the meeting was adjourned, the old boss said, remember, we have to hold up Master Gu as a first brother. He's going to start the road to whitewashing. In the future, whoever hacks Gu Xiaoliang again, wait to be blocked. Hearing these words, the crowd looked at each other. Prior to the meeting, everyone went through their own channels. Knowing that Gu was going to be dropped by the company, he would gradually disappear from the audience in the future. It will soon be overdone. As a result, the company is actually going to promote him as the first brother? Gu stood up with his hands in his pockets, looking down at Tang Ziyang askance. He laughed softly. I've let you down. I've stolen your role. Why don't I introduce a few rich women to make it up to you? You, Gu Xiaojuan's hand, reached out from his pocket. He didn't notice the paper in his pants pocket, which fell out with it. Gu Xiaoyi compared a gun gesture to Tang Ziyang. BIU, killed the action. Tang Ziyang was furious, and the veins on his forehead throbbed even more. He was so angry that he swept something off the table, onto the floor. All the paper was mixed with the sheet music that Gu Xiaoyi had dropped out. The conference room, it's all gone. Tang Ziyang's assistant squatted down to pick up the documents and saw the papers folded together. He opened it and froze. Brother Yang, you composed a new song? Tang Ziyang looked up at him. The assistant put the score in front of him. The new song seems good. Tang Ziyang took the paper from him and looked at the score inside. Each note, it seemed, bouncing in front of him. With just one glance, he could see the beauty of the lyric. It definitely pops. Tang Ziyang's face didn't change, just writing. Assistant, then work hard. Yang, there's still a month to go before shooting starts. There's a chance to get the male lead back. When the assistant left, Tang Ziyang took the song he composed, folded it up, and casually threw it on the ground. Then he took the score he had picked up and left calmly. When he reached the door, he bumped into Gu Xiaojun. Tang Ziyang's face changed slightly, but he quickly composed himself again, rushing to get reincarnated. Gu ignored him and went into the office. Looking around, I finally found a piece of paper and opened it to read the score. Gu dropped to the ground and let out a breath. Luckily, I didn't lose the work of Master Bull Unbreakable, or else my dog's head would really be in danger. Though he did not believe in reading is where it does not ring true and will compose music. But Nen Nen composed the song, and even if it's hot to the ears, he still has to sing it. The Gu family's little princess, he had to spoil. Tang Ziyang perked up his ears to hear these words and let out a light snort. The cow doesn't break? Never heard of it. It seems to have been composed by a newcomer, so there's no pressure on him to sing it. Gu Nian was at the mall and was just casually strolling around. but when she saw the merchandise, her eyes couldn't walk away. So, she took pictures as she watched and sent them to Siyu. Couple cups, good looking? For drinking. Couples tooth cups, toothbrushes, a whole set. It makes me feel so happy to think of us standing side by side and using them in the future. Couples pajamas, couples clothing. Gunyan was like a little girl who had just fallen in love. And when she saw a couple's item, she couldn't walk in all kinds of ways. Wow, this seems to work. Gunyan blearily saw the lingerie store, the closet display, hanging couples panties, wife and husband printed on the back of the panties. She hurriedly took a picture of it and sent it to Sirius to look at. How do you like this? What size panties do you wear? 99 card text. That's why I'm late. Don't be mad at me. Next time, I'll try not to get stuck. I'll see you at 11:30 p.m. I'm going to eat. Good afternoon. Chapter 76. The third master is so ghostly. Anyan doesn't spend his money anymore. Siyu was eating his lunch when he saw the picture and choked on it. Ahem. He coughed and turned red, only to quickly redden to his ears again. Xin Lai poured water for him. What made you cough like this? Be careful of cracking your wound, said he, taking the opportunity to glance at it. Ahem. Xin Lai also coughed awkwardly. Ouyang looked up at them suspiciously. What are you doing? Today's meal, not spicy again? Siyu Jiu was afraid that Ouyang would also peek and hurriedly picked up his cell phone. Xin Lai turned his head sideways and said lowly to Sirius, tell MS. Go to buy the set in the left rear corner, and you'll thank me. Sirius kicked him in the calf. Eat your food. Gunyan didn't wait for Siyu Jiu, so she sent him another message. Don't you like it? A couple's yet. Siyu Jiu looked at the message and all but felt that she was a bit aggravated. I like it. I wear 3+. Well, the set in the back left corner is good too. Siyu finished posting and clicked on the picture to see it again. Not seeing it at first, he then zoomed in on the picture. Then, his ice-cold face instantly turned as red as if it had burned right through. He hurriedly withdrew the message and viciously kicked Xin Lai's calf again. Why are you kicking me again? Siyu Jiu looked at him and said coldly, if Nian is angry with me, you'll go to the autopsy room. What Xin Lai was talking about, surprisingly, was a set of pajamas that could not be less. If Nen sees the message, will he think too bad? Then I'm looking out for your happiness and you have me to thank for it. Xin Lai muttered, burying his head to eat under Siyu Jiu's murderous eyes. Gunyan saw the message and depressed for a moment. The set in the back left corner? She cocked her head and glanced into the store. It was hanging on the wall, an erotic, sheer, sexy and also tantalizing pajama set. Gunyan looked at the withdrawn message again and went into the lingerie store and put the set of couples panties, as well as the set of pajamas that Siyu specified to buy. This one, she used her own money. However, after the purchase, she went on shopping. As for the message withdrawn by Siyu Jiu, she will pretend that she can't see it for the time being. Siyu Jiu held his cell phone and waited. Not waiting for Gunyan's message. Nen hasn't gotten back to me in 2 minutes. He looked at Xin Lai in a very sultry and lethal manner. Xin Lai, it's okay, she's being shy. You'll enjoy the night. Ouyang Gang cleared the table and handed over the papers again. Third master, you'd better finish your work early. Ever since Gunyan sent a message to the third master, Master San went from being a workaholic to being a cell phone person. Siyu Jiu looked at his cell phone. Anyan hasn't answered me in 5 minutes. Xin Lai, it's okay, girls are shy. You enjoy your happiness at night. Ouyang handed over the itinerary. Third master, I've pushed off Mr. Zhang's invitation for you in the evening. After another moment, Sirius looked at the bank text message and then at WeChat. His voice, then, was even more depressing. It's been 6 minutes since Ani got back to me without spending my money. His messages today, ding dong ding ding ding. It was either Gunyan's WeChat or the message that Gunyan swiped his card. But now it's been 6 minutes. Gunyan didn't spend another penny of his money. Xin Lai stood up and wanted to leave. The third master was so claustrophobic, more annoying than an 18-year-old lad who had just fallen in love. Xin Lai, I've heard that there's been a murder in the city. Go help with the autopsy and solve the case in 2 days. Xin Lai growled. You're not human. He can operate on a patient with an open heart, but only dares not dissect a dead person. As a result, this heterosexual and inhuman Siyu, for the people. Siyu Jiu hooked his lips and smiled. If Anyan is a minute late in getting back to me, you'll be dissected for 1 more day. By the way, Nen spends a penny less on me, and you have to dissect an extra day. Telling Xin Lai to mess around with his ghostly ideas, making him ask Nian to buy such sexy pajamas. Only, he was also curious. Will Nim buy these pajamas? I didn't feel good at night, so I only updated 1 chapter. I'll write more later, so go to bed early and see you tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Good night. Chapter 77, to that face of hers? It's just left and right. Gunyan is embarrassed to go back to see you. Might as well be practical. She paid the bill and just left the front of the store. sister is out shopping too. Gunyan looked up and saw Zhou Lujing and her little sister, standing right in front of her, smiling at her. Don't be sisterly. In ancient times, a commoner like you would have to call me Missy, Gunyan said with a long O. That's right, the illegitimate daughters in ancient times are the ones who are not even qualified to enter the mansion as maids. Zhou Lujing's face turned ugly, and she, who was good at disguise, couldn't hide the hate in her eyes. Yesterday she got engaged to an E and ended up getting dragged to the police station at night. What a disgrace to her. Moreover, her future mother-in-law hated her for harming the Winchesters. As a result, she hated Gunyan even more than before. Zhou Lujing's little sister, a little follower, if you will, but it's just a girl from the countryside. Have you got enough clothes on you to make up $200? Gunyan raised an eyebrow and looked over coldly. It was a chubby woman with beaded clothes all over. He smelled like a thug. From her bag, the fat woman took out 200s and a 50. She flung her hand and threw it in front of Gunyan. 250 for you. Take the money, buy prettier clothes, and get as far away as you can. Zhou Lujing secretly laughed and lightly pulled the fat woman. Chubby, stop it. Picking up money is not something to be ashamed of. Gunyan bent down and picked up the money as the fat woman and the girl scoffed. Sure is it 250. Don't give up any face for money. Gunyan looked up at her and asked, 250 says who? The fat woman subconsciously replied, 250 is talking about you. Gunyan smiled and let out a long O. Okay, MS. 250. The fat woman was chuckling at first and quickly responded. How dare you scold me? Do you know who I am? You scold me. The fat woman was so angry that the fat on her face was trembling. Gunyan smiled and stepped forward, looking down at her. I know, the daughter of the owner of the fat hair pig farm, but it should be called pig killer. You. Gunyan looked down and counted some money from her bag. Then she stepped forward and quickly pulled away the collar of the fat woman's shirt. Chubby didn't expect her to do that, with those oversized boobs bulging. What are you doing? Gunyan smiled and slipped the money in. This side 250, this way 438. Chubby reached out hard, just to push Gunyan. As soon as Gunyan let go of her hand, Chubby lost his balance and the whole person fell forward. Bang! That fat body, falling to the ground, that loud sound, it hurt to hear. Gunyan looked down at Chubby. 250 reward for washing your brain, 438 for pumping your fat. You, it's calling Chubby's brain 250 and smelling like a dead all over it. Gunyan's skill at this cursing was also perfected. Zhou Lujing and the girls hurriedly helped Chubby up. Chubby, don't take it out on my sister. She grew up in the countryside and has no mom. She is a little capricious. Before Zhou Lujing could finish her sentence, she was slapped hard by Gunyan. The swelling from yesterday's beating hadn't gone down much, and I got hit again today. Gunyan, you hit me again. Gunyan raised her eyes and looked coldly at Zhou Lujing. If you don't want to go kowtow to my mom again, shut up. Zhou Lujing wanted to retort back, but she thought of that night, the scene at the cemetery. She held her tongue too hard to say more. Chubby, but the anger is burning, is not just a mother born, no mother to raise the little wild seed. Gunyan raised her eyes and gave her a cold, sidelong glance. Then she lifted her slender leg and kicked it hard. Chunky chopped to the floor by a nice leg kick and is still on his feet. Gunyan quickly stepped forward again, tugging at the chubby collar and lifting her hand. Snap! To that face of hers, it was left and right. One chapter to come at 12 a.m. 99 to bed. Good night. Chapter 78. You're a fool if you don't take advantage of a bargain. In front of Gunyan, the fat tons, completely useless. All she could do was get slapped in the face and squeal like a killer pig. Zhou Lujing falsely went up and pulled. Sister, don't fight. Be careful of hitting things. After yesterday, she is a little afraid of pulling the plug. Gunyan withdrew her hand and straightened her messed up clothes again. Violent Gunyan, blinking, became gentle Nyan again. She raised her eyes and swept them coldly. If you want to scold a fight, I'll accompany you, but don't bring my mom, or else. Fatty and the girls, a few of them, were scared to take a step back by Gunyan's one cold and murderous look. This Gunyan, so scary, not bad for a village girl from the countryside. Shrew, it's halfway reasonable. Auntie's gone shopping, so take your time. Zhou Lujing watched as Gunyan was about to leave, where she could not give up the chance to see her make a fool of herself. Chubby, you were wrong this time. Get up and hang out with my sister, and apologize in the meantime. Chubby covered his face and refused. Don't. She hit me and I apologized. Where is this heavenly justice? She was kind enough not to call the police. Zhou Lujing scowled at her. Chubby looked a little confused. Jing, you weren't the one who got beaten. Why did your eyes twitch? Zhou Lujing. She could barely get her breath. What kind of dumbass came out of a pigsty? As soon as Zhou Lujing got angry. If you don't apologize to my sister, don't interact with me in the future. I'm not going to be friends with you. Pust. Gu Nian, who hadn't gone far, couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard this, because that's, like, so elementary school. They are also too childish. Fatty looked at Zhou Lujing aggrieved, and had to cry. She was helping Zhou Lujing out and she ended up getting beaten up and she had to apologize? Chubby is an impulsive person, typically a mouthy plus hands-on type. Zhou Lujing wants to maintain her ladylike image. She must have a lead gun. Chubby is the perfect guy for the job. So, Zhou Lujing lowered her head and attached her ear, whispering to her, my sister doesn't have any money, so wouldn't it be a relief if you wanted to go shopping with her and watch her buy things but not have the money to pay for them? Then, everyone else, too, pulled Chubby to talk. Tic-tac-toe. Finally, Zhou Lujing looked at her solemnly and said, Chubby, I'm thinking something bad for your sake. Otherwise, she pursed her lips, very guilty, I don't want to be the bad guy. Chubby was touched. Jing, you are so good to me. She must help Jing and abuse Gu Nian fiercely. Zhou Lujing and the few of them discussed and hurriedly followed. Finally in a clothes store, they saw Gu Nian. Sister, Dad was afraid that if you just came from the country, you would spend money frivolously, so he didn't give much money. Zhou Lujing smiled. If you fancy it in a while, I'll buy it for you. Don't be polite. Gu Nian cast a sidelong glance at her and said to the guide in a silky manner, take the clothes in the store, all of them, and she pays the bill. The guide looked at Zhou Lujing, who was a familiar customer of this mall and never went soft on buying things. Ms. Zhou wants to pay the bill? This store isn't exactly a name brand, but it's a small brand of clothes. The whole store would cost $200,000 to $300,000 to buy the clothes anyhow. Zhou Lujing's face twitched. Sister, buying so many clothes, you can't wear them. It's so unceremonious. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars at the drop of a hat. I can't wear it and donate it. I'm a country village girl anyway. Seeing the injustice, Gu Nian smiled at her. It's silly not to take advantage of a bargain. Chapter 79, You're a piece of on the floor. Zhou Lujing pulled the corner of her mouth. I'm not as big as you. You can just buy a couple sets. No money and still swollen face, pretending to be a good person. Cut. Gu Nian turned around and exited the store. Moving on to the next stroll, Zhou Lujing felt the guide's momentary disdain and was so angry that she could barely get her breath up. They continued to walk with Gu Nian, following her shopping and buying nothing, like good girlfriends who come out to shop together and make all kinds of comments. Sister, this one doesn't look good on you. It's short. Ms. Gu, this one doesn't work. It shows fat. Oh my god, what kind of trashy clothes are these? They make Miss Gu look so ugly, like she's out for sale. The shopper saw that Gu Nian liked it quite a bit, and was almost ready to write an order. As a result of these things listen to the explosion. A handful of small mirror. Rush over to the woman and show her the mirror. Ugly, look in the mirror. Compared to that lady, you're on the ground. The woman glared angrily at the shop assistant. Where is your store manager? What kind of service attitude is this? I want to complain about you. Gu Nian picked out the clothes while watching them make a scene out of the store manager. The woman pointed at the shopper. Deduct her paycheck, fire her, verbally abuse the customer. The customer is God. The store manager listened to the process with a slight silence, then looked up and smiled nonchalantly. I think she's right. You're ugly as. Affecting his family's ability to make money. That's an unholy hatred. You. Gu Nian took the clothes she had picked out and walked over. Alright, go check out first. The shopper took a look at several sets and immediately went to the checkout with bright eyes. Chubby and the girls also pulled the woman, telling her not to be angry and not to take it personally. Zhou Lu quietly followed up and saw Gu Nian's WeChat change. Only $3,000. A couple of outfits. Cost $2,009. And she only had $100 left. Gu Nian looked at PayPal again. And the bank text message. She let out a long sigh. It's all out of money. So it's good to go shopping and touching again. This $3,000 is Gu Nian's own money. Before recalling her family, she earned her wages at her countryside neighbor's factory, doing manual labor. It's not too much to spend comfortably. As for clothes, she doesn't care about name brands or not. As long as she likes it and the fabric is comfortable, she buys it. Also, she likes to shop at the ground floor, a very popular place. Gu Nian paid the $100 as well. Help me get it home. The shopper's eyes instantly widened when she saw the address Gu Nian had written down. The gorgeous water bay, Gosuoban, which is known as a castle in Jincheng. The store manager said, I think it's there as a maid. Gu Nian strolled around again, and Zhou Lujing and the others still followed her. Gu Nian rolled her eyes for a moment, and like a sly little fox, she turned around and entered a designer store. It's a rich neighborhood. An undershirt in there starts at $10,000. Chubby pulled Zhou Lujing and said excitedly, Jing, here's your chance. Zhou Lujing glared at her, then followed into the designer store. The shopper saw Zhou Lujing and immediately greeted her. Miss Shou. Zhou Lujing smiled gently and pointed at Gunyan. I accompanied my sister here. She just came back from the countryside, so take it easy on her. Chubby hurriedly said, but Gunyan is more greedy and treats Jingjing as an ingrate. And Jingjing doesn't pay for the things she messes up. Gunyan listened to them singing in unison as she looked up at the treasure of the town, $1 million dress. Shallowly, he lifted his lips in a light smile, a sly, wicked grin in all of his eyes. What are they trying to pull here? And how is she going to punch them in the face and pit them? Chapter 80, I'm afraid of getting sick. As soon as the guide heard it was from the countryside, she started to look down on it in all sorts of ways. This young lady, you can look, but don't touch. After all, this dress, $30,000, you can't afford it with a year's work. Gunyan touched it. The style is a bit tacky. The color is too bright. The fabric is a bit worse. $300 is okay. That's a name tag. The shopper was angry. Redneck. If you can't afford it, don't touch it. Gunyan laughed softly. If I don't touch it, how are you going to make money? The guide frowned. Why did that sound? Well, a little off? Gunyan went back to touch the next skirt. How much is it to touch it once? Shopper's guide. The words. Seems even more wrong. Gunyan touched the decoration of a dress that was a diamond. She said to the guide, how much do you want for touching it twice? Shopper's guide. I think I heard something. Something humiliating? Gunyan had just taken down the skirt when the shopper stopped her. Don't try it on. You can't afford to pay for it if you leave anything dirty behind. Gunyan raised her eyebrows and smiled at her. You talk away from me? I'm afraid I'll have to be infected with a virus from you. Hearing this, the guide's face hardened. It always seemed, before, that something was off in her words. A bit colorful, but she has no proof. Now there's finally evidence. And Gunyan is saying, word for word, that she's for sale, and sick. Zhou Lujing pulled over the shopper. Don't bother with my sister. She's from the countryside. Or if you're like this, you're going to get a complaint. The shopper's eyes widened in anger, itching to go up and slap Gunyan twice. Zhou Lujing gave Chubby a look. Chubby then stared at Gunyan, looking for an opportunity to strike. Gunyan raised her hand and pointed at the treasure of the store. Bring that one down. I'll take a look. The shopper wanted to dislike her, but she was pulled by Zhou Lujing. Go get it. Our Gu family doesn't have the money, but the man behind her has money. The guide gritted her teeth and went to get the townhouse. The little follower asked in a low voice, Jing, strike or not? Zhou Lujing nodded. The way they wanted to do it was to break the clothes while Gunyan was looking at them. She couldn't afford it and then compensated for it. But it can't be afforded. In the end, she had to be taken away by the police. And it must have been a good scene. Zhou Lujing originally thought that Gunyan would only pick the cheap ones, but she didn't realize that she was looking at the treasure of the town. So that was even better. I believe that the old man behind Gunyan can't afford to take $1 million to help her wipe things up, right? Zhou Lujing, you guys be careful. It must be Gunyan who broke it. The two guides carefully took down the dress. Chubby and the girls came right over. That's a beautiful dress. The decorations on it are real diamonds. They sparkle and shine. You'll definitely look like a fairy in it. Chubby said to Gunyan. Gunyan, you sure look pretty in this. Go try it on. That's right. Y'all go ahead and try it. It doesn't cost anything to try. Can't afford it. Can try it. Take a picture. Send a circle to pretend to be good. All of them were encouraging Gunyan to try on dresses. Gunyan, go ahead and try. Chubby said, stepping forward, blocking the view with her obese body. The other follower reached out his foot to trip Gunyan. As soon as Gunyan fell, millions of dresses would be torn to shreds by her, and then she would either have to pay for them or be taken away by the police. Perfect. Thinking about Gunyan, who was about to be unlucky, their faces turned red with excitement. A foot stretches, a trip, with a killer squeal, followed by the sound of a skirt ripping. Chapter 81. Rig Zhou Lujing's role. Chubby. But it wasn't Gunyan who fell. Instead, it's Chubby, the little follower, and the shopper. The dress worth millions of dollars was even torn open by them, and the decorative diamonds on it fell all over the place. A nice $1 million dress became a rag in an instant. Gunyan looked at them with an ouch. You guys are in trouble. $1 million dress. Zhou Lujing. Bunch of idiots. Thousands of warnings. Must be if Gunyan breaks it. The result, they ended up breaking it themselves. Chubby pranced, stood up, and pointed at Gunyan. You tripped me on purpose. You're the one who ruined this dress. $1 million. Her family can't afford to pay. If she really pays for it, her dad will beat her until she breaks her bones. This pot, Gunyan must take the blame. Gunyan looked at her harmlessly. I'm 90 pounds of skinny, but I can't trip over your 200 pounds. You, both guides, looking at the broken dress, nearly died on the spot. If no one pays for it, then they will have to pay for it out of their own pockets. $1 million? That's going to kill them. Gotta catch a guy. Gu Nian couldn't afford to pay for it, but Zhou Lujing and the others could. But Gu Nian must also be responsible. None of you can leave. You must pay, or I'll call the police. Gu Nian spread her hands. It wasn't me who broke it. I didn't even touch a single hair of clothing. She was 2 steps away from the skirt. Zhou Lujing stepped forward. Sister, even though this is very wrong, but I saw it. It was you who tripped Chubby. The others all pointed at Gu Nian. Yes, we saw it. You're the one who tripped Chubby. Everyone unanimously testified against Gu Nian. Gu Nian raised her eyebrows. You can look at the surveillance. It's clear who tripped, but she was in position, plus Chubby was in the way. The surveillance would never have captured her tripping, but it would have clearly captured the little follower's outstretched leg. Chubby's heart. They panicked. Seems like I forgot about the surveillance thing. Gu Nian said to the shopper. Million dresses. Oh, lose all the money. I am no money. You want to catch me to lose money? Then I can only go to jail to squat a squat. Look at the monitor. The guide was also afraid of losing money, so without saying a word, he looked at the monitor. It's not like Gu Nian has any grudges against them, and it's no fun to catch a poor bastard. The guide saw the surveillance and did see the little heel stick out his foot, and then Chubby fell. Pay up. The guide looked at Chubby forcefully. If you don't pay up, then it's malicious destruction of goods, worth $1 million. You have to go to jail for a few years, right? She doesn't know the law. She's talking nonsense. Gu Nian saw Chubby look over and smiled, spreading her hands. Don't push the pot. The surveillance is evidence. She looked up at Zhou Lujing again. Good sister. They are your good friends. You won't see them die to save them, right? Zhou Lujing's face turned ugly. Fatty and the girls looked at Zhou Lujing as if they saw their savior. Jing Jing. They had stepped in to help Zhou Lujing. If she didn't help out with the money, they'd tear her apart. Gu Nian shook her head. What a plastic sisterhood. Zhou Lujing was still afraid that they would bite back, so she could only grit her teeth and help pay $500,000. That's what calmed it down. Gu Nian looked at Zhou Lujing with a smile. Are you guys still shopping with me? I'm going to look at jewelry. If you go, then you'll be pitted again. Zhou Lujing watched as she spent $500,000 and ended up buying a tattered dress. It was suffocating, and his heart was dripping blood. She gritted her teeth. Stay with me. Jewelry is even better. Let Gu Nian steal something and get caught and go straight to jail. Chapter 82. Sneaking into Gu Nian's bag. Jewelry store. Seeing customers come in, the shopper immediately introduces them enthusiastically. This is this year's most popular style, along with these, and it's on sale right now. Gu Nian glanced at Zhou Lujing and the others who had been holding back for most of the day. She raised her eyes and smiled. Okay, bring those out for me to see. The shopper froze. All of them? They're name brand stores and it's all diamonds, jewelry and such. I've seen rich people. I've seen rich wives, but I've never seen one like Gu Nian. Gu Nian raised her eyebrows and hummed. Yes, all of them. Those rings, earrings, all of them. Take them out and look at them. The shopper looked Gu Nian up and down, and the clothes she was wearing weren't designer brands either. This way, look at the money to buy. Chubby, she's the golden girl of the Gu group. How can she be worse than you for this amount of money? Zhou Lujing smiled. She's my sister. Although she doesn't have much money, she won't steal from you guys. Zhou Lujing is a familiar customer on this floor, and she's a bit of an actress, so she's no stranger to her. With Zhou Lujing, there's surveillance here too. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. The shopper very enthusiastically took out all the jewelry and introduced it to her. It's the latest design by the king of jewelry design, Octopus Marbles. Octopus is the rising star's king of jewelry design, and every piece of jewelry she designs is a hot seller. This store is not sold out yet because it was just new. If Gu Nian and the others had been a little later, they probably wouldn't have been able to buy it. Gu Nian absently swept, watched, and tried it on. The guide would not have been too comfortable with the idea, except that looking at Gu Nian, she was super beautiful. All the jewelry, on her, reflects a chic beauty. It is safe to say that every piece of jewelry is made for her. When others wear jewelry, they are robbed of their light by it. She was the only one who dulled the jewelry. Just looking at it, it's eye-pleasing and satisfying without buying it. Zhou Lujing gave Chubby and the girls a look. Chubby grew a bit wiser this time, and once again used her chubby body to block the surveillance view. And this is a surveillance blind spot. So, they took advantage of the shopper's inattention and put a tiny precious diamond ring necklace, quietly put it into Gu Nian's bag. It's a $2 million diamond ring necklace. The whole process, it was so tense that Chubby and the girls held their breath and almost didn't break it. Luckily, Gu Nian was only focused on trying on the jewelry, so she didn't notice. When they put it in and made sure Gu Nian didn't notice, they gave an okay sign. Zhou Lujing smiled. Good, now that's jewelry theft. That's enough for Gu Gwen to eat. Gunyan looked down at her small backpack and hooked her lips into a smile. Okay, I like all of these. Wrap them all up. The guide was stunned. All inclusive? Zhou Lujing also froze. Sister, can you afford it? These don't have $10 million. They still need $5 million. Besides, she can't wear it. I was spoiled growing up myself, spending $5 million on jewelry in one fell swoop. Then she wouldn't dare. She doesn't know if all her jewelry adds up to $1 million now. Gunyan reached into her bag and took out a card. I'll swipe it. Chubby and the others held their breath as they watched Gunyan's hand reach into her bag, waiting to see that she only pulled out a card, didn't bring out anything, and didn't have a look on her face. That was a relief. There you go. Zhou Lujing questioned Gunyan. This card of yours isn't even a black gold card. It's just an ordinary bank card. Are you sure you can swipe out $5 million? If she can afford it, then in a moment her stealing the jewelry won't stand up, will it? No matter. We can't let Gunyan find out anyway. We must make her lose face. Chapter 83, The World's Special, Unique Bank Card. The shopper also gave Gunyan a questioning look, but quickly took the card from her. Whether there is money or not, one swipe will tell you. After the brush. Guide. Stunned. It's the world's special, unique bank card. The money inside. Unlimited. Don't say 5 million. You can swipe 50 billion. The guide looked at Gunyan's eyes, instantly sparkling, almost adoringly kneeling down and shouting, Father. However, this look in the guide's eyes, in Zhou Lujing's and their eyes, meant that they didn't have any money. Gunyan, a hick from the countryside, would never be rich. Load it up. The guide took a deep breath, called to the others, and together they helped load it up. Super rich. Full body clothes don't even cost $200. So low key. Then they have to lay low too. Otherwise, what if such a soft and delicate girl is robbed or kidnapped? Zhou Lujing watched as they put the jewelry back into the box again. Gunyan must be broken swollen. Sister, can't afford it. Don't look at it next time. I have it in my house. I can give it to you. Gunyan let out a light laugh and started from Zhou Lujing, walking behind them. Your leash. My 2 dogs are disgusted. She paused slightly as she carelessly walked past one. A circle slipped by and her words were finished. Zhou Lujing's face instantly turned ugly. Gunyan was scolding her for being worse than a dog. But that's okay. Waiting for a while, the burglar alarm went off and Gunyan couldn't afford to buy the necklace. Then you'll have to be taken away by the police and get 2 free silver bracelets. She was so nice to Gunyan that she gave her 2 silver bracelets for nothing. Miss, the card has been swiped and everything is wrapped. The guide presented the card with both hands, both eyes glowing, and once again wanted to call his father. Gunyan took the card and wrote down the address. Help me deliver it to my home. The guide took one look at the address and stammered. Miku, in the Royal Water Bay lives the 3rd master of Jinchang. Could it be that this young lady is one of the maids in the Royal Water Bay? Oh, she envies a maid. Zhou Lujing and the others chortled. That's hilarious. Can't afford it and still pretending a bit. The guides here, too, are really sick in the head to go along with the act. Didn't buy it though. That's what's best. Gone. Gunyan took her bank card, put it in her bag, and left. Zhou Lujing and the others purposely took a step behind and looked at Gunyan with wide eyes. It's all the way to the door. The burglar alarm. It's going off. Quickly. Zhou Lujing and the others watched as Gunyan, safely, walked out of the store. Face to face. What's going on? The alarm didn't go off? It's broken? Chubby couldn't help but remind the guide. She stole jewelry from the store. Guide, Meow, carry A. Can swipe tens of billions of bank card people? As to use to steal? Don't be funny. Gunyan turned back to look at them with a smile. You're not leaving. You want to slander me for stealing jewelry? Chubby was anxious. She really stole a necklace. A diamond ring with rubies on it. It's worth $2 million. Zhou Lujing. This is tantamount to not beating yourself up and saying you set yourself up. Chubby, don't be ridiculous. My sister wouldn't steal anything. Let's go. Zhou Lujing took her little follower and left. Drip drip drip. They had only stepped out of the store when the burglar alarm went off like an explosion. The shopper was flabbergasted for a moment, and her face lost color as she shouted, Security! Stop them! They're stealing the gems! Chapter 84, A Super Loss. Zhou Lujing and the girls froze as they listened to the alarm go off. By the time they were brought under control by the security guards, they were even more frozen in a daze. We didn't steal anything. No, I'm Zhou Lujing, the daughter of the vice chairman of the Gu Group. My fiancé is Wen Yi. How could I possibly steal? Zhou Chen has been a door-to-door son-in-law for more than 20 years, and has finally gotten mixed up as a vice chairman. Chubby and the girls have all revealed themselves as well, although it was not a famous family, but at least it was a rich family's golden girl. Only, the security guards didn't listen to their explanations and froze to search them. Finally, from several of them, jewelry was recovered. That's not stealing. is it? The shopper pointed to the incriminating evidence and looked at them. The necklace, the gemstones, the ring, each one is worth $1 million. Zhou Lujing was directly dumbfounded as she looked at the things that were seized from them one by one. They turned their heads to look at Gunyan angrily. You set us up. Yes, it must be Gunyan's fault. Gunyan walked past them, but they didn't feel it. Something was put on them. Goodness, how in the world did she manage to put something on them silently? Gunyan smiled and took out a ruby necklace from her bag. Gently swaying, the ruby sparkled in the light. She raised her eyebrows and smiled a very evil, open and tilted smile. An eye for an eye. Oh, what about this necklace? I'll buy it back for my second dog to wear. You. As Zhou Lujing and the girls watched, they wanted to pounce on Gunyan and bite her to death. She knew it from the start and then counter-engineered them. However, they still couldn't figure out how Gunyan did it. You think carefully. Is the clerk to call the police? You go to jail, or now pay the bill out of pocket. Oh, stealing a fine tenant. $1 million necklace would have to cost $10 million to buy. Don't say they don't have any money. Even if they did, they'd go home with broken legs. Zhou Lujing and the others are sulking, but money is nothing compared to going to jail. Zhou Lujing gritted her teeth. Pay the bill. Call for the bill. So Gunyan stood in the doorway, laughing. He watched Zhou Lujing and the few of them, holding their cell phones, making all kinds of calls and crying to their grandparents for money. Just by looking at their expressions, I know how badly they were scolded, waiting to go home and get beaten up. Gunyan shook her small ticket and gloated as she smiled at them. I'm $5 million and I bought a lot of jewelry. And you guys, you spent $10 million on $1 million worth of jewelry. Gunyan laughed and clapped her hands. TCH, how rustic. I moo. You. Chubby was so angry that he wanted to go up and tear Gunyan apart, but was stopped by Zhou Lujing. The thoughts they were having right now, all of them wanted to break Gunyan into pieces. Never, ever had such a superb blood loss. I'm going to the restroom. You guys. Gunyan arrogantly and playfully winked at them. Don't come looking for abuse again. Oh, I am not polite yet. Grass. What an arrogant, flamboyant woman. Wanted to tear her up. Chubby, a few small followers, gritted his teeth. Want to tear her. Today this breath, absolutely cannot endure. She went to the restroom. Zhou Lujing said quietly. A few small followers, looking at each other. There's no surveillance in the restroom there. It's perfectly safe. And, if you get wet in there and come out, then surely, they hadn't bullied many people in the restroom when they were in the Noble Academy. They had experience and could definitely screw Gunyan this time. Chapter 85. Order her a dogfighting stick. Gunyan went into the restroom and saw a woman with an umbrella. She raised an eyebrow and paid for it, then went into the separate restroom. Not long after, Zhou Lujing and the girls also came to the restroom. Took a under repair sign and blocked the doorway. Zhou Lujing softly shouted, Sister, where are you? I'm bringing you paper over. Gunyan put the toilet lid down and sat on it, playing with her cell phone. I brought paper. I don't need you guys. Zhou Lujing hummed. No need. I'll go home then. Gunyan smiled as she listened to the sound of them pretending to leave. She sent a message to Lord Siyu. I was at the mall, came across a couple of gadgets, had a good time, and just kind of missed you. Siyu was in a continuous meeting when he received another message. He couldn't help but hold his breath for fear of being heavy. The information all disappears as it were. Sirius raised his hand to stop the meeting and started editing the message on how he was going to reply. Aha! It seems too perfunctory. I miss you too. It doesn't seem to be good either. I'm working and thinking of you. Before he could send it out, Lord Siyu deleted it again. This wouldn't work, just in case Gunyan felt it was bothering him. Siyu was so torn. He looked up and asked the executives present at the meeting. Excuse me, how do you perfectly reply to a message from someone who kind of misses you? Executives. Third master. Isn't it too that for you to ask for a small reply in such a tone of asking for everything? Gunyan was playing with her cell phone when she heard voices outside. Everyone else in the restroom is gone. She saw the chubby shoes. Good. It's time to start abusing the scum. Gunyan sends a message to Siyu. I'm going to fight 2 puppies. I'll talk to you later. Still racking his milk juice. No, racking his brain. Siyu. The moment I saw the message, it was a bit confusing. He hasn't replied yet. Hitting with hands? Sensei reads, aha. Siyu looked up and asked Ouyang, what has she been doing today? Ouyang immediately bowed and replied, beat a little fat pig. Then, Ouyang told Siyu about what happened to Gunyan at the mall. Don't worry, third master, everything has been taken care of, and that shopper has been fired. Gu Guin is out there, still followed by someone. Every move she makes sends to his side. Then, he would make amends for Gunyan, perfectly after whatever she had done. Never let Gunyan suffer the slightest bit of aggravation. Siyu suddenly asked, hitting the dog with her hand will hurt, right? Ouyang, You should be concerned about the person who was beaten, right? Sirius frowned. It won't hurt and it will dirty her hands. She loves to be clean. Oh Yang. Executives. What the hell is Third Master talking about? Cersei thought for a moment and instructed Yang. Go order her a dog beating stick. Yang froze. Ha, hit. The dog bat? Sirius waved his hand. Let's have the meeting first and make money. I just received a bank message that Gunyan spent $5 million. It was money that was spent to his heart's content. Ani spends money, he makes money. There are also dog fighting sticks. He designed one himself with a glittery fairy wand finish, but once you open it up, it can be a dog fight. Mall, in the restroom, only Zhou Lujing and the girls were left, using the mop's bucket, filling it with water, and washing the mop. Then he bent down again and saw that Gunyan was still inside, gave an okay sign. Gunyan perked up her ears and heard voices in the next room. She mentally counted 1, 2, 3 and then opened her umbrella. The little follower stepped on the toilet, carried the water, toward Gunyan's room, and poured. 99 came early. Little Qua AI went to bed early. Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to a fairy model dog fighting stick customized by Mr. San. Good night. See you at 12:30 tomorrow. Chapter 86, Meeting Gunyan. Unlucky first day. A bucket of water was poured down, and Gunyan held her umbrella up and topped it off. Then the splash. Zhou Lujing and the few of them were instantly doused in cold. That scream. It was a scream. Gunyan. Water ran down the tops of their heads, down their faces, and dripped into their mouths. A smell of mops filled their noses. Chubby breathed in, took a handful of hand sanitizer and poured it on the doorway. Make sure Guguan falls on his ass. Gunyan calmly collected her umbrella, then opened the door and lifted her foot to step out. Chubby and the others looked at Gunyan, then stared with wide eyes as they sat and waited for her to fall on her ass. But Gunyan smiled at them. Then the umbrella stabbed hard at Zhou Lujing. Zhou Lujing didn't stand still. Plus there was water all over the floor and hand sanitizer. Thus, Zhou Lujing fell, subconsciously grabbed Fatty. Fatty grabbed the little heel. One with one. Bang! Bang bang! Ah! Several people, all of them fell to the ground. It was called a mess. Gunyan raised her eyebrows and looked at them. Is this a group of you eating, or is it a sneak peek? You. Zhou Lujing couldn't stand up, so she had to yell. Gunyan, stand up and her. A few of Chubby's little followers were so angry that they tried to stand up, but the floor was too slippery and they fell down again. Gunyan, umbrella in hand, shook her head at them. I've been told not to come looking for abuse, and you just don't listen. Zhou Lujing and the girls grabbed the door panel before they got up from the ground. Hate looked at Gunyan. Gunyan looked at them with a smile. Don't come looking for abuse again, or I'll make you live in a toilet today. Zhou Lujing and the girls were still not dead. Gunyan laughed again. Really don't look for abuse. You can look it up. Bullying, I'm an ancestor. Although Gunyan was smiling, it sent chills down their spines. In the end, the urge to hold Gunyan down in the toilet was extinguished. They were afraid that instead of holding Gunyan down in the toilet, they would be held down themselves. So, let's just forget about it. Only after Gunyan left did the girls carefully hold the door panel and come out of the restroom. Several people, all wet, causing people passing by to glance at them and look at them a little more. That look in their eyes. It's like they went to the bathroom and ate. Can be smacked. Zhou Lujing and the girls are really disgraceful. For most of the day, he spent millions of dollars more for no reason and held his breath. Unlucky first day when I met Gunyan. Gunyan is in a beautiful mood with a full harvest today. Along the way, I saw dogs and cats out for a walk. Good day, Master Gu. Hello Nian-san. Does Master Gu still want a dog? The kind that can be pampered? As Gunyan walked, all sorts of dogs ran to rub their ankles with her in a pampering manner. It causes dog owners to be depressed as to how their own dog, who wants to run away from people. Gunyan took her things home. Then she put the couple's things, all set up. Finally, she took the erotic pajamas, and the couple's panties, and hand-washed them herself. Gunyan washed the panties with her husband embroidered in big red. In his mind, an idea suddenly popped up. The underwear of Cersei Yeju. Who washed it? Is that Auntie Sui? Or is it the maid at the Royal Water Bay? Or maybe it's Yang? No matter which one it was, Gunyan's heart directly bubbled with acid. So private and intimate clothing that you can't let anyone else wash it. Jealousy. Anger. So, lunchtime, Auntie Sue and the maid, then, felt a heavy murderous aura and were about to be killed by her eyes. MS. Gu, did I do something wrong? Or is it MS? Gu's style to explode again? Chapter 87, Lord Shiyi. You are not human. Gunyan took a deep breath, then used the knife, cutting the steak with force. Nothing, just asking where the clothes are drying. Auntie Sue watched her cutting the steak with that feeling, like she was cutting them. Aunt Sue was a bit afraid of her. On the rooftop, she was pretty sure that the composing essence inside Gu's body was about to explode again. All up and down the GWB. It's going to take a beating. Gu Nian ate her steak in a very sultry manner and went up to the rooftop to tan the couple's underwear and pajamas. The sun was very good today. The rooftop is not only drying clothes, but also quilts. It's a Chinese tradition that washer-dried ones just don't smell as good as sun-dried ones. Gu Nian dried the clothes, then circled around. Ha, I don't see Sir Ye's underwear? Doesn't he tan? Or, afraid to be shy, hiding? Gu Nian was not in a position to ask Aunt Sue. That would appear to be her color. So she got depressed again. Auntie Sue and the servants, shivering all afternoon. Siyu Ju was in the company, flipping through his cell phone in 3 seconds and 2 seconds, waiting for Gu Nian's message. As a result, there was no waiting and waiting. As soon as he finished dealing with the company's business, Siyu Jiu immediately went home. The house was as quiet as a chicken, with only the second dog lying on his back in the doorway, turning wide-eyed stares at him. There were also a few birds that flew away from the balcony. Third master, you're finally back. Aunt Sue's taut nerves, when she saw Siyu Jiu, finally loosened up. Siyu asked, what's wrong? At noon, Ms. Gu was inexplicably angry, and hasn't said a word until now, nor has she come down to eat. Aunt Sue whispered, I'm afraid she'll want to make a scene again. The compositional sperm eruption was simply terrifying. Siyu's heart thumped. What's going on here? So quiet? Qinlai had also just returned, and it was the first time he had seen the royal water bay so quiet for the first time. Woof woof. As soon as Dogsy saw Qinlai, he barked at him. Frightened, he immediately hid behind Sirius. This dog has a grudge against him. Siyu Ju relentlessly stepped aside and said to Dogsy, he hasn't exercised today, so you accompany him for 10 laps. Woof! The second dog barked and spread his legs as he rushed toward Qinlai. Qinlai turned around and ran. Sir Siyu, you're not human. Siyu Ju's voice was cold, I'm looking out for your health. If people don't move, their bones are going to rust. Ani must be mad at him because he said he bought that sexy pajama set. She must have thought that he was a pushover or a pervert. So pissed off. This is all Qinlai's pot. Now, how is he going to coax it? Gu Nian was in her room, was hearing the sound of Siyu Jiu coming back, and was happy to immediately pounce on the door. But think about it, the whole washing underwear thing, and she got depressed, and her heart went sour. She went from a jaunty stride, to a small, broken step, and the smile on her face tightened a bit. Siyu Ju stood at the stairway and tilted his head to look at Gu Nian. He called out a little sharply and uneasily. No, he hasn't coaxed anyone. He can't coax. Gu Nian gave a slow Siyu's heart tightened. Sure enough he was angry, but it was better than before. At least, not throwing things at him and swearing at him. Still, she had to be coaxed. Gu Nian descended the stairs. There were 2 more steps. Standing like this was a head taller than him. You go to the rooftop and put your clothes away. Euphemistically and shyly, she told him that she had bought the sheer nightgown. And then, by the way, connotatively, who washes his underwear, anyway? Chapter 88, Sir C, where's that one of yours? What kind of person lets a grand president collect clothes? Aunt Sue hurried over. Miss Gu, Sirius nodded. Good. Gu Nian hummed. Put away your clothes and come down for dinner. Siyu was obedient and loved the feeling of her telling him to do his chores. That's what makes it feel like home. Siyu was a little happy to bounce up to the rooftop. The other clothes have been put away. The sky under the dark gray. Throughout the balcony, only 3 striking dresses floated, couple of panties, and the little, sexy, sheer nightgown that flowed with the wind. Lord Siyu, heart racing, blushing like fire. Just the thought of Gu Nian wearing this little nightgown. Siyu's testosterone instantly soared to its highest point. She bought it, like a thief. Siyu looked left and right to make sure no one was there. It was only then that he blushed and took a big step forward, hurrying to put the sheer little nightgown away. And look at this set of couple panties. That was even more so as his heart was beating like thunder and his face was blushing to the point of dripping blood. Siyu took it down and tucked the little nightgown into his arms, still looking up and around. The look is more like a thief. He didn't notice, however, the 2 little sparrows on the rooftop. Master San is so useless, collecting a little nightgown like a thief. Kirikou. Still, Nian is great and doesn't blush. Chatter. So, after that, will Master San be on? Or will Nian be on? Kirikou? Next time the third Master Nian does something, we're going to gather around and verify it? Chatter? 2 little sparrows were chirping over there. Siyu Jiu put away the little nightgown and went back to his room, still carefully folded and placed on the bed. When he was folded, he was hot and hormonal. By the time he got downstairs, he was unchanged, frosty-faced, and high-strung and ascetic. Finished collecting? Gu Nian asked him, raising her eyes. Sirius gave a low It's put away in your room. Gu Nian looked up at him, a face as cold as ice. No reaction at all? Gu Nian gave a depressed "oh. Let's eat then." Sito sat down to eat. The two didn't make another single eye contact. Auntie Sue. And to sit down to dinner and seem to feel okay? I don't think a mess. Gu's composing spirit will break out, right? Siu Jio is embarrassed to open his mouth. After all, the first time to receive a small nightgown like that. Shy. Gu Nian was depressed and didn't want to talk, and kept dwelling on the matter of who would wash his underwear, knowing full well that he didn't have her before. She couldn't care less about that, but she just couldn't help it. Gu Nian and the others had just finished eating. Xin Lai was forced to run 10 laps and paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. He couldn't help it, and quietly raised a middle finger at Lord Siu. Beasts with humanity and no heterosexuality. Gu Nian said to Erdogsy, "Call little boy and let's go for a few laps." The second dog threw back his head and gave a long woof, followed by the dogs opening their cages and all pouncing. Xin Lai's face changed. Siu Ju lightly kicked Xin Lai. "Get up and walk the dog together." "Ha?" Xin Lai wanted to kill someone. "He's only done 10 laps. Gu Nian raised her head and glanced depressingly at Siu Ju. "Other people hate to be alone. And he's actively looking for a light bulb to illuminate? Not one, but two." Oh Yang, who came back from working overtime, was also dragged into walking the dog. Gu Nian only felt that these 2 light bulbs lit up the galaxy. No words all the way home and a shower. Gu Nian let Siu Jia wash first, then she went in to wash. She figured it out and didn't dwell on who used to wash it. As long as she's around, she'll do all the washing from now on. There's no need to get upset with him over what happened before. Gu Nian went into the bathroom and searched around, but couldn't find his underwear. She came out in a huff and asked, "Siu, where are your panties?" Chapter 89, This is jealous, isn't it? Siu looked up quizzically. "Ha, where are the panties you changed out of?" Gu Nian huffed and ran to him, tilted her head and asked him, "Which little goblin washed your underwear?" After a day of being depressed, I finally decided to ignore it and had to wash it for him. As it turned out, she didn't find it. Now, Gu Nian's compositional essence finally exploded. Siu hadn't reacted yet. Gu Nian had already stood on her tiptoes and was particularly milky and ferocious as she grabbed Siu Ju's collar. She also asked with a particularly milky ferocity, "Which little goblin was it that washed your panties? I'm going to kill the demon. Why don't you save it for me to wash? Do you still want, or not, me to be your girlfriend?" Siu seemed to have found the point where she exploded. He spoke quietly, "There's a washing machine in there for underwear." Gu Nian froze. "Ha?" Sirius looked at her sincerely, then nodded heavily. "Ask again. You're going to help me?" "No." Gu Nian let go of him, red-faced, and ran out of his room. "Shame on you." She actually got half jealous with a washing machine for underwear. "Almost didn't sulk myself." "Sure enough, you can't mess with vinegar." Siu Ju turned around, looked at Gu Nian's running away figure, and smiled with his eyes downcast. That's jealous, isn't it?" Just thinking about it, the depression that Siu Jio had felt for most of the day disappeared. In his heart, he was sweet, as if he had eaten a lot of sugar. Sweet he was, grinning the whole time, even when video conferencing with foreign companies. The corners of that mouth never came down. It dropped the jaws of those foreign executives. "I've heard that there is a kind of smile in China that is shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Probably the kind of smile that Master San is having now." Gu Nian ran back to her room and saw on the bed neatly folded couple panties and a small nightgown, a blushing mess. She was completely out of her wits in front of him. "Shame on you." Gu Nian took the little nightgown, shoved it into the closet in one roll, and buried herself under the covers. "It's so humiliating." Gu Nian hid under the covers, not knowing when she had fallen asleep. By the time she woke up, it was dawn. Thinking about it again, her face reddened last night when she asked Lord Siu for her panties to wash. It's embarrassing to think about. She went downstairs and looked left and right for the figure of Lord Siu. Aunt Sue walked over. "Ms. Gu, third master has gone to the office on urgent business, so if you need anything, just order." Gu Nian was startled by her. "Aunt Sue, you're walking without a sound." Scared the out of her. Without Sir Siu, Gu Nian wasn't shy. She finished breakfast and went to sit on the second floor balcony, flipping through the financial news. "Nyan, there's news, Kirikou. We just came from the Winchesters' house and heard the news that the Winchesters are going to sign the contract." Chortle. She watched for a while and twittered two little sparrows over. Gu Nian looked up. "Going to sign the contract?" Little sparrow nodded his bird head. "Aha, 10 o'clock in the morning, at the Hueys." Gu Nian turned around and took the computer. "It's 9 o'clock now, past 9:30, it's still not too late." She wants never to sign this order contract again, because she'll do better. Gu Nian took the computer and worked for half an hour. At 9:30, on time, we left for the Hueli restaurant. C Group. Cue was still in a meeting, and still couldn't wrap his head around the project cooperation that had been stolen a few days ago. Yang came in and whispered, "Ms. Gu went to Huili restaurant." Sirius narrowed his eyes. Yang was silent for a moment and continued, "Yi just entered Huili restaurant on the front foot. Ms. Gu arrived on the back foot. He's afraid Ms. Gu is going on a date with Yi. Let's hope not." Hearing these words, Cuyu's breath hitched and his heart stifled a dull ache. The feeling that was still sweet in his heart last night was instantly replaced by a sharp knife to the heart. Ding dong, the message came. Ciu held back the feeling of heartache and looked down at the message. "Cc Nyen Nyen, honey, I went to Huili restaurant to get back what was taken by Wenjie. Don't get me wrong. Love you. Kisses." Chapter 90, My Woman. When I say it's okay, it's okay. Ciu who saw this message. That feeling of having your heart stabbed with a knife disappeared in an instant. He raised his lips in a smile and messaged Gu Nyen back. She, 4-1, wasn't going on a date with Yi? That's enough. Yang looked at the suddenly smiling Ciu and was puzzled. Third master? Cc Nyen Nyen, believe me, in half an hour, I'll have the person in charge call your company, and this cooperation will still be yours. Ciu looked at the text message and seemed to be able to see that Gu Nyen was struggling for this and was still very self-confident. Okay, I believe you. Yang shouted again. Third master, you don't give an invitation? Gu Nyen all went to find Yi. The third master is still laughing. He can't be crazy, can he? Ciu looked up at him. Rest, we'll continue in half an hour. The cooperation with Yukun Foreign Trade Company will continue in half an hour. What? When the executives heard this news, they all looked at Lord Ci in shock. Ciu said in a deep voice, "In half an hour, the head of Yuechuan will call to sign the contract." The executive was shocked, but this cooperation has already been snatched by the one group. They don't believe it. Our planner, which is the best available, was taken away and there is nothing better. I believe that the people in charge of Yuechuan are not stupid and will not give up such a big cake. Ciu looked at them and shallowly hooked his lips. My woman, it's fine when I say it's fine. Executives, it's that unknown woman again. She's the one who got the plan stolen, and now she says it's okay? One of the executives gave a mocking sneer. Third master, don't forget that she's the one who caused the company to lose this billion-dollar partnership. Just counting the money, it's worth $1 billion, not counting the reputation, not counting the impact later. That's right, you're the grand president, the one in charge of the company, but you can't just let a woman make trouble. And half an hour, you know how many times we worked overtime when we did 3 months of planning, and my wife almost divorced me, and it turns out that a little woman, exaggerating about half an hour, snatches back this cooperation? It's hilarious. Ciu raised his eyes and coldly swept them. If you're not satisfied, you can leave now. His voice was icy, bone-chillingly cold, and made people cringe at the sound of it. The executives, in the end, didn't dare to say another word, because the third master is different from other presidents. He kicks people out when he says so, and is not afraid of the loss of talent in the slightest, because he has the ability to scoop up the same talent. This is Lord Ciu, killing without blood. Still, they were unconvinced in their hearts and whispered underneath, that little woman. I'll work overtime for a month if she can snatch this partnership back for us. Don't you talk nonsense. As far as the third master is mesmerized by that vixen, it is estimated that using the power of the C family, even if it is upside down, it will help the vixen. Third master being scourged by such a woman, not to mention taking C's group out of overseas. I think it's a blessing if he doesn't declare bankruptcy and close down next year. Sirius couldn't hear what they were saying, but by looking at the look, he could guess some of it. He instructed Yang in a low voice, keep an eye on it at all times, and if Yen doesn't negotiate, use my name to force the other party to agree even if you have to. They don't believe in Anim, then he'd make them believe in Ani in his own way. Yang wasn't surprised at all and turned to go out the door to order. As a result, he had just left the house when he received a call from Master C. Chapter 91 Gu Nyen is here. The C family, the ultimate power holder is still Elder C. Therefore, Yang didn't dare not to pick it up and was still respectful. Master, Elder C let out a long Ju ordered you to help Gu Nyen? Yang, yes. Since he asked, the old man just knew. Elder C said in a deep voice, no one is allowed to help. The C family doesn't want useless daughters-in-law. Gramps. Elder C's serious voice was tinged with anger. You may as well tell Ju that if he dares to make a move to help, I will dare to do it. Toodaloo. Yang looked at the hung-up phone and then at the conference room with the door closed. I won't tell Master San about this beforehand. Let Master San be happy for a while longer. Otherwise, the third master was afraid that he would have to go home and fight with the old man, and that would be too much of a disadvantage. Besides, Ms. Gu has the heart to do so. It's fine. Huili restaurant. When he was talking to the other collaborator, talking about the project and the bright future. Mr. Lu nodded his head repeatedly as he listened. Not bad, it's the same philosophy as ours. That being said, it's tantamount to being able to sign a contract. When he smiled and took out the contract, something happened at home last time, and the contract was maliciously broken. Let's re-sign it. It's a second contract. The one time the contract was signed, legal counsel had read the contract and made sure it was okay. Mr. Lu was fine with it and took the pen. Mr. One should pay attention next time. In the end he is a businessman. Don't be played by a woman. He just makes money and doesn't care about other people's personal lives. This time it was an accident. 1E helpfully flipped through the contract. Sign here. Mr. Lu smiled and took a pen to sign. Mr. Lu, don't rush to sign. Mr. Lu was just about to sign the contract, and on the contract, there was an additional white, slender hand. The hand was very slender and white, so good that no hand model, as far as I could see, was as good as hers. Mr. Lu looked up, at her, then at Wen Yi. She is. Wen Yi's face sank when he saw Gunyan. Gunyan, what are you doing here? We're out of the marriage, so don't you dare pester me again. And don't think you can get my attention just because of what you did yesterday. He spoke in a hushed voice, as if Gwyn had pestered him. Mr. Lu looked at Gunyan's beautiful face and also remembered. Your MS. Gunyan who arrogantly withdrew from the marriage yesterday? In person, much prettier than on the news. Gunyan smiled slightly and picked up the contract on the table with one hand, then politely extended her hand. Mr. Lu, hello, I'm Gunyan. Today I'm here on behalf of C Group to renegotiate this cooperation. Mr. Lu shook hands in a gentlemanly manner and let go, but he looked her up and down questioningly. You, the people of Jinchang, when they mentioned Gunyan, instantly remembered the label that had been affixed to her. Invincible ugly girl, uneducated and arrogant. The label of invincible ugly girl was torn off, but uneducated. It would not be torn off for the rest of her life unless she got a new head. Gunyan smiled and nodded. Yes, that's me. When he looked at Gunyan like this, purely to cause trouble, he shouted at Gunyan. Gunyan, get out and don't come in and make trouble. You're just going to make me more and more disgusted, and I'm not going to like you. Now, he was shouting like that on purpose. The purpose was to make others think that what Gunyan did was to get his attention. When he returned to sign the contract, he would coax Gunyan properly. It's not a fiancé anymore, but it's not impossible to develop an underground lover for such a beautiful woman. Chapter 92. When he almost spit out his blood, Gunyan looked at Mr. Lu with a smile. Even if Mr. Lu doesn't give face to me, a big beautiful woman, the face of C Group, isn't it also necessary to give some face? She didn't care about that crazy dog when the more you talk to him, the more he barks. Mr. Lu looked at Gunyan. She was pretty and bewitching, but she was also generous. There was a, well, congenial aura all over. Mr. Lu nodded his head. Miss Gu has said so. How can I be so mean as not to give face? Gunyan sat down gracefully and generously. Her every move was characterized by a convincing charm. When he looked at his home turf, which was about to be stolen by Gunyan, he was so angry that his head was filled with smoke. Gunyan, I said don't come and make trouble, or I'll get more and more disgusted with you. Gunyan smiled at him. When he grabbed the contract from her hand as soon as he could before handing it to Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, don't mind her. Let's continue signing the contract. Mr. Lu gave Gunyan face because she had an easygoing vibe that made people like her. It's not the kind of like between a man and a woman, with greed. It's the feeling of liking nature and loving life. Please be quiet. Mr. What? I would like to hear Miss Gu talk about her planning proposal. Wen Yi was anxious. Mr. Lu. Gunyan raised her eyes and looked at Wen Yi with a smile. Don't interrupt. Oh, I'm here for C's group, so be careful of being suppressed. Wen Yi held his tongue and almost spat out blood. The Sigit group. He has to save face. Without his nonsense, Gunyan took out the documents from her bag. Mr. Lu, this is our president's new plan today, which is more conducive to expanding overseas business. Mr. Lu was only giving her face at first, giving C's group a face, but soon, looking at the planning documents and listening to her simple, windy voice, Mr. Lu listened with even more fervor, feeling differently than when he said it. What when he said, he only felt that this was a cooperation, profitable, and there was money to be made. But listening to Gunyan's voice, he saw a grand future. Not only is it a way to develop a business territory, but it is also a way to do something for the country. It's a feeling that boils over and provokes one to fight. After Gunyan finished speaking, she smiled and said, this is the program of our president, C Ju. He has a long-term vision. Not only does he see a mutual win-win situation for the two companies, but he also wants to take a step farther for the country. She asked, Mr. Lu, do you think this contract can be signed? Mr. Lu listened to the end. There is still some reminiscence. The mood is still surging. He nodded heavily. Third master is worthy of being a business guru. This proposal is absolutely brilliant. Sign. Gu Nian smiled. Thank you Mr. Lu for your support. She glanced at the clock. 3 minutes before she said half an hour. Wen Yi was also brought in. And when he heard the word sign, he immediately changed his face. He reached out and held down the contract. Mr. Lu, it was agreed that we would sign the contract. We have already signed it once. If you don't sign it now, it is considered a breach of contract. When Mr. Lu heard this, he was embarrassed. Having already signed a contract once, you're already considered a partner. Now if you don't sign it, you're in breach of contract. Even if you don't double the liquidated damages, you'll have to pay double. That's a $500 million breach of contract. He can't do that. When he saw him loosening up and hurriedly said, as long as Mr. Lu is willing to sign this contract, I'll make another 1% profit. Mr. Lu was heartened that he didn't have to lose money and could make another point of profit. But Gu Nian's proposal was even more ambitious. Who wouldn't want to make money and contribute to the country? Gu Nian raised her eyebrows and smiled, kindly reminding, did Mr. Lu check Wen Yi's contract again? Be careful of being fraudulently signed. 2 minutes to go. Chapter 93, half an hour is up. Wen Yi laughed coldly. This is our second signing contract. How could there be a mistake? Don't you bother. Gu Nian looked at Mr. Lu with a smile. It's safer to check again. Mr. Lu looked at Gu Nian, believing her words, and immediately had his legal advisor check the contract again. It was better not to check, but the legal advisor immediately changed his face when he did. Mr. Lu, there's something wrong with this contract, the legal advisor said, and pointed out several problematic points on the contract to Mr. Lu. After reading it, Mr. Lu was furious. Wen Yi, you even lied to me. No way. You guys sent the contract. I just printed it. Never. Wen Yi grabbed the contract and looked at it carefully. His absolute voice just stuck in his throat. Because something did go wrong with the contract. It's still a big deal. Mr. Lu looked at him angrily. Wen Yi, if you sign this contract, you're a fraud. You'll have to sit through the bottom of the jail. Do you still sign it? Wen Yi froze and looked up at Gu Nian. She looked at him with a light smile on her face, a smile that was so full of ambition and victory. Gu Nian, you counted the innings? Gu Nian looked at him innocently. That's impossible. I didn't even enter the door of your Wen family, right? You. Wen Yi thought it was her just by looking at her smile, but he has no proof. He could only tear the contract to shreds in anger, holding back until you want to vomit blood, without the pressure of paying the liquidated damages. Mr. Lu happily signed with Gu Nian. MS. Gu, we can sign now, and thanks to MS. Gu for the reminder. Once that contract is signed, not only will they lose everything, they'll have to work as slaves for others. What a way to be sold and count for others. Gu Nian looked at him with a smile. You give the person in charge of C's group, call and sign. I'm just using my duty to have a beauty talk about the contract. Mr. Lu laughed brightly. Miss Gu was really witty and humorous. I'll beat it. The Sigit group. Siu Jiao looked at his cell phone. 1 minute short of the appointed time. The executives at the bottom, too, pressed on. What's it been? Half an hour? Not to mention the phone calls, the ghosts haven't even screamed. You're still serious? It's a joke. Just listen to it. Everyone get ready. The business ghost genius, third master, will soon be hooked by a vixen and lose the C group. Ouyang waited outside and saw the last minute of time. He walked in. Third master, half an hour ago. The old man ordered to keep out of the way. Siugio raised his head and looked at him coldly. His voice instantly chilled. Why didn't you say so? Half an hour. Just a minute too late. Ouyang hung his head. The old master said that if you dare to help, he will dare to make a move. So you punish me. Siuju kicked a foot over in anger. Call the old president of Yukun. This contract, you have to sign it even if you don't, or else wait for the news that Yuechuan, Inc. will be acquired tomorrow. Overbearing and murderous. The executives at the bottom were so frightened that they couldn't even breathe, but their faces still showed ridicule. See, let's just say that Vixen can't negotiate a partnership. Ouyang lowered his head. She cannot talk, and half an hour is here. Why do you need to? Without third master's help, how could Gu Nian have negotiated the already perfect cooperation? The crowd scoffed in their hearts about the cell phone of the person in charge of cooperation, which suddenly rang. He looked at the caller ID. It's Mr. Lu from Yuechuan. Swish swish swish. All eyes, to the person in charge. It couldn't be that little woman, who annoyed Mr. Lu, now coming to raise hell. Could it? They will not, for sure, be here to sign a contract. Chapter 94, What's your relationship with Lord C. Knight? The person in charge looked up and inquired of Sirius. Third master, do you accept? Seo looked at her coldly. Answer it, and tell him what I said. By the way, if he dared to make Nian lose face, he would never let it go. What everyone thought was that Du Nian had offended Mr. Lu, including Ouyang. The person in charge answered the phone shakily, and turned on the outgoing sound. Mr. Lu, sorry, our company's small staff did not go through the consent. Go to talk to you about cooperation. Offended you. I apologize to you. You do not care. Mr. Lu listened to a face of confusion. No offense, we talk very pleasant. Now we want to talk to your company to sign the contract. The man in charge looked up blankly. Ha! Everyone froze, including Siyu. At Siyuju's eye gesture, the person in charge asked in a confused manner, signing a contract? Didn't that little employee offend you? A vixen can negotiate a contract? Mr. Lu smiled and nodded. It's about signing the contract. We had a good talk and didn't get offended. Master San's planning scheme is great, and I'm supposed to be typing in half an hour, right? Mr. Lu laughed. The third master is really strong enough. If I were to stay the second later, this contract would have flown. The person in charge was confused and made an appointment with Mr. Lu to sign the contract. When he hung up, everyone was still looking at him in confusion. The person in charge was even more confused. The whole conference room, that was really a 10-faced dumbfounded look at each other. Mr. Lu really signed the contract? Ha! The man in charge was still flabbergasted, yeah, and offered to give up a point. Now, the executives were 100 faces confused. Ouyang looked over at Master San and gave him a thumbs up. Master San is awesome. This play, it's true. Sirius frowned. It wasn't me. The contract that had been stolen by Du Nian had been optimized to perfection by him. Moreover, he didn't know that Du Nian would go for this cooperation. It also went so well. Ouyang and the crowd of executives smiling. No one believed that there was anyone else with a planning scheme that would be higher than Lord Siyu. Besides, Mr. Lu said that it was planned by the third master. Siyuju glanced at them and said coldly, you guys said that if you negotiate a contract in half an hour, you'll work overtime for 3 months. Work overtime. I told you to look down on Nim. Overtime. Overtime to death. Executives. The smack in the face came so fast, it was like a tornado. If time was turned back, they wouldn't dare say such things with conviction. Gu Nian sent Mr. Lu away and lowered her head to send a message to Siyuju. CC Nian Nian, half an hour. Perfect negotiation. Give you a long face? Does it make you look good? Does it make you look good for the third master? Siyuju looked at the message and was curious about this matter to the extreme. But with her it's just a matter of compliments. Nim. It's great. CC Nian Nian, then you have to buy me dinner. So, does this count as a first date? Gu Nian was chatting really happily when she heard Wen Yi call out to her. She frowned up at him and asked coldly, something wrong? Wen Yi looked at her sullenly. You're here to make trouble today, aren't you? Contracts. $1 billion just flew away. He could have flipped the script on this partnership. Gu Nian laughed softly. You can also thank me. If I hadn't appeared in time, soon you would have had to go to prison to pick up soap. Wen Yi took a deep breath and ultimately didn't swear at her. What's your relationship with Sirius? She said that she was here to talk about cooperation on behalf of Sir Siyu. It's not just anyone who represents Siyu. Gu Nian blinked her eyes and tilted her head to answer. Boy-girl friendship? Now they're not in a committed relationship, but it's close, right? Tomorrow is the national day, so I'm so tired after writing for so many days. So from tomorrow onwards, we'll be doing 4 times a day, and it should be at 8 p.m. I'll let you know when I'm sure about the update time. Happy National Day. Chapter 95. The beating comes so fast, it's like a tornado. Wen Yi froze for a moment, thinking that something was wrong with his ears. What did you say? Gu Guinian, male and female friends. Meh. Wen Yi was about to die of laughter when he heard this. The smile was very mocking, very contemptuous. Just you. You still want to talk about boyfriend and girlfriend with Lord Siyu? Gu Nian nodded her head. There's a problem? Wen Yi laughed fast not to come up for air. Gu Nian, I admit that you are becoming beautiful, but think about your own conditions, he said, looking Gu Nian up and down. Super beautiful face, super hot body, even if he didn't speak. Just those watery, talking eyes alone made one's heart flutter in spring. It's a condition that can't be beat. Siyuju, that's the third master of Jincheng, a business genius, not to mention the C family. They look at not only a person's beauty, but also education, intelligence, emotional intelligence, family background status. As for you, Wen Yi couldn't help but despise it again. It's just a vase. It's too much to take up space when you marry it. Guinness. Wen Yi stood in front of her and softened his voice. Nian, I'm the only one who doesn't mind you now. This way, if you follow me, I'll give you $100,000 a month for pocket money. Gu Nian couldn't help but interrupt him. $100,000? You have the nerve to give it. I'm too embarrassed to take it. Don't forget Goo's shares. I can share $500,000 a month too. It's just that the money has been pocketed by Joe Chan and the others. Pust. Someone laughed out loud, mocking Wen Yi. Wen Yi's face turned ugly. $100,000, that's not only pocket money, it's also a piece of my heart. You speak nicely of being the first lady of the Goo group, but to put it badly, you're just a wild girl from a foster family. That $500,000 is only yours if you get it. I'm looking at you now, and that's an honor. For someone like you, who is just good-looking and uneducated, it's too much for others to give you $10,000. It was a word that sounded full of contempt and humiliation. Wen Yi was trying to curry favor, but Gunyan's words were too hurtful. In short, he wants to adopt Gunyan, and she won't accept it. Then she's just too uneducated. Gunyan raised an eyebrow. Ha! Wen Yi looked at her with a gloomy face. Gunyan, don't you know how to appreciate yourself? No one in Jincheng can look at you except me. Even if I had a crush on you, it would be on a man who's not as good as me and can't even afford $100,000. His tactic is to belittle the woman so hard that she thinks she really can't. Gunyan stood up and looked at Wen Yi with raised eyebrows. Do you have some special hobby for your aunt? Before the withdrawal, you wanted to screw your sister-in-law. After the withdrawal, you want to screw your sister-in-law? Gunyan's voice was not low, and the people in the restaurant all swished and looked over. The way he looked at Wen Yi could be contemptuous. Shame on you for wanting to double up on sisters. In the restaurant, a number of men came forward. If this young lady is willing to marry me, I am willing to offer a bride price of $10 million. If this young lady will let me shake her hand and be a friend, I am willing to offer $20 million. MS. Goo, if you look at me, I'll give $50 million. You guys are bragging. Wen Yi wanted to curse angrily, but as soon as he looked up, he saw all the bigwigs and his face changed. He hurriedly piled on the smile. Mr. Su, Wandong. These are the bigwigs of Jincheng with big names. Something the Wen family can't compare to. Just think about it. Just now I said that Gunyan is not wanted and that giving 10,000 is too much. But these big guys, they're talking about millions of dollars at the drop of a hat. He instantly felt. Snap. The smack in the face came so fast, it was like a tornado. Chapter 96. No matter what, I want a kiss. Gunyan looked at Wen Yi with a smile. These big guys, they're not as good as you? Wen Yi's face turned ugly, and when he extended his hand, several bigwigs didn't shake it with him. Thanks for the appreciation, big guy, but I've got a name. Several bigwigs, looking at the playful Gunyan, did not make things difficult and left. There was, in her, a particularly congenial air. Wen Yi looked at Gunyan gloomily. Gunyan, don't be capricious. I am rich and handsome. Gunyan picked up the tea on the table, then splashed it out with a gulp. Wen Yi was splashed and took a deep breath. Gunyan, you. Gunyan put down her cup and smiled politely. Turn left and then right. Go straight. Go in and take a leak, thank you. Don't be insensitive. I'm only giving you this one chance. Gunyan didn't care what he howled and saw that in front of the restaurant, Siyu Zhou's car was already parked. She lifted her feet quickly, jogged over, opened the car door, and got in. When he watched the car leave and gritted his teeth in anger, Gunyan does not know good and bad. Take an old man seriously. Miss this opportunity. See me next time, still ignore. Hiss. Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly doused with a basin of ice water, poured down from the top of his head. It's more penetrating than just finishing a cup of tea. It was a waitress, carrying a large bucket of ice water, that drenched him. The waitress smiled. Congratulations, sir, for winning the first prize of the store, the Narcissism Prize. The reward is 8888. Wen he got wet and said he won the lottery? Before Wen Yi could say anything, it was immediately followed by another pot of ice water being poured down. Congratulations, sir, on winning the 1 pot, 2 pots, 3 pots. Wen Yi was drenched and shivering, and his face was bruised. That's enough of you. The manager carried a turtle over and placed it in front of Wen Yi, smiling very politely. Sir, here's your prize, 1,000-year-old Wang Bao, worth 548, 164, 438 yuan, and please settle the bill. 888 yuan. Wen Yi's frozen tugged at the corner of his mouth. A turtle, worth 548, 164, $438? The manager smiled. Yes, it's a 1,000-year-old kingbird with a very good meaning. Wen Yi actually wanted to be furious, but it was just a matter of reaching out, and it's still such an award-winning situation. The 3 big men, still looking at him. Wen Yi is not good to attack, so he had to settle the bill, carry a turtle, and leave. A billion-dollar partnership that flew. Pretty Guinness, too, is gone, and now it's been splashed with ice water through and through, and he even had to check out. When he felt that today was the second day of meeting Gunyan and being unlucky, At least I took 1,000-year-old Wangbo home, stewed it to replenish my body, and sent a circle to show off. Gunyan got into the car and immediately jumped into Siyuju's arms. Honey, what are you doing here? Thinking of you. Thinking of you. Thinking of you. Gunyan was not the least bit reserved and kissed him on the mouth like a chicken pecking at rice. Siyuju stiffened his body, and a little bit of redness surfaced on his face. He pickpocketed Gunyan. Someone, be reserved. It's okay, whatever, it's going to be a kiss, Gunyan said, and even held Siyuju's face and gave him a heavy kiss. When she, trying to deepen the kiss, Gunyan only felt that a pair of burning eyes were staring straight at them. With her mouth still kissing Sirius, she cupped his face like that and turned her head slightly. She, then, locked eyes with Qinlai. Qinlai sat on the passenger side, then stuck his head back between the two seats. Those eyes were so wide open that they wanted to take a microscope and just observe how they kissed. And, surprisingly, he's dripping with saliva. Qinlai looked on blearily. You guys continue. I'll just take a look. Look, the abstinent third master. Kissing is lustful or not. Chapter 97, after being reborn, she doesn't want to be a bigot. Siyuju coldly looked at him, then raised his foot towards his face and kicked it over. Ah! Qinlai yelped and ducked back. Master San is so inhuman. Ouyang drove and gloated. I told you to look and drool. Qinlai, follow the third master. Single for 27 years. Why the third master pro tsk, but I cannot look at a drool. Pro slurping. Gunyan shyly let go of Siyuju, then sat upright like a good girl. Not the slightest bit of half, just now anxious, colorful as soon as he got into the car. He pounced on Siyuju. Sirius raised his hand and wiped his mouth. Gunyan jerked her head up and glared at him resentfully. Dislike the saliva from my kiss? Siyu's body instinctively stiffened, put his hand on the tip of his nose, and sniffed. No, just sniffing for something. These words made Gunyan's face, too, couldn't help but redden. She simply bowed her head, cradling her phone and playing. Opened WeChat, directly ignored Zhang Mingming's 99+ message, and first brushed the circle of friends. After brushing for a while, she saw Wen Yi's friend circle. Wen Yi, today is particularly unlucky, but it's also rewarding. Won a prize, 1,000 years old Wang Bao, valued at 54,816,438 yuan, although it is blown, but I like it. There was also a picture of a large turtle. There were comments at the bottom. 1,000-year-old bastard, 54816,438? First time I've seen someone cursing himself, cursing so refreshingly. Ha ha, Mr. Wen is really funny, with the picture of the old bastard, but also scolded himself. I am shameless dead. With this picture, isn't one always connoting that he's a 1,000-year-old bastard too? Gunyan almost laughed and jerked over after reading the various comments. Wen Yi's brain is loaded with, right, turning around and cursing himself. Which talent gave him the award? Awarded a 1,000-year-old kingbird and said such an interesting amount of value. Qinlai again from between the seats. Probe intended to speak. Siyuju raised his eyes and glanced coldly at him, raising his foot to signal another kick out. Qinlai breathlessly skimmed his mouth and had to hold his words back. It was his idea. As a result, the third master, a beast with a different sex and no humanity, not to compliment him, but to kick him. Scum! Siyuju looked down at Gunyan as she swiped her cell phone. Nien, what's going on with you-kun today? Gunyan was talking to Zhang Mengmeng, so she didn't raise her head. Your project proposal, which I did read, can still be changed. In terms of details, I've learned that overseas, thinking in terms of the country, I'd rather earn less and pay more for the country, she said, looking up at Sirius, narrowing her eyes and smiling lightly. I'm sure Jen feels the same way, and even if she doesn't want to now, she'll think about it when we work together. Half of this new partnership program was Siyu's idea, and half of it is that she dabbled in her past life and knew it could be more perfect. Siyu listened and asked again, then why did you say you were representing me and talking on my behalf? Keep a low profile, or else it'll be too powerful and they'll all come to me in the future. So I won't be too busy? Gunyan narrowed her eyes and smiled. But I just want to be a Jew's little good boy. Tease a Jew every day. Talk to a Jew about a little romance. And then protect my brother. With great capacity comes great responsibility. After being reborn, she doesn't want to be a big brother. She just wants to be a little good girl in love. Siyuju doted on Gunyan's head. Okay, just be my little good boy. Qinlai pinched his nose and asked, Oh Yang, do you smell something? Oh Yang drove. No. Qinlai the car is full of the sour smell of love. Chapter 98 Eating $10,000 ice cream. After getting out of the car, Qinlai was limping. He was too mouthy to be kicked by Lord Zell. Sir Siyu invited Gunyan to dinner at the best revolving romantic restaurant in Jin City. You have to make reservations in advance, starting at 100,000 for a meal, and the coordinates of the Jin City high-rise overlooking the entire city. Even if you book in advance, you have to book a month in advance to get it. However, it was different for Lord Siyu. He was the master here. Jen, do you ever feel like there are 3 suns? Siyu looked at the cloudy sky outside before answering. From ancient mythology, there can be 10. From science there is only 1. Gu Nian interrupted him in a depressed manner, pointing at Qin Lai and Ouyang. These 2 are as bright as the sun and blind me. Can't you see? Buy her dinner. Just buy her dinner. As a result, he brought 2 light bulbs that look like the sun. Doesn't he feel flickering? Siyu looked sideways. That's 2 people. Guinness. This guy, does he not understand light bulbs? Ouyang and Qin Lai hurriedly lowered their heads to pick up their food. They love lighting, for no other reason than to see that the ascetic third master is such a sultry person in private. Someone wants to dog, so let them dog. Gu Nian gave up the idea of driving away the 2 light bulbs. Ouyang Chen, MS. Gu, after eating in a while, the third master still has to go on a business trip. We are accompanying the line. You just treat us like air. She is treating us like dogs. Qin Lai said. Gu Nian decided to ignore them. Jen, I want ice cream. Strawberry flavor. She wanted something cold to take the edge off. Otherwise wanted to kick the 2 light bulbs in the ass. Sito ordered strawberry-flavored ice cream. Gu Nian flipped through the menu and saw the strawberry-flavored ice cream, instantly widening her eyes. $10,000 of ice cream? Sirius nodded. Aha. Gu Nian, I'll go. This ice cream is encrusted with diamonds, or with agar. Siyu said. It's okay, try it. It's made by one of the world's top chefs. Not only is the workmanship and ingredients different, but so is the fame. Gu Nian also just spat out a sentence like this and quickly got used to it. Wait for the ice cream to come up. You take it, I'll eat it. Gu Nian didn't take the ice cream from Si Nightju's hand, but probed and went straight for the ice cream. The tip of her tongue gently curled around a mouthful of ice cream, a light and sweet flavor that instantly filled her mouth. The sweetness is appropriate, not overly sweet, and the flavor is even less intense. Well, it's delicious and worth $10,000. Gu Nian took Siyuju's hand and lowered her head to eat the ice cream. The tip of her tongue passed over the ice cream, and she gently raised her eyes to look at Sir Siyu. Sir, you eat it too. It's so delicious. Siyu watched her eating ice cream, watching him all agitated. Inexplicably, a fire was roused. You eat? I don't eat sweet. Gu Nian blinked her eyes and let out a light oh, because she was distracted. The last bite of ice cream fell on the tiger's mouth of Siyu's big hand. Gu Nian looked regretful. $10,000 of ice cream, and it's too good to waste, said. She got up and bent over, lowered her head and stretched out her tongue, gently licked over the tiger's mouth of Sea Night Lord's big hand. Siyu held his breath. She is ruffling the fire. Gu Nian ate while raising her eyes to look at Sir Siyu. Big watery eyes, innocent and pure, yet a bit provocative. Siyuju pursed his lips and looked at her with dark eyes. Nian, I want to try the flavor of the ice cream. Gu Nian finished eating and stood up. But I finished eating. There is no more. Or, eat the ice cream in your mouth. Sea Nightjord said. A pullover Gu Nian lowered his head and kissed her. Quan Nai, happy holidays. I don't have any mooncakes, so I'll treat you to some dog food flavored candies. If you have any new little Quan Nai, remember to give them 5 stars. It's very important to Jojo. Jojo is going to have a reunion dinner. See you tomorrow at 8 p.m. Chapter 99, Your Sweetness. I like it. Gu Nian faintly froze for a moment, then put her hand, climbed up on Si Yejua's neck and deepened the kiss, watching the two, just in front of them, kissing. Ouyang and Xin Lai exchanged a glance before awkwardly averting their eyes. A good gourmet meal froze with dog food. Gu Nian was almost out of breath before she was released. Siyujo's voice was low with restraint. Yummy. She blushed and asked softly, I thought you didn't eat sweets. You're sweet. I like it. Siyujo said it gently, but still a little stiff, as if he was not used to such love words. Afraid she'd think too much of it, he added. Diabetes. And that's okay, as long as it's you. It's all sweet. It doesn't matter if it's so sweet that your teeth fall out and you get diabetes. Gu Nian's heart thumped as if it was going to jump out at his words. Ahem. I'm so hungry. I'd better eat. The color of Siyuju's eyes as he looked at her was even more obscure. I'm hungry too. Soon the delicacies were on the table. Gu Nian lowered her head to eat and felt Si Nightjord's gaze still on her. She looked up at Siyujo, his eyes burning, looking at her heart even faster beating up. Aren't you hungry? Not eating? Why keep staring at her like she's the food? Siyu hooned. Hungry. Eat? Gu Nian looked down at Sir Siyu elegantly eating. A sudden jolt to her brain. His hunger, I don't think, was his stomach. His eating, it seems, is not food either. But, her? This thought made Gu Nian blush and bury her head in her rice. It's all Zhang Mengming's fault. She had to teach her the great method of flirting with men, borrowing ice cream and licking his hand. Note her chapter yellow later. That look, the little face buried in the bowl. Sirius looked on, raising his lips in a doting smile. Jin Lai kicked Oh Yang. See? Straight male style iron tree blossom, tie. Oh Yang, if you still want to be in the dissecting room, then go ahead. Jin Lai raised his head and saw Siju's cold gaze and also hurriedly buried his head to pick up his meal. With such killing intent, not to mention eating dog food, if he was chopped up like a dog, he wouldn't even have to resist. Gu went home with the sheet music and went straight into the recording studio. Xiao Jin was surprised. It's rare for Little Master to be so diligent today. Gu Xiaojun said that he was making money, but his body was very honest and lazy. Something like volunteering to record a song in a studio is usually only done when Kim takes a 40-meter machete and forces him to do it. Master Gu whistled and hummed a little song, very pleased and proud. That's for sure. My little princess Nian Nian composed the song for me. Of course I have to sing it overnight and publish it. When Jin heard this, he froze. Who do you think composed the music for you? He couldn't have misheard me, could he? Gu spread out the score, then took a picture with his cell phone. My Nian Nian little princess. Kogain's head got big when he heard that. Master, don't sing. Your little princess is a scourge. If she can compose and fill in the lyrics, I can do a striptease. Master Gu sank his face. Xiao Jin, I don't like what you're saying. I forbid you to say anything bad about Nian Nian. Xiao Jin had a headache. Little Master, have you forgotten that Gu Nian said you plagiarized? Did you forget that she? Gu nodded his head in a serious manner. Forgot. Nian Nian is 1,000 times bad, 10,000 times bad. Call him little brother and everything will be fine. Kim, Gu Xiaoyi is a sister control. Sister slave heavy disease patients. Chapter 100, your singing voice doesn't match the lyrics. Gu Xiaojun doesn't care what Xiao Jin reads. After taking the picture, he tunes it. Okay, come on and help me record the video. Pick the best looking angle. Even if the song isn't good, I want my fans to fall in love with it because of my face. Xiao Jin thought he could still save it. Little Master can't sing. In case she plagiarized it, you're another black spot. Gu Xiaojuan's deep voice turned cold. Don't say anything bad about Nian Nian again. Kogain felt that he was hopeless and simply didn't care. Gu read the score for the first time and roughly scanned it. He had a sudden, pretentious, frothy, concave word, moanless feeling. Looking at the sheet music, he lost all thoughts of recording a song. Xiao Jin thought it could still be saved. Little Master, how about? Gu gave him a look. No, Nian Nian composed the song. It must be sung. It must be good. Girls, it's not called pretense, not called moaning. That's called a cutie. That's called pampering. Gu adjusted his mood, then followed the notes and hummed softly. After humming for an hour straight, he finally found a bit of feeling. He tried a few more vocals and finally found the key to sing the song. And so, after a couple hours of work in the studio, it was dark outside. Finally, a little more tuning and touching up, Master Gu finally sang. Kim, how's it going? Read the score. It feels good. Are you going to go stripping? Xiao Jin looked at him. Little Master, won't your conscience hurt if you cover your conscience and say this? The young master has gone into this song in the best possible key. But, still, Kim felt greasy and a deep sense of preparedness. Gu Xiaoyi covered his heart with both hands and had a serious look on his face. This song is the best song that I, Gu Xiaojun, have ever sung. Xiao Jin pulled the corner of his mouth to laugh. Oh, the way you can't help but roll your eyes betrays your conscience that will ache. Gu Xiaojun kicked him. Quickly go and tune it up again. In a while I will directly microblog the song. I can't wait to share Nian Nian's masterpiece with my fans. Another wave of fans for sure. Kogain it's a black fan, right? Gu ignored him, took his cell phone, and began to send photos of the score, and a video of him recording the song, to the group of mutual love. Master Gu, this is the song that little Princess Nian Nian composed for me. It's simply heavenly. The world's first masterpiece. You guys are envious, aren't you? Xiao Jin looked at the video and suddenly said, Little Master, why do I feel that the composition and style is a bit like Tang Ziyang? He looked at Gu Xiaoyi. Gu Nian shouldn't have copied him, right? Gu Xiaoyi immediately coldly lowered his face, and his voice went all cold. What kind of trashy is Tang Ziyang? Is he good enough for Nian Nian to copy him? Kogain felt the anger and backed away silently. Gu snorted coldly. He's not worthy yet. Master Gu was really angry. It's okay to say he plagiarized, but it's not okay to say Gu Gwin. It's just so protective. Xiao Jin had to swallow back what he was going to say and take it back to embellish it. At this time, the 5 lakes in various places, 5 handsome, but differently characterized men were holding their cell phones, looking at the messages in the WeChat group, and fell silent. They clicked on Gu Xiaojiao's video. The sound quality, the pitch is okay, it's that the lyrics don't match his singing voice. There's something about the lyrics that insults his singing voice. Nenin is bad, but the rare willingness to create is a good sign. Must boast. Finally, 5 people covered their violently aching consciences and replied to the group. It's good, but your singing voice, it doesn't match the lyrics. Chapter 101 New Song Hot Search. Gu Xiaojun laughed when he saw this message. Gu Xiao Master, are you the ones who say this with a clear conscience? 5 brothers replied collectively. Yes, anyway, you can't knock Nenen's self-confidence. Having received the affirmation of his 5 older brothers, Gu was satisfied. He tweeted the new song. Gu Xiaojun V, my little princess personally composed a song for me to fill in the lyrics. Nian Nian little princess is my lucky star. I want to burst into flames. Starting from today's whitewash, he has to make money to buy candy for Nian Nian. At the same time, Tang Ziyang was also recording a song. And time again, he wasn't satisfied. The assistant had heard it once and was already raving about it. It was only a few hours later that he couldn't help but speak up. Brother Yang, it already sounds good. There's no need to record it. Tang Ziyang looked at the sheet music and frowned. No, it still doesn't feel like I've played the song to the best of my ability. The more he sang, the better he felt about singing. This song would make him an overnight sensation. And it'll keep him fed for the rest of his life. He wasn't willing to give up so much, and had to make this song the best it could be. The assistant swiped his phone when he saw the hot search. Hashtag Mr. Little releases a new track and it's so good. Hashtag the new song. It's already got over 1 million plays in an hour. Hashtag Brother Yang. Master Gu has also released a new song. And it's doing explosively well. Tang Ziyang's heart thumped when he heard this, but it quickly became natural. He took his cell phone and swiped it. All of them are praising Mr. Gu for his good singing. Fire and all. Not bad. Good to listen to. Master Gu was great this time. The lyrics and music are not bad. The assistant was puzzled. Yang's lyrics and music is the best. The little master of this song is too pretentious and pretentious. No disease, moaning. Tang Ziyang interrupted him with some displeasure. No, I think it sounds good. Very good. The assistant was even more puzzled. There was no one else in the recording studio, and Yang didn't have to act. So how come he was praising Gu's new song? That's pretty unreasonable. But Brother Yang, you've just been robbed of your leading man's color, and now he's preempting the release of the song. The word of mouth will get better and better, and it won't be good for you. The entertainment industry, originally, is dominated by heat, face value, and acting skills. Gu Xiaojun is probably really going to get a rise in fans this time, and his reputation is going to turn around. Tang Ziyang thought for a moment and said, we'll release the song at midnight. You go find the marketing number now. And the Water Army. He couldn't sing any better. After releasing the song, he's going to quickly take over the heat across the internet. Soon, today's hot search, the favorites will all be him. Gu finished tweeting, read a few comments, and then went to bed satisfied. And by 0:00 a.m., Tang Ziyang quickly posted the song and also edited a comic video. Soon, various marketing numbers immediately retweeted it, and the netizen Water Army also rubbed it in. In less than an hour, Tang Ziyang instantly rose to the top of the hot search. Late at night, those who are still awake, come together and listen to the songs afterward. Now the heat is even more explosive. Oh my god, this song by Tang Ziyang is so good. It's making my ears pregnant. I used to think that Tang Ziyang, a bit of play handsome, greasy, singing is not good. This time reversed my view of him. Powder. It's really so good. The last time I heard it so good, it was still composed by Fanless. To be weakly honest, Tang Ziyang's tone chi is insufficient. His high notes can't keep up, and I think he's ruining the score. I believe that if Master Gu sings it, the effect will be better than him. Chapter 102, I believe in Nian Nian. I don't know if you're a fan of Mr. Gu's, are you? It's only an hour and a half before and after the release of the song. As far as supporting one and stepping on the other, not to mention Gu Xiaojiao, didn't even realize. Listen carefully to Gu Xiaojiao's new song. It seems to be plagiarized from Tang Ziyang, right? Because of the word plagiarism, there was an instant fan war. Soon, there was more and more evidence that smacked Gu's fans in the face. Gu's new song is a plagiarism. Gu Xiaojuan's fans, that fighting force is also particularly strong. Super Iron fans, protecting his idol despite being punched in the face. Looking more closely at Gu's tweets, I realized that he didn't compose the music. Immediately shift the object of the fight. Is Little Princess Nian Nian the one who said Little Master plagiarized last time? What Little Princess is simply a scourge, deliberately copying Tang Ziyang and framing Little Master. Little Master is uninformed, is framed, Little Master is innocent. To fight Nian Nian's scourge essence. Top 5 Twitter hot searches. Hashtag Tang Ziyang's new song exploded, soaring to number 1 on the Hot 100 in an hour. Hashtag Tang Ziyang's new song kills Mr. Gu. Hashtag Real Hammer. Master Gu's new song plagiarizes Tang Ziyang and rubs off on him. Hashtag who was Little Princess Nian Nian. copying Tang Ziyang and framing Gu Xiaojun. Hashtag congratulations to Miss Gu for withdrawing from Wenyi. Hashtag after 12 in the morning. These hot searches rubbed off on me. Gu Nian was under the covers, sleeping soundly. However, the heat went up fast and was soon suppressed. An unknown force has removed the fourth heat. Hashtag who was little princess Nian Nian, copying Tang Ziyang and framing Gu Xiaojun. Then news such as Miss Gu's withdrawal from Wenyi broke out again. At the same time, Wenyi's I'm a shameless dead friend circle was also sent to the hot search with screenshots. Wenyi was mocked by the whole network, 1,000 years old bastard. Daybreak. Gu Nian woke up even as she listened to the two little sparrows outside, chirping. Morning, cutie. The little sparrow fluttered its little wings in greeting. Good morning, Nian. Karika. Gu Nian got up and brushed her teeth and washed her face, while listening to the little sparrow talk about interesting things in the bird world. When she went downstairs for breakfast, Sirius had already left for the office. Gu Nian finished her breakfast before picking up her cell phone to read the messages. Chapter Momo, how about the effect of teasing your husband? Is it that you can't get out of bed today? Gu Nian directly ignored her words of tiger and wolf. Opened Gu Xiaojuan's WeChat. After meeting yesterday, the two WeChat back together. Little brother is so fast. It sings out. Gu Guanyi smiled and opened the video and began to play. Only listening to the beginning of one. She frowned. No, that's not my song. Gu Nian patiently finished the song. In the end, if it wasn't for Gu Xiaoyi's characteristic voice, she would have wanted to drop her cell phone just from those lyrics. After Gu Nian heard this, she huffed and puffed and called Master Gu. Gu was fished out early and dragged to the company for a criticism meeting. Young Master Gu, if you can't handle this matter well, the resources given yesterday will have to be withdrawn. And this matter has a big impact. If you don't give a statement of apology to satisfy your fans, we can only say that you violated your contract and forcibly release you from the contract. Gu tried to argue that he didn't plagiarize, but the ironclad evidence hit him coldly in the face. Xiao Jin sighed. I told you, the new song looks like Tang Ziyang. It might be a plagiarism. Gu glared angrily at Xiao Jin and said in a very solemn tone, Nian Nian won't plagiarize. I trust her. Xiao Jin knew this was the outcome and could only sigh helplessly. But the irony of the evidence. That's a hard slap in the face of the little master. Gu Xiaojun was worried about how to solve the problem when Gu Nian called. Nenin. Gu Nian frowned, her soft voice, suppressing her anger and aggression. Little brother, why don't you sing my song and say you'll spoil me unconditionally, and then you don't even want to change it? You just change the song and sing it so disgustingly? Gu was confused and panicked when he heard her voice sound a little weepy. Nian, I sang the song you gave me. I didn't change it. I swear, if I change your song, I'll be your little brother in my next life. Believe in 9-9, tomorrow will hit the face. Nian Nian is not a person who will eat overnight losses. From now on, I will see you every night at 8:30 p.m. Good night. Chapter 103, Stealing Nian Nian's Songbook. Beat him up. Gu Nian was flabbergasted for a moment as she listened to Gu Xiaojuan's conviction. You didn't change it? Master Gu wanted to use yelling, but across the street was his little princess. He tried to suppress the urge to growl. As long as you wrote it, don't say pretentious and pretentious. Just you write a eating song. I'll sing it for you. Little brother. Guinness. She was born in the same year as her little brother, though a few months apart. Before she arrived in the country, her little brother used to bully her and make her cry. Then she was sent to the country, and her little brother cried the hardest, saying he would never bully her again, and that she would do whatever she said. That's why when she came back to the Gu family, her little brother spoiled her the most, unconditionally. Even when she told him to bark like a dog, he happily barked. So, the little brother who spoiled her so much would not fail to sing the songs she wrote. Gu Nian figured it out and her voice was soft. Little brother, I'm sorry. Just now I was angry and aggravated. I didn't use my brain to think, so I blamed you wrongly. Seeing that she believed it, Gu almost cried out. He's too aggrieved. Nian, I sang really what you gave me. Gu Nian pursed her lips. But you sang it. I didn't write it. I wrote it specially for your voice. And it's not a spare tire song. The song Master Gu sang was called Love You. Lyrics in general, you're lying next to me, thinking about his people. You smell like him, and I don't care. Typically written, it's a woman with 2 feet and the man doesn't mind or something. Super spare tire plus cuckold brother. It may seem like a man's deep love, but it's really just I wrote starting over, Gu Nian said, and then softly chanted. The lyrics are beautiful, soft, sweet and somewhat ethereal. It's not at all pretentious or pretentious, and it's more about the regrets one has, and the cherishing of the do-overs. And it's not just feelings, but affection, friendship. You can take every single emotion and substitute it. Gu Nian finished singing, Little brother. That's what I wrote. There's no sound. Gu Nian glanced at the call screen and didn't hang up. She increased her voice, Little brother. Ha, Gu returned to his senses, raised his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes, and sniffled. It's okay, little brother is just a little out of it. Nenin sings well and wants to be recognized. Gu Nian tugged at the corner of her mouth. That's the song I wrote. That melody, seems like I've heard it somewhere before. Gu wiped his eyes again, and Nian Nian sang, all but bringing tears to his eyes. So why didn't you sing my song? Did you put it with the old songbook and take the wrong one? Gu said with certainty. No, when I came back from the restaurant, I didn't take out the songbook, so I just sang it when I got home. Gu Nian frowned. Think again. Sure you haven't taken it out? That's definitely. Gu floundered for a moment. I came back to the meeting first. The songbook was dropped again. And then, it occurred to him that he pulled out his pocket songbook to land. And the last person to do so was Tang Ziyang. Tang Ziyang dropped his songbook. Gu Nian heard him pause and asked after him. And then what? I know. Nian wait. I'll take care of one thing first. Guinness. No. You tell me first. The songbook. Doodle 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 doodle. Hang up. Hang up. She sputtered. Little brother really, can't you just say what's going on first? It's too impulsive. She had to check on little brother. When Gu hung up the phone, he angrily ran to Tang Ziyang's office. Tang Ziyang. You asshole. Gu. Ah. Tang Ziyang just stood up. Head on is by Gu Xiujie. A hard punch. Chapter 104, Shameless. Invincible. The sudden beating confused Tang Ziyang and his assistant. No one is allowed to touch anything of Ninyu's little princess. What's more, it caused little princess Nian Nian to be scolded by the entire internet. Gu was very furious and straight away threw another underhook. The beating Tang Ziyang. His teeth knocked together and his entire jaw was knocked off as if he had been knocked off. You're the asshole. Plagiarist. Tang Ziyang reacted by raising his fist and punching back. The two fought with each other. You guys stop fighting. The assistant watched as they fought and couldn't pull the fight together, and finally called security to pull them apart hard. The meeting, which had only just ended, opened again. The VP looked at the two men, bruised and swollen and bleeding from the corners of their mouths. But the worst is still Tang Ziyang. Two panda eyes, the filled nose was knocked askew, and the chin seems to be a little concave. You're entertainers, you're public people, can you fight like this? The VP caught them, slamming the folder and growling angrily. Tang Ziyang, it was little Master Gu who came in and hit me without saying a word. Master Gu gritted his teeth. You stole my songbook, you bastard, let alone getting beaten up. I want to kill you, little master. If Tang Ziyang hadn't stolen and switched the song sheet, how would Nian Nian have been scolded all over the internet? Luckily, the internet doesn't know what Nian Nian looks like. Otherwise, it would have been searched and there's no telling how much trouble she would have gotten into. He had to protect Nian Nian. No one else could hurt her. Not one bit. Tang Ziyang covered his aching cheeks. What songbook did I steal from you? What's the name of your songbook? What are the lyrics? Can you sing it? He bet that Master Gu couldn't say it. It's called Start Over. Lyrics. Gu was speechless. He knows that Tang Ziyang is on fire with a song that Xiao Jin is going to play for him to learn. He refused, so he had no idea what the lyrics were, much less how to sing them. Tang Ziyang smiled smugly. Also, my new song is called Retain, not some do-over. He's not stupid. He must have changed the title of the song. Master Gu glared angrily at Tang Ziyang. You're the one who switched my song sheet. Yesterday in the conference room, I dropped the song sheet and then you switched it. Welcome to surveillance. Tang Ziyang looked up and said to the vice president, this is about my innocence, so I plead to see the surveillance. The vice president glanced at Gu Xiaoyi, then called up the surveillance and played it in front of everyone. Results. The day before yesterday the surveillance was down and being repaired, so it didn't capture it. Tang Ziyang even laughed. Gu Xiaojun has no evidence. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a big man. I don't care about your plagiarism, and you don't look at me on fire, so you come to bite people. Gu Xiaojun's fists, again, clenched. You must have bribed the surveillance room and destroyed the surveillance. You're the one who stole my songbook. Tang Ziyang looked at him like this and took a step back in a bit of fear. Do you have proof? Anyway, I do have proof that you copied me. Gu Xiaoyi clenched his fist and was about to punch it. The security guard pulled him back in time. The vice president shouted angrily, Master Gu, you've had enough. He stole my songbook. It was written by my sister, and I will never allow anyone to take it from her. Gu Xiaoyi gritted his teeth, his chestnut-colored hair, matching his anger, almost a blown-up golden lion king. Tang Ziyang smiled smugly and gave an inch. Gu Xiaojun has been on black fire for so long, he's anxious to clear his name. Copy me, and be jealous of me? I can understand that, and I'm not going to pursue it. But he should publicly apologize to me and thank me again for not pursuing this. Chapter 105, Gu Nian is here. Stealing and replacing someone's stuff and asking for an apology and a thank you. It's more than an inch. It's just shameless. Super shameless. Gu Xiaoyi glared at him with fire-breathing eyes. I won't apologize. Much less thank you. And I'll never let you take away my sister's things and cause her to take the blame for plagiarism. Gu is a very good person to get along with, smiling all day long, and doesn't really get on people's nerves. But he had a bottom line, and that was his little princess, Gu Nian. Whoever dares to touch his little princess, he will definitely not be polite. Tang Ziyang, Master Gu. We're in the same company, and you're my senior. I'm already giving face. Don't give your face away, he said, looking up at the VP. You must give me an explanation for this matter. Either Gu Xiaoyi publicly apologizes and thanks me, or I leave the company with my new song. The hard words were somewhat softened. I'm a big man. I really won't pursue young Master Gu. I just want an apology and a thank you. Plagiarized and now falsely accused of stealing the songbook. It's a human being who would be outraged. But Tang Ziyang still reads the same company. Just an apology and thank you. Too magnanimous indeed. Tang Ziyang's dignified manner instantly caused a wave of good feelings. However, everyone's goodwill towards Gu Xiaoyi was still there as well. After all, he's so handsome and playful and likable as a person. Gu's fire rubbed up. Shameless. The security guards tried desperately to pull Gu Xiaoyi back so that he didn't go out and beat up Tang Ziyang. The vice president was also in a difficult position. Ziyang. Tang Ziyang stood up. Vice president, I'm already aggrieved. I just want an apology and thanks. My request is not excessive. If you think it's too much, I can leave the company. I won't be aggravated by this. Tang Ziyang's new song this time. It's really hot. It's only been one night and it's already 500 million plays. Not to mention, what happens later. Even he, who is super into this song. After the vice president considered it, he ordered Gu Xiaojiu in a deep voice. Gu Xiaojiu, you publicly apologize. Say thank you, and not less a piece of meat. Master Gu's eyes spewed fire. That's my sister's thing, and for him to snatch it away is to dig my heart out. And apologize for. Say thanks for. The vice president's face sank. You can either microblog a public apology to say thank you, or terminate your contract and leave the company. There is no room for two tigers on the same mountain. One is strong. So let's take the old one and get rid of it. Gu broke away from the security guard's hand and hissed. Whoever doesn't terminate the contract is a puppy. Whoever is a ing puppy. Do you really think that the little master likes to hang out with you? If it weren't for the fact that he has little ambition and just wants to get some food and drink and play with his face, he'd turn down so many big companies? The VP snapped, his palm hitting the table hard. With a few thousand stains on you, do you think any other company would want you except for us who would take you and reward you with a meal? Terminate your contract, immediately. I've seen enough of you for a long time. Gu, whoever doesn't cancel the contract is a puppy. VP, go print the termination contract. Master Gu is in breach of contract and has tarnished his image. He wants liquidated damages. Gu Xiaoyi gritted his teeth. You're too deceitful. The secretary quickly printed out the new contract for the release. The VP put the new contract down. We have the right to ask you to pay the liquidated damages. Sign it and get out of the contract. Gu Xiaojun brushed down his big name. The vice president took the contract and was just about to sign it when the secretary came over with a huge blush. Whispering in his ear, he said, Vice President, Gu Nian is here. The Gu Nian who startled the old boss yesterday. Chapter 106, Sir, I'm going to beat up the scum dog again. Gu Nian had a smooth ride to the conference room. In the conference room, sat the vice president, Gu Xiaojun and Tang Ziyang, and some other employees. The vice president smiled and greeted, Ms. Gu. As soon as Gu Nian entered, she saw that Gu's face was bruised and the corner of his mouth was also bruised. Who hit it? The soft three words unconsciously carried a hint of coldness, and a murderous aura. Gu Xiaoyi smiled dotingly at her. It's fine, Nian Nian, you don't care. Gu Nian turned her head again and saw Tang Ziyang's face, hurt even more. Looks like he's the one who beat up little brother. Tang Ziyang? Tang Ziyang looked at Gu Nian beautiful, trying to gentleman smile. Only the nose is crooked, the chin is concave. Look a little hideous. Hello, Ms. Gu. Gu Nian glanced him up and down and smiled meaningfully. Very well. On her way here, she listened to Tang Ziyang's new song and then read the comments. Probably know what's going on too. Tang Ziyang replaced the song sheet she gave to Xiao Gu. Tang Ziyang looked at her, thinking she was his fan. Sorry to make Miss Gu look funny. I'll give you an autograph later. Yeah, I'll sign it for you too. Beat the out of him and make it memorable for the rest of his life. Gu Nian smiled and asked the vice president, what's wrong with my little brother and the others? Gu Xiaojun and the vice president each had a say in the matter. Little brother clenched his fist. Don't worry Nian Nian. Little brother will definitely snatch the song sheet back and won't let you take the blame. VP, Ms. Gu, it's not that we're trying to make things difficult for Master Gu. It's that he doesn't know what he's doing. So I can't help it. So many people in the company have to eat. So we can't be dragged down by him. Can we? Gunyan looked up at the monitor. The monitor is broken. There's no evidence. Tang Ziyang, that's very unfortunate. Not only was the surveillance broken, the mainframe was thrown away and rebought. Even if you wanted to get someone to fix it, there's no host. He wasn't stupid enough to let anyone catch him in the act. Gunyan smiled at him. Mr. Tang's songbook, is it still there? I like listening to it a lot and would like to see the songbook. These words made Gu Xiaoyi annoyed. Nian Nian. Gunyan winked at him. It's rare that I like it. Tang Ziyang looked at Gunyan and knew that she was the daughter of the Gu group, was pretty and had money, or Master Gu's sister. If he married Gunyan, wouldn't Master Gu call him brother-in-law in the future? Little Master Gu would definitely be afraid that he would bully Gunyan and would be nice to him. He could just as easily have trampled and crushed Master Gu under his feet. If Miss Gu likes it, of course I'll show it to you. Tang Ziyang didn't hesitate to take out the songbook. If Ms. Gu shows her face in the future, I can hold a separate concert for you. It is believed that no woman will refuse the romance of a solo concert. Gunyan asked Master Gu for the song sheet again, and he could only give it in exasperation. The thought of holding Tang Ziyang's songbook, as a baby, for a night's sleep made him diaphragmatic. Gunyan glanced at the two song sheets and looked up at Tang Ziyang. Mr. Tang, is it true that you think there's only one piece of evidence? The surveillance? Tang Ziyang? Gunyan raised the song sheet in her hand. The song sheet is handwritten. And there's another appraisal in this world called handwriting appraisal. As soon as the handwriting is authenticated, it will be clear which one is your handwriting and which one is mine, and whether or not it's a switcheroo. Tang Ziyang's face changed and he reached out to grab the songbook. You give me back the songbook. Gunyan dodged out of the way. Find a room and let's talk alone before we say anything else. After hitting her little brother, she wouldn't be called Gunyan if she didn't punch him back hard. Tang Ziyang's face then eased. Good. Turns out it was a fan who wanted to meet his idol alone so he could further his intimacy, which was nice. Gu was anxious. Nian Nian. Gunyan, wait for me. It's only 3 minutes. Gunyan turned around and went out, still holding her cell phone, to send a message to Siyu. Jen, I'm going to fight the jagged dog again. I can't handle it a bit. And then your brother-in-law is being bullied by the company. Remember to help. Brother-in-law. Lord Siyu. Help. Must help. Jojo came late and was so busy that he lost track of time. Chapter 107, the whole person is so sweet that she glows. Siyu instructed Ouyang. Find out what's going on and call the boss of Hongming Media. Ouyang immediately went to check, then dialed the number and handed him his cell phone. The boss, who was on a hot spring vacation with beautiful women left and right. He was in a good mood to show off to the pretty girl. My company is going to promote a big shot. A big shot who was related to the third master. He holds up his highball glass and his salty hand gropes the pretty girl's tiny waist one more time. Do you know who the third master is? It's the third master C who can shake Jean City 3 times when he stomps his feet. He took a satisfying sip and sighed. With the third master, I'll hold up that big shot again. And I, Hongming Media, will become the second largest media company. The #1 media company. It's owned by the C Group. He wouldn't dare. And he didn't have the capital to grab first place. He was talking proudly when the phone call came. And the old boss looked at it and turned pale. Look, the third master called me personally again. Not many people get that kind of treatment. This call is enough for my children and grandchildren to brag for 8 lifetimes. The old boss picked up the phone and smiled with a fawning face. Third master, what are your orders? Sirius spun the pen in his hand, his voice cool. I heard that you guys want to promote Tang Ziyang, terminate the contract and block my brother-in-law. And you want him to pay for the breach of contract? Ouyang stares in disbelief. Brother-in-law? The old boss was also confused. No, there is no your brother-in-law in the company. Master Gu. The old boss even laughed. Impossible. You just called yesterday. How can I cancel the contract? To hold. Siyujo's voice was cold, not having the patience to talk to him much. You have 3 minutes to settle this or there will never be any room for you in this world. And, a cold, piercing voice. Let's soak in the hot springs. The old boss cold sweat, back chills, the heart straight to fear. You, command. The invisible pressure scared him so much that he almost stuttered. My brother-in-law. Low profile, got it? The old boss wiped a cold sweat and nodded his head. Got it, got it, got it. Siyuju snorted coldly. Then your company, will you declare bankruptcy yourself, or will I help you? Third master. Across the cell phone, the old boss took the call and all but fell to his knees. Give it a chance. Siyuju's voice was cold. No one can bully my people, let alone my brother-in-law. Through the cell phone, the old boss felt the murderous aura. He didn't even dare to have a chance to plead for mercy. I declared bankruptcy on my own. Have mercy. Third master. Just now, he bragged that he had hugged Lord Siyu's thigh for less than a minute. He was then forced to declare bankruptcy. The smack in the face came so fast, it was like a tornado. He must get killed. This person who caused him to punch his face. Yang watched as Sir C hung up the phone. Third master. The old master's order is that you and Miss Gu are not allowed to be public for a year. You're sort of a violation, isn't it? Siyuju put down his fountain pen and faintly asked back. Did the old master say that he couldn't be open with his brother-in-law? Nim said that's brother-in-law. So, Nim will marry him, right? As long as he thought about this, Siyuju's heart. It was sweet. It's like eating a jar of honey. The whole thing is sweet to the point of glowing. Oh Yang. What a great play on words. Master San. And, Master San, can you put away that smirk of having eaten candy? You are the president. You're the one the business world fears and submits to. Mr. Sima. You this. How can you lead the business world if you're seen as a child stealing candy? Oh Yang was, for that reason, deeply worried. Chapter 108, Which Hand Hit My Little Brother? Hongming Media. Gu Xiaojun watched Gun Yan as they went out. Worried. The vice president was smug. I thought Gun Yan was really here to help you. But I didn't realize that it was just borrowing you and chasing after the idol. Gu dislikes him. None of your business. The vice president laughed. Master Gu, you've lost your little sister and your army, haven't you? Maybe Tang Ziyan will be your brother-in-law in the future. You're going to have to be nice to him and keep your voice down for him. Or you'll have something to cry about if you domestically abuse your sister. Gu Xiaoyi gave a disdainful heckle. Just that plastic surgery dog of his is worthy of my little princess? The VP poo-pooed. What the hell? Just a fast-passing entertainer, a playwright, and you're looking down on others? As far as your sister is concerned, Tang Ziyang is just playing around with her, and you're going to be terminated soon. He was in the middle of cursing when his cell phone rang. It was the old boss. Senior President. Before the words were out of his mouth, he heard the old boss growl. What are you up to? Didn't I say that I'm going to promote Mr. Gu? Why did you terminate his contract, and make him pay for the breach of contract? Do you want to die? The VP proudly claimed credit. Old boss, I'm helping you. Tang Ziyan burst into flames overnight. Why keep a guy like Gu Xiaoyi who is incapable and only relies on his face to eat? Don't worry, there will be no loss and it will make the company the second largest media company. I am so big credit. You have to give me shares then. The old boss wanted to smash the cell phone on his face, go to the flyover to be a beggar to get shares. I'm going broke. Give me a good offering for young Master Gu. No matter what method you use, that is, kneeling, give me the old man to keep him, or I'll go back and get you killed. Make you sit in jail for all of it. If the company didn't go bankrupt, it would have to curry favor with Master Gu and ask him to beg for mercy. The VP was dumbfounded by the split-second scolding, but the old boss's anger, it was real, and if he didn't do as he was told, he would die. He had to give it a try. Tang Ziyang took Gunyan to his office. He had a big office and an indoor pool, and it looked pretty elegant. There's no surveillance. Satisfied, Gunyan backhanded the door and locked it again. Seeing her like this, Tang Ziyang thought he was handsome and evil as he smiled at Gunyan. Miss Gu, there's no one else here. Gwen looked around the room, then picked up the pool cue. Tang Ziyang looked at her delicate body and swallowed his saliva as he watched. He had seen many beautiful women in the entertainment industry, but a woman like her, who could make a man hooked with a single glance, was still the first. Ms. Gu likes to play pool? I'll teach you, he said, stepping forward and about to hug Gunyan from behind in an intimate embrace. Gunyan turned coldly and raised the pool cue, aiming it straight at his heart. She arched an eyebrow and smiled lightly. Which one of your hands? Did you hit my little brother? He hit me first. I don't care about your plagiarism. And, Tang Ziyang's words were not yet finished. Gunyan raised the pool cue and violently knocked it down towards his left hand. Tang Ziyang's palm immediately hung down powerlessly. His face paled in pain, cold sweat ran down his forehead, and his entire body shivered in pain. You hit me. Surprisingly, he broke his hand. Gunyan narrowed her eyes dangerously. It seems that it's not this hand that hit my little brother, so let's waste the other hand. With that, she raised her pool cue and hit him hard in the right hand. Chapter 109 Tang Ziyang blogs. Fans get slapped in the face. Tang Ziyang tried to avoid it, but he couldn't get past Gunyan fast enough. The screams resumed, and Tang Ziyang trembled his legs, nearly falling to his knees. And outside the room, there was no one else. No one knew what was happening here. Tang Ziyang hung both hands helplessly, looking up and glaring angrily at Gunyan as he spoke harsh words. Stinky, you wait for me, see if I don't get you killed. With that, he raised his foot to kick Gunyan. Gunyan dodged to avoid it, then raised the pool cue in her hand and hit his right calf. Tang Ziyang screamed miserably and dropped to one knee in front of Gunyan. His face had paled to the point of bloodlessness, and sweat dripped down to the ground like water droplets. The whole person, moreover, was in pain to the point of trembling. Gunyan held the pool cue and stood in front of him, looking at him in a condescending manner. she said coldly. Which foot? Kicked and soiled my little brother's clothes? Once or twice. Tang Ziyang might not be afraid. For the third time, Tang Ziyang was afraid. Gu Nian was really violent. She didn't just talk about it. She just did it. No? Then it's all over for you. What's more, the Gu Nian now exuded a murderous aura. Like a haughty empress, he dared not disobey. Right foot. The right foot is already wasted. But you can't get your left foot wasted again. Gu Nian used the club, lifted his chin, and coldly asked him, the song sheet, how did you change it? And where is the host? Tang Ziyang was forced to raise his head to meet Gu Nian's eyes. Her watery eyes were cool and covered in murderous anger. It made him tremble with fear. Hang his head low, and, like a prisoner, tell him everything. Gu Nian raised her eyebrows. Blog about this yourself, or else. Her club, from his chin, moved to his throat. In this life, you will never be able to speak again. The aura of death loomed over Tang Ziyang, causing fear to rage. This is a society of law and order. How dare you? Gu Nian hooked her lips and smiled softly. All I have to say is that you molested me and I acted in self-defense. So what can I do? Of course, she's not going to break the law. She was going to be a little goody-goody. Breaking the law was not for a little goody-goody like her. Now, Tang Ziyang was completely scared. You're the Grand Witch. He had never encountered a woman as beautiful and soft-looking as Gu Nian, yet violent and vicious. Gu Nian took her cell phone and opened the video. Speak for yourself. Tang Ziyang looked at his cell phone. His nose collapsed. Chin concave appearance. Cover up the camera. I can't let the fans see me like this. He has always insisted that he has no plastic surgery and is a naturally great-looking guy. When this face goes out, there's definitely a bunch of face fans that take off. Gu Nian's voice was even colder. Hurry up. There's still a minute left. My little brother is waiting. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. When Tang Ziyang saw Gu Nian move the pool cue, he was instantly afraid. He turns to the camera and starts talking. Hello everyone, I'm Tang Ziyang. I'm sorry to apologize to my fans today. I didn't write my new song Retain, and Gu Xiaojiao's Love You wasn't copied from me, because that was originally my work. It's not that I took the wrong song sheet, it's that I stole Master Gu's song sheet. Retain was originally Master Gu's. Apologize to the fans. Apologize to Master Gu. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't have injured young Master Gu and caused my own face to hurt. I'm sorry. Under the killing pool cue, Tang Ziyang uttered these words of apology. He didn't dare to talk, so he had to bluntly admit that he had stolen the songbook. He had no choice but to hold himself back and take the blame for his injuries. After Tang Ziyang finished speaking, Gu Nian sent out the video. As soon as the video appeared on Twitter, it caused an uproar. Those who say plagiarism netizens know the truth, there is a foul language. I do not know when to speak or not. It's true. The smack in the face comes so fast. It's like a tornado. Chapter 110, Learning to Crawl Like an Asshole and Bark Like a Dog? 3 minutes. Just in time. Gu Nian went out of the room and called Tang Ziyang's assistant to help him to the conference room. The assistant was surprised, went into the office, and was outright stunned. Brother Yang, what are you? Don't tell him that it was Gu Nian who hit him. That woman, so pretty and soft, could be had with one punch. Seeing that Gu Nian was still there, Tang Ziyang gritted his teeth as he held his tongue and said, I fell by myself. The assistant was surprised. The fall did not fall like this. However, what surprised the assistant even more was that after entering the conference room, the vice president made all kinds of 90-degree bows, nodding his head and begging with a fawning face for Master Gu. Little master, I was wrong just now. I deserve to die, the VP said, punching himself hard in the face as he did so. I'll punch myself in the face and you stay, okay? Gu Xiaoyi crossed his legs, sipped his tea, and made the air of a prince. Just sign the termination contract, and say whoever doesn't is a puppy in A. The vice president had a hard look on his face. We are colleagues. Why should we do things too desperately? I've begged you for 3 minutes. Don't give the face of Buddha. See the face of the monk? Gu Xiaoyi angrily put the water cup down. From the time you stole Nian Nian's songbook, I won't give my face to anyone but my family Nian Nian. Gu Xiaoyi grabbed the vice president's collar, his untamed eyes with hostility. You can move anyone, but you can't move my Nian Nian, or I'll fight him to the death. Gu Nian stood in the doorway, her brow slightly furrowed. Little brother, be a gentleman. It's not right to hit people. Little brother is a public figure and needs an image. Lucky for you, my little princess has spoken. Master Gu put down his harsh words and turned his head, then looked at Gu Nian with a gentle and doting face. Nian, are you okay? Gu Xiaoyi had wanted to look at Gu Nian, but Tang Ziyang, whose hands were hanging helplessly and who was still limping, stole the show. What happened to him? It's too bad. It's just too good to watch. Gu Nian blinked her big watery eyes and said innocently, I hit it. Master Gu's eyes glared. Nonsense. Nian Nian little princess is so soft and weak. A little crybaby who has to cry even when she drops a hair. How could she possibly hit someone? Gu Nian reiterated. It was really me who hit him. Gu was very sure. Nonsense. He must have fallen by himself. Gu Nian stopped retorting and raised her eyes in a good and harmless smile. Well, little brother is right. I'm a soft little goody-goody. Tang Ziyang. Demon. Soft? But you. Master Gu favored and pinched her face. That's right. The little princess hit someone. Where do you need to do it yourself? The hand hit hurts. He is responsible for it? Gu Nian stifled a smile and nodded, pointing at the vice president and asking knowingly, what's going on? Lord Sito must have struck out. What speed? Not bad for her, man. The vice president saw Gu Nian and instantly saw a savior. A woman's heart is soft, so if she begs a couple more times, she'll definitely let Gu stay. Miss Gu, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have treated little master like that. So, can you persuade young master not to cancel his contract and stay? We'll terminate the contract with Tang Ziyang and pour all the company's resources into promoting him. Gu Nian raised her eyebrows slightly, as if considering. Oh, the VP saw hope and struck while the iron was hot. As MS Gu knows, Master Gu doesn't have a very good reputation, and there aren't many big companies that want him. Hongming is the best choice for him. Terminate his contract. His acting career can be considered ruined. You have to think about his future. This is a moral abduction of Gu Nian. Gu burst into flames. Shut up for the little master. Said whoever does not terminate the contract. Who is a puppy? Gu Nian nodded approvingly. Whoever doesn't cancel the contract is a puppy. Her gaze was clear and cold as she looked at the vice president. Shouldn't you learn to crawl like a king and bark like a dog if you sincerely beg my little brother to stay? Otherwise, how do we know if you mean it or not? I've been a little busy lately, so I only read the comments and didn't reply. So don't blame me for that. Also, 99 is updated at 8:30 p.m. Every day. Tomorrow continue to abuse the slag. Sprinkle sugar. Moi da. Good night. Chapter 111 Bankruptcy. Sequestration. The vice president snapped his head up and looked at Gu Nian. What did you say? Gu Nian shallowly hooked her lips. If you sincerely beg, you have to have the attitude of sincerely begging. Don't you go too far. The vice president angrily slapped the table. Gu Xiaoyi, what virtue? Hongming willing to sign him. That is his luck. He counts what a dong. Ah. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Nian had already stretched out her foot and viciously kicked the vice president in the knee. With a thud, the vice president fell to his knees, screaming even more miserably. Gu looked at her sideways. It was only then that Nian said not to use force. But such a sister, so valiant, isn't it? Gu Nian lowered her head, like a queen, and looked coldly at the vice president. Crawl like a bastard, learn to bark like a dog, and if you don't know how, I'll teach you how to behave. With that, her eyes glanced coldly at the vice president's other foot. The vice president only felt a cold sweat, and a terrifying pressure, even more so, enveloped him. There was a sense of, well, the coming of the Shura queen. He, who had just been so hardened, instantly became a bit of a wimp. MS Gu, not to mention that I'm the vice president of a company. My age alone makes me your elder. You can't be too much of a man. And you can't. Ah. Without waiting for him to finish, Gu Nian kicked again. Now. The vice president dropped to both knees and knelt in front of her and Gu Xiaoyi. What? Being the eldest VP allows you to go overboard with my little brother? Gu Nian took the ashtray from her desk, and picked it up. If the VP doesn't know how to behave, then I'm really going to have to teach you how to behave. And you're running out of time, don't you know? The vice president was in cold sweat from the pain, and when he looked up, he saw Gu Nian holding an ashtray. The look was to smash him and crack his head open, just for those 2 kicks she just gave. She is the character that says one thing. The vice president didn't dare to plead for mercy anymore and immediately fell to the ground, crawling on all fours. Woof woof, like a bald old bastard, barking and a dog. The whole thing is a foursome. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not even daring to take a breath. Gu Nian looked on, raising an eyebrow and putting down the ashtray. That's what makes it sincere. Get up and put the termination contract. Sign it. The VP looked up. I thought the deal was that if I crawled and screamed, I wouldn't sign? Did I say that? Gu Nian asked rhetorically with a raised eyebrow. The VP blushed hard, but, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Gu Nian pick up the ashtray again. The rest of the words were held back. The secretary helped the vice president up, then swished and signed his big name. Since then, Mr. Gu has terminated his contract with Hongming Media. Gu Nian took the contract, very satisfied, and she gave them a cold, sidelong glance. Remember, my name is Gu Nian. I'm a little boy. And I don't like bad people who mess with little boys. Got it? Little boy. Tang Ziyang and the vice president, hearing this, first shook their heads and immediately nodded quickly. Is this the little boy? It's just super evil, okay? Gu Nian took Gu Xiaojun and left. The vice president he did not dare to stay anymore. They had, on the front foot, just pulled out of the office. The car of the old president and the directors also stopped and hurried to the conference room. Where are the young masters and their people? The VP sat on the floor, his hand squeezing his aching knee. Gone. The old boss choked. So the young master still stays in the company? The vice president aggravated Gu Nian a fierce as a tiger operation. Said, without him, our company is not running. He hadn't even finished his sentence. The old boss then picked up the ashtray and slammed it right into him, causing him to scream in pain. Hongming Media declared bankruptcy and is still using its last connections to block Tang Ziyang. Chapter 112, the Gu family's 5 brothers make a move. The old boss had just finished ordering the company's aftermath. Tang Ziyang and the vice president, with a dumbfounded face, also had a heart of gold. That's bankrupt? Because of a face-dependent master Gu? Tang Ziyang was charged $50 million for breach of contract and was driven out of the company in disgrace. Before the old boss and the others had dispersed, there were 5 more. Hello, I'm the legal counselor of the Jianyan Group, and I'm here to talk about the matter of your company. Tang Ziyang, slandering my client. Hello, I'm the secretary to the mayor of Cam City and I'm here to investigate. Hello, Hongming Media, listening to the characters who came from one to another, were all confused and trembling. Why? They had only offended a Gu Xiaolong, and as a result, even the secretary of the municipal mayor had been alarmed? Master Gu, what's the story? Or was it the one that Master Si-san helped call and pressurized? They guessed wrong. These 5 people were from the 5 older brothers of the Gu family. They weren't standing up for Gu Xiaojun either. They were standing up for Gu Nian. If Nian misbehaves, they, as brothers, educate themselves. But others, if they dare to bully Nian, then they'll be screwed. Hongming Media, this is considered to be dead completely. Even a little rekindled the flame opportunity. There is no more. Gu Nian drove Gu Xiaoi. Little brother, what's your next idea? How about going to Starlight Entertainment, a subsidiary of the C Group? There is a brother-in-law, Lord Cu, who has made a move. Little brother will surely be made a superstar soon and then develop a world superstar. Gu looked at the traffic light in front of him and raised his hand to press down the injury at the corner of his mouth. No, I'm going to Star Media, which is owned by Big Brother. Before, he hung back and didn't take his career seriously. But today, he faced Tang Ziyang and the powerlessness of Hongming Media. But he wanted Nian to help. He's so useless. Raising Nian is no less than his one. But to protect Nian, that must be more than one of him. He couldn't go on hanging around like this. He had to work hard, be strong, and be a support for Nian. Gu Nian gave him a puzzled look. Why? Big Brother is very strict with you. Wait to be drilled when you enter his company. Not in the hands of Big Brother. Then Gu Xiaojun is okay. Can hang around, eat, drink and play the world. But if it comes into the hands of Big Brother, it's just going to get Ed. There is absolutely no backdoor for him and there will be devilish training. Just thinking about it made Gu Xiaojun a little wimpy. But one look at Gu Nian immediately gave him the will to fight hard. No fear. In order to have a strong enough capital to protect little Princess Nian and Nenen's song, then he has to sing it with the most awesome superstar status. Raise the value of the Nian as an ox unbreakable master. Not to mention the devil's training, even the mountain of fire, he also broke through. Gu Nian, tomorrow I'm going to look back home. When are my brothers coming back? I miss them. Gu Xiaoi looked at her sideways. I'll ask. Guinness. She was stuffed up for a moment. It was because she had spoken harsh words after kicking her 5 brothers out of the Gu family in the first place. For the rest of her life, they are not allowed to set foot in the Gu family's door. She doesn't have a brother like them. At the time, it must have broken my brothers' hearts. Pull me into the group too. If you can't meet in person, it's good to chat in the group. Gu Xiaojun is in the family group of mutual love. While sending a message, I'll try the Big Brother set it up. You have to ask him to agree to enter. He consoled, and then you don't be sad. None of your brothers are in Jincheng. It's a bit hard to get together once. No matter what happens to you, my brothers and I love you. Spoil you, and we'll never let you be alone. Chapter 113, today, he hasn't even kissed you. Gu Nian knew that none of them were in Jincheng, and the only one who was there was Master Gu. They are all in their own fields, doing their own thing. Big brother is in business. Second brother is in research. Third brother is a lawyer. Fourth brother is stationed at the border. Fifth brother is a diplomat. And little brother is in the entertainment industry. Except for little brother. The other 5 brothers are busy. It could be 3 years and not even get together. The last time they were reunited together was because Gu Nian had returned from the countryside. As a result, within 2 days, she was kicked out by Gu Nian. Thinking about it, Gu Nian that guilty. I'm sorry. I used to be too stupid. Always being picked on. It's okay, The brothers don't care or they wouldn't have given you the money. Master Gu couldn't help but reach out and pinch Gu Nian's face. Just be our good little princess. Gu Nian, don't pinch. I'm driving. Speaking of which, it's weird how the VP looks down on me 1 second, and after answering the phone, he's practically begging me on his knees. Gu Xiaoyi was puzzled by this. Gu Nian laughed softly. That's because Sir Siyu helped. Gu Xiaoyi glared at her. It must have been Big Brother's help. Don't forget, Big Brother is also a business magnate. Really division. Gu interrupted her. For the sake of your little life, do not mention that name again. Big Brother is a business magnate, but Siyu is a business ghost. There's no comparison. There's no comparison. Seeing that he didn't believe her, Gu Nian lightly laughed and shook her head, no longer mentioning it. Gu Nian went back to Royal Water Bay after dropping off Mr. Gu Nian. You're back, big sister. As soon as Gu Nian got out of the car, the 2 little sparrows and the dogs pounced joyfully. It was hilarious. Auntie Sue looked puzzled. Miss Gu, who once hated animals, suddenly liked them? Gu Nian played with the critters for a bit and asked them how they were doing at the Royal Water Bay. The critters are happy. There is the best dog food and the best treats. 2 dogs, Nian, they want to go out. They don't want to be here. Gu Nian smoothed the second dog's hair. Why is it bad here? It's nice here, with the mountains and the water, and the place is big enough for us to run. But Nenin is fine, and we want to do something for Nenin. We agreed that we are stray dogs, roaming all over Jin City. We can weave a different information network for Nian, so that it will be easy for Nian to know what she wants to know in the future. The dogs woofed and woofed their way through the idea of setting up an information network. They love Gu Nian and are grateful to Gu Nian for letting them. The stray dogs have a home, but because of her, they want to protect her too. So, setting up an information network is the best way to repay the favor. Gu Nian knew what they were thinking and moved to smile and hug them. No, now that technology is advanced, I'll know what I want to know. 2 dogs, but there are also places where technology can't reach, and gloom where the sun doesn't shine. In a technologically advanced world, they are of little use. But, they wanted to use their only power to repay Gu Nian. Gu Nian wanted to refuse, but looking at the sincere eyes of the dogs, she couldn't. Okay, but promise me you'll come home at night, or at least take turns, okay? As soon as they heard Gu Nian agree, the dogs happily pounced on Gu Nian, rubbing themselves in all sorts of pampering ways. 2 dogs, if you don't agree, Nian, we'll have to go private. It's so nice to read and say that this is their home. That's what it feels like to have a home. Si Yejuan came back and saw Gu Nian surrounded by dogs in the car. The dog was also seen kissing Gu Nian's face with his nose. Today, he hasn't even kissed. The dog kissed first? Chapter 114. Sir, do you want to smell it? From a distance, the second dog sensed a murderous gaze. It lifted the dog's head and saw the car slowly coming in. Then it collided with the murderous gaze of C. Nightjord. Ow! The second dog was so scared that he instantly exploded. And with the dogs, he immediately retreated. If we don't retreat, I'm afraid we'll be made into a 108-course dog meat feast at night. Gu Nian looked at the figures of the dogs, galloping boldly in the setting sun, like 1,000 horses. Just can't help but laugh. It's her soldiers and horses now. The car was parked and Siyu Jiu just got out. Gu Nian was like a joyful bird that fluttered into Siyu Jiu's arms. Darling, you're finally back. Did you miss me? The drop of jealousy in Siyu Jiu's heart was finally relieved when Gu Nian pounced on him. Aha! Seeming too cold, he added. Think. Gu Nian tilted her head and quickly placed a kiss, heavy and hard, on his lips. That way, it's called wanting. Get out of the car, Ouyang. It was so loud, he could hear the barking and kissing. This kissing loud sound, Siyu's face, could not help but redden. Inside, there was a little shame and a little smugness. Gu Nian was also blushing, but Siyu Jiu was too innocent, so she could only take the initiative. Go wash your face. Siyu Jiu pulled Gu Nian to wash her face, taking a towel and washing, somewhat vigorously, the place where she had been kissed by the second dog, and helped her wash her hands. Gu Nian obediently tilted her head. Is it washed? No, it's still close. Siyu Jiu's eyes were slightly cold and full of possessiveness. Gu Nian murmured, I think it's cleaned up and smells good. Jiu, do you want to smell it? Siyu froze. Ha! Gu Nian pointed to her snow-white cheeks. Here, you smell it. Siyu obediently looked down and sniffed. Guinness, a little lower. Siyu then bent over and lowered a little more. His thin lips, just a centimeter away from the skin of her cheek. His dark, cold eyes clearly saw her white skin and the fine layer of plush. The skin is flawless and blows. It made him look and want to bite. Just by looking at it like this, Siyu Jiu's breathing couldn't help but get heavier. Gu Nian pouted. Just a little bit lower. Siyu Jiu rolled the knot in his throat, his voice hoarse. Nian. When he didn't lower his head, Gu Nian stood on her tiptoes and tilted her head. That centimeter of distance, instantly close together, slightly cool thin lips, with white skin. For a moment, the air temperature burned. Siyuju's heart, thumping accelerated. Nervous palms, are sweating. Gunyan tilted her head slightly and moved her lips to his ear, her voice soft. Jen, what about next time you're jealous? Just kiss me and have some sweet me. Freshly scented breaths were spewed out right next to Siyu's ears. Like a feather, it brushed his heart and traveled through his limbs. Gunyan watched him redden to his ears again and laughed as she pulled Si Nightjord to dinner. What an innocent little puppy. However, she would slowly teach him to be a little puppy under the bed, and a little wolf dog on the bed. After dinner, it was time to walk the dog. Come back from walking the dog, take a shower and rest. Gunyan hadn't taken a shower yet, so she pulled Qinlai and went outside to whisper. Qinlai avoided her hand. What are you doing? He didn't want to, because of Master San's jealousy, be permanently based in the autopsy room and be a forensic scientist. Gunyan coughed lightly, suppressing the redness on her face. In a low, glutinous voice, she asked, a Jew's injury, is it okay to exercise strenuously? Qinlai's eyes widened, not expecting Gunyan to ask such a question. What do you want to do? 4. You can't be such an animal beast. Master San is very pure and guarded. Cocoa, I'm sorry. Jojo was busy and forgot. Crying. Chapter 115, absolutely honest. Only hugs. Gunyan lowered her head and blushed. Didn't really want to do anything? Just ask. Qinlai looked at Gunyan like this and suddenly thought of an evil method in his heart. She should not want to seduce the third master and then that. After too much intensity, the third master's wound collapsed, even affecting the position next to it. Or give Master San a killing blow while he's engaged? To cut off the third master's children and grandchildren? That's not good. Qinlai hummed. Third master's injuries are serious. Everywhere else is healed, but that location, it's a little worse. He needs to recuperate more. Gunyan looked up and blinked. Really? She asked in a very pure and innocent way. Qinlai nodded his head in good conscience. That position, it's a bit awkward, and you guys have a long day ahead of you, so there's no rush. Gunyan thought for a moment, and the redness on her face receded a little. Well then, Jen's body comes first. She had thought that she would be looking back home tomorrow. Lord Sito must be very insecure. She might as well offer herself up. It's raw, so he'll feel safe. But when I think about it, the last time I searched for an answer, it was right. Men who want to sleep with you for any reason such as lack of love, insecurity, etc., are irresponsible scumbags. Besides, for so many years in his previous life, Sir Siyu hadn't even forced himself on her. Evidently, he didn't get his security by getting her body. Lord Siyu, the world's #1 good man. Qinlai watched Gunyan leave and breathed a sigh of relief. But only with a sigh of relief was there a tap on the shoulder. Frightened, Qinlai almost jumped up, and as soon as he turned around, he met Si Nightjord's ghostly gaze. He raised his hand and patted his heart. Third master, people scare people to death? Don't you understand? Si Nightjord watched the concierge close and then looked at Qinlai, his voice coldly asking, what is Nen telling you? From a distance, he saw Nian whispering to Qinlai, that bowed head and shy look. How like the scene of the TV show girls confessing their love, and finally losing it and leaving is more like a failed confession. Speaking of this, Qinlai had an inviting look on his face. Third master, then you have to thank me. Siyu raised his eyebrows. Just now Gunyan asked me if you still refrain from strenuous exercise. I'm afraid she's plotting against you, so I'm saying it's still taboo. Siyuju looked at Qinlai, who had an inviting face. Qinlai grinned. Look, in case she takes advantage of your devotion and gives you a kick, or if she gets tired afterward and drops a pair of scissors, you'll be cut off. I'm protecting you now by saying you're still jealous. So, Master San, can I come back from the forensic side? He just wants to be a doctor, and he doesn't want to moonlight as a forensic scientist at all. Siyu raised his lips at him and smiled. 1 month. Qinlai almost jumped up in joy. Thank you, Third Master. Coroner's office. Qinlai, who was all dancing around, directly froze there when he heard this. In forensics, he went from 3 days to a month? No, Third Master, you can't be so heterosexual and inhuman. That's a beast. The kennel is still empty at night and the second dog needs someone to warm the bed. After dropping this sentence, Sirius thumped and closed the door to his room. Qinlai, who was catching up, almost had his nose knocked over. Ouyang dragged him away, gloating, breaking Third Master's good deed and still wanting a reward. Deserved it. Gunyan tossed and turned and just couldn't sleep. She was thinking about going to sleep with Lord Siyu. It's okay to lie under the covers and just talk purely. She's definitely honest and only cuddles. No hands. Chapter 116, Mosquito Killing Frenzy. Gunyan, who couldn't sleep, got up and opened the window. The mosquitoes outside, when they saw her, buzzed to fly away. Run, Buzz. Do not run, right? She's pretty tasty on her, carrying her bone and blood. She can't afford to kill a mosquito. Buzz. You're thinking naively. She's a mosquito killer. Buzz. Gu Nian listened, tugging at the corner of her mouth breathlessly. Come back here, or I'll poison you all. The mosquito, threatened, had to turn around and come back. Now the animal world knows that there is a human who can talk to animals called Gu Nian. Nian. What are your orders for the night? Buzz. Nian. We won't suck your blood, so don't worry about sleeping. Buzz. No matter how delicious, she wouldn't dare inhale it. She's got those animal bigwigs protecting her. Gu Nian looked at the mosquito, the long needle moving, itching to pounce and bite her. Then next door? Next door was Lord Siyu's room. No, Buzz. Gu Nian hummed. Then you guys go next door and see what he's doing. That's not very nice, is it? Buzz off. We can't help but buzz when we look at beautiful men. Gu Nian didn't say anything, just raised her hand and snapped it. Scared two mosquitoes, buzzing, immediately flew towards the next door. This mosquito-killing demon is too broad to be afraid of. Siyujio sat in front of the computer, still working hard, his posture elegant and noble. He couldn't see that, outside the window, two mosquitoes were buzzing and peeking. After watching, the two mosquitoes flew away again. He's looking at the computer, buzzing. He's working, buzzing. Gu Nian looked at the time. It was 11:30. You guys keep watching. What's he doing all the time? Keep me posted. The two enslaved mosquitoes had to fly around. Siyu worked first, then video conferenced. Two mosquitoes fly back one moment and next door the next. Tired enough for two mosquitoes. Siyujio looked at the time, turned off his computer, and opened WeChat to take a look. Then got his clothes and went into the bathroom. The mosquito took one look and flew to Gu Nian. Nian. He's going to take a bath. Buzz. I'll go over it again for you. Buzz. Two mosquitoes flew past and stuck to the bathroom glass. In the bathroom, Siyu was undressing. Long, strong fingers, undoing the obsidian buttons, one after the other. That robust body was gradually on display. So handsome, great skin. I want to inhale it. Buzz. Suddenly I wonder, do mosquitoes have drool? Buzz. I'm going to go report progress to Nian. She's going to love it. Buzz off. Gu Nian just stood in front of the window, watching the mosquitoes fly over and over. Nian. He's undressed. His chest is so beefy. Several big abs. Buzz. Nian. He's got his pants off. Just his underwear. Nice body. Buzz. Nian. He's so handsome. So big. So delicious. Can I fly in and give him a couple of big red packets? Carry another one of his bones and blood? Buzz. Gu Nian's eyes narrowed with murderous anger as she listened. So tall and delicious? Still want to bite him? Pregnant with bone and blood? Well, it's a big one. Buzz. You humans, in front of us mosquitoes, are super giants. Gu Nian hooked her fingers at the two mosquitoes. Know what happens to a jealous woman? Two mosquitoes? Gu Nian smiled and raised her hand, snapping it. Two mosquitoes, and they died in her palm. Spying on my man in the shower and trying to leave your mark by taking a couple bites out of him? You want to live with that? Dead uncovered mosquitoes. We're cannon fodder who die on the scene, right? Gu Nian stood in front of the window, thought for a moment, and then pressed on, and without reserve, went next door and knocked on the door. Chapter 117, We're all here. Let's eat some meat. Sirius had just finished his shower when he heard a knock on the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Gu Nian standing in the doorway in her little pajamas, holding a little pillow. Nah. Gu Nian blinked as she looked at Siyuju. His hair was still wet, drops of water dripping down his shoulders, sliding down to his collarbone and down. Several large abs. Also, there was only a bath towel around his waist. The robust and powerful body, looking at Gu Nian's hormones burst, but also could not help but swallow a little saliva. That body, it's just super first class. So tempted to take the towel, peel it off, and see. Siyuju's icy face, given Gu Nian's burning gaze, was slightly reddened. Nen, you're still up? He also tightened the bath towel a bit, afraid that it would fall down halfway and scare Gu Nian, mistaking him for playing a bad trick. Gu Nian raised her head to look at Si Nightjord. I can't sleep. I want to come to sleep. You, or no, I want to sleep. With you. Awkward. Why does it seem to be getting more and more colorful? Siyuju doted on Gu Nian and raised his hand to wipe the corner of her mouth. Then come in. Rough fingertips, sliding over the corners of his mouth. Gu Nian froze for a moment and raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth. It's still a little wet. Gu Nian was instantly embarrassed, but it was just watching a beautiful man take a bath, and she was actually drooling at the sight. It's so embarrassing, so humiliating. I'm not going in, I'm going to my room to sleep. Gu Nian blushed as she turned around and was about to leave, but she was pulled back by Siyuju. For exertion, Gu Nian was pulled directly into his arms by Si Nightjord, the tender white little face, directly pressed into Siyuju's arms. Bang, bang, bang. A powerful, accelerating heartbeat resounded in her ears. And on him, there was the post-shower, light, fresh scent of hormones that belonged to a man. Gunyan looked at Siyujo's body, the small bit of red flesh, right in front of her, as delicious as a red fruit. Looking at her, she wanted to take a bite. Gulp, swallowing a little. His heart thumped faster again. Gunyan covered her face. She was too unreserved. I'd better go to my room. After all was said and done, Gunyan didn't get up from Nightjord's arms. With Gunyan in tow, Siyujo took a step back and closed the door with a bang. He took Gunyan again, walloped her against the wall, and looked down at her. Why leave when you're here? Gunyan raised her eyes, and she saw Siyujo's deep eyes, like deep seas. It instantly took her soul, and hooked her, and his thin lips, close at hand. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of both men's accelerated heartbeats sounded like loud thunder in the quiet night. Yeah, come as you are. Don't eat some meat. Gunyan blushed at Siyujo's gaze and couldn't wait to dig a hole to bury herself. She shyly squirms and explains, it's not that meat of yours, it's a succulent. Siyu looked down at her. Eat this meat. Watching Siyu's thin lips, tickling her, Gunyan decided not to be reserved, stood on her tiptoes, tilted her head and kissed Nightjord's thin lips. Then with her shell teeth, she gently bit his lower lip. Siyujo froze slightly, his pupils could not help but dilate, and his breathing was even more stifled. Gunyan released him with a light bite. Then stooping, he slipped out, through his armpit. I'm going to bed, she said, stomping and crawling into Siyu's bed and covering herself. It's really a shame to be so proactive. Siyujo looked at Gunyan buried under the covers, not even a head coming out. At night, is she going to sleep here? Chapter 118, she's waiting for a lonely one? This sudden thought made Siyu's face, too, redden. He turned to change into his pajamas and blow dry his hair. Gunyan was nestled on the bed, and when she heard Siyujo come out of the bathroom, she immediately held her breath and closed her eyes tightly. Pretend to be asleep. In truth, the heart was thumping around like it was going to jump out. Siyujo stood by the bedside, looking down at Gunyan. Sleeping. Think again. What she asked Chinlai. She should have simply come to sleep. A man and a woman in the same room. She was so relieved to be in a room with him. He couldn't afford to let her down. Siyujo turned around and took the blanket, directly beside the bed, and hit the floor. Gunyan closed her eyes tightly, held her breath, and waited and waited. He didn't wait for Siyu to get into bed, and when he opened his eyes, he saw him sleeping on the floor. Gu Gwen blinked. She's, like, waiting for loneliness? Girls, it's better to be reserved. Gunyan had a small depression, but it was probably the quilt, which smelled of Siyujo. Plus, he was right next to her and she felt safe and grounded. Soon, it was time to fall asleep. Sirius heard the even length of her breathing and climbed to his feet, deeply and tenderly lowering his head to place a kiss on her forehead. Good night, my little princess. His broken hair brushed against Gunyan's skin. Gunyan, who was sleeping, raised her hand and rubbed the head that rubbed her. Two dogs stop. It tickles. When he finished, he rolled over and went back to sleep. Lord Sito, him, two dog? It's so hard to work up the courage to initiate a kiss. It turned out to be treated as a two-dogger. It's getting cold. Isn't it time to make a dog meat soup to tonify the kidneys? A little depressed, Siyujia laid back down on the floor and went to sleep. Daybreak. Gunyan opened her eyes and looked at the somewhat unfamiliar room. Pulling on the covers again, he sniffed Zell's scent, then remembered last night. Immediately awake, she turned to look under the bed. It's already empty. Gunyan went out and saw Aunt Sue. Where's Aju? Aunt Sue watched Gunyan come out of Nightjord's room. Third master went to the company. Gunyan looked at the time. It was only 7:30. This early in the morning? Didn't even wait for me to get up. Didn't even have breakfast together. Aunt Sue saw that she was grumbling, so she asked, "You're reviewing your home today?" Gunyan gave a depressing It's because she's going to look back at living at home later. You can't see it in the morning and see it at night. She's the one who's in pain. Aunt Sue laughed softly. Third master was afraid that he wouldn't be able to let go and force you to stay when the time came. That's why he went to the company first. Listening to Aunt Sue's words, Gunyan's heart then collapsed, grabbing pain, and moving, because she's changed for the better. He tries to let go and give her freedom. She asked him to believe her again. He promised and he did. I know. Help me put away Siyu's sheets, covers, and pillows. Auntie Sue froze. Ha! First time I've heard that requested. Gunyan's face turned a little red. I recognize the bed. I don't recognize the bed when Aju has slept in it and it smells like him. The smell of him made her sleep soundly at night. Aunt Sue had an anti-smile on her face. Youngsters nowadays, they really know how to have fun. Gunyan's face turned even redder. Aunt Sue, Miss Gu, hurry downstairs for dinner. Third master has prepared a gift for you. Gunyan brightened her eyes. What kind of gift? Ansu shook her head. I don't know. Take a look for yourself. Is there anything else Miss Gu would like to order? Speaking of gifts, Gunyan thought that she had to look back at her family and give Jo-chin a gift as well. Buy me a really big clock. I'm giving it away. And take this picture. Gunyan sent the photos to Ansu. Go print them in black and white. Get them framed. And help me order some more food. Ansu kindly reminded. Ms. Gu, the clock is not to be given away. It signifies the end of life, which is not good. Gunyan smiled and narrowed her eyes. What's wanted is to send the bell, and Jojo is going home to abuse the scum. Good night. Chapter 119, The Fairy Model Dog Beating Stick from Lord Siyu. Ansu was even more shocked after hearing Gunyan's words about the dishes. Ms. Gu, do you really want to order these delicacies? She makes food sound so tough. And that's because it sounds kind of gross. She couldn't even say it. Gunyan smiled and nodded. Protein supplement. Good stuff. Go get ready. Auntie Sue took a deep breath and had to do as she was told. Those things, for a woman, might be a disgusting thing to talk about. Gunyan brushed her teeth and washed her face, changed her clothes, and took her cell phone to send a message to Siyu-ju. CC Nyen Nyen, good morning, sir. Siyu-ju had just arrived at the company and saw the message. A simple message that also made him hook his lips. Good morning, my little princess. Gunyan looked at the words and narrowed her eyes with a smile. Suddenly, it's like he's saying this. I'm going to open the present you got for me. After Gunyan sent the message, she stomped downstairs. On the dining room table, in the most prominent place, was a small pink box with a bow tied around it. One look at it makes a girl's heart flutter. On top of the box, there was a note. You, forever my little fairy. The font of the note, with its dragon and phoenix flying, was vaguely visible as domineering. At a glance, it was written by Lord Ce himself. Gunyan looked on, covered her cheeks, and smiled sweetly. This pure-hearted little straight man is quite good at teasing. A little princess 1 minute, a little fairy the next. Her little heart, which possessed a previous life, a few years older, was ruffled and thumping. You come over here and take my video. No faces, just hands and gifts. Gunyan gave her cell phone to a maid and then shot the video herself. First thing in the morning, I get a pink gift from a super straight guy. Let's open it together. What is it? Gunyan untied the bow. Such a small box. Could it be a diamond ring? Or it could be a necklace. Or something like that. But I'm so looking forward to it. Gunyan spoke as she opened the box, layer after layer, then unwrapped the final layer. Whoa, is that a charm? Gunyan took the contents of the box and took them out. It was a love heart, and on top of the love heart, set full of pink diamonds, with white diamonds set out the letters S and N. 2 letters. The love heart is topped with a small crown which is set with diamonds, and in the center of the love heart, set with a very large love ruby. The stick of the fairy wand, which was only the length of a fist, was just enough for her to hold in one hand. And they're all pink too, made of some material I don't know what. Very soft and nice to look at. Ha, there's a switch. Gunyan looked at it and wanted to laugh. It's not possible to press the switch and sing, is it? Isn't that a little girl's fairy wand toy? Is Lord Siyu so childish? Is she being spoiled like a daughter? Gunyan smiled and pressed the switch with a swoosh. A stick, thick as an index finger, popped out, a meter long. Again, this stick is made of a special material and is very pliable. With this gift, Gunyan looked confused. She saw the box, and a note, and took it out to read it. Don't use your hands to beat a dog. Use this, the fairy model dog beating stick. Gunyan stood up and took the fairy wand and tried it. The stick is made of a special material that is soft enough to be used as a whip and hard enough to be used as a club. I'll try it, if it's any good. Gunyan raised her fairy wand, raised her hand and flung it fiercely, hitting the sofa. Snap! The leather sofa, worth $100,000, split apart in an instant. Guinness, the servant who took the video. Chapter 120, This is a top-secret weapon. Gunyan took a look at the sofa, and then took a look at the colorful fairy model dog fighting stick. I can crack someone's bones if I don't control my strength, right? The maid swallowed her saliva a little fearfully, terrified that Gunyan would suddenly treat her as a test subject and smoke her. I'll try outside. Having seen the power of the fairy model dog beating stick, Gunyan leapt outside to practice. She had to make sure that what strength to hit someone in break clothes didn't hurt. What strength to hit someone? It's just a flesh wound. What strength to hit someone and break his ing dog bones? Snap! Bang! 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 Gunyan took the dog fighting stick and practiced it. Qinlai came out from the next kennel. No! The dog villa. He stood not far from Gunyan with a messy head of hair. He scratched his head. Ms. Gu, what are you doing here? Gunyan didn't stop. It's fine. I'm pumping. Qinlai laughed out loud. Jerk! It's your brain that's jerking. Before the words were out of his mouth, He looked down to see the concrete pitted by her whip. Bang! A flower pot that had been set up was cracked by her baton. Chinlai just couldn't stop laughing. It wasn't a case of her jerking off. It was clearly being jerked off. Gunyan stopped and turned her head to look at Chinlai. Do you want to try? Chinlai shook his head like a rattledrum. No, I haven't slept enough. Continue to catch up on my sleep. With that, he turned and went back to the dog cottage. I'd rather sleep in a litter with the second dog than be smoked by Gunyan. Gunyan looked at the very smooth fairy wand in her hand, and then looked at Chinlai running to be like a small whirlwind. For crying out loud, I can't wait for you to try my fairy wand. Gunyan flicked the switch and retracted the stick, and it became a pretty fairy wand again. This fairy wand, with its extraordinarily delicate and compact design, is also wonderful. You can hang it around your neck as a necklace or hang it on your bag as a charm. The important thing is that with a handful of them and a flick of the switch, it's a proper dogfighting stick. Discovering this switch, Gunyan couldn't spare the sun. However, she only tanned the fairy wand, not the dog fighting stick. This is a top secret weapon. She messaged, see you first. I love it. It's very nice and practical. And my hands, they won't hurt. After posting it, she sends it to the Shake Little video app. CC Nyan Nyan, feel the super straight man's death powder gift. Love it so much. Knockout love. Ansu came over. MS. Goo, everything is packed. Take a look. Gunyan put her cell phone in her bag, then took the tiny fairy wand and hung it around her neck. A very pink fairy wand that won't be tacky. On the contrary, it also set off Gunyan's aura, as well as her nobility. It could also be said that her absolutely beautiful face, and elegant aura, set off the pink childish fairy wand in a superior way. Gunyan checked. Is the food all ordered too? You are to review the home. The food will take some time, and will be waiting for you in the Goo community at that time. Gunyan, Ansu, my room needs to be cleaned every day. I still come back to stay once in a while. After thinking about it for a moment, he said, take Jen's things and move them to my room. Even if we come back to live together, it'll be the two of us sleeping together. Gunyan sheepishly finished the sentence, turned around and got into the car. Auntie Sue even had an anti-smile on her face. On the way home, the small video Gunyan posted of the faceless fairy wand immediately attracted a lot of attention. Oh my god, there are still big straight men who give this kind of super pink gift? He's a loner. Has he been kicked yet? Break up. Must break up. My niece's fairy wand are much bigger than this, are going to be 50. This cheap one is only $10. See that love ruby in the center? The international auction's tipping the scales. Worth $100 million. Chapter 121, if you like, I'll carve an inscription for your tombstone. There are also pink diamonds. 110,000 to several $100,000. Just the brightness and quantity on this fairy wand. How can it be several $100,000 to several $1 million? Did you see that little crown clearly? The crown of the little princess of Yi Kingdom 100 years ago was not something you can buy with money. With all sorts of science from a gemstone bigot. Netflix. All stunned. Other people take a sweet. Give it a hang and forget about it. She's a female. This is nearly putting the world up. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Just want to ask the author for his address. Then I'll go stomp around and stop it. So rich. There must be bodyguards around. Don't dream about it. Maybe it's fake. Waiting for the same model to come out from a certain treasure. I'm going to buy it. Goo family. Jochen is sitting at home with gauze tied around his head. A grim look on his face as he watched the TV news. Playing exactly that. Tang Ziyang steals and replaces the song sheet. And Goo is able to clear his name. Wang Yalan, how is this Gunyan like a different person? It's not like she's lost her mind, is it? Jochen pointed at Zhou Lu Jing next to him. How about your daughter losing her mind? Spending over $10 million yesterday, buying some piece of, and almost getting arrested. He nearly had a heart attack of anger. Zhou Lu Jing aggravated. It was Gunyan who set me up. Otherwise I wouldn't be like this. $1 million broken dress. $1 million necklace that she bought back for $10 million. Yesterday, she was still in a mess, causing her to lose her face. Wang Yalan also protected her daughter. Mind your daughter. A country girl. Where did she get the face to bully our Jing Jing? Zhou Chen didn't want to talk and was so angry that his liver hurt. Wang Yalan, if you ask me, just think about that little ninny's good looks and find her someone to marry. Find someone to marry? Zhou Chen looked at her. Find someone like Winnie? In response, Wang Yalan laughed. She is a village girl from the countryside. With the neighborhood security guards are barely very, but also want to match the rich second generation? Dream on. Zhou Chen picked up the tea and took a sip. Nominally at least it's my daughter. If she's not worth it, it looks good on my face? Wang Yalan knew that he had poked his point when she saw that he was not looking good. Zhou Chen used to work as a chauffeur and drive for his boss. It's no better than being a security guard. His pet peeve was when people sidestepped his origins. That's not true. Gunyan's looks are there. After the withdrawal, No one will want a woman like her either, so I'll find her a good man to marry in the future. Jo-chin thought about it and said, don't look too bad. Even though you're a stepmother, that's still a mom. No matter what, superficiality, it's still the way to go. The sound of a car coming in outside, turning off the engine. Mr. Mrs. Missy is back. The maid came in and said. Zhou Lujing frowned. In this house, besides me, who else dares to be the first miss? Don't call it nonsense. Wang Yalan grunted. That's right, a wild girl comes back and still wants us to go out to greet her? Zhou Chen's face was a bit grim. All of you cut the crap. The maid glanced at their faces and lowered her head without daring to speak. Gu Nian came in with a big bag, accompanied by an aura that looked a little fierce and a little comical. She politely and elegantly shouted, Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou, good morning. Zhou Chen looked up and glared at her. How do you shout at people? I'm your father. She's your mother. Wang Yalan sat up straight and posed. A stepmother is also a mother. Gu Nian laughed. The door-to-door son-in-law has married another, and I don't have the last name of Zhou. Do I count as a father? She looked at Wang Yalan again. My mom is lying in the cemetery with her tombstone engraved. If you like it, I'll help you engrave a name too. Chapter 122 Gu Nian's Big Gift. Wang Yalan immediately stopped talking and closed her mouth. It's the dead that are engraved on headstones. Zhou Chen's face was also unsightly. Even if you grew up in the countryside, then you should learn the rules and manners. If you don't know how to do it, learn from your sister. Zhou Lujing looked up at Gu Nian. I will teach my sister well. Take a whip and teach with a ruler. If it's not right, fight. Fight in name only. Gu Nian laughed lightly again. What? Learn how Zhou Lujing seduced her brother-in-law? Learn how she was stupid enough to steal gems? Learn how she goes to the restroom to flirt? You. Zhou Lujing was so angry with her that she stuttered and couldn't speak. Gu Nian narrowed her eyes. Learning? It's not just a matter of politeness. This time I've come back, and I've brought back gifts with great filial piety, so you'll all be moved to tears. Gu Nian said, clapping her hands. The chauffeur came in with the bodyguard and a very large gift, covered in cloth. It looks, well, mysterious. Zhou Chen's face. This is a little better. That's right, no matter what, I'm your father. It's for your own good. Wang Yalan is not very much to look at. A mountain village girl. Where is the vision to pick gifts? However, if it is worth a little money, you can give it to someone who is poorer than you are, so you can show your face. Such an attitude. It's only right. In the future, I'll find a good man for you. Gu Nian smiled. Then you guys open your gifts. The driver and the security guard placed the gifts in front of each of them. Zhou Lujing looked and had one in front of herself. She looked at Gu Nian incredulously. Me too? Gu Nian nodded her head obediently. Right, I'm coming back to live, so we definitely have to make good relations. What about yesterday? Don't be mad. Let's get even. This begging look made Zhou Lujing feel good in her heart. Then I'll look at the gifts and decide. Zhou Lujing and his family, none of whom had opened their gifts with anticipation. Zhou Chen opened it and saw that it was a clock, and immediately his face grimaced. Sending the bell equals sending the end. Wang Yalan opened it to see that it was a black and white framed photo of her, and turned white with fear. Black and white photo with large frame. Isn't that a posthumous photo? As soon as Zhou Lujing opened it, a centipede, following the box, climbed onto her hand. Zhou Lujing instantly jumped up and shook her hand hard. I ended up jumping so much that I fell straight down and clicked. She broke her hand. Gu Nian felt pain when she heard the sound of that bone breaking. It's simply too deserved. Just listening to it is awesome. Zhou Chen slapped his hand heavily. Gu Nian, what exactly do you mean? Gu Nian blinked innocently. What's wrong with giving gifts to honor you? Zhou Chen was trembling with anger. You sent me a clock, an effigy for her, and a centipede for your sister? Gu Nian was still full of innocence. What's wrong with a daughter giving her father a deathbed? I'm just reminding you of the time. As for her, I see that she looks so distinctive that it would be a shame for her face not to be photographed and passed down through the ages. As for the centipede, and does not bite, it is more for the good of Zhou Lujing. I heard that the centipede liquid to go to the scars, but also beauty. I help her to do beauty. Gu Nian said, but also bent down and extended his hand. The centipede, which had been dumbfounded by the fall, climbed onto Gu Nian's hand. The centipede lay on Gu Nian's hand, aggravated, but it fell to my death. You guys, this little munchkin really doesn't bite. Gu Nian laughed and stretched the centipede out in front of Wang Yalan, scaring her so much that she screamed and immediately jumped away. When he reached Zhou Chen, he was so scared again that he almost fell to the ground. Take it away. Take it away. Is this a ING girl? Anyway, they hadn't seen it before. A girl with a centipede in her bare hands. Gu Nian winked innocently. If you don't like this gift, then try the delicacies I brought you. Chapter 123 Gu Nian's delicious food delivery. Zhou Chen saw Gu Nian at the dining table. setting the plates. Inexplicably terrified, he turned his head to look at Wang Yalan. Wang Yalan had already, in her heart, hated Gunyan to death. Go up there and see if she can bring back? Gunyan set the food on the table and greeted Zhou Chen and the others. Come and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Zhou Chen, the three of them, didn't want to go over. Woof woof woof. The second dog showed his teeth at them and growled, with the air of if you don't go up, the dog I will bite you to death. Zhou Chen had seen Era's fighting strength and was a little frightened in his heart. Three people, still walking past. Zhou Chen looked on, his face grim as he asked, what's that? Wang Yalan frowned, it looks like it's okay? Zhou Lujing raised her hand to cover her mouth. Why does it feel like bugs or something? Gunyan raised her eyebrows. Sit down. I'll introduce you guys. The trio inhaled. It smells pretty good. You guys eat it. Gunyan gave them food. I'm coming back to stay. I don't want to make too much of a mess. And it's packaged by Food for Thought restaurant. Starting at 10,000 a dish. Zhou Chen glanced at the food box next to him, with the Food for Thought logo. In Jincheng, this is a famous restaurant that requires a lot of money and enough status to get a reservation. He's Zhou Chen, just a son-in-law who comes to the house. The Food for Thought restaurant just wouldn't give him a reservation. Wang Yalan's eyes lit up when she heard the price. Take a picture. Zhou Lujing picked up her cell phone and immediately took a picture. This is a pre-dinner ritual. Gunyan just sat gracefully and watched them. Zhou Chen picked up his chopsticks. It's quite fragrant. Eat it, he thought to himself. Gunyan is still dependent on them after all. How could she have gone so overboard? Now this meal is surely meant to please them as well. And Food for Thought's food is notoriously good. Wang Yalan also moved her chopsticks. Nian nian ah, even though I'm your stepmother, I'll be good to you. You're from the country. I'll help you find a rich man who won't make you suffer for the rest of your life. Zhou Lujing watched them eat and ate herself. Gunyan, you're responsible for what happened between me and Wen Yi. Take the shares of the company and transfer them to me, to compensate Wen Yi for the billion-dollar contract that you took away from him. Gunyan raised her eyebrows and smiled as she began to introduce the food on the table. The name of this dish, you guys need to hear it. Gunyan took her chopsticks and started pointing at the dishes on the table. This dish, called Kill Your Mother, Don't Die, is grasshopper poppers. Zhou Chen's chopsticks, being on top of the dish, and eating the top layer, saw the bottom layer, a plate of grasshoppers still with wings. His face, in an instant, was all over the place, and what he was eating in his mouth, in an instant, didn't taste good. Even the stomach is turning. Gunyan's chopsticks twirled. Auntie Wang, this dish is called Killing to Pay for Murder, Not to Die, made from maggots deep fried, and it's especially flavorful. Wang Yalan's face, immediately vegetable. Maggots. Maggots? Gunyan flicked the top layer of vegetables away. See, it's this kind of worm. It's still alive. Eat it alive to have high protein. Wang Yalan took a look at a fat, white, tender worm that was wriggling. Immediately, she felt the contents of her mouth, and her stomach squirm. Vomit. Zhou Lujing's hand with chopsticks, shaking. This should be normal, right? It's all one piece of meat. Gunyan laughed and ruffled it. This is called stealing chickens and dogs. Shall not die. You like it, oh? Zhou Lujing took a look and immediately sidestepped. Vomit. It was a dead rat. Chapter 124. Two dogs bring some friends. Come and have some fun. For a while, the three of them, Zhou Lujing, all vomited. That's disgusting. It's so disgusting. The thing is, they all still eat it. Thinking about it now makes them want to puke. The servants who were waiting on the side couldn't help but go and throw up. Gunyan stood up leisurely, having no brain. You just can't learn. How can she give them good food back when she's sentenced to death? Gunyan went to the second floor. This is a villa townhouse with a staircase that swings up and splits into two sides. Gunyan went to see her room first, which was a storage room on the second floor. It was very small, putting down a 1.5 bed with a lot of clutter in it, and the downstairs maids, who lived in rooms that were bigger than this one of hers. But here, the master lives on the second floor and the servants on the first. Gunyan turned to Zhou Lujing's room again, which had a light blue mosquito net hanging inside, like a princess room, and because of the layout, there is a large balcony. When Mom was alive, this was her room. It's ridiculous for a private daughter to live in the princess room and for her, a great lady, to live in the storage room. Come on man. The maid heard the shout and immediately came up. Miss Gunyan, take what's here and move it to the first floor for me. The maid shook her head repeatedly and refused. No way. This is Missy's room. This is all Missy's things. Missy? Gunyan narrowed her eyes dangerously. This is the Gu family. Zhou Lujing. Is her surname Gu? I'm the only one who's Missy around here. Her voice was cold, and as soon as she opened her mouth, there was a powerful aura that pressed down. The maid felt a pressure that made her bow her head in fear. This is Missy's room. If you want to move it, You can only do it yourself. Gunyan stepped forward and looked coldly at the servant. Who did you say was the first lady? There was more pressure, and the servant looked up with difficulty. She looked at Gunyan and said, Zhou Lujing is a great lady. She has lived here for more than 20 years, and you are just a country village girl. Ah! Gunyan raised her hand and landed a hard slap on the servant's face. The maid was on fire. You hit me. What gives you the right to hit me? Here, you're no better than a servant, and you dare to hit me. The servant growled, raising his hand to strike back. Gunyan raised her foot and directly kicked the servant to the ground. The servant has to get up from the floor. In the next second, Gunyan stepped on her wrist, and the maid screamed in pain. What's going on? What's going on? The commotion upstairs alarmed Butler Qian, who immediately came up. Butler Qian looked at Gunyan with a fairly respectful attitude. Miss Gu, Butler, she hit me. She village girl hit me. Get her out of here. When the maid saw Butler Qian, she immediately cried for help. Her wrist hurt so much, it felt like it was going to be stepped on and broken. Housekeeper Qian looked up at Gunyan. Her eyebrows were like a painting, exactly like the deceased young lady. It was just her eyebrows, much sharper, like a sword, that hid the sharpness. On second thought, her behavior over the past 2 days. Housekeeper Qian asked Gunyan, what does Miss Gu want to do with her? Gunyan raised an eyebrow. This housekeeper was still giving some face. Fire her, dock her pay for 3 months, and don't take anything from the Gu family. Butler Qian bowed his head. Yes, the maid was confused. Butler, you can't fire me. You can't dock my wages. Butler Qian directly called the security guards and dragged the servant out. Half-heartedly, Gunyan instructed Butler Qian, empty this room, as well as the master bedroom across the street. They don't deserve to live there. Butler Qian smiled professionally. Miss Gu, there's no way for me to make a decision on this. After all, the one who is in charge of the family now is Mr. Gunyan glanced at him and laughed softly. Then I won't give Butler Qian a hard time. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and instructed Era, our dogsy, bring some friends and come have some fun. Chapter 125, Lycanthropy. Disgusting. Want to die. When the second dog heard this command, the dog's face, which had a self-contained amused expression, instantly perked up. Nyen nyen. Wait, I'll go call the demolition army for you right away. Woof woof. The second dog went downstairs in great excitement, and the gallant figure disappeared from sight in an instant. Butler Qian was still standing to the side. Miss Gu, is there anything else you want to order? Gunyan glanced at him. I told you to roll down the stairs. Would you? Money Butler, no, it won't. Gunyan smiled. Since the order is not to move, what do I have to order? Giving yourself a hard time? I'll take my time ordering when I've changed my commanding motion. Butler Qian still had a professional smile on his face. As you wish. Gunyan meant to replace him. The housekeeper. It's ridiculous. This was no longer the Gu family, but the Zhou family. They were all here on Zhou Chen's salary. How could they still listen to Gunyan? A village wild girl? He was so polite and courteous. That was his professionalism as a butler. Gunyan sat on the balcony of the hanging basket. The sunlight pours down brightly. Just put the downstairs scenery. At a glance, the servants were cleaning up and the occasional vomit was heard. Downstairs, Zhou Chen and the others vomited. I can't. My stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom. Puking. Zhou Chen felt his stomach flip and immediately ran towards the toilet. I'm going too. I'll go first. Wang Yalan also had a fierce stomachache and grabbed with Zhou Chen. Zhou Lujing's small face was also a vegetable color. I want it too. All of you get out of the way. 3 people, swarming towards the bathroom. But there's only one bathroom downstairs, and 3 people are grabbing it. Zhou Chen covered his stomach and was stomping his feet. You guys go upstairs. The 2nd and 3rd floors are all there. Don't grab it. I can't hold it in. Wang Yalan, go ahead. I can't help it. Zhou Lujing face her suffocated red. I am your daughter. Let me. You go upstairs. I cannot. Pust. Zhou Lujing thought it was going to be a fart, so she didn't hold back. Results. Put. Perhaps Zhou Lujing had taken the lead, and the other 2 hadn't been able to hold back and all poofed out. A foul odor instantly drifted out. The 3 men looked at each other, their eyes silently looking down again. All 3 men leapt up and shat their pants. While Zhou Lujing and Wang Yalan were still wearing skirts, the yellow stuff dripped and fell on the ground. The air, for a moment, froze. After half a day, it was all screaming. Ting your pants in public. They haven't been this embarrassed. This screwed up. Gunyan leaned against the railing of the 2nd floor and looked down at the busy servants below. She held a wad of bills in her hand. It's so dirty. Whoever takes the hose and gives them a bath, this money is theirs. Oh, it's good money. The cleaner you wash, the more money you get. The longer you wash, the more money you get. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. Let's see if you give a 10,000 is not very tempting, but 50,000, 100,000, is definitely enough? The maid immediately hooked up the hose, and the car wash gun. Failing that, get a barrel, get a big tub and break in. Zhou Lu Jing and the others were still screaming. Their stomachs were still throbbing. They simply couldn't help it, and planning to rob the restroom. Results next. Oncoming is a variety of water jets and splashes. The kind of water from a spray gun that sprays on your body and splits your skin with pain. It was even more painful for them, and the screams continued. Even worse, dilute them. That squirt and splash of a water gun, along with the feces yellow poop, it splattered all over them, along with their faces. Weekly morning trio. Lycanthropy. Disgusting. Wants to die. Chapter 126. Era's Demolition Brigade is here again. Gunyan sat in the hanging basket, listening to the various loud screams downstairs, smiling and raising her lips. She took her cell phone and opened WeChat. The system alerted her that she was invited into the group of families who love each other. CC Nian Nian, hello, brothers, I'm back. The group was quiet. Mr. Gu, what are you doing? Nian Nian is back. Don't even come out to say hello. Don't you want the little princess anymore? Gunyan looked at the quiet WeChat group and sent a 20,000 red packet. Group red envelopes can be sent out for $20,000. The group remained quiet, except for Gu Xiaojun, who was the first to grab the red packet. Master Gu, Nian Nian, you're too cheap, aren't you? Is this fishing? Only a penny? He just grabbed a penny. CC Nian Nian, I sent $20,000. What kind of luck are you having? Gu Xiao Master, I don't believe it. You cheap princess. It's a penny to send. Gunyan looked at the group were quiet, except for Gu Xiaoi. Still no one spoke. She took a picture of the downstairs and posted it to the group. CC Nian Nian, I'm back in the Gu family, but the servants don't listen to me anymore, as if I'm just a guest. Unhappy. The brothers, scattered all over the world, finally pressed on when they saw the news. Big brother, Huli apartment, block 8, 2901, password your birthday, ergo, red packets, going out to a hotel. Sango, under the legal homeownership provisions, you have the right to repossess the house and kick them out. Fourth brother, fifth brother at Gu Xiaojun, go home and beat them up. Master Gu, I can't beat it on my own. Gunyan looked at the group's message and missed it very much. Counting their previous lives, they hadn't seen each other in years. She doesn't even see them. Brothers, I miss you so much. I want to cuddle and spoon with you so much. I want to have dinner with you. For this sentence, Gunyan sent a voice. The six brothers, after listening to the voice with a sobbing sound and extreme aggravation, fell into a deep thought. Big brother called his assistant. Schedule the trip. My fastest flight. I have to go back to Jincheng. Ergo handed the professor his leave of absence. Professor, I have to go home. Professor, you didn't just go back for half a month. You know, there are confidentiality agreements for scientific research. You can't just. The second brother said outright. Then I'm quitting research. The professor was immediately afraid. Granted. For the last time, no going back too long. This is the future successor of scientific research. Surely we cannot give up. Sango's own law firm is even more convenient. It was a bit of a challenge for the fourth brother to be stationed at the border, and after agreeing to a certain condition, he was finally authorized to come home. The fifth brother, who was reading, was so skinny that he just asked his roommate to take a leave of absence and left over the wall. Gu Xiaoi became arrogant, took the car keys, immediately went downstairs and drove home. Gu Nian finished sending her voice and looked at it for a while, seeing that her brothers had stopped talking. CC Nian Nian, I'm just going to be pampered. My brothers are busy. I miss you. Oh, I'm going to clean up the dregs too. Woof woof. Gu Nian had just put down her cell phone when she heard packs of dogs barking. Nian, the demolition army is here. Gu Nian stood up and looked downstairs, with the second dog leading the way, followed by a valiant, comical and courageous Era, and they are followed by a variety of masters. Don't run, come back. Look at it this way. It looks like an army of 1,000, galloping. The servants looked startled. The money housekeeper even looked flabbergasted. What is going on here? Why are there so many dogs all of a sudden? Gu Nian stood on the second floor, looking down at the scene. She shallowly hooked her lips. Since I instructed the immovable Chen butler to empty those 2 rooms, I'll call a demolition brigade myself, to come and demolish them. Chapter 127. To force the demolition army to give force. When Butler Qian was stunned, Erdogsy had already led the army and came running wildly. That's him. He doesn't give face to Sister Nian. Him. Woof woof. With a command, the second dog lunged towards the money steward. Asterisk. Him. Woof. The army of Era. All of them pounced on the money steward. Butler Qian took a look at one Era, eyes glowing green, teeth bared, sharp claws lit up, lunging at him. You guys go away. Ah, Just as he shouted out, Butler Qian had already been pounced on by the second dog. The second dog didn't bite, but that sharp claw went down, and the money housekeeper's face was still scratched with a gash. Butler Qian tried to get up, but it was too late. Behind them, one by one, the Eras pounced. Era is a large dog of dozens of pounds, and that foot stomped down. Butler Qian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The servants also changed color when they saw so many dogs and ran away barking. Who cared about the dripping wet Zhou Lujing trio? As soon as the second dog entered the door, he saw such a disgusting scene. Don't step on that. It's disgusting, Sister Nian. Start charging. Woof woof. The second dog picked up the couch cushion and patted that floor before leaping over it. With one paw on Zhou Chen's head, he jumped up the stairs. Zhou Chen, who had just climbed up, was stumped by this claw. With a thud, it fell back. Both Wang Yalan and Zhou Lujing, too, were behind them before they could even climb up. The demolition hordes that went before and after gave a clawback. Just climbed up and stepped back down. Just climbed up and stepped back down. It had been continuously like this, and finally the three of them, resigned to the ground, didn't dare to move, afraid, by these big dogs, to stomp their heads off. By the time it was finally over, the dogs were gone for a good long while. They were all still lying there, not moving a muscle even though the stench was overwhelming. Dog owners following behind. Should we abandon the dog and run away? The second dog took the demolition brigade and went to the second floor. The dogs, who had been wild just a moment ago, all sat in a neat crouch, spitting out their tongues. Behave yourself. What do you want us to do, Sister Nian? Woof woof. Dog asked Gunyan. Gunyan looked at this one dog, sitting like a well-behaved student, and just lowered her eyes and smiled. Tear down this room, and the one across the street, as much as you can. When the second dog heard this, his eyes lit up even more. Good. I'll be sure to live up to my mission. Woof woof. Help Nian's sister tear down the house. Woof woof. Once he heard that he could tear down his home in name only, Era was so excited. Normally they tear up the house and are spared a scolding, but if you tear down your home today, you won't be scolded and you'll be rewarded. The thought of this immediately demoralized the demolition army. Bite the quilt, bite the couch, then open the closet. The battle was a hot one. If there's still a little boy who's more free, go downstairs and walk those servants. There were a lot of two dogs coming this time. It's more than enough to split two rooms, then walk all the things that are in the Gu family, that are eating out of the palm of your hand. You go in groups of 10. Woof woof. The second dog instructed the demolition army with great pleasure. Woof woof woof. The demolition army immediately split into 10, running down the stairs and pouncing towards the servants. Ah, ah, ah. For a while, the terrified voices of the servants resounded through the sky. And Zhou Lujing and the others escaped? No, the dog went straight after them and bit them. Zhou Lujing and the others screamed in fear, even rolled out of the Gu family. Chapter 128, Too Good to Be True. Don't say that Zhou Lujing and the others wanted to roll. Those owners who followed their dogs here want to get the hell out. Are you going to pay for it? Gu Xiaoyi drove back and just pulled into the neighborhood. They saw Zhou Lujing and the others, being chased by several Era, leaping everywhere, rolling and crawling, not to mention, there was also a stench that kept people away. He stopped the car and drove the window down again. Yo, is this a dog walk? He's not going to call this door-to-door son-in-law his uncle. When Zhou Chen saw Gu Xiaojun, it was like he saw a life-saving straw. He lit up and went up just to pull on the car door, but it wouldn't budge. Quick, open the door and let us up. Wang Yalan and Zhou Lujing, also pulling a car door one by one, just to get on the car. Zhou Lujing looked at the Era that was getting closer and closer and cried for mercy. Brother, open the door. Let us up. These mad dogs are biting. Wang Yalan, quickly let us up. Your aunt and uncle and I, let you come back to live without having to live outside in a small apartment. Woof woof. Era spread her feet and lunged this way. Zhou Lujing, the three of them, almost cried in fear. Gu Xiaoyi glanced at them. That's the Gu family. I can go back if I want to. I don't need your consent. And, he coldly looked at Zhou Lujing. Our Gu family only has one little princess, and I also only have one sister, and that is Gu Nian. Zhou Chen shouted. I am your aunt and uncle. You can't. Ah. Without hesitation, Gu Xiaojun stepped on the gas and blasted out. Ah. The three of them, Zhou Lujing, who were struggling with the car door, were immediately brought down to the ground. He was also dragged by the car for a while because he didn't let go in time. The dogs, who were pouncing madly, missed it. They turn around with a confused look on their faces and look at the three people being dragged. What's going on? Dare to save the three scumbags that Nian's sister is going to abuse, and make sure to take his car apart. Woof woof woof. The two-haired dog pack immediately turned around and chased after them. Zhou Lujing and the others were dragged to the point where their hands were about to break, so they hurriedly let go. The faces, all on the tarmac, grinding. They both screamed out in pain. Gu watched the scene from the rearview mirror and opened the window very idly, holding out his hand again. He waved. Bye. Good luck. And go doggy. Woof woof. The dogs yelled and immediately pounced on them, pressing down on Zhou Lujing and the three of them. Bite with your mouth and pull with your claws. That's called fierce. The three of them, Zhou Lujing, didn't even have any room to struggle. All you can do is cry and yell and lie down. Gee, the security guards look stunned. This is a rich man's villa neighborhood, and it's the first time in 100 years that I've seen such a suffocating, wretched rich man. Pretty cool. After all, that Wan Yalan was always dog-eyed. This scene is cool to watch. Just pretend to be busy and go. And when they're pretty much torn apart, just come out and save the day. Gu Xiaoyi fondly looked in the rearview mirror, watching Zhou Lujing's family of three being abused that miserable. When it's out of sight, there's still a look of reminiscence. It was so good. The recorder should have captured it just now, to show it to Nian. But Nian will be heartbroken, won't he? Gu Xiaojun is afraid that Gu Nian still has affectionate fantasies about this scummy father. Gu Xiaojun was still hesitating whether to show Gu Nian or not. He had driven into the gates of the Gu family. I'll go. Gu's eyes widened. Did you poke a doghouse today? Or have they become fertilized? Just see the Gu family appeared a group of era. All kinds of from upstairs. Drag. Throw. Bite. The Gu family was dismantled by era? Nian. Worried about Gu Nian's well-being, Gu immediately got out of the car and stumbled up the stairs. Chapter 129, either climb the dog hole or kneel down. Gu Nian was sitting and eating oranges, watching the second dog demolish the house. The result was a figure that ran in. Gu Xiaojun ran in. Suddenly his feet slipped, and his legs, like skating, slid on his knees directly in front of Gu Nian. Gu Nian blinked her eyes and then looked at the person kneeling in front of her, with familiar blonde hair. Little brother. You. Cough. Gu Nian was choked with shock by Gu Xiaojun, who suddenly knelt in front of her. You don't have to make such a big gesture for a brother to meet his sister, do you? Gu raised his head and was relieved to see that Gu Nian was fine. Scared me to death. Thought you'd been eaten by the dogs. I don't care about anything. I just rushed up. Woof. The second dog was angry and barked at Gu Xiaoshi. He's fine. Why did he bite Nian? Gu Xiaoyi looked sideways and saw a very large era, with a face that was born emoji. He looked at him, and in its mouth, it was biting the head of a photograph. Those claws pressed down on its chest. A picture of Zhou Lujing. It's a colorful dog. Gu Xiaoyi's eyes widened. Tear down Zhou Lujing's room. You'll be stewed as dog meat. The second dog was angry. Woof. With my sister Nian here, how can I be stewed dog meat? Except, that's see you. Gu Nian finally stopped coughing. Dogsy, he's my little brother. Be polite to him. You continue to dismantle. The second dog that was so fierce just now. Woof. Master Gu. What's with the sappy sound? Gu Nian saw that Gu Xiaoyi was still kneeling and hurriedly pulled him up. What brings you here, little brother? Gu Xiaoyi looked down at Gu Nian. If you want your brother, then you'll definitely come. Make those 5 brothers envious. It takes them hours to get home. I'll be there in half an hour. Gu Xiaojun hurriedly moved the stool and sat next to Gu Nian. Come on, take a picture together. Piss them off. Gu Nian looked up with a smile, and Gu Xiaoyi had already clicked many shots. Then send it to the love one another group. Master Gu, hot little princess. I'll hug you first. 5 brothers. Wanted to go back and break his neck and smash his cell phone. This also flaunts that they won't go back? After Gu finished filming, he sniffed his nose. Why does it smell bad? Nian, you didn't take a bath? Gu Nian rolled her eyes at him. Gu Xiaoyi was all smiles. It's okay, one's own sister, no matter how smelly she is, she can't be disliked, and she's still the little princess of the Gu family. Gu Nian gave him a sidelong glance. But I dislike you because you stepped on the downstairs. A dog knows to avoid it, don't you? Gu's face stiffened a bit as he looked down and then looked at the floor of the room. The smile on his face instantly crumbled. I'm going to take a shower. Ah, he's a slight germaphobe, and this stomping is about as good as stabbing him a couple times. Gu Nian also couldn't stand the smell of the room and went directly to the rooftop. She called housekeeping and repurchased a bunch of furniture. A little cleaning, rinsing, and sanitizing. The entire Gu family, refreshed. Gu Xiaoyi changed his clothes and came out to take 360-degree pictures of Gu Nian, sending them to the group and showing off all kinds of things. The 5 older brothers were so angry that they wanted to kick him, but they wanted to look at Gu Nian's photos. It's so suffocating and blissful. It was late and the servant came cautiously. Missy, they're back. After Gu Nian cleaned up so much today, the servants were in awe of her. Gu Nian just raised a shallow eyebrow, used the water gun and hosed them down, and then tell them that to get into the Gu family yet, they either have to crawl in through the dog hole or kneel down. Sorry for the 9 to 9 jam. One more chapter. We'll see you at 9. Chapter 130, all of you, crawl. outside the iron gates of the Gu family. Zhou Chen's family of 3, wretched as beggars, stood outside the door. The clothes on his body were bitten and torn, and there were even more wounds on his body. One of Zhou Lujing's hands was still hanging helplessly. In their condition, they are unrecognizable to anyone today. Who are you and why are you here? Open the door. We're going in. New butler, hello? I'm the new butler MS. Gu hired. My name is Chang. May I ask who you are? Guinness is very quick with his tactics. At noon, they just fired all the servants in the Gu family. Have Lord Siyu transfer a new batch of servants to her. These were all servants from the Royal Water Bay. People of Lord Siyu, absolutely only listen to her. Zhou Chen yelled. I am Zhou Chen, the master of this house. Wang Yalan, open your doggy eyes and see clearly. A watchdog. How dare you stand here? Open the door. Zhou Lujing, open the door or I'll fire you. Butler Chang just smiled. I've checked. The owner of this house is called Gun Yan. It's not some Zhou Chen. Sorry, we can't open the door. The servant hurried over. Butler Chang, Miss Gu said it's fine if they want to come in, but they'll have to crawl in through the dog hole. The wall next to the iron gate has a dog hole in it today. Easy for dogs. Come and visit anytime. Butler Chang smiled politely at Zhou Chen. Hear what Miss Gu said. Maid, and they have to be rinsed out without a trace of odor before they can come in. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth. Gun Yan, come out here. I'm your father. Aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath if you do this? Gun Yan, you unfilial daughter. Zhou Lujing cried in aggravation. Sister, you don't like me, but you can't do this to dad. That's a great unfiliality. Gun Yan let them shout whatever they wanted, but they all turned a deaf ear. It's just a dog hole. You can't go in if you want to. Gun Yan didn't open her mouth, and Butler Chang was even less likely to do so. Zhou Chen's mouth was dry from shouting, and he was on the verge of passing out. Zhou Lujing, Dad, forget it. Let's go out to the hotel for a night and talk about it tomorrow. Wang Yalan, it's better to go to Wen Yi's house. They're all in-laws. It's okay to take a walk. Zhou Chen glared at them and took one last look at the dog hole. You, all of you, crawl. Wang Yalan, mother and daughter, stared at him with wide, unbelievable eyes. Cut the crap and crawl. Zhou Chen added to housekeeper Chang. Quickly get the hose and wash us. Let's climb the dog hole and go in. Wang Yalan and Zhou Lujing, put up with it all or get a divorce and break it off. Zhou Chen said through clenched teeth and stopped resisting. The Gu family was his thing, and he could never throw it away just because of a setback like this. There's still something important in the Gu family. When he has completely mastered the Gu family, the Gu group must marry Gun Yan to the shortest and filthiest man who is good at gambling and domestic violence. To avenge today, Butler Chang gave a look, then ordered the servants to get the stuff. Soon they had the toilet bowl cleaner and the toilet brush out. Weekly morning trio. Is this going to make them a toilet brush? Butler Chang smiled. Mr. Zhou doesn't need to be angry. The toilet is cleaner than you guys. Zhou Chen could only put up with all this for the sake of the Gu group. The maid took a water gun and flushed Zhou Chen in them, and poured toilet bowl cleaner and used a toilet brush, brushing on them. When it's rinsed off, make sure there's no stink at all. Wang Yalan climbed the dog hole first, and when the moment of lying down, she wanted to kill Gun Yan. Zhou Lujing had never been like this before, and she was even more eager to split Gun Yan into 5 pieces. Zhou Chen slowly crawled through the dog hole, already planning 100 scenarios to kill Gun Yan in his mind. Gun Yan leaned against the balcony, watched the scene, and sent a message to Siyu Ju. The first night home, I missed Jen and wanted to cuddle and kiss Jen so badly. Sirius received the message and immediately got off the plane. Wait for me. Oh Yang was confused and hurriedly chased after him. Third master, you still have to go on a business trip. Why are you getting off the plane here? This meeting is very important. Siyu Ju's voice was cold and soft. It's important to have An Yan want to see me and come? Chapter 131 Lord Siyi arrived at Gu's house. Gun Yan sent a message to Siyu Ju. I'm just saying, you're going to be traveling, making good money, thinking of you. After sending this message, after waiting for a while, I didn't see Siyu return the message. She swiped through Twitter. Hashtag reversed. Tang Ziyang switches Gu Xiaojiao songbook hashtag. Hashtag Master Gu didn't plagiarize. The originator was hashtag. Hashtag Tang Ziyang quit show business hashtag. Many of the comments, even more scolded Tang Ziyang and protected Gu Xiaoyi. So many water armies, black fans, and passers-by were afraid to say anything before. Gun Yan swiped and eventually swiped to a comment in the corner. Suddenly, I realized that the tune of this song is a bit similar to Master Van Berdienst. The comments in the comments are, in turn, commenting. It's not like where the work of the master of noise, favoring nature, such a song of contrition. Not his style. Also right, but it feels like a lost love made. On where not ringing masters also have several dozen. Should not be lost love. Guinness, it's a couple dozen. Line blah. 20 is a couple dozen. Gun Yan swiped for a while and looked at WeChat again. and there was still no reply from Siyu Joe. He probably took an airplane. CC Nyen Nyen, Jen. Good night. After sending the message, Gu Nyen hugged the quilt that Siyu Ju had slept under, then buried her head and took a deep breath. The smell of Jen is just down to earth. Gu Nyen hugged the quilt and smelled the scent that belonged to him, then closed her eyes in contentment. At this time, Siyu Ju was at the milk tea store and had just bought milk tea. She likes milk tea. Siyu Ju received a good night message from Gu Nyen. Sleeping? These 2 days. Too busy. Tired. I guess. Siyu Ju put the milk tea away and still drove to Gu's house. However, he was afraid that the sound of the engine would disturb Gu Nyen, so he stopped 50 meters away and then walked to the entrance of Gu's house. Carrying a cup of milk tea, Siyu Ju stood in front of Gu's house and looked up at the small villa. The lights are dimmed. Which room will she sleep in? Third master? The security guards here, in the afternoon, had changed the people from the royal water bay, so they recognized it was Siyu at a glance. Siyu saw the security guard was about to open the door and hastened to stop it. Don't turn it on. It'll disturb Ani's sleep. The guard looked embarrassed. So you're not coming in? There shouldn't be any place in Jincheng that the third master couldn't go to. As a result, Master San came here and was shut out? Just for the sake of not waking up MS. Gu, security guard, then you go back first. Tomorrow, I'll tell MS. Gu that you were here? Sirius still shook his head. No, I'll wait here. Which room does Nin stay in? And where do I stand so that I'm the first thing she sees when she pulls the curtains? Hearing this, the guard's insides were about to explode. Third master, still want to stand guard here? Just for MS. Gu's first glance? The security guard pointed to the right side of the second floor. MS. Gu is staying in that room. You can move back 5 meters and you'll be fine. Sirius stepped back, then looked up, right in line with the second floor room. He smiled in satisfaction before standing up straight and tilting his head back to look out the window. The posture, like a military position, was impeccably perfect. The security guards watched and were really anxious. This third master, he really ran to the Gu family, to stand guard. At this moment, Gu Nyen was holding the quilt that Siyu Ju had slept on, as if she was holding him, and was sleeping soundly. Just, all of a sudden, she opened her eyes and looked around the darkened room. Jen came to see me? Gu Nyen opened her cell phone to check her WeChat. Except for the sentence that she said good night, Siyu didn't even reply to her. Is it because I miss him so much? That's why the dream. Chapter 132, Sneaky Kisses. Gu Nyen looked at her cell phone and was a little skeptical. It was that kind of thing. She had a very strong feeling that Siyu had come. But the information? None of it. Probably really dreaming. So just keep dreaming. Gu Nyen hugged the quilt and continued to sleep with her eyes closed. But close your eyes and the feeling is strong. Her sixth sense told her that Siyu had come. Gu Nyen didn't turn on the light, directly got out of bed, and pulled open the curtains. Then, with a glance, she saw Siyu outside the iron door, 5 meters away. The streetlights were hazy, and Siyu's stance was very upright. Just one glance, even if you can't see him, Gu Nyen still recognized him. The sleepiness disappeared. The moment Siyu saw the curtains pulled back, he was also stunned. The two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes, looking deeply into each other's eyes, as if sparks were colliding. Instantly a beautiful firework blossomed beneath the blackness. Gu Nyen immediately opened the door. Next door, Gu Xiaojun also opened the door. Nyen Nyen, where are you going? Gu Nyen looked at Gu Xiaojun and was also stunned. Little brother, you haven't slept yet? Yeah, playing a game. Heard your voice, was going to come check it out. What are you doing there? Gu Xiaojun deliberately lives next door to Gu Nyen so that he can protect her. Gu Nyen gave a huff. I'm going to the restroom. Gu was confused. There's a bathroom in the room. Each room comes with a bath. Gu Nyen let out an "Oh, that, I'm hungry." Gu was surprised. Nyen Nyen, you have a fetish for eating? Hungry and want to run to the bathroom? Gu Nyen kicked him without any good humor. Go downstairs and cook something to eat. So go to sleep quickly. She was still in a hurry to go down to see Lord Siyu. What's he stopping here? Gu snorted and smiled. Then wait, little brother will go downstairs and cook it for you. Gu Nyen waved her hand back and forth. No need. It's fine. Just cooking a noodle. Gu Xiaojun said as he was already heading downstairs. Gu Nyen followed him. Little brother, you'd better go back to playing the game. Running away in the middle of the game. That's what pits teammates. Teammates aren't as important as little princesses. Gu stomped downstairs. Gu Nyen had a headache on her face. Master C and not allowed to publicize the relationship. Surely can not let the little brother know. See night Jua. Gu Nyen could only follow downstairs. When she saw Gu Xiaojun enter the kitchen, she tried to quietly slip out. Nian, do you eat noodles or rice noodles? Gu asked her as he poked his head out of the kitchen. Gu Nyen, who was planning to sneak away, immediately stood up. Well, eat rice noodles. You boil a fish soup to cook. I like to eat fish soup noodles. Simmer the fish soup. Longer. Better eat the noodles. Cook more. I'm hungry. Sir Siyu must be hungry. Give him something to eat later. Good. Wait then. Put some clothes on. It's a cool night. Gu Nian watched as Gu Xiaojun went back into the kitchen. Before she quietly slipped out, the iron door creaked open. Gu Nian hurriedly drilled out, and when she saw Siyu Ju, her eyes were even more glowing. Jen. Gu Nian directly jumped into Siyu Ju's arms and hugged him, and rubbed his heart with his little head. Well, it still smells good in its original flavor. Siyu Ju held the milk tea in one hand and wrapped one hand around Gu Nian's waist. Did I wake you? Gu Nian tilted her head to look at him. I didn't even hear the car. When did you get here? Siyu Ju looked down at her, his eyes shining as if they were full of stars. Just arrived. Gu Nian looked at his handsome face, his thin red lips. She just couldn't resist hooking her arms around his neck, standing on her tiptoes, and gently nibbling on his chin. Oh, missed you so much. Her bite, it was light, like a kiss. It was also ruffling Siyu's fire little by little. Chapter 133, Meeting Gu Nian at night. A bit exciting. Sirius was restraining himself and only held her a little tighter. Well, I miss you too. His voice, a little low and simple, hooked the heart like 100 years of good wine. Gu Nian felt her heart swing as she listened. She wailed and bit Siyu's bottom lip, and tugged gently. I thought I told you. Going out of town on a business trip, and you're doing a midnight raid? Because of biting his lip, his speech was a bit muffled, but it was soft and sticky, yet extraordinarily nice and seductive. Sirius couldn't help but roll a knot in his throat and ask in a low voice, Nian, can I kiss you? Gu Nian, who was still biting his lower lip. I've already given it to you. You're asking me if it's okay? So Gu Nian told him with practical actions. Or not. Loosened his mouth, then kissed Siyu's lips, then domineeringly pried open his lips and teeth. Siyu Ju's hand on her waist was even tighter. Then bending over, the dominant counterattack deepened the kiss. Kiss to the depths. Gu Nian cooed. Well, kissing like this, it's so tiring. He's too tall. She tiptoed and kissed, and he bent over, both too tired. Siyu Ju's voice was hoarse with Then he wrapped his arms around Gu Nian's waist and lifted her up with one hand. With the hand holding the milk tea again, he held her up. Cuddling like this, Gu Nian was instantly a head taller than him. Siyu tilted his head at her. How about this? Gu Nian cupped his face with her hands, then lowered her head and kissed him fiercely. That way, you'll get tired. Sirius laughed softly. I'm not that weak. One hand can pick you up. However, the words were afraid they were too strong and would scare her. So, can we keep kissing now? Gu Nian cupped Siyu Ju's face. Ju, do you know that women should be reserved? Zell, huh? Next time, kiss if you want to. Be bossy, like me, and just go right to the mouth. Gu Nian said, and then lowered his head and kissed Siyu Ju's lips, kissing deeply again. Siyu Ju's arm strength was very good, and he hugged Gu Nian and kissed her like this. All kinds of action, all corners. Take her flavor and eat it into your heart. When you can't breathe, break apart, take a break, and then continue. Two people in the heat of the moment can't wait to become one. Siyu Ju even felt that he was about to explode. The two kissed you thick and fast. The security guards, next to him, looked mortified. You guys, this kiss and release and kiss again. It's been 10 minutes. Can't you take care of a security guard who's still single and bloodthirsty? Nian? Gu Nian was still wrapping her arms around Siyu Ju and kissing him when she suddenly heard Gu Xiaojun shouting, Nian, I've cooked it, come downstairs and eat it. Gu Nian woke up immediately when she heard this shout and winced. She slid down Zell's body. Ow. Siyu suddenly let out a low cry with a pained look on his face. She bumped into him there. Gu Nian listened to Gu Xiaoi's shouts and looked at his agonized appearance, and she was in a hurry. What's wrong? Siyu looked at Gu Nian's worry, and his handsome, ice-cold face instantly turned red. It's okay, just get in. He put the milk tea in her hand. Your favorite milk tea, but it shouldn't be iced. Nenan? Gu ran upstairs. Gu Nian looked at the milk tea, then pulled Siyu Ju as soon as she could. Go inside and squat outside the kitchen window and have a late supper together. Before Siyu Ju could speak, he was pulled by Gu Nian and ran inside. Just as he arrived at the door, Gu Xiaoi was standing at the stairway. Gu Nian hurriedly pushed Si Nightjor toward the wall next to her. Lord Sito, what's a little bit of a thrill in the steal it from me feeling? Chapter 134, Drinking milk tea together. Master Gu saw Gu Nian and stood in the doorway. Nian, why are you standing in the doorway? Gu Nian smiled sheepishly. No, I'm sitting outside. Gu Xiaoi went downstairs. Then why didn't you answer when I called out to you? Gu Nian lied without blushing. Well, I was napping and didn't hear it. Gu Xiaojiao did not doubt just to say let her hurry to eat and sleep. As a result, a glance caught sight of the milk tea in her hand. You slept and took a cup of milk tea? Gu Nian still didn't blush. Well, I just ordered takeout, took it and sat outside, and fell asleep. When Gu Xiaojun heard this, he was heartbroken. It's all because of that scummy guy. You're tired of letting you abuse him. Come in and eat your noodles. Eat and go to bed. Gu Xiaoyi pulled Gun Yan into the door. In the future, want to abuse the scum? Tell brother. Brother help you call people. Destroy his whole family. Gun Yan was relieved to see that he had no doubts. Scum abuse is a physical, brain-intensive endeavor. Next time, just talk to your brother. Just get violent. And when things go wrong, there are 6 more brothers to cover for you. Gun Yan nodded with a and was about to go into the kitchen. I've served it all for you. It's in the dining room. Gu Xiaoyi pulled her. Look, your brain is broken for the sake of abusing scum. Next time you abuse trash, don't work so hard. It must be all that garbage. Tiring out little Princess Nian Nian. Guinness. Brother, are you saying that my sister is out of her mind? I'll eat in the dining room then. There's a window over there. Dining room design with a meter-high wall and then very large windows. Gu shook his head. See, stupid again. The dining room already has windows. See you? Where is the restaurant located? The security guard pointed out the route to Sirius. Then Siyu bowed his back and slowly walked towards the restaurant like a thief. Security. Tiptoeing around like a thief like that. Master San can't be seen by anyone else, can he? Gun Yan arrived at the restaurant, carrying her noodle bowl, and stood by the window. Gu Xiaoyu looked at her. You're not sitting down to eat? Gun Yan probed and saw Siyu Jiu, who had quietly come over. She pursed her lips and smiled. Well, blow off some steam. Eat standing up. Grow some. Gu Xiaoyi gave her a look, then buried his head in his noodles. Gun Yan watched as Siyu Jiu arrived and hooked her finger, telling him to stand up. Siyu hesitated and slowly stood up. At about the same height, she leaned in and kissed him. Barking. Kissing sounds a little loud. Gu raised his head. What was that noise just now? Gun Yan looked down at Siyu Jiu, who had quickly shrunk back again, and pursed her lips to stifle a smile. It's okay, just barfing. I didn't expect the hallowed Lord Siyu, but squatted in the corner like a thief. Such a Siyu is also too cute. Gu Xiaojun, you can't barf your mouth when you eat. It's rude. But, forget it, you're comfortable. Nian is a little princess. Love it or leave it. Gun Yan ate her noodles and looked down at Sir Siyu, then asked him with her mouth. Hungry? Siyu Jiu crouched in the corner. Gun Yan was poking around, coming out of the window. Most of it, right out in the open. Then again, she was wearing a nightgown. Siyu crouched like this and looked upwards. Then he saw Gun Yan's 2 big lumpy balls, dangling in front of him. It seemed as if he could eat it if he just stood up. So he rolled the knot in his throat and nodded again, looking at this seductive look of the woman you love. You wouldn't be a man if you weren't hungry. Gun Yan gave him a look and told him to wait. She turned and got her milk tea, then went to the window and took a big sip. Hooking his hand again at Zell, he told him to stand up. Siyu stood up slowly. Gun Yan leaned over, pasted her mouth up, then took the milk tea in her mouth and ferried it into his mouth. Something came up in 9-9 and I thought I wouldn't be able to update, but I made it out. Love you guys. I don't think Kokonai is in school anymore. Is he in school? Remember to give me 5 stars. Good night. Good night. Chapter 135, Favorite People. Siyu Jiu froze slightly, and with a hook of his tongue, he hooked the milk tea into his mouth. Then probe into it. Gu raised his head. Nian Nian, why aren't you eating your noodles? Ahem. The sudden sound scared Gun Yan so much that she choked on her saliva. Sirius was calm and slowly squatted back down again. Gu heard her coughing and rushed up. As soon as Gun Yan turned around, she saw him and a heart lifted. Little brother, eat the noodles, they won't be good when they're cold. Gu Xiaoyi looked at her. Drinking a milk tea, you can also choke. Gun Yan looked out the window at the face of Siyu Jiu. Her pretty face flushed. It's too good to eat. Sit down and eat. Don't stand there. Gu Xiaojun was sitting with his back to the window. Gun Yan bit into her milk tea and pursed her lips as she thought about the flavor of Siyu Jiu just now. Gu Xiaojun even chanted, telling her to eat quickly. Gun Yan raised her eyes from time to time and looked out the window. Next to a wall, Sirius would quietly probe out and the two of them would look at each other in all directions, then looked at each other and smiled. That fear of being found out by the parents was actually related to having a wonderful thrill and sweetness. Gu suddenly realized she was smiling. What are you smiling about? Gun Yan, it must be fun to have your favorite person in front of you. Siyu, who was outside the window, heard this. The heart thumped very fast. Gu cocked his head for a moment, then looked back at the window, which was empty. He turned his head to Gun Yan again. Gun Yan bit the straw and smiled in a serious manner. Little brother is also my favorite person. The soft voice was pouting. Gu Xiaoyi was so coaxed that he directly ignored that word also. Turn around. I'll show them off. Ha ha ha. Gu Xiaoyi laughed out loud happily. Was laughing. Suddenly there was a bang. The sound of a hard slamming door. Next to the servant's room, It opens. Wang Yalan rushed out with her messy hair. What kind of late-night snacks are you? A pig? Eat and talk, and laugh so loud. Like a madman? Let's go to sleep. From the moment Gunyan came back today, she had already held her breath. All kinds of bad luck that comes with it. And forced to move from the second-floor master bedroom to this maid's room. And now, to have to listen to them, a pair of lunatics, heckling here. Her anger was more than she could bear. Gunyan glanced at her lightly. Can't sleep. I'll have Airdog Z accompany you out for 2 laps. You. Wang Yalan's face changed drastically. Gunyan, I'm an elder. I'm your mom. 2 dogs, get up and get to work. Gunyan shouted at the upstairs. Here it comes. Here it comes. Woof woof woof. The 2 dogs, who were sleeping, heard the shouts and rushed down without saying a word. That 100-meter sprint was absolute. Nyan. Walk the crazies, with extra chicken legs? Woof woof? Gunyan threw a piece of meat from the bowl to Airdogzy. There, make sure she comes back tired and crawling. Yes, boss. Woof woof. Airdogzy barked, turned around, and immediately pounced towards Wang Yalan. Wang Yalan wants to close the door. Zhou Chen kicked her out with one ass-kicking, then slammed the door with a bang. Told her to hold back. Not to hold back. Now go suffer all by yourself. Ah! Watching the ferocious second dog pounce, Wang Yalan screamed, then could only run towards the door. She has no place to hide. She was afraid that the second dog would bite her. As soon as she ran out, the security guard immediately opened the door. Late at night, Wang Yalan, wearing transparent pajamas, was 2 dogs all the way wildly chased out of the neighborhood. Chapter 136. 6 brothers gathered together. Gu Xiaoyi get out as he watched Wang Yalan side scream and run. Nian, you can do this, dog. So obedient. Like he understands people. It's so spiritual. Gu Nian looked at him with a smile. If you eat well and go up to bed, I'll find you one. The obedient kind. Then I don't want Era. I want Samoyed. Fluffy and especially pretty. Girls like that best. Gu Nian was just about to nod. Then I heard Gu Xiaoshi say, but it's still Era. It comes with a comical expression. It's especially fun. Eat up and go to bed. Gu Guin urged him on, because Lord Sito is still out there hiding. Gu Xiaoyi had already finished eating. I'm not going to sleep. My 5 brothers, I guess they're almost home. Ha? Gu Nian was confused. Almost home? Gu Xiaoyi looked at the time. Yeah, they all bought air tickets and came back. So I guess it's just this moment. And I cooked their portions. Guinness. 5 brothers, all about to go home. What about Lord Zell? Wouldn't it be discovered? She wasn't afraid to find out, but she had a deal with Master C. It can't be made public for a year. The current ones were not yet a match for Elder C, who was in power. Even if you can keep Sir Siu. What about these brothers? As he was thinking about it, he heard the sound of a car engine outside. Gu Nian stood up violently. The brothers are back, said the blinding light, which had shone in. Gu Nian's heart, at once, tensed. Just this car speed, just this blinding light. There was no way to hide from Siu, who was hiding out. Is this about to be discovered? Car after car was very impressive. Gu Xiaoyi was excited instead. Quickly go out and take a look. The 5 older brothers are back. Gu Nian was pulled out. Her face couldn't even smile. It was full of worry. Finally, her eyes closed. If you get caught, you get caught. To be found is to be found. If she was suppressed by Master C, there was nothing she could do. She fought him to the death. Gu Nian went to her death and walked out, looking at the 5 cars, very neatly parked in the yard. The yard, which had been spacious, was crowded all of a sudden. There was also a military buggy, an official car, a limited edition luxury car, a more understated one, and finally a very cool locomotive. 5 people got off the bus in unison. That long legs, that all of them are more than 1.88 m in height. Decent special suits, simple British style, and in a green military uniform, a white shirt and jeans. 5 people, all with stunningly handsome faces, reserved, high-strung, ascetic, demonic, and a baby boy with a baby face that doesn't match his actual age. Gu Nian looked on. So handsome. 5 people, coming out together. That's really going to cause thousands of girls to scream. Gu Xiaojun reached out and popped Gu Nian's head. What vision? Little brother, I'm the most handsome in this family. Swish swish swish. 5 pairs of eyes, all of them very lethal, looked at Gu Xiaoyi's hand. This paw, dare to flick Nian's little princess's head? Chopping away. Gu Xiaoyi was chilled by their eyes and hurriedly hid his hands behind his back. 5 brothers, a little late to be back. I've been back most of the day, and just now, Nian said she loves me the most as a little brother. Smug, bragging. The kill in the eyes of the 5 older brothers is even more powerful. Almost went up to beat up Gu Xiaoyi in a group. Gu Nian was worried about Siu Ju and couldn't help but look to the side. Follow her gaze. All 6 brothers, too, looked sideways. My brothers are all out. 9 is not yet written. There are still 2 chapters. Let's see if we can come out at 9 o'clock. It might be 9:30 a.m. You have to go to bed early, so you can read it tomorrow. Good night. Chapter 137, 5 brothers are all big brothers. At a glance, the windows outside the restaurant were empty. Gu Xiaoyi looked at Gu Nian suspiciously. Nian, what are you looking at? There is no Lord Sito. Gu Nian's hanging heart was completely relaxed. I think I saw a little puppy. Weirdly cute. Thought if I did, I'd kiss and cuddle him and raise him to be a little wolf dog. But where did Lord Siyu go? As Gu Nian was thinking about it, she saw, with sharp eyes, in the security team in front of her, one more. That would be Lord Sito. The security guards this time, all of them were Siyu's personal bodyguards, and all of them were tall and robust. Siyu Jennifer hid inside. The size is not abrupt, but the body of the world's domineering atmosphere, but not the bodyguards, can be compared. Days. Siyu, is he going crazy? Just standing straight in front of 6 brothers. Master Gu, if you like it, I'll go find you a little puppy tomorrow. Gu Nian didn't dare to look at C. Nightjord again. She was busy waving her hands. No. With that, she pounced on her 5 brothers again. Brothers, go in first. Little brother has cooked you a late night snack, and I'm still full. So scary. These 5 older brothers are not as brainless as the younger ones. I'm so afraid they'll find Siyu. 5 brothers. The first time they heard Gu Nian shout so softly, all looked at her in unison. Gu Nian looked up and smiled at them in a very well-behaved and cute manner. I'll go serve you noodles. Then she turned and went into the house. As soon as she's in the house, her brothers will all be in too. The brothers, all silent, followed quietly into the house. Gu Yating, the 4th brother, suddenly stood in the doorway, and he turned to look at the courtyard, the well-trained security guards. Then a glance that landed on Lord Siyu. When did the Gu family change their security guards? All of them look like they've been professionally trained? The one in the center, is he a veteran? Standing posture is much more imposing than the soldiers under my hand? With 4th brother Gu Yating's gaze, the other brothers, all looked over. Gu Nian's heart, at once, hung in the air. She sniffled and her eyes gathered tears. Switched at noon because, woohoo, Gu Nian's voice choked up. Those servants and security guards bullied me, so I spent a lot of money to hire them. Oh, as soon as I heard Gu Nian cry, the brothers, all looked over in unison. Who cares about security? Older brother Gu Chang solemnized his face and said in a deep voice, what's there to cry about? The Gu family has no cowards. If they are bullied, they will bully them back. He was a business magnate, with an aura that was very similar to Lord Siyu, killjoy and also high-strung ascetic face. 2nd brother Gu Laifeng, big brother, this is Nian. What are you doing being mean to her? He is a scientific receiver and gentle throughout. 3rd brother Gu Yuan, that's it? How do you become a big brother? Nian, don't listen to big brother. You're the little princess. You can do whatever you want. He's a lawyer with a tricky mouth and an unpredictable personality. 4th brother Gu Yuting. His voice was very deep. Tomorrow these security guards, and then test. Not qualified. I will help you choose a group of people from outside the country. To your obedience. He was a general stationed at the border, with the air of a general, and at a glance he made people feel safe. 5th brother Gu Huan raised his gold-framed glasses, crying and acting pathetic again. What do you want to do again? Whoever bullied Nian, he wanted to strangle him. He's a medical college student, a bit of a sicko, and even more unpredictable in nature. They are all schoolboys with a future, but only little brother is a schoolboy who relies on his face to make a living. Chapter 138, not being a big brother, only pissing off my brothers. Gu Xiaoyi was most afraid of Gu Huan. 5th brother, don't talk about Nian like that. She's really not doing well lately. She's withdrawn from the marriage. Gu Nian was crying just now, and that was faked. Looking at the 5 brothers, some straight and some tongue-in-cheek, but it's all about her. The tears in her eyes, all at once, literally fell. Big brother, I miss you so much. Gu Nian stepped forward and hugged her big brother Gu Chang, who had a stern ascetic face. The other brothers, all swished and looked over, envious and jealous. Gu Chang also tensed his body, like a stone statue. The whole thing, completely out of hand. It was like when Gu Nian was first born, a tiny little ball that he had absolutely no idea how to hold. Now, he was just as unsure of what to hold. Very careful. Gu Chang's hand, just about to be lowered. Gu Nian had already walked to the side and hugged Gu Laifeng, her small face buried in his arms. Ergo, Nenan misses you. Gu Laifeng also froze, because apart from Nian when she was little, she hadn't been hugged again, and she came back from the countryside and I never heard her call out for her brother. Gu Nian hugged for a bit, then turned around and hugged Gu Yuan. 3rd brother, I miss you so much too. Gu Yuan's body stiffened slightly and wanted to pat her head. Gu Nian had already turned towards Gu Yating, and hugged. Fourth brother. I'm sorry. In his previous life, fourth brother disappeared outside the country to protect her, and the last news he got was death. Gu Yuting, why is it that the front brother is all about thinking about you, and when it comes to him, he's sorry? Nian doesn't want him? Before Gu Yuting could figure it out, Gu Nian jumped into Gu Huan's arms. Fifth brother, cuddle. The voice was soft and sticky, with a sobbing, pouting sound. It makes one's heart ache to hear it. Gu Huan hugged Gu Nian. Don't cry. It's not like fifth brother is going to give you an injection. Gu Xiaojun opened his arms and waited blearily for Gu Nian to hug him. As a result, wait and wait. Gu Nian doesn't even hug Gu Huan anymore, and still hasn't waited for a cuddle. Nian, why don't you hug me? Am I not a brother? Am I not a brother? Why do the first 5 brothers get hugs and he doesn't? Gu Cheng's voice sank. It's so late. Nian Nian, quickly go to sleep. All of you don't disturb Nian Nian. Hug what? All of them grabbed in front of them and gathered with Nian for so long. Gu Nian was still worried about Siyuju outside. Let's have a late night snack first, then wash up. Distract them. Gu Nian was going to the kitchen to serve them noodles. Gu Chang gave the word that whoever wants to eat, serves himself. Several of the older brothers, with the exception of young Master Gu, are not people who talk a lot. Gu Nian instead gabbled to them about what had happened in the past few days. Open your mouth and it's your brother. The brothers who listened, their hearts blossomed. When they finished eating, Gu Xiaoyi was sent to wash the dishes, and Gu Nian went upstairs to bed. Gu Nian stood in front of the window and looked down. In the security team, there was no longer any trace of Siyu's person long ago. Gu Nian then breathed a sigh of relief. She sent a message to Lord Siyu. I'm sorry for making you sneak around like this and aggravating you. Believe me, it won't take a year for us to confront your grandfather and get married officially. Situated in the car, Siyuju saw this message and his heart was like eating a big bowl of honey. Sweet and tasty, the whole thing glows. Trust me. Gu Nian looked at the 3 words, not saying much, but knowing. Those 3 words contained all his promises to her. No need for stirring words of love. The promise that he could do it was enough. The 6 brothers downstairs, still sitting together. Tomorrow, let's all make a trip to the Winchesters. Even though Nian Nian had withdrawn from the marriage, the 6 of them who were her brothers still had to help her out one more time. No one can bully their Nian Nian. 9 to say a word. The full text of sweet favor without abuse. The brothers are also bottomless favor Nian Nian. That is to say, the 3rd master and 6 brothers will be written in the direction of the collapse of the persona. Sam's sculpture. Joy. Abuse slagged together with the super invincible giant favor of the text. Do not like can quietly leave do not affect the back to the small broad resistance. Chapter 139, The 6 Super Protective Brothers. Day 2. Dawn. Zhou Lujing was then called up. She was annoyed, but looking at this one, eye candy brother. She took the wake-up call and put up with it. Brothers, what's the matter with calling me so early? Big brother Gu Chan looked at her coldly, and his voice was even colder. Don't call us brother, you a bastard daughter with my Gu family, without any blood relationship, is not worthy to call us brother. Hearing his voice, Zhou Lujing couldn't help but shiver. Since I'm not a brother, you guys don't get to wake me up this early, do you? Zhou Lujing tugged at the corner of her mouth. 1. You're not my brother, and 2. You're not my boss or anything. What gives you the right to wake me up so early and disturb my sleep? It's like she doesn't want them to be her brother. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Chang had a little bit of stinking money and 4th brother Gu Yuting had a little bit of background, they're a bit interpersonal. Who cares about these poor relatives? Being a brother? 4th brother Gu Yuting glanced at her with a gaze as sharp as a sword. I don't mind hitting a woman if you want to get your ass kicked. His upbringing, he doesn't hit women, but he can mentally distinguish between men and women. 5th brother Gu Wan, out of nowhere, pulled out a delicate scalpel. MS. Zhou, want a facelift? The free kind. The light was chilling. Zhou Lujing was even creepier. This Gu Wan, who clearly had a baby face, looked innocent and harmless, but it was he who was the most frightening. So, without waiting for the other brothers to speak, Zhou Lujing became afraid. Alright, you guys just say what for? A few big old men, bullying a girl, how dare you? Master Gu hummed. A piece of trash has the nerve to call herself a girl. Don't insult the word girl. To the Winchesters. Gu Chang gave an order and took his 5 younger brothers with him, escorting Zhou Lujing. He went to the Wen family. To the east, the sun rises. Wen Yi was still sleeping when he heard the sound of a rumbling truck downstairs. What's going on? So much noise in the morning? Wen Yi hurriedly got up and pulled back the curtain to take a look. Just saw in front of the gate of the Wen family, parked a few trucks. 100 or so people, wearing camouflage uniforms, came down from the trucks, with a neat and tidy step, shouting slogans, like a military drill. It stopped in front of his house. Before he could react, he saw a car, pulling in, and then you see one by one, 6 tall men with their own powerful aura, getting out of the car. It was a scene that looked like it was going to be a gang fight. No, it's like trying to crush people. With such a dazzling group of older brothers, there was no one else but Gun Yen's brother. No letting them in. When he stood on the balcony and shouted at the housekeeper, "In the future, no one from the Gu family will be allowed to take a step into the Wen family." The 6 older brothers, each looked up at Wen Yi on the second floor. One by one, their eyes were sharp as knives. Very scary. Wen Yi felt creepy and wanted to die when he got a look from them. "If your Gu family doesn't apologize and return my $1 billion order, you won't be allowed to take another step into the Wen family. I won't compromise and marry Gun Yen again either." Speaking of Gun Yen, Wen Yi thought of her beauty. Wen's father heard it inside and deliberately didn't come out. The Gu family can come whenever they want. Where can he put his face? How about an hour's worth of closed doors? After all, it was their Gu family that was wrong. Gu Xiaoyi looked up. "Yo hey, kid, thick skin really do not open the door?" "No opening." Wen Yi was very firm. Gu Yiting gave a look and ordered the 100 bodyguards he had found. "Take the door. Break it down." Chapter 140. Kneel. The bodyguard answered yes and turned to get his tools. Going up, without saying a word, directly took the big iron gate in front of the Wen family's door, and tore it down. It was fast. Less than 3 minutes. Wen Yi, who was upstairs, looked directly dumbfounded. This group of bandit brotherhood, they just put up a big iron gate. Give the demolition. Tear it down. When Wen's father heard the sound, he was also incredulous, and came out to take a look, also stunned. You guys. The 6 brothers stepped forward and looked down at the threshold. Gu Chung coolly asked, "Mr. With this door, are you giving entry now?" "That's a polite thing to ask." Father Wen looked behind him, at the bodyguards with their tools. "If you don't get in, you'll break down the door." "Polite my ass." When father smiled on the face, but in his heart MMP, it's Wen Yi who doesn't know any better, making you all so loud. "All come in and have a cup of tea to calm down. These Gu family members are all difficult masters to deal with. At least, not to be offended." 6 brothers went in and filled the couch at once. The bodyguards, from both sides of the couch, neatly split apart until outside. The aura, it's really powerful. Gu Chen looked at him lightly. "Since it's Wen Yi who doesn't know any better, don't you ask him to come down to make amends and apologize?" Father Wen snorted and laughed, then hurriedly called Wen Yi down. Wen Yi came down reluctantly. "Mr. Gun Yan and I have already withdrawn from our marriage. As humiliating as it is to be bounced out of a marriage, I'm the one who didn't want her in the first place. There are too many of you to come and force a marriage? But I saw that there was someone else sitting in your car. Gun Yan was on it, right? Tell her to come in, apologize, give me back the $1 billion order, and we can still be friends and in-laws." Wen's father just sat and listened and didn't interrupt. "When you talk and act, there has to be one good guy and one bad guy." Gu Chang spoke coldly. "Kneel down." "What?" Wen Yi was stunned. "On your knees." 5 brothers, very neatly and powerfully roared. Frightened, Wen Yi shivered and nearly fell to his knees, but he straightened up. "My dad didn't make me kneel. What gives you guys the right to?" Before Wen Yi could finish his sentence, there was a ding, a cold light flashed, and then a sharp scalpel plunged into the tip of Wen Yi's shoe. Wen Yi suddenly broke out into a cold sweat. Because of the scalpel, it almost stubbed his toenail. 5th brother Gu Huan looked up, his gentle voice, a little cold. "On your knees." Wen Yi wiped a cold sweat and pulled out the scalpel. Then with a thud, he went straight down on his knees, still holding the scalpel, with both hands. "If you don't kneel yet." He doubted that the scalpel would actually stab him in the foot. For brothers above. True, simple and brutal. Gu looks down at his 5th brother. "Wanted to slap myself. What a waste." Gu Huan took the scalpel and played with it in her hands. A dull face with an innocent smile. "What's going on with Nian? Do you tell us yourself, or do we ask?" When Wen Yi looked up, he was blinded by the reflection of the scalpel. If he didn't say anything, I guess the scalpel, it would have to cut his tongue out. "I'm sorry Gun Yen for this. I like Zhou Lu Jing." True and false said a bunch of things, but in short, he would not say that he was with Gun Yen for the sake of the Gu family's property. Otherwise, it really is a dead end. It's not stupid. Big deal. Say scummy and get your ass kicked. The 6 brothers listened and were silent for a moment. Gu Chang stood up and looked at Wen Yi's family of 3. "Mrs. Wen is also up. Today's weather is nice, so I'll take you guys out for a bit. It's kind of a courtesy as a junior." Chapter 141, taking them for a ride. When Wen's father heard that, it was definitely not a fun place to be. "Aha, let's not. We're not well enough to play." He pushed Wen Yi out. "You young people, just play by yourselves." Mother Wen nodded her head repeatedly. "Right, and it's not good for you all to be men and just me a woman." Gu Chang smiled politely. "It's fine, Zhou Lu Jing is with her outside. It occurred to him that Gu Nian had brought him to the cemetery. When he shook his head repeatedly, I still have work, so you guys can busy yourselves. Gu Cheng's face, all of a sudden, went cold. What? You still want to carry 8 palanquins? Swish swish swish. The eyes of the bodyguards instantly looked over, and their hands were raised. The aura, it's scary to look at. 6 older brothers, overbearing and strong, don't even give them a chance to say no. Along the way, they were apprehensive and kept asking where to take them. None of them answered. This unanswered, silent feeling, it's like waiting for a verdict. They know it's a death sentence, but they don't know how. That feeling of fear that just pressed down on them was terrifying. But if you're afraid, you can only hold it in. Gu family. Gu Nian woke up and first sent a good morning message to Yu Ju, and the two of them got tired of each other. She walked out of the room. Brother, 6 handsome brothers. Gu Nian shouted from upstairs to downstairs, without hearing a response. She went downstairs and asked Butler Chang, where are my brothers? Butler Chang, the young masters have taken Miss Show to the Wen family. The bread and eggs, and the milk is also warmed. You must eat. This is what the young masters ordered. Nutritional balance. To the Winchesters? Gu Nian picked up her cell phone and called Master Gu. Gu Xiaoyi was sitting in the SUV, and when he saw Gu Nian's call, he flaunted and gave a glance to his 5 older brothers. See, I'm Nian's favorite little brother. I'm the one who calls me first as soon as he wakes up. Before Gu Xiaoyi finished fooling around, he was snatched away by his 5th brother, Gu Huan, who picked up the phone and pressed the speakerphone. Little brother. Gu Huan, it's 5th brother. You're up? Why don't you sleep more? Gu Nian obediently shouted. 5th brother, ahem. The other 4 brothers, by this time, were coughing with very uncomfortable throats. They're also older brothers. Gu Nian could even guess the picture over there. She squinted her eyes and smiled. Very well behaved. Good morning, big brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother. The brothers, in turn, greeted. Good morning, Nian. Gu Nian, where did you guys go to play without me? The 6 brothers looked at each other. In the end, Master Gu gave the word, take Wen Yi and the others for a walk in the mountains. Gu Nian's eyes lit up as she listened. Is it to abuse him? How abused? I want to go too. Nenin. Gu Nian hummed. If you don't tell me, I'll find it myself. She has the dogs, and the sparrows, lots of animals that can tell her messages. Gu Nian insisted, and her brothers had no choice but to tell her the destination. Hang up the phone. Gu Cheng frowned, a little worried. Do you think Nian Nian will still have a heart for Wen Yi and will not be able to give it up? Gu Xiaoyi, how could it be? Nian Nian's domineering withdrawal. How hilarious. Gu Huan was still playing with the scalpel. Actually, it's good. This time it's just a good time to try and find out if Nian Nian has really changed or if it's a fake. Except for the heartless Master Gu, the other 5 brothers understood the meaning. They could spoil Gu Nian, but they could never let her make stupid mistakes and harm herself. This time, Gu Nian's attitude towards Wen Yi must be seen. Chapter 142, come on, do something. Arrived at Genkiyama. This is a famous scenic spot in Kam City with various amusement rides. It was a Monday and early in the morning, so there weren't a lot of tourists. 3 or 3. Wen Yi and the others got out of the car and looked at Yuanqing Mountain. Still really here for a scenic walk? Wen Yi didn't quite dare to believe it. These brothers, they don't look like good people to get along with. Gu Chang stood in front of the map of Yuanqing Mountain, and the various programs to play. He asked Gu Huan, Mr. Wen and the others are in good health, right? Gu Huan nodded. It's very healthy. No problem living another 30 years. And there's no high blood pressure or other diseases. Very good. Even though it was a scenic spot, Father Wen's scalp was still numb. Gu Chang, I'm an elder after all. You're like this. Gu Chang looked up and smiled. Bringing elders out to have some fun. This is the etiquette of a junior. Gu Xiaoyi looked at the rides. Big brother, this bungee jumping exercise is good. There are also speed racing, real boxing, straight up to the blue sky. These are very exciting programs. That's all there is to play. Gu Chang settled down. Wen Yi and the others instantly blanched when they heard this. Zhou Lu Jing was even more scared to death. Brother, you can't do this. I can't bungee jump. Wen's mother was on the verge of tears. Yes, we're all getting old. What if we have a heart attack? These are the super exciting kind. Father Wen was still calm. Gu Cheng, this is not cost effective. It's not good for you guys to irritate us to death. Gu Huan was still playing with the scalpel as he looked at Father Wen with a smile. You guys just had a physical a month ago and there's nothing wrong with it. What if it stimulates a heart attack? That's okay too. I'm studying medicine. I haven't graduated yet, but I already have clinical experience. So I'll operate for you when the time comes. Gu Huanka had a baby face and smiled innocently and harmlessly. But it was a creepy thing to hear. Father Wen and the others were even more afraid. They had no choice. Gu Huan looked at Zhou Lu Jing again. We don't want to hear you call out a brother again. If we hear it once more, I will cut out a man's tongue and feed it to the dogs. Zhou Lu Jing watched him put the scalpel across, and was frightened to the core. From now on, beat them to death and don't call them brother. She wouldn't scream even if they begged her to. After booking the tour program, Gu Xiaoyi very happily dragged Wen Yi to buy tickets. What a joke. How can you spend your own money when you're abusing scum? What a loss that would be. By the time Gu Xiaojun bought his ticket and went to the bungee jumping program, Gu Nian had also come. As soon as Wen Yi saw Gu Nian, it was like seeing a savior. Gu Nian, tell your brother that I'm afraid of heights and can't bungee jump. On Wen Yi's body, he had already tied his seatbelt and was waiting for Gu Nian to come. Father Wen and the others also hurriedly said, we are all old. We can't play this kind of exciting program. Don't harm your brother. Zhou Lu Jing, sister, we're family. I don't want to play this either. Gu Chang looked at Gu Nian, Nian. As long as you say so, there will be no bungee jumping, and the mountain walk will be fine. Let's see what kind of attitude she has towards Wen Yi. Gu Nian walked forward and tugged on the safety rope tied to Wen Yi. She asked the safety officer, is the rope strong? Safety officer, it's checked and it's solid. Gu Nian nodded with satisfaction. How often do you change the rope? Safety, how does that make him answer? Gu Nian understood in a second. I understand. When the rope breaks, it will be replaced. Security officer, you're here to things up, aren't you? Gu Nian looked at Wen Yi. Is it that you don't want to bungee jump? Wen Yi stood at the edge. His legs were trembling. I don't want to. You quickly plead with your brother. I will definitely be good to you in the future. I will. Gu Nian kicked Wen Yi straight out. Ah. The miserable screams resounded through the sky. Chapter 143, the third master is seeing that he is hungry and wants to feed him dog food. Listening to his screams, the legs of Wen's father and mother were trembling. It's horrible. Gu Nian turned her head sideways and looked at them. Uncle, auntie, it's your turn. I don't want. Gu Nian very nimbly kicked both of them, too, in the butt. That scream, it really broke through the sky. Gu Nian walked towards Zhou Lu Jing. I'll jump myself. Gu Nian didn't care about her and directly kicked her out. There was one more scream in this valley. Gu Nian smiled and raised her eyebrows, listening appreciatively. That's nice. 6 brothers, all looking at her sideways. Gu Nian looked up, puzzled, at them. What's wrong? Shouldn't they all have ropes tied? 6 brothers, kicked them without even knowing if they had a rope on? Gu Xiaoyi, it's fine. They all still want to test her attitude towards Wen Yi. Results, she's just so numb. She kicks people down? It's good that it's okay. Gu Nian said to the staff, let them wiggle around a bit more. Staff, luckily, he buckled them in or someone would have gotten killed. Gu Nian listened to their miserable screams, then asked her brothers what other programs were scheduled next. After listening to it, she thought it was very good. Here, I think there's a zoo, right? Gu Nian asked Master Gu. Gu Xiaoyi nodded, yes, the scale is not small. There are tigers, lions, leopards. Gu Nian listened and smiled. Good, we'll go see the tiger later too. 6 brothers, Nian, are you really here to play? Wen Yi and the others were down in the valley, hanging around for half an hour, finally got pulled up. Wen Yi, the 4 of them, collapsed on the ground, covered in stench, apparently threw up, from hanging on and puking, and, Gu Nian glanced over and caught a glimpse of their pants, all magnificently wet. Oh, you're pissing your pants, shame on you. Wen Yi's 4 people, lying lifelessly on the ground, at this time, did not even have the strength to say a word. It's horrible. Get down, get up, get down, get up. It gives them a sense of walking back and forth between the edge of life and death. It's really, like, worse than death. Gu Chang, tell them to go change their clothes and keep playing. Gu was excited. Just now it was going to hell. Now let's go to heaven. Then it's a straight-up project. Wen Yi was lifeless. Big brother, I really know I'm wrong. Please let go. He turned his head sideways again and begged Gu Nian. Really? I'm wrong. Isn't it okay? I'll withdraw from Zhou Lu Jing. I'll marry you. Please let go. He was on the verge of crying with fear. It's horrible. Gu Xiaojun kicked over. What the hell are you? You still want to marry Nian Nian? Gu Huan played with the scalpel. Move that thought again and I'll give you a sex change operation. Free of charge. And you'll make a steady profit. The other few older brothers swished and looked at Wen Yi. Those eyes, all of them with a murderous aura. It's like he doesn't play and just runs out of rope and throws him off. Play. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and had to follow. These Gu family members are all evil. In the morning, Siyu Jiu absent-mindedly went to work, looking at his cell phone every now and then. Nothing, just reach out and touch your cell phone. As Ouyang watched, he asked, Third Master, is there something urgent? Sirius frowned. Nian hasn't messaged me all morning. except good morning. Oh Yang, probably busy? Siyu sighed long and hard, but she wasn't too busy spending my money to get a bank text. Oh Yang raised his hand to his mouth and made a zipper gesture. Better shut up. Master San is seeing that he's hungry and wants to feed him dog food. Chapter 144, You. In my heart. Siyu Ju flipped through the contract in boredom. Nian didn't spend any money, and I don't have the heart to make money. It's draining all over the place. Oh Yang was speechless and could only advise. Third Master, you'd better hurry up and work. Don't forget, you have a 1-year appointment with the old man. If you don't work, a year will pass and you still won't be able to fight the old man. Which, still can't have an open relationship with MS. Goo. Siyu glanced at him, instantly energized. Show me the itinerary. Yesterday's list. Today. Siyu was ordering work when the message rang. As fast as he could, he picked up his cell phone. CC Nyen Nyen, I am in the sunshine. And you, in my heart. Then the heart, there's also a picture of Gu Nyen's hand gesture. Siyu Ju looked at the photo, then followed Gu Nyen's gesture and compared it. He smiled dotingly. Nyen, even the gesture of taking pictures is cuter than others. Yang looked at Lord C, and was silent for a moment. Master San, that's comparing hearts and showing you love. Siyu looked up. Yang shook his head helplessly. Third Master, you should pay more attention to the lives of these young people like Mess, Gu, as well as the various internet phrases. Otherwise, just you and MS. Gu, there is a generation gap. Siyu Jennifer had a dark and heavy face. Her voice was cold. Young man? How does it sound? Like he's an old man? Yang coughed. 3 years old and a generation gap. Not to mention you. For the good of the Third Master. Yang spoke stiffly. Your mind. That's 100 years old. The generation gap is bigger. The 3 masters do not play microblogging. Do not pay attention to entertainment news. Not to mention those boring internet terms and so on. Anyway, there must be a very big generation gap with the likes of Master San. Centenarians. This one irritated Siyu. Siyu, who was not yet 30, gritted his teeth at this. I'm also young. Hold the cell phone and take my picture. Yang was surprised to look at Sirius. This lord who didn't like to take pictures, actually took the initiative to take pictures? Sirius sat back down and looked at the camera with a cold face and eyes like ice. Yang was speechless. Third Master, you're giving this photo to Miss Gu. Are you planning to use your eyes and kill her? Nightjord glanced at him coldly, thinking about Gu Nyen. Then his eyes softened. Yang, that's genuinely good for Siyu. Third Master, soften your body a bit, don't act like you're being tortured. Third Master, the corners of your mouth are up. You need to smile, or else Miss Gu will think you're angry. Third Master, come and compare your heart to Miss Gu's. The first time he dominated the Third Master like this, Yang couldn't help but get a little carried away. In the end, he took the picture before Siyu exploded. Yang handed the phone up. Third Master is very handsome, very warm, with doting eyes. Miss Gu must have taken one look and fallen in love with you. Siyu Jio held his cell phone, looked at the photo, and frowned. So, Nen will like it? It looks, not like him at all. It's so childish, like a young lad. There's no pizzazz at all. Yang nodded frantically. Definitely. Siyu Jio hesitated for a moment, but still sent this, smiling with the corners of his mouth grinning under his ears, with his hand comparing to his heart photo. Guinness, they have just arrived at the straight up program. She froze when she received Siyu's picture, smiling. It's beautiful. Good Sue. And the hand with the heart is so cute. Iceberg President. Once melted. This before and after the contrast cute. Also too cute, right? Finally, she beamed and barfed several times, sounding so loud. While barfing, Gu Nyen's shoulder was tapped. Nyen Nyen, what are you doing? Chapter 145, The 7 Demons of the Gu Family. Gu Nyen was startled and hurriedly hid her cell phone. Little brother, what are you doing? Scared the out of her. Gu Xiaoyi looked at her. I was going to ask you what you were doing. Barking at your cell phone all the time. Hooked up with some dog man? Gu Nyen looked at him, then brought her cell phone up to him. Serious? I'm kissing him. Here, there's a picture. It's a real person. Gu stretched his head to look, saw the handsome man, grinning like a second little cutie. Like, in the hand also compared to a heart. This look is a fake. Genian blinks. Gu Xiaojun analyzed her. The Third Master, that is what kind of person business ghost rumored to be comparable to the king of hell means very terrible I've heard that he's a businessman on the surface, but in private he's a murderous devil. Gu Nyen kicked him lightly. Don't talk about a Jew like that, or I'll ignore you. Nonsense. Jen is not like that. Gu Xiaoyi, okay, to put it nicely, the Third Master that is high, cold and ascetic, noble, but look at this. Gu Nyen glared at him, not allowed to say anything bad. Gu hurriedly stroked her head. Put your cell phone away. Don't let the little scumbag get the best of you. Now go play the big scumbag first. Gu Nian took a look at his back, then looked at Siuju's photo. Well, it's also hard for me to imagine that this is Lord Zell. If they hadn't been born again, their way of getting along had changed. She, for one, would never see such a cute side of Lord Siu. Gu Nian put away her cell phone and went to the straight up project. Straight up in the sky, it's actually a jumper. The machine sends the person to the highest point and then, with gravity and speed together, falls fast and stops again. It's comparable to a jumping experience and very exciting. Winnie was forced to sit down in a chair with his seatbelt already fastened on him. He looked at Gu Nian begrudgingly. Nian. At least the fiancé couple had a fight. Please let go, okay? Gu Nian narrowed her eyes and smiled, then sat next to him. Don't worry this time, I'll sit with you. One look at Gu Nian sitting up. The 6 older brothers spoke in unison. We'll sit too. To escort you, the 4 brothers, 1, 2, 3, 6, sat beside Zhou Lujing and the others. 4th brother sat next to Gu Nian, and 5th brother sat behind Gu Nian, so as to be protected at all times. Although if there was an accident, it would be too late, but seek peace of mind. When these 4 people, that were shaking their legs, Gu Nian looked at them with a smile. In a moment, don't vomit, don't pee, otherwise. Gu Nian put her hand on the safety buckle, clicked it, and undid it. Halfway, I'll unbuckle you. As if discovering some function, the 6 brothers nodded in unison. Yes. When Yi's 4 men watched, hardened in a cold sweat. It's horrible. It's okay, Nian. Don't be afraid for a while. I'll be by your side. When he felt that Gu Nian would be more scared than him, scared to cry, scared to faint kind of thing, he started by saying something nice and waving the back items. But, as soon as the machine starts, when Yi and Zhou Lujing screams of misery from them went straight to the sky. As for Gu Nian and her 6 brothers, their faces were expressionless, and they even looked like they were laughing a little. And, Gwen and her 6 brothers, as if they were about to unbuckle their seatbelts at any moment, send them to the west. So, when Yi put the flip-flop to vomit, it was hard to hold back again. You can ride a jumper and not change your face, even try to laugh. They're horrible. This is simply the 7 demons of the Gu family. Chapter 146, The Mysterious Racer. Wait for the jumper to finish. When Yi's 4 people, again collectively, were more dead than alive, lying on the ground. Their faces were so dead, they really were as good as dead. Gu Nian, what exactly do you want before you'll let us go? They never want to experience, ever again, the feeling of death. It's horrible. Zhou Lujing also cried. Sister, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, I won't dare again. Father 1, Mother 1, Gu Nian, I'm really sorry, we didn't teach our son well. Can you stop tossing us around? They can't really take it in this body. Gu Xiaoyi took the tickets and waved them in front of them. There are 2 more programs, sprint racing, and real-life boxing. Gu Nian waved her little hand. Sprint car, I want it, no go. The 6 brothers are unified and a little aggressive. Gu Nian blinked her eyes and said weakly, Then I will only take the car. Brotherhood, no. Gu Nian could only look at them blearily, not daring to say anything. Okay, she's going to be a good little girl for them. Gu Xiaoyi and the others took 1E and went to blast racing, all dressed in car clothes. The one who drove the best was Gu Xiaoyi, who took the lead in front of him and brought 1E with him. The one who drove the worst was big brother Gu Chang, who drove in the back with Zhou Lujing. Then 2, 3, 4, 5 brothers, and in the middle, 2 random people with warm fathers and mothers. Sprint car racing with a very curvy driveway next to a cliff. One bad one, and the car is wrecked. Gu Nian put the helmet on Gu Xiaoyi. Go for it, little brother. The 5 brothers, who were about to put on helmets themselves, looked over in unison. The look in his eyes wanted to break Gu into pieces. A helmet that no one helped put on instantly doesn't smell good. Gu Nian hurried over and helped them put on their helmets one by one. Go brothers, be safe, I'm here for you. Gu Chen looked at the time. 5 minutes to go. The new round of racing begins. Gu Nian rolled her eyes. I'm a bit tired. I'll go find a place to sit and wait for you guys to come back, she said, and ran off in a huff, rushed to get his racing suit and helmet. Another quick change of clothes. Finally, she made it in time to leave and join her brothers in a red flyer race car. Scenic sprint cars, not professional, don't need a professional license. Sort of a program for tourists. Before departing, Gu looked back with a question mark on his face. Why does it feel like there's someone else? At the word of command, the racing begins. Gu did not think too much, stepped on the gas. A big turn, beautiful drift. When E, who accompanied the car, clutched his seatbelt and screamed miserably. The cars, they all took off feeling. Gu drove fast, almost taking off, and soon left his brothers behind. But, buzz, a race car, flying past his car, was very fast. Kid really don't know what to do. How dare you overtake my little master's car? See if I don't chase you to death. Gu instantly stepped on the gas to the bottom and fiercely chased after the car in front of him. Two race cars, one in front of the other. The cars almost cut together. The wheels were even rolling on the edge of the racetrack and sparking, especially when the car in front of them, getting faster and faster, was getting farther and farther away from Gu Xiaoyi. He was even closer to taking the car and driving it into the air. But the red flying race car still disappeared from Gu Xiaojuan's sight. Little master is abusing the scum. Which one is so ungrateful as to rob me of my scenery? I'm not the first. Ani will have no sense of pride. Master Gu drove the car to a flying start. Little master must catch this punching brat and beat him up hard. Gu Nian was aggrieved. Little brother, you even tried to hit me. Little brother Gu was even more aggrieved. I didn't try to hit you. Gu Nian pointed to the red race car next to her. Here, this is the car I just drove. And you're still saying you're not going to hit me? Ha ha ha. Little master is really stupid and cute. Chapter 147, is this what people do? Gu was hell-bent on chasing the red race car in front of him, which was driving like hell. The car rolled several times and was almost to the edge of the track before making another turn. That car, it's lifting. Wen Yi, who was sitting next to him, kept a tight grip on his seatbelt. Don't even dare to move. Death challenge. As he was on the verge of having his soul fly into the sky, he finally saw the end of the line. Gu Xiaojun stopped the car quickly, got out, and immediately went to open the door of the red racing car. Kid, get off my. Gu opened the car door. It was empty. He touched his head. Ha, where is everyone? That's too fast, isn't it? Before and after. He felt like it was only a 3-minute difference. Where are the people? Gu Nian trotted over and waved at Gu Xiaojiao. Little brother, I'm here. When she got to the finish line, she immediately went to change and ran over again. Drive her to death. Gu Xiaoyi looked up at Gu Nian. Her hair was a little wet, her little white face, red, a pair of big watery eyes, as if they could talk, looked at Gu Xiaoyi, the heart that warm, straight bubbles of love. What's this? Being so tired? Gu Nian narrowed her eyes and smiled. It's a bit hot, so I'm cheering for my little brother. Gu Nian complimented him. Little brother is really good. Little brother first place. Gu was complimented by her. Just that first place. Master Gu grunted. Little brother didn't come in first place. He was robbed of the scenery by a brat. He pointed to the red race car. Do you see anyone? I want a good date with him. It's too pedestrian here. Couldn't tell Nian that he wanted to beat up the brat who stole his thunder. That appeared. He was too violent. And losing. It's so ungraceful. Gu Nian blinked and lied without blushing. No, just looking at little brother. Who makes little brother so handsome? Others can't steal the limelight from little brother. She wants to be a good little girl for her brothers. And be racers like that. Just don't tell little brother or how much it'll blow him away. Gu Xiaojun likes to hear this. That's right. Little master, I'm always number one handsome. Back in the day, he was going to find information on this brat and ask him to go to a real racetrack and race. Steal that thunder. Gu Nian hurriedly changed the topic. How is Wen Yi doing? I'll go check it out. Gu Xiaoyi went to open the passenger door and saw Wen Yi sitting with his eyes lifeless. Scared out of your mind. Ha! Gu Xiaoyi pushed him. Don't die ah. Die how to play the back of the project ah. Wen Yi still didn't respond. He felt that his soul was still on the racetrack. Floating. Gu Xiaoyi directly ripped Wen Yi from the car. Then removed his helmet. And kicked him. Don't play dead. Or you'll be fed to the tigers later. Wen Yi, who had been kicked in pain, seemed to come back to his senses. He went straight to his knees there and bent over. Vomit. Gu hurriedly dodged out of the way lest he be spat on. Wen Yi puked his guts out. Soon, the other 5 brothers reached the finish line. Brothers are great. Gu Nian pounced on them and gave them another hug each. Gu raised his eyebrows and showed off. I was the first, and Nian Nian was the happiest. Gu Huan snorted coldly. The first place is for the red race car. And if you're so shameless, I don't mind helping you get an extra layer of face. Are they okay? When father and mother and Zhou Lu Jing were ripped off and lay directly on the ground, not moving, Gu Huan checked them over. It's fine, just stunned. Gu Nian Chang gave a long oh, then wake them up. Let's do it a few more times. Get used to it and you won't get dizzy ah. 6 brothers. Is this what people do? It's not, because Nian is a little fairy. Chapter 148, Standardized Men and Bitchy Women. Perfect match. Wen Yi threw up in a stupor, and in the end, he really hated to die. Gu Nian, what do you really want? Is it fun to toss me and my family around like this? Don't I just not want to marry you? Are you sure? Ha, what is it going to take for you to let go? Tossing us to death makes you happy? Gu Nian looked at him and nodded her head with great certainty. Yes, very happy. Wen Yi, better let him throw up for a while longer. Gu Nian looked at him with a wink. So, are you willing to die to make me happy? That was a very innocent question. 6 brothers. It's really not a human thing to do. Okay, who made her a fairy? When he lay flat, keep playing then. Death, he was never going to die. Gu Nian looked at Wen's father and mother and had little sympathy for them. Neither of them were good people. Let them watch. In case they play dead. Not good. But they're old and it's not good for them to keep playing and actually killing people. Boxing is next. When father and mother in the end old. Easy to fight out of the problem. Just let them spectate. Gu Cheng coldly said to them, Mr. With, Mrs. With, watch it all. If you can't educate your son yourself, then wait for someone else to do it. Father and mother Wen nodded their heads woodenly. They dare not plead for mercy. They wanted to die for the first 3 items alone. As for the son, it's good to be young and suffer a little. Gu Nian's eyes lit up as she watched them all put on their boxing gloves. Brother, I'd like to go down and play a couple times too. It's been a while since I've practiced, so I'd like to take a couple shots. Gu Xiaoyi dotingly touched Gu Nian's head, playing manpower pain. Brother, go down to play just fine. You stand and shout cheer. Good boy. The 6 brothers looked at her in unison. Gu Nian had to smile and be very good. Okay, cheers brothers. It's too hard for her with 6 brothers. To beat the scum, she didn't even have to do it. In fact, she'd love to abuse the scum herself. The 6 older brothers came down in unison, and Zhou Lu Jing and Wen Yi were among them. When he looked at them and gritted his teeth straight, the 6 of you beat up 2 of us, and 1 of you is a woman. Can you be a little gentlemanly? Can we have some humanity? Gu Wan, sorry, gentlemanly behavior is for people, not dogs. I'm going to fight you. Sooner or later, he is going to be beaten. Wen Yi shouted with great backbone, then clenched his fists with murderous vigor and rushed forward. Then, bang! Wen Yi magnificently knelt in front of Gu Cheng and begged for mercy. Brother Gu, I'm wrong, don't hit me. I'm really wrong. I'll do whatever you want me to do from now on. I won't dare anymore. Don't hit me. They thought Wen Yi was going to make a big kill, but it turned out to be so magnificent. Kneeling, Zhou Lu Jing looked on, pulling straight at the corner of her mouth. Wen Yi, you kneeled like this. Are you still a man? It's so useless. I can't believe he's kneeling without even fighting. Wen Yi looked up. You're good. You man. You're good. You're on. On it goes. Zhou Lu Jing growled and rushed forward. Then snapped. Kneeling down directly in front of Gu Cheng, she hugged Gu Cheng's calf and bawled. Master Gu, I won't dare anymore. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'll do anything. Wen Yi, that's her line and she's on it? Guinness and 6 brothers. These 2 are really scummy and perfect for each other. Chapter 149. Beaten up. Separated. Second brother Gu Lifeng's head hurt from watching. Still beating? 5th brother Gu Huan, it's so shameless. My scalpel, stupidly, wants to help them add a layer of cheek. Beat it. What are you waiting for? Gu Xiaoyi that is called without saying anything. Directly a fist towards the face of Wen Yi. Smashed over. Wen Yi fell straight backward. Gu Cheng doesn't like other women to touch. So, being hugged by Zhou Lu Jing's calf, it was a direct kick out of her. Gu Nian watched from above. You guys be careful. Hit people with skill. 5th brother Gu Huan, don't worry. We have our measure. What about yesterday, when he had taught them how to hit someone, which would hurt, and still not cause serious injuries? It's just super painful. But once you get it checked out, it's not even a minor injury. They want to call the police. They want to hold them accountable. That's all out of the question. Truly dumbed down. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Nian just stood by the side and watched as they threw punch after punch. It was great to hear Wen Yi and Zhou Lu Jing's screams again. It was a full half hour before it stopped. Zhou Lu Jing and Wen Yi, lying on the ground, panting heavily. The eyes were dead and filled with despair. They're so inhuman and half-hearted. Zhou Lu Jing and Wen Yi, their hearts glowed with hate. When they were gone, they must pay Gu Nian back 1,000 times over for today's suffering. What's the big deal about having 6 brothers? They couldn't stay by Gu Nian's side all the time, could they? Gu Cheng took off his boxing gloves and took the water Gu Nian handed over. Want to go somewhere else to play? Gu Nian handed them water. Gu gulped down his water. Nian said she wants to go to the zoo. This one he remembers. Gu Nian narrowed her eyes and smiled. No, I have an appointment. Just now. She had a dinner date with Siyu. She can't be late for a first date. 4th brother Gu Yuting looked at his cell phone. I have an important mission. I have to go back. The helicopter is coming to pick me up. 2nd brother Gu Lifeng frowned. My research, I can't stop. I have to go back too. Sango Gu Yuan, I'm also leaving for court. Big brother Gu Cheng, I have to go on a business trip. The meeting has been postponed. And if I don't go, people won't cooperate. Gu subconsciously said. Gu Cheng kicked him. You're jobless and right here in Jincheng. Where are you going? Gu Nian looked at them with reluctance. It's only been one night back and you guys are leaving. The 5 older brothers looked at Gu Nian. Gu Nian was afraid that they would stay and hurriedly said, "All of you should leave. Each has its own power so that I can be better protected." In her previous life, because she was too much of a fraud, none of the 6 brothers had a good career for her. In the end, every brother's death is almost always linked to her. This time, she couldn't hurt her brothers because of her willfulness. "Come on, I'll give you a ride." Gu Yiting's mission came in a hurry, so the helicopter was driven directly to Yuanqing Mountain. "Fourth brother, you have to be careful this time." Gu Nian pickpocketed Gu Yiting and went to the side to whisper to him, "Be careful of your undercover agent. It's not undercover anymore." "Nenin." Gu Yiting looked at her in surprise and dismay. Words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Not to mention, how did she know that he had planted undercover agents in the previous mission? It's something that he alone knows about, but now she's saying that undercover is no longer undercover. That's even scarier. Gu Nian raised her eyes and looked at him solemnly. "Fourth brother, must not believe him." Chapter 150, Feelings of Accounting for the Aftermath. Gu Nian's attitude was very serious. Originally, she hadn't cared about a few of her brothers in her previous life, and she didn't remember her fourth brother getting hurt on a mission this time around. It was only when fourth brother said he wanted the mission that she remembered. In his previous life on this mission, fourth was shot in the right hand. Later, he could no longer lift heavy objects or hold a gun in his right hand. It is a sad thing for a general stationed at the border to not be able to carry a gun. Gu Yiting looked at Gu Nian, then nodded. Good, that man. There's no way he could have betrayed him. But Nen said it, so he believed it for once. Gu Nian watched as the military helicopter took Gu Yiting away. "Fourth brother, you must believe me. The other brother? Both have to go to the airport to get on a plane." Gu Nian closed her eyes and tried to recall what had happened to all her brothers in her previous life recently. Too much focus and attention caused her to forget someone. "Big brother." Gu Nian took the bank card and handed it to Gu Chang. "Here's the 900 million you gave me. I haven't touched a cent of it. Back to you." Gu Chang looked at her in surprise and did not take the bank card. Nian, you keep it. I have money. The matter of C's group has been settled. $1 billion is not necessary." Gu Nian forcibly shoved the bank card into his hand. "Take it, or else the company will go out of business and I'll have no one to support me in the future." Nenin. Gu Nian narrowed her eyes and smiled. "This time you talk business. Don't rush to sign the contract. Look at the construction site first. And yeah, if they raise the price, you talk, and if that doesn't work, talk to another company. In short, never work with Birchlight." Gu Chang was even more surprised that Birchlight was his second choice of company to work with. "Birchlight has a promising future." Reads. Gu Nian blinked at him, softly pouting. "Big brother believes in me." Birchlight was promising, but something went wrong internally and a good hand was dealt a bad hand. Gu Chang looked at her and nodded slowly. Good. That was something he just couldn't believe. Because Birchlight has a bright future, multiple companies are rushing to work with it. And Z's group is also interested in cooperating with Birchlight. Nian really is a girl and knows nothing about business. Gu Nian looked toward her second brother, Gu Laifeng. Gu Laifeng had a bit of a headache. Nian, what are you trying to say? Gu Huan nodded. Nian, stop talking. It looks like if you say it one by one, let them have a. Well, it's like accounting for the aftermath. Gu Nian narrowed her eyes and smiled. Second brother will definitely succeed this time. The results of this research by Ergo are still very successful. Gu Laifeng smiled gently. Then I'll borrow your good advice. In fact, he was less hopeful, because it was studied too many times. The institute decided, if we fail this time, we'll announce that we're abandoning the program's research. Luckily, Gu Nian didn't have much to explain behind her. Sango is doing well in this lawsuit, and fifth is still a student. Besides, she couldn't say too much at once. Otherwise, one would have thought she was possessed. Gu Nian put her brothers, all of them, on the airplane. Gu Xiaoyi pulled her. Nian, go, take your extra 100 million and eat. Gu Nian suddenly froze. Oh crap, I seem to have forgotten someone. She was so focused on dropping off her brothers that she ended up forgetting about her date with Lord Siyu. What's wrong? Gu Nian looked at her cell phone. It was already 7 o'clock. I'm late. Play by yourself, little brother. She'd forgotten about Zell and was at the airport again. Would Jen think that she was going to run away? Gu Nian screamed and ran away, her long little legs running like a snappy. How is she going to coax Jen? Kiss him? Is that enough? Gu Xiaoyi rubbed his head. Forget it, I'd better go get a date with that racing kid. Chapter 151, Keeping Promises, Trusting Nian. The Sigit Group. Siyu Ju waited in his office, and in the entire office building, only his office was still lit. He took his phone and kept staring at the chat box with Gu Nian. The phone was still plugged into the charger, and I didn't even move my eyes, not blinking if I could. Afraid, I missed the Gu Nian message. Oh Yang pushed the door in. Third master, aren't you going back yet? Siyuju looked at his cell phone. Anyan said to come pick me up from work, but it's been an hour since I got off work. Ouyang walked up to Lord Si and said, today, Ms. Gu went to Yuanqing Mountain. Sirius looked straight at the phone and didn't say anything. Ouyang muffled a bit and said, 1E went too. These are the two people he's keeping a close eye on the action. Siyu's breath jerked. The heart, as if held with a dull knife, cut slowly. It hurt, so much that even breathing carried pain. Siyuju looked at Gunyan's WeChat nickname, CC Nyen Nyen. He said sullenly, Ani is going to play with her brothers. She said she'd come to pick him up from work. Ouyang looked at Siyuju like this. There was really no way to hide it. Ms. Gu was now at the airport. Siyu snapped his head up and held his breath even more. In an instant, the world of 10,000 lights was instantly swallowed up by darkness with Ouyang's words. Ouyang carefully asked, Third Master, do you think that you should? Now immediately send someone and get Miss Gu back. The Third Master has been in a good mood for the past few days, and his face looks good, but it's only been a few days, and Ms. Gu is going to be a deadbeat again. Fleeing? Sirius opened his mouth, trying to give an order. However, he thought of the words Gunyan had said. Jen, no one believes me. Can you not believe me for once? Her voice was low and soft, with an indefinable sense of pity. Sirius took a deep breath and suppressed the pain in his heart. No, Nen won't leave. Ouyang was shocked as he looked at Lord Ce. Ms. Gu has arrived at the airport, and Master San is still not afraid? Siyuju clenched his fists. Anyan said he would come to pick me up. I just need to wait here. Third Master. Sirius waved his hand. You go back. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to help himself and would really order Ouyang to go to the airport and bring Gunyan back later. But he said he'd believe her. He, then, must do it. Ouyang looked up at him worriedly. In the end, he retreated under the cold and stern gaze of Lord Ce. But instead of leaving, he waited in the outer office, waiting for the Third Master's orders. Ouyang sent a message to Qin Lai. Third Master is too strange. Miss Gu is at the airport and he hasn't ordered her to be brought back. Qin Lai, who is still on the forensic team, has just finished dissecting a corpse. He played with his cell phone lifelessly. It's quite good. Once Gunyan is gone, the Third Master is back to normal, and I can go back to being a family doctor, instead of running here and becoming a forensic scientist. Ouyang, do you think Ms. Gu will run, or will she come back? Qinlai looked at the message and thought about it for a little while before replying in a very positive tone. Definitely ran away. It's not her tawdry operation. Just get used to it. Ouyang, but I do think that Ms. Gu has changed a lot and won't run away. Qinlai, oh, then let's make a bet and see who guesses correctly. Ouyang, I'm afraid you'll lose the bet and get punched in the face. Qinlai, you're the one who got hit in the face. If Gunyan didn't run away, I'll wear a rabbit girl's costume to work tomorrow. Chapter 152, Will Miss Gu really come? Ouyang looked at the message and then looked at the office, where Siyuju's waiting figure was. If that Ms. Gu runs away, I'll apply to work with you in the forensic team. Qinlai, yes, and you have to wear a bunny girl outfit too. Ouyang fully accepts this offer. Anyway, he felt that Qinlai was just going to get punched in the face. In the office, Siyuju was still holding his cell phone, looking at the chat box with Gunyan. Since hearing Ouyang say that Gunyan was at the airport, his mind was too blank to think of anything. Just one thought, trust Nen, she'll come and get him. While Siyu was in a state of panic, there was a ding-dong, and the message tone sounded. Lord Siyu had a jolt, as if his soul had returned to its place. After seeing that Gunyan was Gunyan information, the broken light in his eyes was instantly restored. He tapped on the voice. Jen, I'm sorry, I gave my brothers a ride to the plane and lost track of time. I'm heading back from the airport now, and it's rush hour, so I'm guessing it'll take an hour. Where are you? Have you eaten? Wait for me to come back for you. Love you. Miss you. Boo boo boo. Gunyan was in a hurry, afraid that Siyuju would misunderstand that she was trying to escape. Then the whole city was mobilized to put out a manhunt for her. The driver looked at Gunyan in the rearview mirror, and beeped at her cell phone, giving her a wild kiss. Little girl, you're not coming from a different place to cybersex, are you? Gunyan awkwardly. No. The driver did not believe it. Little girl, online dating is risky. Be careful and girls should be reserved, or men will not cherish. Gunyan didn't dare to send a voice anymore. The driver hemmed and hawed as he saw her shyness. Youngsters these days are oh so romantic. You pretend I don't exist. In the company, the heart aches so much that it feels like it's suffocating. At the sound of Gunyan's voice, he was instantly soothed. Ice-cold frosty handsome face, instantly met the spring breeze melted into a gentle spring water. Especially, he heard behind Gunyan, the booing and kissing sound. Siyuju even raised his lips and smiled. He took a deep breath, suppressed the agitation, and sent Gunyan a voice message. I'm still in a meeting at the office. It'll be almost an hour before it breaks up too. There's no rush. Can't put pressure on Nim. Gunyan listened to the voice and breathed a huge sigh of relief. She didn't dare to voice it anymore, though, and instead typed, "Are you really in a meeting? I hear silence on your side. You're not leaving work early and waiting for me there by yourself, are you?" This one was very likely, she thought, and maybe he's even letting people off early. Siyu looked up, looking out at the darkened office. "No, it's really in a meeting. You don't have to rush." Just after replying to the message, Siyu looked up and shouted in a deep voice, "Oh Yang, come in." Oh Yang's heart stuttered. While standing up, he sent a voice to Qin Lai. "Miss Gu seems to have really run away. The third master is going to ask me to arrest her." Hearing this, Qin Lai laughed out loud. "Then I'll be waiting, after you're done arresting people in a while, wear a rabbit woman to accompany me to work." Oh Yang entered the office with that apprehension in his heart. "Third master, at your command." Siyu looked up and commanded, "Take the senior white collar, call to the company for a meeting, half an hour or two." "Ha?" Oh Yang froze and asked, "Isn't it necessary to use the entire city's power to put Miss Gu on the wanted list? As a result, now you're calling for a meeting?" Siyu shook his cell phone. His icy cold handsome face was a smile that he couldn't hide. "Nen's on her way here. I told you she'd pick me up." "Oh Yang, third master, that damn smug little expression. I can't believe I'm showing off. But will Ms. Gu really come?" Chapter 153, "Be good to me or I'll bite you." Oh Yang went out. A notice, an immediate meeting. The high-level white-collar worker who just got home and hasn't even taken a bite of his hot meal? Is this off-duty? Down with loneliness? But if Master San says there's a meeting, then there's a meeting. Oh Yang had just finished his orders when Qin Lai's video called. "How's it going? Where's the wanted? Where did Gunyan escape to? Ha ha ha, got it back? Are you going to wear it? Are you coming to work with me?" Just as Oh Yang picked up the phone, Qin Lai's gloating voice rang out over there. He smiled. "The third master just sent word that the company is to meet, and Ms. Gu will arrive at the company within an hour." The smile on Qin Lai's face, who had just been smiling like a goose, froze. "Are you sure?" Oh Yang nodded his head very definitely. Then it was his turn to gloat and laugh. "I'll go buy you a dress in whatever color you like." Qin Lai ground his teeth. "I don't believe it. I'm going to the company to keep watch." It must have been third master who sent someone to bring Gunyan back. With that, he hung up the video. Gunyan looked at the message, afraid that C. Nightjord would not feel at ease, afraid that he would think too much, so she sent a location share over. "I'm really on my way back. Honey, don't think about it. Mwah 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 mwah." Gunyan also sent kissing emojis. Siyu opened the map and looked at Gunyan's location. Towards him, getting closer and closer. The smile on his face was sunny and as gentle as the spring water that melted the iceberg. No messing around. Trust you. Do you drive, or do you take the car?" "Cc Nyen Nyen, it's too urgent. I'm taking a taxi. Did a Jew miss me?" Gunyan looked at the words "believe in you." Then she smiled and squinted her eyes, her face full of happy light. Siyu had never held a cell phone like this before and talked to someone. Used to look down on cell phone users too, but chatting with Gunyan like this, his heart was very satisfied. Think, what's the license plate number of the cab you took? It's not safe for a girl to take a taxi alone at night. Gunyan asked the driver for the license plate number and then sent it to Siyu. The driver smiled. "Little girl, you man can at this time of the day also give you to remember the license plate number." Gunyan smiled and arched her eyebrows. "Yes, he's the best man in the world, and he's especially handsome and rich. The main thing is to be extra nice and love her extraordinarily." The driver felt like taking back what he had just said. If you had money, you wouldn't have been asked to take a cab, but to come and pick you up. Watch out for the scam. Little girl. Gunyan didn't say anything else, just lowered her head and chatted with C. Nightjord. "By the way, I didn't make it clear to you today. I went to Yuanqing Mountain with my brother, together with Wen Yi, that big scumbag Wen Yi." When Siyu saw the name Wen Yi, he was slightly flabbergasted, and his heart was still pinched by a needle. However, the pain soon disappeared with Gun Yi's message. "My brothers helped me get revenge by taking them on bungee jumps, jumpers, and race cars that scared the piss out of them. Jen, you have to be good to me, or else watch out for my 6 brothers, and I'll bite you." Siyu looked at the message as if he saw Gunyan, open-mouthed, in front of him. So cute, so energetic. Siyu thought about how little arm meat there was and how often he worked out, so it must not be good for biting. What if I knock her teeth out? Where do you want to bite? The hard ones don't bite well. Bite the softer ones? Chapter 154, Gunyan is here. Gunyan looked at the message. A pretty face, immediately read. "It's like a red apple. Jen, you're a bad boy. You're so bad. I'm angry." "Ha, Siyuju looked at the message and the angry emoticon of Gunyan sending a shy and still crossed her arms. He was flabbergasted. The arm is not good for biting. I want you to bite in a different place, such as the palm meat is slightly tender. How is it broken? Gunyan, who had received the message, had a blush on her face that instantly faded. Straight man, angry. Siyu was confused again. Why was he angry again? Third master, the staff has arrived. Do we need to have a meeting now? Yang pushed open the door, and it was already bright outside. Various staff members, who are getting papers at their desks. Siyuju held his cell phone without lifting his head. Let them go wait in the conference room. Yang Gang told his employees to go to the conference room. Xin Lai then ran in. Where is everyone? Where is everyone? Where's Gunyan? Yang, it's not here yet. What's your hurry? Xin Lai was anxious, definitely anxious. This is a big deal. Just tell me the people sent by the third master. Where have they arrived? I want to see how the third master got her back. I'm telling you, captured doesn't count, so you still lose. Yang smiled. It won't happen. Just wait to lose. Xin Lai gritted his teeth. If I lose, I'll change my name. Yang looked at him, called Qin Beast? I don't believe it anyway. Xin Lai turned around, and his eyes lit up when he saw Siyuju come out. Third master, I'll accompany you to arrest someone. It's definitely going out now. Yang is dead. Siyuju glanced at him lightly. I'm going to get off work. Nian is waiting for me downstairs. Xin Lai froze. What? Siyuju tapped on the voice, and Gunyan's voice came out of his cell phone. Jen, I'm downstairs. Come on down. Xin Lai didn't believe it and immediately ran to the window and looked down. Then he saw a cab at the bottom, and then there was someone else, who looked a bit like Gunyan by the figure. Gunyan was still looking up at the stairs. No bouncers, no reluctance. Also true. Yang also froze. Third master, that meeting. Siyuju was in a very happy mood as he pressed the president's exclusive elevator. Meeting adjourned. Off duty. Xin Lai was undeterred. I'm going to follow me down to see. Gunyan must have been forced. Yang gave a direct notification in the executive group. Master San has gone on a date. Meeting adjourned. Off duty. Followed suit. The executives were all confused? No, they've been at the office less than 3 minutes. This meeting is adjourned. Off duty? Is this a meeting? A lonely one? Siyuju hurriedly went downstairs and out of the door, only to glance at the empty Anen. No one? Xin Lai, who followed behind, couldn't help but smile smugly with Yang. See, just now that person is not Gunyan. You lose. Jen. Sirius turned around when he heard the shouts of joy. When he saw Gunyan hiding in the corner, she smiled like a flower, then opened her arms and lunged towards him, on the verge of reaching him. Her slender and flexible body, with a gentle leap, directly embraced Siyuju's neck. Both feet hooked around Siyu's waist one more time. Siyuju held her small PP and then held her steady. Nyen, you. He just opened his mouth. Gunyan had cupped his face and lowered her head to kiss his lips, gently nibbling, then nimbly and domineeringly prying open his lips and teeth. The two men were in a war of words, and seemed anxious to eat each other up, and biting. 9-9 came to play. Should not be stuck in the trial, right? Love story. Do you like it, Quan Nai? Good night. Chapter 155. I can be a little angry. Xin Lai and Yang, who came out from behind, were directly stunned. So, there can be such a position for kissing? And, they're so intense. They all looked ashamed. With a long kiss, both of them were about to suffocate, and Siyuju even felt like the whole person was going to explode. Only then did they part in love. A watery light rippled from the corners of both of their lips. Gunyan cupped Siyuju's face, her watery eyes, seductive. I'm sorry for forgetting about you. Are you still mad now? Her voice was glutinous, and she sounded seductive. Sirius tilted his head and looked at her. Not angry. How could he be angry with her? Ha! Gunyan beamed her little mouth. I thought you were angry and was trying to figure out how to coax you. Along the way, she thought about how she was going to coax Jen. In the end, I thought I couldn't, so I just met and kissed him until he lost his temper. Gunyan looked at him and cooed. Thought you'd be mad and then I'd have to kiss you all the time. It didn't turn out to be angry. Sirius always felt that there was a bit of regret in her words. So, I can actually be angry that little bit? Gunyan glanced at the hall and realized that there were so many people coming out of it. So hungry. Let's hurry up and go eat, Gunyan said. And then she slid off of C. Nightjord again. Aha! Siyu was rubbed again with a muffled grunt, tinged with a bit of pain. It felt like in the future. I couldn't let Nim jump up and cuddle like that. Every time I come down, I have to rub up against him. It's about to fold. Gunyan didn't realize it, and pulled Siyuju's hand and ran. Where's your car? That way. Siyuju looked down and watched Gunyan hold his hand. The two were not running fast, but the feeling, it was wonderful. Siyejue opened the car door, and Gunyan got in. The executive white-collar man just happened to walk out and saw only a glimpse of a figure. Assistant: oh, why do I see Master San with a woman? Are your eyes blurred? How can the third master be with a woman? Assistant: oh, what the hell is Master San doing calling us back here at night? Oh Yang returned to his senses and glanced at them. The third master's business. Ask less about it. The executives looked at each other, not daring to be curious. Out of the company, they would never talk about the third master. Certainly not one to sneak pictures of and show to the family. In C's group, there are very strict rules and regulations, especially after CU took office. The first rule was no pictures of him and no talking about him. If you find out, there will be consequences. There was once an employee who secretly photographed Master San and was discovered. Then that employee and his family completely disappeared from Jincheng. From then on, no one dared to take a sneak peek. Xin Lai replied with a smile. Seeing that you guys are hungry, I called to treat you to dinner. Eating the third master's version of dog food. Executive white collar? They had only just gotten home from work when they were called in again. Just arrived and set off duty again. Eat a load of food. Ouyang put his hand on Xin Lai's shoulder, then smiled with a gloating expression. What color bunny outfit do you like? I'll go get it for you. Snap. Xin Lai suddenly heard the sound of a punch in the face. He tugged off Ouyang's arm. I'm wearing a white coat. There's a case in the city. I'm going back to dissect it. Xin Lai wants to escape. Ouyang directly a tackle. Hold him down, then I accompany you to the forensic team. When you go home, by the way to buy Xin Lai, that's too much gloating, isn't it? He doesn't want a bodysuit. Chapter 156, Meeting an Old Friend. Gunyan picked a couple's restaurant called Romantic Love Restaurant. It's a very famous restaurant in Cam City. Upscale, good style, and mostly tasty too. It's just going to be a little more expensive for regular people. Couple things, though, are good money, so business is booming. Gunyan got out of the car at the door first, and Siuju went to park the car. Gu, isn't this Gunyan? Gunyan waited at the door for C. Nightjord, only to hear shouts with sarcasm. She looked up. It was a fashionably dressed Takaharu with a designer bag in one hand and a man in the other. Takaharu, her neighbor in the countryside, is 2 years older than her, early not to read, and not very well received by the wind. In her previous life, Gao Chang almost sold her after she left from the Royal Water Bay. It's pimping, introducing her to older men, being a mistress. When she refused, she said it was for her own good and that she didn't know any better. This kind of person, she didn't want to take care of. Gen pretended not to recognize it. Gao Chang, however, looked Gunyan up and down, looking at what she was wearing. It was nothing more than that, like a groundhog. It's really not a good mix. The man beside her, a pair of eyes, never moved away from Gunyan. Wang Colin pulled Gao Chang and asked, Xing Cheng, who is this beautiful woman? Aren't you going to get to know her? As soon as she heard this, Gao Chang knew that this smelly man had his eye on Gunyan. But this stinker, she's just hooked up and hasn't spent much money for her yet. She hasn't been able to let go and give it up to someone else. Gao Cheng laughed and her voice didn't lower down, purposely letting Gunyan hear it. A neighbor's sister in my hometown used to be ugly. I guess she went somewhere for plastic surgery. Brother Wang, she used to be very messy. Wang Colin sized up Gunyan and whispered, didn't you fancy an apartment last time? Bye. This Gunyan in front of me is very good looking, very pure and lustful, not to mention whether it was plastic surgery or not. Just that body temperament and those long legs were already what he wanted. It's just for fun. It looks good. It doesn't matter if the face is real or not. Gao Chang originally didn't want to take care of the always arrogant Gunyan. Now when she heard that the smelly man beside her was going to buy her a house, she immediately lit up. Nian, are you waiting for someone here? Gao Chang stepped forward and was very self-conscious. Don't say you don't know each other. We just met 2 months ago. Gunyan glanced at her. If you don't wait for someone here, do you wait for chickens? This finger pointing. Gao Chang was so angry that she wanted to slap her. How could she speak so indebtedly? She put up with it for the $1 million apartment. Nian, were you stood up? Or are you being turned away from the outside? Gao Ching couldn't help but say contemptuously. Dining here, but you need a membership. Do you have one? Guinea? No. No wonder it's blocked. Gao Chang pulled Wang Colin and said to Gunyan with a smile, come, let me introduce you. This is Wang Colin, the general manager of Birchlight. Wang Colin extended his hand. MS. Gu, just call me Brother Wang. Gunyan glanced down at his hand. Hasn't Mr. Wang ever taken an etiquette class? A man can't reach out without a lady reaching out. In a roundabout way, he scolded Wang Kellen for being uneducated. Gao Chang took a look at the wrong atmosphere and lightly scolded Gunyan. Nian. This is the general manager of Birchlight. It's your honor for him to shake your hand. Wang Kellen smiled and shrunk his hand. It's okay, it's me being abrupt. Gunyan looked at Wang Colin and suddenly spoke. You're not the rat turd of Birchlight, Are you? Birchlight was dealt a good hand, played it badly, and finally ran away with the money. The one who almost bankrupted Big Brother's company? Chapter 157, If you can't stand it, then beat it. Wang Kellen originally had a lot of patience for beautiful women, but as soon as he heard Gunyan call out to him like that, he pulled his face down. Who are you to talk about me like that? Gunyan faintly asked back. Then what are you a thing? How I'm a thing? Wang Kellen felt wrong and changed his words. I'm not a thing. Gao Chang pulled Wang Kulin. Brother Wang, stop it. It's not a thing. It's too hard to even talk about it. Wang Kulin reacted and then looked at Gunyan. That face was ugly. Gao Chang, Gunyan, quickly apologized to Brother Wang. Let's forget about this and we'll even take you in for dinner. She grunted contemptuously. I don't suppose you've ever eaten in such a fancy place? Wang Kellen was not much of a good-tempered person in the first place, and was deliberately pretending to be a gentleman in the beginning. He didn't have to pretend when Gunyan was so unforgiving. It would be your honor if I looked up to you and wanted to have some fun. He lifted his chin and looked condescendingly at Gunyan. Now hurry over here, hug me, and kiss me twice, and I won't hold you accountable for your rudeness just now, and I'll even take you in for dinner. Gao Chang nodded her head repeatedly. Yes, Brother Wang is a good man and will buy you things so that you can live without worry for the rest of your life. A dog crouched in the doorway, watching the scene. Gosh, are all pigs so shameless and hooligan nowadays? Woof woof. Gunyan looked down at the little Teddy as she raised her eyebrows and smiled. Good boy. Saying pig is an insult to pigs. Little Teddy looked at Gunyan with blinking eyes, then joyfully circled around her. Woof woof woof. Are you the Nyan sister who understands us? Woof woof. Wow, 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 wow. I can't believe I'm meeting our dog world legend, Sister Nyan. Woof, woof, whoa whoa whoa. Sister Nyan, can I have an autograph? Just touch it, it has your scent. The dogs are envious. Woof woof. Wang Kulin saw that Gunyan ignored him and instead looked down to play with a small teddy. The face just got harder. Gao Chang saw that he was unhappy and hurriedly yelled at Gunyan. Gunyan, do you hear me? Come up here and hug and kiss Brother Wang, and we'll take you in to eat. Otherwise, even if you stand here until dawn, you're not qualified to go in for dinner. Guinness, Jen will be here any minute. She has to be a good little girl, not a violent one. Wang Karen grunted and beckoned the welcome guest. Mr. Wang. The welcome guest shouted with great respect. He was a gold member here. Wang Kulin pointed at Gunyan. Look at her carefully. You can't let her in without me taking her, or I'll return my membership card and never come back. The welcome guest looked at Gunyan and made a note of her looks. Okay, Mr. Wang. The welcome guest stepped forward and said to Gunyan with a smile. This young lady, please go down. Gunyan raised her eyes. What? Although the welcome guest was smiling, his eyes were contemptuous. Please get down. Don't stand in our doorway and interfere with the fresh air our guests are breathing. Gunyan froze. Ha? And she's affecting the air? You're a greeter, a stander. Is it your professionalism to talk about guests like that? Wang Kulin spoke to Gunyan in a lofty manner. Now you come over here and hug me and kiss me, so you don't have to be kicked out, and you can have her serve you and apologize to you. Ah! Gunyan's violent gene burst out, raised her hand and swung out viciously. Chapter 158, Your Little Good Boy, Bullied. Wang Kellen's entire body took a step back when he was hit on the nose. I touched my nose, and it was bleeding. Ah! You hit me! Little Teddy's eyes glowed with adoration. Nyan is great. Nyan beat him up. Woof woof. Gao Chang all froze for a moment and yelled at Gunyan. How dare you hit Mr. Wang? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to apologize? I'm pulling for you and you hit him. Gunyan, don't be ungrateful. Quickly kneel down and apologize. Sleep with him for a night. Ah! Gunyan looked at her raucous and raised her hand to slap her. You hit me. Gao Chang screamed and took her bag and just flung it over. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Another bag dump. Another reach for the hair. The whole thing is shrewish behavior. Gunyan didn't even wait for her to get close. Directly lifted her foot and viciously kicked at her stomach. Takahara was kicked to the ground and fell flat on his face. Wang Kellen clenched his fist and went to punch Gunyan, and was also kicked hard. The welcome guest looked dumbfounded and hurriedly called out to the security guards. Security! Someone is causing a disturbance. Quickly arrest her. The security guard rushed over. The welcome guest shouted to Gunyan again. Quickly kneel down and apologize to Mr. Wang. Serve him on your knees and this will be over. Gunyan rolled her eyes and kicked at the security guard who rushed over. It's dry and flowing. Very handsome, but in the blink of an eye, Wang Kulin and the others were trampled under Gunyan's feet. And, of course, the greeter, Wang Kellen, was at the bottom of the pile, being crushed. Bitch, let me go if you can. You wait. Gunyan looked down at them, then at the little Teddy who was barking excitedly. Little Teddy, don't you guys like today the sky and the air? Little Teddy shy face. Nyen Nyen sister, don't say that. We Teddy have high energy. Woof woof. Gu Nyen looked down at the person she had stomped into a ball. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. How about this? Then, how about these guys? They're yours to play with? Little Teddy cocked his head and looked down, his doggy face all disgusted. However, if Sister Nyen Nyen commands, then she must do it. Okay, don't worry Nyen Nyen sister. Woof woof. He'll call the other dogs. Gu Nyen let go of her foot, then looked at Gao Cheng and the others with a smile. Have a good night. Have a good time. As soon as Gu Nyen released her foot, Gao Cheng and the others hurriedly stood up, just about to put in a hard word. Woof woof. Wang Kellen's calf. It was held by the little Teddy, and then a commotion made. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Go away. Dead dog, go away. That's a classic Teddy Day move, isn't it? Woof woof woof. Little Teddy looked at the danger and immediately let go, turning around to hug Gao Cheng's calf. In the summer, you wear short skirts. So, Gao Cheng came straight into close contact with Teddy. Ah, off, off. This Teddy move. It's disgusting. Gao Cheng and Wang Kellen were pestered by Teddy and had to run and scream. As a result, little Teddy went on another journey and called other Teddys. Someone is bullying Nyen Nyen sister. Come on dog. Them ah. Woof woof. Little Teddy called on many of his kind, a dozen of them at once, and ran after Gao Cheng and Wang Kolin. It's still one of those scenes where you're chasing and making a scene. Directly shocked all passers-by. Siyu Ju came over after parking his car and frowned when he saw the scene of them running away. Jen, Cuddle, Gu Nyen, who had been overbearing just a moment ago, aggressively jumped up as soon as she saw Siyu Ju. Your little boy. He's being bullied and they won't let me in for dinner. Will you help me out? The welcoming guest who got up from the floor in a state of disarray? It's obvious that you're the one who bullied us. Chapter 159. It's not good to bully Gu Nyen. The security guard, who had been beaten black and blue, also got up from the ground in a sorry state. They pointed at Gu Nyen and cried, she is the one who beat us like this. Sir, don't be fooled by her dull and delicate face. She is a green tea. Ah. Siyu Jio coldly kicked the security guard out. It's dry and flowing. My fairies don't hit. Siyu Ju took Gu Nyen's hand and put it to his mouth, exhaling gently. Why don't you use a dog beating stick? They can afford to pay for it if your hand hurts? Gu Nyen softly pouted. You gave it to me. I can't afford to use it. The security guards and others were stunned as they watched the two get all mushy over there. There's more of this? What's going on? Who dares to make trouble here? The store manager heard the commotion and hurried over. This is Young Chin's territory. Whoever is causing trouble here is simply tired of living. The welcome guest rushed up to tell him off. Store manager, they're the ones who made a mess here. Beat us up, and knocked off the gold member. Mr. Wang. The store manager looked up at Siyu and the others, and then at the several people who had been beaten up. This gentleman, you injured my men and need to pay for our damages. Gu Nyen frowned. Don't you even ask about the cause and effect? The store manager grimaced. The truth is that you drove away our honored guests and injured our people. You will pay for our damages or we will have to call the police and go through the legal process. This is simply indiscriminate bullying. Gu Nyen's hands itched with anger. If not for Aju being here, she would definitely disregard her image and beat the hell out of him. It's okay, I'll give Qin Lai a call. Siyu Ju calmed Gu Nyen and took out his cell phone to call Qin Lai. In response, the store manager scoffed, and called Qin Xiao? Who do you think you are? Just because you're good looking, everyone gives you face? Siyu Ju was very low-key and did not make any public appearances as the third master of C. Even the middle and upper-class rich people didn't necessarily have the opportunity to befriend and get to know Lord C Knight. Not to mention the average person, who couldn't recognize him. Qin Lai was kicked by Ouyang into the adult vending store and was picking out a rabbit costume. Seeing Siyu's phone call, his eyes lit up. Third master, is there an urgent mission? Going to Africa to dig for coal is fine. Calling it this time is a lifesaver. Romantic love restaurant. Bullying me and Nim? You have a minute to deal with it. The cold, bone-chilling voice scared Qin Lai so much that he almost died on the spot. It's okay for the third master to be bullied. The point is that Gu Nyen is being bullied. The threat of death made Qin Lai take 3 seconds to remember his small property. The romantic love restaurant. The store manager listened to Sirius just say one sentence, although his voice was cold. But when he thought about the fact that it was Qin Xiao behind him, he was half afraid. Posturing, so I'll give you a minute. This minute, I'm going to do the math, and you should pay. Before the store manager could finish his sentence, the cell phone rang. Remarks, Qin Xiao. Before I opened the store, I was fortunate enough to leave a phone number, but I never called any of them. The store manager answered the phone in fear and trepidation. Qin Xiao. On the other side of the cell phone, Qin Lai was ranting, directly dumbfounding the store manager. You're ing dead. Don't drag me along. It's not good to bully anyone, but Gu Nyen. Bullying Gu Nyen. You're ing killing me. apologize to me immediately and get the hell out of here in a roundabout way, or I'll take a scalpel and go up to your house and exterminate it. Chapter 160, Kneeling. Then, the welcome guest was proud. Qin Shao but personally call our store manager. You count what the hell? Ah! Before she could finish her sentence, she was slapped to the ground by the store manager. Her eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Store manager. The store manager actually hit her. Without saying a word, the store manager stepped forward and yanked the greeter's hair. Store manager, what are you doing? Ah, you let go of me. The store manager ignored her shouts. She pulled her up, then made her kneel down hard, then held her head down, and just thumped her head at Gunyan. Kowtow and apologized to Miss Gu. Greeter's stubborn, I don't. The store manager held her head down and just thumped it again with a heavy kowtow. You have to take it even if you don't want it, or else Qin Shao won't let you go. This is what Qin Shao ordered. The store manager hated the greeter. It cost him his job. Who is young Qin? That's the man beside the third master. If we offend the third master, not to mention you, our whole family will suffer. Gunyan looked sideways at Sir Ce, blinking her eyes with little stars of adoration in her eyes. Darling, you're so good. I love you so much. This glutinous voice, like a small hook, hooked Siyu Zhou's heart, especially with these star-filled eyes that just lit up and looked at him adoringly. Looking at him, he wanted to hold the world in front of her. The store manager's words completely startled the greeters and security guards. Qin Shao himself spoke up. Xin Lai heard the movement over there, then spoke quietly. Little cutie, are you still there? The store manager hurriedly reached for his cell phone. Young Qin, you said. Xin Lai leaned against the machine, his voice even more ghostly cold. Do you know who's next to Gunyan? The store manager looked up at the man beside Gunyan, tall and handsome, high cold and ascetic, noble. It was as if just an icy look could kill him. He's. Xin Lai hooked his lips. I even have to honor him by calling him third master. Snap. The store manager's shocked cell phone dropped and hit the greeter on the head. Then, he shivered and cried and knelt down. Mister, I am sorry. Everything is handled by us. Xin Lai, over there, was hung up on and had his back pushed up. He glanced over at the vending machine and dropped down a pink bunny suit. Asterisk. What color is bad? It has to be pink. I didn't choose it. Xin Lai's hands were busy trying to stuff the pink bunny outfit back in. But it's a vending machine, so where to stuff it back in, and there's no way to return it. Romantic love restaurant. The store manager was on his knees apologizing, and the welcome guest was even more afraid to say anything. Let's just say that these two are bigots, and they kicked the can down the road by accident. Siyu Zhou lowered his head and tenderly asked Gunyan, how did they bully you? To give it back 1,000 times over. Gunyan pointed at the welcome guest. Speak for yourself. The welcome guest trembled with fear, half afraid to hide it. I say Miss Gu is standing here and interfering with the guest's fresh air. I also let Miss Gu kneel down to serve Mr. Wang. The welcome guest cried out as she spoke, raising her hand and hitting herself hard in the face. I was wrong. Miss Gu is generous. Let me go. The other security guards were so scared that they slapped themselves. Siyu Zhou's gloomy eyes instantly chilled to the extreme. Since you like to kneel, then serve on your knees. Gunyan tugged on Siyu Zhou's sleeve. I don't want such a dirty light bulb, and it affects the air. Siyu looked at her favorably. That? Gunyan pointed at the little teddy running in the distance, squinting and smiling, very innocent and harmless. Then let her serve little teddy on her knees. Chapter 161, Stabbing Siyu Zhou's Little Heart. The welcome guest looked at the little teddy who ran all the way here, but he didn't dare to retort half a sentence. Yes, little teddy ran over cheerfully, in front of Gunyan, wagging his tail. Nian's sister. The bad guys were chased away and ran away in a terrible way. Woof woof. If he hadn't climbed into the car, he'd have been able to daydream for hours. Woof woof. Gunyan looked down at little teddy. No injuries, right? Little teddy, no. We'll hide. Woof woof. Gunyan looked down askance at the welcome guest. Kneel and serve this little teddy. The welcome guest was reluctant, but could only grit his teeth. Yes. The store manager wiped away a cold sweat and hurriedly brought Gunyan and this third master big brother into the restaurant. See you, they were in a box with a one-way window. The box can see into the lobby outside, but the lobby can't see the box. The store manager asked with fear and trepidation. Third master, does Miss Gu need to be cleared? Gunyan, no need, or else who is the good show for? The store manager looked over at Lord Siyu. Sirius flipped through the menu. Listen to Nyen. The store manager felt the terrible air pressure and raised his hand to wipe away the cold sweat. Lobby. The many guests all set their eyes on the table in the center. The pretty welcome guest was seen, on all fours, sprawled out on the floor. Then little Teddy rubbed himself and jumped up on the welcome back before sitting in the chair, and the welcome guest remained on his knees, serving the little Teddy like a servant. A moment to pinch the food, a moment to wipe his mouth. Also, little Teddy is a bit colorful. To come up to the table is to kiss the welcome face with the dog's mouth. The welcoming guest didn't dare to refuse, and still had to serve on his knees. Little Teddy gnawing on a bone and kissing a beautiful welcome guest. That's what it's all about. Just a little bit of regret. Had I known that I could kiss a pretty girl to welcome it, it would have run off and nibbled on 2 bites of poop on the way in. Smoke her ass off. Dare to bully Sister Nian Nian. Little Teddy was angry and barked at the greeter. Woof woof. Scum. Come and serve my lord. The greeter knelt on the floor and looked up at little Teddy with a standard smile. Would you like something to eat? The store manager came out and spoke to the greeter. Call Master Dog. The greeter smiled. Master Dog. Little Teddy looked at Welcome and jumped out of his chair, then just hugged Welcome's arm. All sorts of tawdry maneuvers too. The other guests looked dumbfounded. I'll be damned. This greeter can. Is this considered your restaurant? You still serve on your knees like this? A lot of men. It's stupid. The store manager smiled and explained. She's the one who dog-eared the guests, scolded them for polluting the air, and screamed at them to serve someone else. No, kicking the bucket is all she can do to redeem herself. She can serve like that if you guys want. It would have been just curious, even pathetic, to welcome a service like this. Then when I heard about it, I was angry that the guests were bullied like that. It's so deserved. Being a greeter and thinking you're God, bullying the guests. It's a good thing your store punished it, or a store that would have to close because of her. Serves you right. Get over here. The lobby was buzzing with activity, and the greeter was really close to crying over it, but she could only simmer. Who told her? First, to let Gunyan kneel to serve others. Gunyan ordered a couple's cup of lemon tea with 2 straws that became love hearts. A Jushi. That wine Kellen just now is the general manager of Birchlight. Sirius looked up at her. It's just a small company. Gunyan narrowed her eyes. My big brother is interested in working with this company, but this person is a rat turd. Are you going to do my great uncle this favor? Great uncle. These 3 words poke Siyu's little heart. Chapter 162, being teased to the core. Siyu was very excited inside, but his face remained ice-cold. Good. A favor for your great uncle. That's a must. Gunyan turned her head sideways and planted a heavy kiss on Siyu face. Jen is the best. Ani loves you the most. Siyu froze slightly, then the ice-coldness on his face instantly melted, like a pool of spring water. That gentle. Gwenny likes to eat shrimp and fish. Siyu was very gentle and considerate in peeling the shrimp, picking the fish spines, and even picking out the dishes that she didn't eat. Jen, don't just peel it, you eat it too. Gunyan took a shrimp, dipped it in the ingredients, and brought it to Siyu's mouth. Siyu looked at Gunyan's white hands before raising his eyes to look at her. Her eyes were bright, like a sea of stars, and her eyes reflected his shadow. Eat, Gunyan urged. Sirius gave a low hum and opened his mouth to bite into the shrimp meat, then moved forward a little. Even Gunyan's finger also ate into his mouth, and gently nibbled on it. This action by Sir Siyu made Gunyan feel as if she had been electrocuted, crisping and numbing for a moment. Weird and sweet feeling right to the core. You, Gunyan blushed. I let you eat the shrimp meat. I didn't let you eat me. Siyu withdrew, with a look of intent. You said bite me. I'll try biting you first. Gunyan continued to blush and asked lowly. So, what does that feel like? Siyu replied seriously. It's soft, it smells good, and I want more. His eyes, unconsciously, fell on her lips. Because of the shrimp, my lips were stained with a bit of oil and looked even more delicious and rosy. Want the shrimp special? Siyu said, leaning in to kiss Gunyan's lips. He ate the shrimp flavor that remained on her lips. He then kissed her dominantly. The two would have been sitting together instead of facing each other. Gunyan was kissed by him so actively, domineeringly and tenderly that she instantly fell limp in his arms. Her hand, which had been placed there, fell. Well, Siyu suddenly muffled a grunt of pain and strangeness, but he didn't stop the kiss. Gunyan wrapped her arms around his waist. Ani. Siyejue's voice made Gunyan snap out of it. Ani. Siyu rasped and had to let go of her. She's trying to be on the spot. Gunyan, who was released, glanced down and glanced at her hand. Immediately, as if electrocuted, he retracted his hand. Eat, so hungry, Gunyan said, but also did not forget to glance at Siyu. So handsome. Sirius looked at her with that look in his eyes and listened to her again. A heart that is teased. Nightjord had an impulse to do so, but when he saw Gunyan burying her head in her food, he could only suppress it. He looked at her pale neck. I'm hungry too. Scorching gaze, looking at Gunyan's heart thumping. Woohoo! Why did she feel that Jen's hunger was not stomach hunger? The look in her eyes was on the verge of eating her to the bone. After eating, the two walked out of the restaurant and towards the parking lot. Nen, what's next? Gunyan was asked and stammered a little. Are you still okay? Siyu looked up quizzically. Gunyan unconsciously skimmed her eyes toward him before skimming her eyes again and looking at the sky. Shinlai said that you are still avoiding exercise. Siyu's voice was hoarse. There. 99 is late again because 99 is busy during the day. Wondering if I should change it to 9 p.m. next time? Will it be on time? Chapter 163, stopped. Gunyan heard him answer so quickly. A pretty face, really red about to drip blood. She didn't even know what to say to that. Siyu looked at her without saying anything and also felt abrupt. A heart, very uneasily poofing. Afraid that she would think he was too eager and only trying to figure out her body. That. Just now I was talking about what we go do next. Gunyan jerked her head up to look at him. Going to go find a place to sit or have some fun? Sirius looked at her expectantly. I'm not sleepy, the kind that can sit until dawn. Gunyan's face then turned even redder. Do it until dawn? He's too aggressive for that, isn't he? Don't you want to die? Siyu was even more disturbed. It's my first time, I don't understand. He really didn't know what all to do or where to go on a first date with a girl. He should have asked Shinlai more before he set off. Not so much now. So embarrassed. Gunyan muttered. It's my first time too. Both of them were sheepishly red-faced, and the conversation wasn't even on the same channel. The atmosphere was really warming up and the air was bubbling pink. Hey, what are you two yakking about over there? Come on over here. What at in the middle of the night? You want to be Ed? Come over here quickly. Let's see if I don't get you killed. Crude words shattered the pink bubble. Gunyan and C. Nightjord looked up and saw Wang Kolin standing in the parking lot, and had called 7 or 8 punks, armed with sticks, was screaming at them. The little bubble of warmth in the air was completely shattered by the sight of such a disgusting piece of cargo. This is coming to die. Gunyan narrowed her eyes. She's craving Jen's body. The result was an interruption that was determined not to be tolerated. Siyuju pulled Gunyan's hand. They did it on purpose. Wait for me here. I'll go over. This is still the territory of the romantic love restaurant. It's Young Chin's place. They're only there in the parking lot, so don't dare come over. He'll just go over there and fight alone. When Ani goes over, it's dangerous. Gunyan clasped her fingers with C. Nightjord. Let's go together. Itchy hands. Angry. Anyone who interrupts her love affair with Jen should be scrapped. C. Yejua looked down at Gunyan, then held her hand and walked over towards the parking lot together. The asshole had watched as the two men literally walked over to him. These two cuties, right? Walking over to get killed, knowing we're going to beat them up? Wang Kellen had been chased by the dog and was now covered in filth. Whether he's a cutie or not, get them for me. Especially that woman. So pretty. When I've slept enough, I'll let you guys have some fun too. He hasn't been this messed up since. Surprisingly, he was chased by a couple of teddies, chased away, and was also hugged by the teddies, with all sorts of tawdry maneuvers. Get that filth on his body. Disgusting. Today, if I don't sleep with this woman, I'm not a person. Wang Kellen said fiercely and spat the half-cigarette he was holding onto the ground. Siyugio brought Gunyan over and took all these words in. His face was as cold as frost, and his deep eyes seemed to be brewing a violent storm. He just stood there. Just Wang Kolin and the others. They felt a powerful aura. It also really feels like the best explanation for the word pomp and circumstance. Fear that made them subconsciously take a step back. However, seeing Gunyan standing beside this man, she was well-behaved and harmless, and smiling, simply looking down on them. The head of the assholes shouted at Lord Siyu, "White boy, get the hell out of here. We're targeting her." The man looks, well, kind of awesome. However, this woman seems harmless enough to capture. Chapter 164, the fairy wand comes in handy. Jagullo? Gunyan looked up at Siyu Jade, his body long and jade, a kingly aura, but also let people look at it all tremble. What kind of eyes does this have? To see such a bully, as a little white boy? Siyu Gio narrowed his eyes, a cold and chilling killing intent in his eyes. You're going to move her? A few simple words, but cold to the extreme, as if it were ice slush, falling into the heart. It made one shiver to hear it. Gunyan held Siju's arm and gloriously pouted and complained. Darling, that was him just now, asking me to hug him and kiss him and to let me sleep with him all night. I don't think I would have seen you if little Teddy hadn't looked at him and saved me just now. Sticky voice, this pouting and complaining, simply wants C. Nightjord's life. The mention of little Teddy was a disgrace to Colin Wang, being held by a dog, holding his leg, tie maneuver. It's embarrassing to talk about it. He stared hatefully at Siyu, little white boy, get lost or I'll even beat you up. We don't want a man, but we can sell you, a little white boy, to a rich woman for more money. The head of the gangster looked at Gunyan, beauty, if you are sensible, come over and kiss a few of your buddies now, and make your buddies comfortable at night. We won't get rough. The more arrogant they were, the chilling light in Siyeju's eyes, the colder it became. Siyujo turned sideways and placed his hand on Gunyan's neck. He gently took the necklace off. Will it work? Gunyan shook her head in a good and harmless manner. No, Siyugio gave a loam. Then watch. I'll show you once. Next time you fight a mad dog, don't use your hands. Yeah. Gunyan smiled innocently and harmlessly. Wang Kellen and a few jerks, looking at Lord Siyu holding a tiny fairy wand necklace, were listening to him. Ha ha ha. They all burst out laughing. A big man with a fairy wand and a little white boy? Sir Siyu raised his eyes coldly, and his hand pressed the switch on the fairy wand. The fairy wand, which was originally just for decoration, instantly turned into a small long stick. Nen, watch how to use a fairy wand properly. The words fell. Siyugio raised the thin stick in his hand. His figure flew, and he swiped up towards the head of the asshole. The head of the asshole smiled even more evil odor. Beauty, with what fairy wand? Ah, brother's rod, more can satisfy you. Aha. Before the asshole head could finish his sentence, he suffered a hard blow to his crotch, and his screams were very oozing. He felt that the bird died and the egg broke. Beat him up. The assholes raised their weapons in their hands and rushed towards Lord Siyuju's cold eyes. His body even exuded a regal murderous aura. He was very fast with the fairy wand in his hand. Ah, ah, ah. Each fall of Siyejuan's stick was accompanied by their miserable screams. Get me that woman. Wang Kellen also did not expect a little white man. So powerful. So target Gunyan's body. That woman's a good catch. Get him. The white boy won't dare make a move. Hearing that they were going to move Gunyan, Siyuju panicked. Ah Nyen. He had just turned his head when he saw that one of the assholes, behind Gunyan, had raised the iron bar in his hand and knocked it straight down. Sirius rushed up, obviously too late, and his heart stopped beating at once. Nuff. He rushed up to block with his body, but Gunyan's speed, however, was very fast, pulling away from Siyujua with one hand. Turning again, he delivered a vicious kick. Bang! The jerk, who was kicked 3 meters away, kicked and spit out a mouthful of blood mixer. Grass. What a bully softy. That's a ing Vajra kick, isn't it? Chapter 165, Tyranny. Gunyan clung to Siyuju's back, still smiling softly and harmlessly. Jen, make it quick. Don't waste a great spring day. Siyujo froze slightly, but the heart that was hanging in the air was finally put down. Good. Gunyan bent down and picked up the iron bar that the asshole had dropped on the ground. Siyu held the fairy wand that sparkled because of the diamonds. Gunyan was wearing a white dress, like a cold, snowy, proud plum, and immortal. And Sirius was wearing a black expensive suit, as if he was a Shura from the 9 hells. One black and one white. More like black and white. Give it to me. Wang Kellen roared. Still unafraid. Nightjord in Gunyan's eyes went cold, then quickly rushed out. Snap. Aha. Lord Siyu took the fairy wand and smacked it hard on the asshole's crotch. Dare to think of his ani. Then he'll make them cut off their children and grandchildren. For the rest of your life, don't ever use that thing again. Sito hit them specifically in the crotch of their pants. The assholes covered their crotches and wailed. Gunyan swung the iron rod and struck it down towards the particular location of their heads. Then the assholes, with a wail, rolled their eyes and passed out. In less than 2 minutes, 7 or 8 assholes, all covering their crotches, fainted and died on the ground. In the end, only Colin Wang remained. Wang Colin looked at the 2 men who were as fierce as the black and white twins, and his face turned white. You guys don't mess around. This is a society based on the rule of law. Feeling the man's hunting gaze, Wang Kellen was too scared to speak again and turned to run. However, he had only taken 1 step before he was hit in the calf by Siyu with a fairy wand. Viciously, with a thud, he fell to the ground. Big brother, spare your life. Big brother, spare your life. Wang Kellen looked up and was scared to death when he saw murderous intent bubbling in Siyejue's eyes. Big brother, let me go and I'll give you $1 million. Siyujio moved towards Wang Kellen, 1 step at a time, with a glittering fairy wand in his hand. At this moment, in his hands, it was like the scythe of death. Nen, turn around and cover your ears. His face was as cold as frost, but his voice was as gentle as water, simply because he was talking to Gunyan. He didn't want Gunyan to see his bloody and cruel side. Good. Gunyan threw away the iron bar in her hands and very obediently and nicely turned around, covering her ears. Nightjord glanced back and saw Gunyan do as she was told. He raised his lips in a doting smile, but this smile, in front of Wang Kellen, was like the smile of death. Makes him very fearful. Big brother. Only when he opened his mouth, Siyujio's foot had already stepped hard on Wang Kolin's knee. There was a click. Broken kneecap. Siyujio disliked him for shouting too loudly. It scared Nien. Lift your foot again. Step on his mouth and crush it. Woohoo! The teeth in his mouth, all of them fell out. Wang Colin fainted. No one can make Nin kneel, not even with his mouth, Siyujio said coldly, and then lifted his foot to trample Wang Kellen's other knee, which was also wasted. Wang Kellen, who had fainted, woke up again in pain, and then fainted again. Seo coldly loosened his feet, then took his cell phone and called Yang. He lowered his voice so that Gunyan wouldn't hear him. Romantic love restaurant parking lot, take care of it. Send them to jail, let the people inside. Serve them well. Don't you want to get high? Get in there and get them high. Nightjord hung up the phone and wiped his hands on his clothes before walking behind Gunyan. His warm hand, covering Gunyan's eyes, was as gentle as water. Okay, let's go. This appearance. How could there be any of the murderous look from a moment ago? Chapter 166, Pink Bubbles of Love. Gunyan also replied gently. Good. Seo covered Gunyan's eyes and led her toward the car. The eyes couldn't see, so they just followed Seo like that. Wholehearted trust. Seo helped Gunyan into the car, still covering her eyes. He rolled the knot in his throat as he looked at her red and still slightly swollen lips. Then he leaned over and kissed her on the lips before letting go. Don't open your eyes. He didn't want her to see that crap. Gunyan, good. Nightjord sat in the car and leaned over to tie Gunyan's seatbelt again. Just when the seatbelt fell on Gunyan and he was about to buckle it, just realized that the seatbelt strangled Gunyan's two lumps out. And, because she was wearing a V-neck dress, this way the collar went down a bit. Sirius then saw under her neck the snowy white skin, as well as those two eye-catching two snowballs. Very tasty. Gulp. Seo couldn't help but watch, rolling the knot in his throat, wanting to take a bite. Thinking like this, his brain, he has been unable to control his head down toward the snow white. Although Gunyan's eyes were closed, Seo's breathing was getting closer and closer. She also couldn't help but hold her breath, a heart that couldn't help but thump. Where is he kissing? So nervous, she was about to lose her breath. Aha, it feels like ages. Why hasn't he kissed down? Where the hell is he going to kiss? Gunyan was nervous, excited, and a little bit expectant, her hormones soaring to the sky, especially with your eyes closed. You can't see, you can only feel. The mystery and the excitement made her about to stop breathing. Seo's lips, too, were getting closer and closer, and his heart was about to stop, and he held his breath, pressing his lips down a little, right down to the lips and flesh. Just 0.01 cm. Drop. The sound of a car horn came from the side. Seo instantly sobered up, and his lips accidentally brushed against Gunyan's skin. It was only for a moment, but Gunyan still had a small face that burst into red. Seo was even more like he had been caught, sitting up straight violently, an icy face, prancing, also bursting into red. Go to. Where to? Surprisingly, he couldn't control himself. What did he just do to Nim? It's too much of a rush. Will Nim think he's too much of a beast? Gunyan grabbed the seatbelt herself and fastened it. Go to my house. Not your house. Casually, she stammered, always feeling like the answer was all wrong. It was as if she invited him what he should do. Seo heard the sound of a car honking its horn, put away those charming New York thoughts, and started the car in annoyance. He looked in the rearview mirror and saw the license plate number of the car that was slowly pulling out. He didn't want, ever again, to see this car, this license plate number, and this honking driver, because of that little bit of gluttony for each other's bodies that he knew by heart just now. On the way, neither of them spoke. Seo was very straight and drove the car to the Royal Water Bay. Nen, want to take you home? Gunyan seemed to be able to guess what this big straight man was going to say and hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt to get out of the car. I'm going to go check on the little boy and take a shower. As Seo looked at Gunyan's small figure running towards home, his pair of deep eyes couldn't help but light up with anticipation. Gunyan blushed and ran, almost bumping into someone. A look up startled her. OMG. This person wearing a pink bunny outfit with two pink bunny ears seems to be Lai. Chapter 167, Leave them alone. Lai was running when he looked up and saw Gunyan. I'll go. When she looked up again, she saw that Lord Seo was also behind her. Lai directly raised his hand and covered the two pink rabbit ears on his head. As soon as he turned around, he saw that Yang had already caught up with him. Ha ha ha, Chin beast, you have no place to run away. Yang grabbed Lai and looked up to see the two people standing in the doorway, and the voices behind them all faded away. Gunyan stood in the doorway, looking at Yang grabbing Lai's waist and then looking at Lai's costume. You guys, this is. Yang hurriedly let go of his hand and explained. MS. Gu, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. Lai, think what you want. She doesn't think anything. Gunyan's gaze was on them, looking back and forth. I hadn't thought about it, but now I kind of have an idea. Sirius frowned at them. What are you doing? Don't do that. What if Nim misunderstands and he does too? Gunyan grabbed Seoju's hand. Let's go. It seems like we're disturbing them. Lai was still covering both ears on his head. No, it's not what you think. Lai anxiously explained. I thought you guys went on a date and didn't come back at night. So, it's explained. And it's getting messy. Yang kicked him. Third master. Miss Gu. It was Lai who bet me that Mess Gu went to the airport as a runaway and wouldn't come back. Gu Nian, who was about to leave, turned around and looked at them. Bat? Yang hurriedly nodded his head. Lai bets that Miss Gu definitely ran away and won't come back. If you come back, he'll wear a rabbit costume and change his name to Qin Beast. Lai covers the rabbit ears on his head. He will, in future, never bet again even if he dies. Yang, for the sake of image, he killed himself not to wear it. So I said I'd tell the third master to go to the forensic team. Then he tried to wear it while the third master was away. In short, it was Lai who accidentally bought the pink bunny outfit. When he tried to stuff it back and buy it again, he was grabbed back by Yang. Upon his return, under Yang's coercion, he took advantage of Master San's absence to wear a rabbit costume. Then, he was magnificently caught red-handed. The image of manhood collapsed in an instant. Gunyan looked Lai up and down. Previously, I didn't realize that you guys had a leg up. In a previous life, at the Sentinel, aside from Lord Ce, the ones she dealt with the most were Lai and Yang, because she was often a death wish and was sick for 3 days. Lai was responsible for treating her. Yang is in charge of running errands. In his previous life, Lai was the one who often wore a white coat and had a very high and cold temperament. It gave the impression of being able to pull a scalpel out of his pocket and kill someone at any time. And then there's Yang who has the standard sex work face and looks mousy and honest. How does this look? They're both big straight men. I didn't realize that the two were so good at playing in private. Lai laughed. If I have an affair with a ghost, I won't have an affair with him either. Yang's standard smile. I have a favorite girl. Miss Gu don't make up stories. Oh, Gu Guinian, this means oh so much. Ju saw that Gu Nian was interested in them. It's late. Go to bed early. Nen, let's not disturb them. Ju pulled Gu Nian upstairs. Yang replied in standard style. Third master, it's not even 10 o'clock yet. You're meant to work 12. Lai shouted at their backs. Don't drive, third master, because you're going to do strenuous exercise. Chapter 168, Two people who want to do bad things in the dark of night and in the wind. Ju's hand holding Gunyan's tightened slightly. He didn't look back. Don't you change your clothes at night? Keep watch outside or... The latter words weren't said, and Lai knew that it was another threat of an autopsy by the forensic team. He gritted his teeth at the release, the rabbit ears on his head standing up. Ju. You have heterosexuality but no humanity. If you have the ability, don't take personal revenge. Ju slightly sidestepped his head. His afterglow coldly swept him a glance. Not convinced? Lai, who had been arrogant a moment ago, was instantly shocked by Nightjord's coldness and hung his head. He was just about to convince and looked up at Gunyan. Guinian. Gunyan yawned. Ju. I'm so sleepy. Ju led Gunyan into the room and closed the door with a bang. Lai, who failed in his plea. These two. They did it on purpose, didn't they? It's simply a personal vendetta. Yang bloated from the sidelines. Are you going to the forensic team for an autopsy? Or are you standing guard dressed like this? Lai pulled him. It says stand guard but doesn't say where. I'll go stand in your room. Don't. It will be misunderstood. Lai, mistake my ass. I'm a straight man. Then it's better to go stand guard at the doghouse than at my place. Also, it won't disturb those two upstairs, who want to do bad things at night. The two men in the upstairs room. The moment the door closed, even the hand that held it, was hot. In just a moment, it felt like both of their palms were sweating. Bang, bang, bang. Both of their hearts raced and their faces flushed. Silent room. Warm yellow light. It was getting warmer and warmer with the breathing of both of them. Ju looked down at Gunyan. She seemed to be very nervous. Good-looking lips, is pursed to and fro. That little tongue, it even reached out and licked the lips. Sirius looked straight ahead. Nien. Gunyan was also nervous. What's doing? You wanted to ask, can I kiss you? But then I thought about what she said that time. Ju then leaned over and pressed Gunyan against the wall before raising his hand for a wallop. Gunyan looked up at him with a pair of large, watery eyes, as if they could speak. I want to kiss you. Ju quickly finished, quickly lowered his head, and kissed Gunyan's lips. Gunyan stiffened slightly, then raised her arms around Ju's neck and slowly responded to his kiss. The atmosphere was just right for a war of words. Ju's hand reached for the zipper on Gunyan's back skirt. Gunyan took off Ju's jacket before lifting her hand to undo his buttons. The two fell under the covers. Princess, your favorite little brother is calling. The sudden ringing of an incoming call brought both men instantly to their senses. Guinness, what is she going to do at this point? Whatever. It looked like she wasn't reserved enough. Two-bit. She was craving Jen's body. Cold air bubbled up from Ju's body. He really hated it, and smashed the cell phone. Gu Guin didn't want to care, but the ringing was too loud and insistent. Siyu got out of bed, picked up the cell phone from the floor, and handed it to Gunyan. It's your little brother. At this point, it would be a good idea to call a brother-in-law. Will he die of fright? Gu Xiaojun sat in Gunyan's room. The 5 older brothers have been told 1,000 times that they have to see that you arrive home at 10 o'clock. It's going to be out there after 10, and I have to stay with it. Gu Xiaojun said, I've already pleaded for you. There's still half an hour left before the brothers send out the group video. Prevent the wild men outside from marching the Gu family's little princess. Chapter 169, Sir C is too provocative. Gunyan turned her head sideways and looked at Siyujio, who had his collar open. Well, what a wild man. Gu Xiaoyu, Xiao Nian Nian. Half an hour. Come back quickly, or I'll pick you up. Gu Nianqing took a deep breath. No, I'll be right back. Okay. Gu Xiaoyi hung up the phone numbly. Gunyan looked up at Siyuju. My brother told me to go home. Siyuju looked at Gunyan. Her back zipper, already unzipped. Butterfly back. Very white skin, like it glows. I'll take you home. Siyujio suppressed the thoughts in his mind and reached out to put the zipper, slowly pulling it up. Gunyan straightened her back, and the sound of the zipper, at this time, had a warm sound. Siyujio again from the ground, picked up the high heels. He knelt down on one knee, then took Gunyan's feet, lifted them up, and gently and reverently helped her put on her shoes. Gunyan looked down at his pious appearance, looking half evil toward her. It's come to this, she's so unattractive to him? Lord Zell. Gunyan puffed out her cheeks and shouted with a bit of exasperation. Siyujio looked up at Gunyan. You don't like me? Siyujio's hand, which was helping her put on her shoes, gave a slight start. No, why do you ask? Humph, you don't even feel anything for me. At this point, and, Gunyan huffed and puffed her other foot, which was still unshod, towards C. Nightjord's center, stretching it over. Hiss. C. Nightjord held Gunyan's small feet. Nyen, don't challenge me. His bottom line, his control, in front of her, is again strong, yet vulnerable. Gunyan blushed and slowly put her foot back. Siyujio held down her little feet before slowly helping her put on her high heels. He stood up and lowered his head to tower over her, looking at her with aggression. Nen, foot test, still satisfied? Gunyan was seated. Her gaze lifted a little and saw what she shouldn't have seen, so Gunyan blushed and averted her eyes. Siyuju hit the cross and picked Gunyan up. Even more aggressive, or are you not satisfied with my performance just now? His eyes, too aggressive, and his scent, it surrounded her. Gunyan gently pushed him. I want to go home. My brother wants to check in. Aha! The domineering and lustful Siyu was simply too much of a tease for her. It was hurting her, so she wanted to pounce on him. You don't be such a wolf. I like you to tit a little. Gunyan grabbed his clothes with her small hands and looked up at him with blinking eyes, only to find him blushing as if he was going to drip blood. Ha ha ha. Gunyan thought how much of a wolf he was. As a result, he had used such a red face to say such domineering, teasing words to her. The contrast is so cute, too. Siyuju gritted his teeth a bit. Nyen. Gunyan buried her head in his arms. I'm not laughing anymore. Go home. Go home. She'd take her time with the conditioning later when she had time. Siyu Jennifer looked at her buried in his arms and laughed. Really? He sighed helplessly and favorably. Laugh if you want to. Don't hold it in. Gunyan muffled. You're the one who's suffocating, aren't you? She's ahead. Felt it with her feet. Nyen. Siyu Jia had gritted his teeth a bit. She really challenged his patience again and again. On the contrary, he was eating her up and couldn't bring himself to hurt her. But, she waited. The day he gets to eat it, let her know how scary it really is to hold back a man. Chapter 170, Don't you know you need a kiss? Sir Siyu sent Gunyan back next door to the Gu family. I'm going home. Drive slowly. Gunyan blinked her eyes as she looked at Siyu Ju, full of reluctance. Siyu gave a low The air was a little quiet. Siyu Ju looked sideways at Gunyan and saw that she hadn't gotten out of the car yet. What's wrong? Gunyan looked blearily at Siyu Ju, but just didn't get out of the car. Siyu was looked at with a puzzled look on his face. Gunyan grunted. Is that all you've got? Can't we have a separate kiss? Siyu Ju thought for a moment, then got out of the car and opened the door for Gunyan in a very gentlemanly manner. Gunyan was depressed for a moment, then got out of the car. Still, she didn't leave, but looked up at Lord Siyu. Under the streetlight, the two men looked deep into each other's eyes. The atmosphere, all warmed up to an extreme. Lord Siyu. Gunyan finally huffed and kicked him lightly. Exasperated, she asked, It's at the door and you don't know you need a kiss? Idle romance. It's all about delivering to the door. All about a kiss, and a goodnight kiss. How did you? Before Gunyan could finish her sentence, she was pressed against the car by Siyiju, who then leaned down to kiss her. the moment she was about to kiss. Gu Nian's cell phone rang. Little princess's favorite little brother, calling. The moment they were about to kiss, they were instantly shocked into separating the two. That look, like you've been caught by a parent. Gu Nian raised her head to look at Sir Knight, then stood on her tiptoes and quickly placed a kiss on his lips. Good night, think of me. After kissing, Gu Nian turned around and ran away. Sirius raised his hand and touched his lips, then lowered his eyes and laughed softly. Miss you. Ju looked up, looking at Gu Nian's bouncing little figure, the smile on his face getting brighter and brighter. As long as Nian was willing to be by his side, it didn't matter if he held it in for the rest of his life. He's willing. Gu Nian ran to the door and turned around to see that Nightjord was still there. She raised her hand and sent him a flying kiss. Ju's heart moved slightly as he looked at her bright appearance. Well, he didn't want to hold back if she was willing. Gu Nian. From the balcony on the second floor, the roar of Gu Xiaojun came out. Gu Nian was so scared that she almost hit the door. Back. Ju raised his eyebrows slightly. Brother-in-law, a bit idle. If my brother-in-law is busy, he won't have time to care what time Nin gets home, right? Gu Xiaoyi held his cell phone. Why don't you pick up the video quickly? Your little brother, I've already been scolded hundreds of times. Pick up immediately. It was the group video that big brother Gu Chang had posted in the group. As soon as Gu Nian picked up, she heard the words of several of her brothers one by one. I told you to take care of Nian. And it's almost 11 o'clock and you're still not home? How are you being a little brother? Is your skin itching for a beating? Don't just blame it all on little six. You should control Nian a bit. It's not good if she learns from others. Xiaolu, come back, must have a good talk. If you don't listen, then you have to beat. Gu Nian smiled and spoke. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother. Shout over one by one. No one should be left behind. She's too hard to rain on the parade. Fourth brother Gu Yuting coughed lightly and said, I just said I'd beat up your little brother, so help me talk about him. Sango was also a bit uncomfortable. Keep an eye on your little brother. Don't let him learn from the wrong people. How dare you talk about her and hit her in front of Nian? Would this give Nin a feeling that they weren't good brothers? Can this brotherhood be preserved? Chapter 171. Master Gu was busy all night. Gu Nian smiled and nodded her head. Very good, okay. Fourth brother. Gu Chang, your little brother is a star. Pay attention to the image. From now on, at 10 o'clock at night, you have to watch him go home. You can't just stay out. Got it? Master Gu. Obviously it was agreed that Nian would be home at 10 o'clock. You later 10 o'clock. Remember to let him in your room. You two take a selfie and send it to the group. Boys are also dangerous nowadays. So yeah, when you go out drinking, make sure you check in with your parents and have a family member with you. Girls nowadays, they're very intentional. So if there's an odd woman around your little brother, make sure you report it, okay? Gu Nian's eyes narrowed with laughter as she listened to these words. Yes, I will help you discipline your little brother. The 5 older brothers asked Master Gu in unison. Do you hear me? Pipe up. Be obedient. In the face of the 5 brothers who are pointing and cursing, Gu Xiaoyi silently takes the blame. Got it. I'll be sure to take pictures in Nian's room and send them to the group. I'll be sure to check in with you guys when I drink. Wouldn't let the odd one show up with something to show for. Looking at the well-behaved Gu Nian, the 5 brothers were satisfied. Tell my brother if you're short of money. Get busy. Good night. Gu Nian good-naturedly squinted and smiled. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, good night. Shouting it all in one breath without taking a breath. The 5 brothers said good night and hung up the video as well. The whole time, nothing happened to Master Gu. Gu Xiaojun watched the video hang up and grunted as he looked at Gu Nian. Do you understand what your brothers are saying? What to watch over him? Obviously watch over Nian. But one by one, all of them were afraid of being hated by Nian, so they all pointed at him. I'm the one who took the fall for you. Gu Nian looked at him with raised eyebrows. Maybe you were a turtle in your previous life. Gu grinded his teeth. Xiao Nian. Gu Nian stepped forward and took his arm. Well, it's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Gu looked down at her. Where have you been? So late? Gu Nian blinked. Just go out shopping. Look at beautiful women. Not looking at dudes? Gu Xiaojun obviously didn't believe it. Gu Nian smiled sweetly. Is more handsome than my little brother? If you want to see a handsome man, of course you should go home to see him. Gu Xiaojun was coaxed well and was in a beautiful mood. Okay, go to bed and be home on time later. Gu and I nodded with a Good night, little brother. Gu was just about to leave when the phone rang. It was the agent, Kim, who called. Little Jean, what's the matter so late? I'm at home with the little princess. I don't have time. Gu suddenly paused. What? Now I have to go catch a commercial. No way. It's already 11 o'clock. Gu Nian looked up at Gu Xiaoyi. blinking her eyes. Gu Xiaojun finished hanging up the phone and ran to Gu Nian again. You be good and go to bed. You're not allowed to leave anymore. I'm going to catch a notice here. I won't be home at night. Gu Nian. What kind of Thai company is this? To shoot a commercial so late at night. It's too bad. You tell me what company, and I'll help you bully it back later. Make him go bankrupt. It's so bad to ask little brother to go to a commercial this late at night. C's group suddenly called. There is an advertisement for me to shoot. Not only money, but also the name. The opportunity is rare. I went With that, Master Gu hurried away and closed the door. Soon, however, he opened the door again and popped his head in. Well, letting C's group go bankrupt. Nian Nian, you really know how to brag. Chapter 172. I'm going up now to let you kiss and eat? Gu Nian froze a bit. C's group. It's not Cuyu's personal vendetta, is it? Thinking of this possibility, Gu Nian flopped down on her bed, clutching her cell phone to send a message to Ciyu Ju. I've only been home for a while, and my little brother was called by your company to shoot a commercial. Tell me, are you behind this? A personal vendetta? Ciyu Ju sat in the car and replied to the message without blushing. I don't know. Why don't I call now and ask him to shoot tomorrow? Brother-in-law is too idle. Keep him busy and he can still make some money to spend on Nim. It's not a bad feeling to have this money. Left pocket into right pocket. CC Nian Nian. At first I thought which broken company, but also said that bullying my little brother intends to let you buy it. I did not think it was your family. Read, although it is not bankruptcy, my person is yours, and the company's property is naturally yours. Although it was just a message, Gu Nian could imagine how titillated Ciyu Jiu was when he said it. CC Nian Nian, ow. It's so titillating. I want to hug you, kiss you hard, and then eat you up. Sirius looked at the message and was silent for a moment. He replied to the message one word at a time. Why don't I go up there now and let you kiss and eat? Just after Ciyu Ju replied to the message, he saw the door to the Gu family home open and a tawdry red sports car drive out. It's Master Gu. Sirius narrowed his eyes slightly, then started the car and drove away silently. Gu Nian, who was in the room, looked at the message and flinched slightly. I don't suppose he's gone yet, is he? Gu Nian hurried to the balcony and looked next door. There was no longer a car. He must have just set it off the top of his head, and he should be almost home by now. That's quite a tease. Thinking that he was driving and couldn't send messages to distract him, Gu Nian went to take a shower. After taking a shower and coming out to send a good night to Lord Ciyu, she went to bed. Twitter. Early in the morning, Gu Nian was woken up by the two little sparrows. On the balcony, two little sparrows, gossiping about the animal kingdom. Good morning Nyan-san. Karika, did we wake you? Chatter. Gu Nian stretched and took her cell phone to send a voice to C. Nightjord. Good morning, darling. Putting down his cell phone, he hooked his hand towards the two little sparrows. The two little sparrows then chirped and flew over, one on each side landing on Gu Nian's shoulder. So early, didn't even show up yesterday. Little sparrow, we're too noisy. Sorry to come and disturb Sister Nian Nian. Carrick, we came in this morning and heard talking downstairs. Chattering. Gu Nian raised her eyebrows. Is that what Zhou Chen and the others said? Yesterday they were quiet in the morning of the week and didn't hang out in front of her. It's possible. I was abused 2 days ago. Yeah. I heard them say they're going to let you go to the Gu branch. Carrie, looks like Shadowmist Manufacturing, parachuted in as general manager. Chatter. Shadowmist Manufacturing Company is a scrub brand, 10 years old and used to be a big brand, but with the introduction of various big names from overseas, Shadowmind is just behind, and sticks to homegrown and whatnot and doesn't do too many additives, so it's moribund right now, so close to declaring bankruptcy. Going to be this GM would be the same as not having one. Last year, after Zhou Chen became the chairman of the Gu Group, he announced that his subsidiary, Shadow Charm, had gone bankrupt and was sold to the Zhou family at a cheap price of $1 million. But then the push for domestic production, the Shadow Charm company turned out to be the #1 brand of skincare products. A big bang. It puts the Chow family among the rich and famous. I heard that Zhou Chen say that he's going to make you for a month, pulling sales of $10 million for Shadow Charm, so that there's a reason not to let you review the clan. Chatter. The two little sparrows, twittering one bird at a time, took Zhou Chen's plot and spelled it out. Chapter 173, Defeated in the Morning. Gu Nian smiled when she thought about the subsequent firestorm of Shadow Charm. Okay, I'll go. Trying to get rid of her with a subsidiary? Then she'll make them regret it. By the way, how are Wen-Yi and the others doing? It was exciting to play yesterday. Didn't see home. Went to the hospital. Got sick. Kirikou. Those two old ones, they're trembling when they walk now, and they're dizzy when they ride in the car. Pretty miserable. Chortle. Gu Nian smiled with a soothing smile as she listened to the two little sparrows finish talking about Wen-Yi and their misery. The two little sparrows finished their report and flew away. Anyway, it's fine. Give Nian Nian's sister search for some ways to get rich. When Gu Nian went downstairs, Zhou Chen and the others were eating. Wang Yalan glanced at her and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Such a big person, still getting up so late. No wonder you'll be withdrawn from marriage. If you are so lazy, no man will want you in the future." Gu Nian came downstairs and just happened to walk behind her when she heard this. So, she raised her hand and pushed Wang Yalan's head down. Bang! Wang Yalan's face, then, was buried in a plate filled with bread and ketchup. You, aha! Gu Nian held down her head and didn't let go. "You can't even plug your mouth with dinner, so next time you'll eat." The words fell loose. Wang Yalan looked up, her face smeared with ketchup. The makeup, carefully applied, had been messed up, making her look like a ghost. Wang Yalan looked up and glared angrily at Gu Nian, who had taken a seat on the opposite side of the room, and growled outright, "There are you so when the younger generation? Men are not as rude as you. Move your hands." Ah! Before the words were finished, Wang Yalan screamed and stood up. Gu Nian took the spilled glass of milk and put it down. "What if you like to bark? I can ask Dogsy to accompany you." Woof woof! Dogsy, who had just gone out to sneak around and come back, heard Gu Nian's voice and immediately ran in. "What's the mission again, Sister Nian?" Woof woof! Wang Yalan's arrogance at the sight of this amusing yet ferocious era was instantly abashed. "The face is wimpy, but it's being held down and splashed all over the place in the morning. The fire in this body, that was rising up, could not be vented out yet." Wang Yalan only felt that she was about to die of suffocation. "Mind your daughter, I'm not eating." Wang Yalan huffed and turned to go upstairs. She was already satiated by Gu Nian. Woof woof! Dogsy rushed up the stairs to Wang Yalan to give a bark, barking quite fiercely. Ah! Wang Yalan was so shocked that she stepped on her foot and fell down with a snap. Her chin knocked on the step. "It hurts, my mouth." "Ah, Gu Guinness you raise." Before she could finish her sentence, Dogsy had already run to the bottom of the steps, crouched and sat down, tilting his head and barking at Wang Yalan. "Woof woof! If you want to say something bad about Sister Nian again, I'll bite you to death. Bite your big ass." Wang Yalan didn't dare to say anything more when she heard Dogsy shout. She touched her mouth and it was full of blood and an incisor that was surprisingly loose. "Now!" Wang Yalan broke down and cried out. "Ah! What's all this in the morning?" It was all Gu Nian's fault. From the moment she came back, this family had never had any peace. Gu Nian shouted at the kitchen, "Add 2 chicken legs for the second dog. Good job." Wang Yalan then broke down even more and shouted at Zhou Chen, "Don't you care about her? It's not like you're born with a mom and raised without a dad." Zhou Chen flipped through the newspaper. "If you don't talk about her, it'll be fine." Gu Nian wasn't the same as before, and he didn't want to mess with it now. There's no need for this kind of fighting, not to mention it's his daughter. So as long as she doesn't rob the Gu family's property, he can leave it alone. At least, he needed to please Gu Nian before he got the Gu family property. Chapter 174. Please, eating all morning and getting yelled at by my own husband. Wang Yalan broke down and ran upstairs crying. Gu Nian took the milk brought up by the maid and gracefully drank it. Zhou Chen put down his fork and looked at Gu Nian. "In the future, you let her be. If she bullies you, talk to dad." Gu Nian didn't look up and gave a faint "oh, no good intentions. I really wanted to protect her." Just now when Wang Yalan opened her mouth. "Hypocrisy. You're 19, you graduated from vocational school, and you didn't go to college." Zhou Chen looked up at her. "Why don't I spend the money and buy you a school to go to?" Gu Nian refused. "No, not interested. I want to work at Gu Group. I have a lot of shares in the Gu Group, barely parachuting in as a president. What do you think?" When this was asked, Zhou Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth. "That's too greedy and presidential. You don't have that degree. People in the company aren't convinced, and the company isn't doing particularly well right now." Zhou Chen said a whole lot, then looked at Gu Nian. "Phantom Company is good, and it's a wash manufacturing. You go try it first. How about a small secretary?" Gu Nian didn't raise her head, just frowned. "The president of the head office and the small secretary of a subsidiary. That's too big a gap, isn't it?" Zhou Chen was quite speechless. "The department manager then, right?" Gu Nian still refused. "No, just the president of the head office." Zhou Chen didn't speak any further step by step. "Then the general manager of Phantom Company. Right. You want to parachute in the president of the head office and you need a board meeting. Surely you won't agree." The position of Phantom's general manager was something I had a night of meetings to get them to agree to. Gu Nian didn't even lift her head, and very decisively refused. "No, I want the president of the head office." Zhou Chen felt a headache. Nian, don't be capricious. This is a good opportunity. When you make a performance, you can go back to the head office. Dad is also looking out for you. If you don't want to, then I'll have to let your sister go quietly. Gu Guinian, then let her go. Zhou Chen was really angry and about to explode. "It's so uninformed. a vocational high school graduate. It's hard enough to be a secretary. Give her the job of general manager. And you still don't want to go? I don't know what's going on. Jo-chin took a deep breath. Your sister is a star. No time. You. Gunyan finally looked up at him. If you want me to go to Shadow Charm as the general manager, then beg me to go, or I'll go to the head office as the president. She took a sip of milk. My 6 brothers also have shares, and they're sure to make me president. Jo-chen, your greatness. Your 6 brothers' shares and yours add up to almost chairman of the board. Good daughter. Let's say dad begs you to go to Shadow Charm to work out, and come back to take over the Goo Group when you have a track record. How about that? Gunyan looked up at him with a blink. You begged me? Jo-chen nodded his head heavily. Well, dad begged you. Dad is also so well-intentioned for you to take over the Goo Group. Then say 3 times I beg you, and I'll reluctantly go for a bit. Gunyan was a bit embarrassed. Jo-chen really wanted to hammer her to death when he saw her doing this, but he could only grit his teeth. Nyen. Dad begs you to become the general manager of Phantom Company. Please. Gunyan reluctantly nodded her head, then asked, You're begging me so much to become the general manager. It seems like your intentions are impure? I kind of don't want to go again. Jo-chen, who had just finished begging, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What else do you want? She should have been the one begging him to join the company. How come it became him begging her instead? Finally finished writing. My heart is so tired. Jojo is almost tired of crying. Do you like to read it, Kokonai? There are so few comments and so little urging. I don't even have the motivation to write anymore. Chapter 175. Being sold and still laughing and counting the money for me. Gunyan narrowed her eyes and smiled. In this case, transfer all of your and Zhou Lujing's shares of Shadow Charm to me, and I'll go. You want this company? Jo-chen could sort of see it. Gunyan nodded her head. Yeah, practicing. Shadow Charm Company. I'm going to be without you and without Zhou Lujing's shares. I don't like making money for illegitimate children. Jo-chen looked at Gunyan, pondering. Shadow Charm is about to go bankrupt. And now, let alone making money, it's already lucky not to lose money. It's gotten to the point where it's a struggle. It's not impossible to let Gunyan have it, and if she ran this company and couldn't make ends meet, wouldn't Gu Chang have to give her money? In this way, Gu Chang's company, too, could not get up. Gunyan would then have one less person to rely on. Jo-chen wanted to give painfully, but still as a difficult, the share is not my. Gunyan regretfully interrupted him. Since I can't, I'll have to go to the head office to become president. Bossy female president, yeah? Think about it, really awesome. I'm going to hire a lot of bodyguards, have meetings every day to do business, and fly a helicopter to work every day. Jo-chen. What a dream. Jo-chen gritted his teeth. Alright, then we'll go to Shadow Charm to hold a board meeting right now. But still, you'll have to make achievements first. It's just an empty shell anyway. Let her go lose money. And he just gave it to a company to appear how generous he is and what a good father he is. It would do him 100%. No harm. Sure enough, she's just a little grumpy and violent. This brain, it's still underdeveloped. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Shadowmust held a board meeting. Jo-chen brought his lawyer with him. The documents that had already been drawn up. The board meeting today was notified half an hour ago. It's just that my youngest daughter just came back and needs her career to get started. So I'm going to give Shadow Charm to her and let her run and manage it. Does everyone have any opinions? Gunyan sat in the first seat on the left, and she raised her eyes to look at one of the wilting directors. It seemed that Shadowmust was indeed hopeless in their eyes. So, dead weight and unwilling to even argue about it. It should be. Jo-chen said hello, right? No comment, but with the current situation of the company, although we won't withdraw our shares, we also don't want to invest any more money. MS. Gu is willing to take this plate? Zhou Lujing was sickly and full of cynicism as she glared at Gunyan. Shadow Charm is not a big company, but it's also a 10-year-old brand, and it's currently profitable. What if Gunyan comes to run it? What if it loses money and goes out of business? Jo-chen deliberately shouted in a deep voice. Jing, trust your sister's strength. Zhou Lujing hummed. What strength does she have? Graduated from a vocational high school. It seems like she's still paid to have a diploma. Can someone like that manage the company? This is a deliberate provocation. Gunyan twirled the pen in her hand and looked at Zhou Lujing with a raised eyebrow. What if I run the company right? She accepts this provocation and will hit it back hard in the face. Zhou Lujing gave a ha. What if you can't manage it? Gunyan knew what answer she wanted and returned it with a narrow-eyed smile. How about if I can't manage Shadow Charm and let the company go bankrupt? Then I don't want 15% of Gu Group's shares? This was what Jo-chen and Zhou Lujing wanted. All of them couldn't help but breathe a little sharply when they heard that. Cootie. A company on the verge of bankruptcy, even if it can be turned around, it can't be saved. She's taking the shares and hand-delivering them to them. What a way to be sold and still be happy to count the money for others. Chapter 176, How old is this? So you hit her? The little cutie that was sent to the door. That Zhou Lu Jing was impatient to respond. Well, that's what you said. We didn't force you and lie to you. Hearing this, Zhou Chen couldn't even help but pull the corners of his mouth. It's not like that. It's just a case of no silver in the ground. Gunyan smiled and nodded. And what if I manage it well, and still let Shadow Charm make money? Zhou Lu Jing stood up. Then I'll give you the shares of the Gu Group. To you, and hold a citywide media conference to loudly call you auntie 3 times. Shadowmust, will be bankrupt in less than a month. Gunyan was asking for her own death. Gunyan narrowed her eyes and looked at her with a smile. There's no need for an auntie. It's too old. Or you can scratch your head in front of her and learn to bark like a dog a few times. You. Zhou Lu Jing was just about to lose her temper, but she still painfully responded. Good, but add one more condition, which is that you don't manage the company well. You move out from the house, and there's also the Gu Group to be. Zhou Chen interrupted her in a hushed voice. Alright, all sisters, what's the point of all this saber rattling? Dad. Zhou Lu Jing looked up and glared at him. This time, it was a chance to give Gunyan a military order, and they had more reason to change the Gu Group to the Zhou Group. Zhou Chen raised his head and spoke irresistibly. That's it, she's your sister. Don't go too far. Isn't that silly? It's one thing to have their minds made clear. It's another to say it yourself. Zhou Lu Jing glared at Gunyan in anger before sitting down angrily. Zhou Chen raised his head and looked lovingly at Gunyan. Your sister is a little competitive. Don't take offense. Gunyan faintly interrupted him. Seeing as it's weird, do you just hit her? Zhou Chen choked and didn't say this again. Since it's all been negotiated, sign the contract. The company is yours, but you have to start as the general manager. This airborne position, it's already high. It's just a company that's about to go bankrupt. The position of general manager is just as good. The contract went through director after director, confirmed and signed. Finally, it was Gunyan's turn again. Gunyan wasn't in a hurry to sign, but also looked at it carefully. Zhou Lu Jing rolled her eyes in contempt as she looked at her posturing. I think you studied design in vocational high school. Can you read contracts? Gunyan didn't raise her head. Don't forget that my third brother is a barrister. That's your third brother, not you. Zhou Lu Jing also gritted her teeth in hatred when she thought of these 6 brothers of hers. What a guy. If they weren't rich and handsome, she didn't even bother to look at it more than once. But those assholes, they abused her without any mercy at all. Gwen read the terms and everything seemed fine, but there was one clause that was interesting. The terms of Article 78, it means that I have to make 70% more profit than I do now within 30 days in order for me to get Zhou Chen and Zhou Lu Jing's shares and become the chairman of the board, right? This clause means that if she runs the company during the month, but does not reach 70% profitability, the shares would still be Zhou Chen's and Zhou Lu Jing's and have nothing to do with her. If it was not run well and not profitable, then she would have lost her shares in Gu. Left and right were favorable to Zhou Chen and the others, while it was all a loss for her. A company on the verge of bankruptcy has managed to keep its hand in. This Zhou Chen really knows how to plan, but alas, he didn't know that Shadowmust could come back at a profit. 80%. I'd love to see the look on his face when he gets slapped hard in the face and regrets it. It must be quite wonderful. Chapter 177, I prefer to break bones. Zhou Chen glanced at her and slowly nodded his head. It was a board discussion that led to this decision. After all, you don't have the experience or the degree in this field, and we don't assume the failure of your business management. Hence the clause. It's hard as hell to make 70% back in 30 days and still be profitable. She could never do it. Gunyan let out a long no. Zhou Chen said, it's when everyone pays you to play in the company for a month, and the loss is ours and the gain is yours. This was said as if Gunyan had taken a big advantage. Gunyan pretended to be silly and nodded. Sounds good. 70% is a small amount. Zhou Chen et al. What a cutie. Was sold and didn't even know it. Gunyan looked up at Zhou Chen. Although I'm quite amused by this. But Dad, you remember how you begged me at home, right? Zhou Chen felt the gazes of the various directors fall on him and nodded with difficulty. Then you beg 3 more times, and I'll sign and come here and have some fun. Gunyan narrowed her eyes and smiled lightly. Otherwise, I'll just go to Gu Group and become a domineering female president. It's more fun. Zhou Chen felt that she was doing it on purpose, but there was nothing he could do about it. Nian Nian. It's Dad who begged you to manage Shadow Charm. It's Dad who begged you to sign this contract. No matter what happens to the profits in the future, Dad has no regrets, as long as you're happy. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth. It's all because Dad begged you to come. After tossing and turning for most of the day, Gunyan was satisfied and lowered her head to sign. Then don't regret it. In the future, this company has nothing to do with you and Zhou Lu Jing. Zhou Chen took Gun Yan's signed contract and glanced at it before handing it to the lawyer advisor for confirmation. Of course I won't regret it. It's just a company. Dad just gave it to you to play with like a toy. She exchanged a raggedy company that was about to go out of business for Gun Yan's shares in the Gu Group. It's simply too good a deal. TSK. Gu Lan was as smart a woman as she was in the mall. How come she gave birth to such a stupid daughter as Gun Yan? Being sold out and happily helping to count the money. It's so stupid. Gun Yan stood up and grabbed the clothes on Zhou Chen's shoulders. Get up. This position. It won't be yours in the future. Zhou Chen stood up half-heartedly. Gun Yan frankly sat down and placed her hands on the armrest. Simple office chair. As she sat down, Shallow looked up with an aura of austerity. She was like a queen looking out of the corner of her eye. This awe-inspiring aura made the directors present unable to help but sit up straight and look up at her. At this moment, they were afraid of desecrating her. Gun Yan, in the future, I'll be the general manager, and soon the chairman of the board, and Shadow Charm will be following me on the Forbes rich list now. Directors. Well, not the queen who rules the world. It's a dreamy, braggadocio queen. Zhou Chen hypocritically said. There are still things in the head office. Dad went to work first. You have the need to say a word. I can help if I can help. Zhou Lu Jing was instead showing off. Sister, I'm an actress. Do you want to hire me to be the face of your company? We're sisters, so I'll give you a 50% discount. How about just $10 million a commercial? Gun Yan glanced at her lightly, then laughed softly. I prefer to break bones. With that, she raised her foot and kicked at Zhou Lu Jing's knee. Ah! Zhou Lu Jing knelt heavily in front of her, then growled angrily. Gun Yan. Gun Yan looked at her with lowered eyes. Next time there's a shameless or cheeky image endorsement, I'll definitely hire you at a high price. Chapter 178. I'll support you. Dismissed the board. Vice General Manager Pang Licheng took Gun Yan and went to the conference room. The conference room was filled with executives and leaders, and there were also employees standing up and down the entire company. I've gathered everyone today to introduce you to our newly parachuted in General Manager, Gun Yan. Gun Yan looked up and around the room. Pang Licheng added, Gun Yan is the second miss of the Gu Group. Gun Yan interrupted him coldly with a sideways glance. It's Missy. The Gu family doesn't have any of the millennials except for me. Understand? Pang Licheng shivered as he listened to her icy voice. It looks silly and quite soft. It's kinda scary when this one is loaded. Pang Licheng, alright, today's meeting is like this. Everyone will be dispersed. In the future, the general manager has what do not understand. Can ask everyone here. He also pointed to the company's cleaning auntie. This auntie is a cleaning lady, but her education is a first high school graduate. That's a shady thing to say. The cleaning aunts all graduated from the first high school, while Gun Yan, who was the general manager, only graduated from the vocational high school. Not even a cleaning lady. Who in the company will obey her? Gun Yan glanced at him lightly. How many people are there in the company? You give me the list of company employees, their positions, and their monthly salaries. Pang Licheng doesn't like being ordered around. What do you need this for? Everyone is an old employee. Gun Yan slapped the table and looked at him coldly. Now I'm the general manager, the highest decision maker in the company. Do what I tell you to do. Don't talk nonsense. Pang Licheng was infuriated by her arrogant tone. However, he couldn't openly attack. I know, the general manager doesn't recruit a secretary? The secretary doesn't know the company as well as you do. And you're fine now. And, Gun Yan ordered. But she was half-hearted. Pang Licheng was originally the general manager, but because Gun Yan parachuted in, he became the vice president. Now she had to be ordered around by a little girl, a vocational high school graduate, and that was a load of anger. Gun Yan's new officials, from 10:30 in the morning, directly meeting until 12 o'clock. Everyone in the company, all of them, were impatient by the end of the day. Gun Yan glanced at them. Meeting adjourned. As soon as Gun Yan left the conference room, the employees sputtered as they packed up their things. What kind of GM is this? It's just a capricious little girl. All the staff came to see how she ordered the VP around and did a half-decent job. It was a joke. A crappy company. If it wasn't for better benefits, who would do it? Come on, don't even complain. I don't think it's going to work for long. The little girl is just trying to be fresh, complaining about the vice president, who is obviously the general manager, because of a Gun Yan who doesn't know anything but is well cast, has become the vice president. With her vocational high school education, I'd be disgusted to have her as my little assistant and do odd jobs for me. Before the words were finished, they saw Gun Yan standing at the corner, smiling at them. There was a sudden blush. General manager. OMG. I can't believe there's a GM who eavesdrops. Little girl nature. It's true. Gun Yan raised her eyes and smiled. Then with her finger, she pointed it over one by one. You guys, go to the personnel department this afternoon and roll out. After Gun Yan finished speaking, she turned around and went back to her office, regardless of what the fired person thought. It's just so bossy and so killer. Gunyan took her cell phone, ordered takeout, and then sent a voice message to Siyuju. Jen, I'm the general manager of a company now. Soon I'll be able to earn money in Baguio. The white boy. Happy? Nyen Nyen is going to develop her career as a female bully and raise the third master as a white boy? 99 to change the update time. No surprise, after all 1 p.m. update. The small Quan Nai don't squat wrong. Chapter 179, The Iceberg Blossoms. Siyuju had just adjourned the meeting, and the employee, who was packing up his laptop on his desk, stood up slowly. Siyuju heard the beep and knew that it was Gunyan sending a message to him, so he hurriedly clicked on it and externalized it. Just heard such a sentence from Gunyan. Jen, I'm now the general manager of a company. Soon I'll be able to make money in Baguio. A little white boy. Happy? The executives and white-collar workers who hadn't left yet heard such a delicate and sticky voice. All of them swished their heads up to look at Lord C, full of shock, and a kind of backwards breath for the woman who said it. Baojiu Sanjun? Is this woman eating God to say such wild things? Will Master San make a phone call and throw this woman into the sea to feed the fish? Who's so arrogant? I'm afraid they're not looking for death, right? Someone spoke in a low voice. Pretend you didn't hear me. Bagging the third master and talking about a little white boy? Even talking about it is a strange shame for him. The high-level white-collar workers hurriedly withdrew their gazes, all pretending they hadn't heard. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Siyu hook his lips. Well, happy. Simple words, but gentle. The voice was so gentle to the point of being sexy that it made one's heart flutter to hear it. Swish swish swish. This time, everyone was even more shocked and dismayed as they looked at Lord Ce. His face was full of incredulity. After replying, Siyuju looked up and gave them a cold look, then took his cell phone and walked away numbly. Not for them to hear. With such a delicate and sticky voice as Ani, he alone can listen. The senior leaders only came back to their senses after Siyu had been gone for a while. Just now, the third master was talking about being happy? Yeah, and it's still gentle and pampering 1 second and icy-eyed at us the next. I can't believe the third master didn't kill her? Oh my god, is this an iceberg bloom? Thai as hell? Ouyang looked at one of the stunned high-level white-collar workers, and he tapped the table. I'm still here. Speak ill of Master San. Beware of his report. Everyone rushed to keep their mouths shut. Ouyang picked up the paper and glanced at them. There is an idiom called lust immortal, lust death. Senior white collar. That's a word. What a riot. Ouyang kindly reminded. And in the future, you'll have to get used to it. The elitist third master, because that'll be the daily routine. As they watched Ouyang leave, the crowd even looked at each other. Third master, is this a real enlightenment? Listen to the voice. So petulant. So whiny. Look is the kind of gold-worshipping little girl. The third master likes this type of woman? Or maybe for fun. After all, Master San isn't young, and any man would want a woman. Not necessarily, right? In case you want a man? Siyuju returned to his office, thought about it, and sent Gunyan a video. Gunyan that was answered in seconds. Looking at the handsome Siyuju and the cell phone, Gunyan's big watery eyes were just itching to fire so much love. Jen is so handsome today. This tie, it looks good. Sets off the knot in your throat even better. I want to bite it. The knot in Zell's throat was nice and prominent. Sexy. Especially when he rolled the knot in his throat. It would make Gunyan's hormones explode as she watched, wanting to take a bite. When Siyuju heard her words, he subconsciously lifted his chin slightly, letting the knot in his throat show a little more. Yes? A low, mellow voice that involuntarily carried a little smugness. Gunyan's eyes shone brightly as she looked at him. Aha, it's really super pretty. I wonder what will happen if I bite into it. Siyuju looked at her, a fire that was aroused by her. Chapter 180, The Best of the Best. Siyuju's deep eyes sank. When? You try? Gunyan didn't feel the slightest bit of danger and nodded her head repeatedly. Yeah. Siyuju looked at her, and that fire was even more aroused. Gunyan looked at the camera, and through the screen, she could feel C. Nightjord's burning gaze. Really, like a starving, hungry wolf just waiting to eat her up one bite at a time. The kind you eat without leaving any bones. Gunyan was all embarrassed by his look and her face turned red. She hurriedly changed the subject. Are you done? Have you eaten yet? Men are not to be ruffled. Serious, I just finished working, so I heard you in the conference room, and I haven't eaten yet. Gunyan's head was confused for a moment. The conference room is listening to my voice. Your staff shouldn't still be there, right? Still. After Siyuju finished saying this, he watched Gunyan's small expression slowly stiffen. Just think, it's cute. Gunyan felt like going crazy. They must think I'm so whimsical that I want to adopt the titular third master C. I'm just looking for death. Siyu's gaze, which had been falling on her face, was deep. A death wish indeed. He simply loved the way she said that. Gu Nian's brain twitched and she replied smoothly, "Make me want to immortal die?" Siyu Ju froze. Then the corners of his lips lifted as he looked at her with a burning gaze. "Nian, you like it?" Gu Nian was simply too immodest when she remembered that. "Jen is a little bad boy. You know how to shame people like that," Gu Nian said, and gave him a pouty glare, but her eyes like this, in Siyu Jo's eyes, were cute, with a touch of flair. Her every move teased him. Sirius took a deep breath and suppressed those thoughts. "You said to the company as general manager?" When it came to business, Gu Nian wasn't shy anymore. "It's the Phantom Manufacturing Company, under the Gu Group." Siyu Ju frowned. Phantom Company can't hold out any longer. The books are flat on the surface, but they're actually already losing money. The general manager of this company is not as good as a department manager of a head office. The GM title just sounds good. Yeah, and it's a signed agreement. While listening to Gu Nian's words, Siyu Jio used his fingers and tapped the keyboard. Soon, his page was full of data about toiletries. All kinds of brands, famous and not so famous. There's also data like user experience. Gu Nian, in short. The agreement is that I have to profit Phantom to 70% before the company can belong to me and I can return to the Gu Group. Zhou Chen is quite shrewd, just about to declare bankruptcy of the company, but still want to play a hand with me. No wonder Mom didn't even win against Zhou Chen, because he doesn't leave anything to chance, and he doesn't underestimate anyone. When Gu Nian finished speaking, she saw that Si Nightjord hadn't answered yet, so she asked, "Jord, are you still listening?" Siyu gave a low Gu Nian asked him with blinking eyes, "Then you say, can I come back at a profit?" Siyu had already largely gone over the data. Only then did he continue to look at Gu Nian and nodded his head very definitely. Yes, he'll help her. He wouldn't say it, though, not wanting to hurt her pride, her struggle. Gu Nian brightened her eyes. "Really? See, no matter what." Jen believed her. Siyu Ju looked at her favorably. Of course, Nian is always the best. A small company, he can smash it up by throwing money at it. However, he was convinced that Nian didn't need him to drop so much money. Chapter 181 Kisses. Gu Nian just loved it when Siyu Ju complimented her. No matter what kind of person she was, he always complimented her for being the best. "Then will you analyze it for me?" Gu Nian knew what Phantom Company was like and how it was going to be run up, but she just had to ask Siyu. There is no man that will withstand the temptation of the adoration of his beloved, and a man, too, likes a woman to depend on him. It's conquest. Siyu Ju nodded. "I have just looked at the data of various brands, large and small, and the user experience." He said as much as he could without using technical words. Gu Nian listened very attentively, and also cupped her face with both hands. Her eyes were full of caution as she looked at Siyu Ju. Phantom has very few sales, but the user experience is great. It's just that the publicity is so low, and because of the development of the country, the people of the country are devoted to the promotion of foreign things, and are more discriminatory against domestic products. If Gu Nian Jiao Nua opened her mouth, Ju is worthy of being a business wizard. This is less than a few minutes, and he's already analyzed it so thoroughly. Siyu Jio was interrupted by Gu Nian and looked at the careful heart in her eyes adoringly again. For the first time, it felt like there was so much honor in being crowned with the words business wizard. For the first time, I felt that it was a blessing to be complimented so much. "Do you need me to send a professional over to help you?" Gu Nian raised her eyebrows and deliberately said, "Not as professional as you. I don't want it." Siyu looked at her. "Then you hire me, chief counselor." Gu Nian made a bitter face. "I can't afford to hire the third Master C who is over $100 million a minute. Please afford it." Sirius looked at her and said in a serious manner, "One kiss, and that's it." Gu Nian wasn't the least bit reserved, and was just puckering her rosy mouth and blinking at the camera. After kissing, her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Lord C. "I want a kiss too. Jen, kiss me now." Siyu froze. "To the camera?" Gu Nian nodded heavily. Sirius resisted a bit. "No good. It's childish. I don't want to." "You don't want to be kissed to death." Gu Nian softly pouted. "Honey, I want you to kiss me." Siyu Jio couldn't stand Gu Nian's pouting. As long as she is pampered, all the stars in the sky, she wants to pick them for her. "Good," Siyu said, turning to the camera and kissing it with a slow beak. Gu Nian beamed and kissed him back when he did. Boogie. The sound of two people boinking was loud. There was a sense of shame in Siyu Ju's heart, but looking at Gu Nian smiling like a flower, he instantly felt happy. It's not impossible to kiss like that. It's not childish at all anymore. It's all happiness and sweetness. Gu Nian's takeout arrived. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. "I ordered one for you too. Has yours arrived yet? Ordered takeout for me?" Sirius was surprised. Gu Nian nodded. "Right, you're busy and don't eat on time, so it's easy for your stomach to hurt." Sirius picked up the landline. "I'll call the front desk and ask." Gu Nian suddenly remembered. "Are you not eating takeout?" "Eat? Sirius answered without hesitation. Eat whatever Nim gives you, even if it's poison. Siyu called the front desk to bring up the takeout. The receptionist who stopped the delivery man. That froze in shock. Third master, takeout too? Siyujo took out the takeout and saw a piece of love paper with a line written on it. Eat well, love you well, love me well, love each other well. Read. A simple sentence, but it made Siyu smile. The whole thing is sweet to the point of glowing. This was Nen, who had pulled him out of the darkness and given him 1,000 lights. Chapter 182. Si Yejue and Gunyen. The two of them were videoing like this, chatting as they ate, talking about Phantom's programs and getting mushy for a line. Gunyen also clamped the dishes and fed Si Nightjord to the camera. It was obvious that he couldn't eat it, but Si Nightjord still opened his mouth very cooperatively, and said, "What Onion feeds is delicious." Gunyen's eyes narrowed as she smiled. That's probably the best thing about being in love. She's making a scene. He's laughing. After eating, Gunyen yawned. Ju. I'll take a nap. I have a meeting in the afternoon, so I guess I'll be busy. She fires a few people and there's bound to be trouble. Sirius looked at her favorably. Good. Gunyen didn't turn off the video and fell asleep on the table like that. Siyuju didn't turn it off either, but looked at Gunyen on the screen, smiling with happiness. In this life, it is enough to have her. When Gunyen woke up, her cell phone had run out of battery and turned itself off. She rubbed her face to clear it and charge her cell phone. Gunyen turned on her computer and her fingers flew over the keyboard. It wasn't long before there was a knock on the door. Here comes the screw-up. Come in. In came a couple of people who had been fired at noon. Mr. Gu, we haven't done anything wrong. You can't fire us. Gunyen looked up at them and smoothly closed the door and unlocked it. In response, she just raised a faint eyebrow. So, we didn't make no mistakes at work, but Mr. Gu somehow fired us. We're not convinced. The labor laws are such that we can file for arbitration, and either you stay and continue to use us or pay us double our wages. Gunyen looked up at them. Are you sure? I don't have a reason? Fired employee, since I started, I have been doing my job without making a single mistake, so where do you get the excuse? The other fired employees, too, nodded. Mr. Gu, the reason of only talking behind your back is not valid. Gunyen gave an oh so subtle. So what happens if I don't keep you guys and don't accept double pay? Her voice was clear and cold, not the slightest bit of the softness that she had when she spoke to Siyu. In this way, she made it look like she wasn't so much of a bully. But think about it, as long as they could embarrass Gunyen, they could still get an extra month's salary, and then the evil guts are born. We're not much better, and the lighter ones go to the Department of Labor for arbitration. What about something more serious? Just put air in your tires and put some pee in your cup. Or what if, on your way home, you run into some punk who loves to pickpocket pretty women? Listening to their words, Gunyen narrowed her eyes. You're threatening me? A pair of beautiful eyes were watery, but at this moment, they were bursting with a regal chill. The employee winced, but gritted his teeth and said, we just want to get paid what we're entitled to and protect our rights. Now if you don't settle for double pay, it may be that in a while the employees will come to work and see a different scene. Gunyen stood up, took the headband, and slowly tied her hair up, revealing a neck as white as a swan's. From around her neck, she removed the fairy wand necklace. She looked at them with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Then I'm quite interested to see what kind of scene you're talking about. This time around, it's all male employees. Seeing Gunyen with such a slender neck and sexy collarbone was a mouthful. What's more, they're still being paid off. It's better to have Gu Gwyn embarrassed. Better to be stripped naked and found in the office. Scandals abound. Since Mr. Gu has requested it, then we'll be polite. Gunyen pressed the switch on the fairy wand and smiled. Good. Chapter 183, Beatings. The man looked at Gunyen and smiled lewdly, then stepped forward and extended his colorful claws toward her. Gunyen raised her eyes coldly, raised the dog-beating stick in her hand, and fiercely struck out. With a snap, the dog beater landed hard on the back of the man's hand, splitting the skin. The man, in pain, screamed, ah! The man looked down at the back of his hand. A bloody gash had been opened and he was close to seeing bone. Bitch, you hit me. Get her for me. The man covered his hands and growled angrily. Several other people, one after another, stepped forward and extended their hands toward Gunyen. Gunyen raised her eyes shallowly, her beautiful eyes bursting with cold killing intent. You are looking for death. Sin cold voice fell. Gunyen raised the dog fighting stick in his hand. Crackle. Ah, ah, ah. The special dog beating stick, which landed on their bodies, caused them to scream in pain. One of them even picked up a chair and ruthlessly smashed it down towards the back of Gunyen's head. The back of Gunyen's head, however, looked as if it had grown eyes. On the verge of hitting her, she jerked around and kicked the man out with a roundhouse kick. The others clenched their fists and roared as they charged. Gunyen raised her own slender legs and kicked out one by one. Within 2 minutes, several people were stacked on top of each other. On them, their clothes were torn and tattered, with all sorts of red marks, and they didn't look serious, but they were in a sorry state, and they were the only ones who knew that such shallow red marks, when they hit them, it hurt like hell. Gunyan body, half leaning on the desk. She looked at them with cold eyes, condescendingly, and she asked coldly, "Want to play again?" A few people looked up and looked at the sparkling fairy wand in Gunyan's hand. The nerves in his body, then, began to throb. It gave birth to fear in them, shaking his head back and forth. No more, no more. Saying that, he didn't stand up and just did a four-legged crawl on his hands and knees to slip away. Mom, this woman looks too good to be bullied. Who would have thought that fighting is not good at all? Only, they hadn't climbed a few steps yet. Gunyan's dog-beating stick stopped in front of them again. Heard Gunyan, that cold as ice slag voice. I said, "Can you guys go now?" The voice, it was terrifying. Frightened, they made a direct U-turn and knelt in front of Gunyan. "Mr. Gu, let us go. We're just getting paid to do a job. I've offended Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, don't bother with us. Master Gu, Sister Nyen, Ancestor, we know we're wrong. Please spare us. Don't beat us anymore." Several people kneeled in front of Gunyan. That had knocked aloud. She hits people and it really hurts too much. There was clearly no skin or blood, but the pain was like a blow to the heart, so that the pain was seared into the soul. It made their bodies subconsciously ache as soon as they thought of Gunyan, as soon as they saw the sparkling fairy wand in her hand. "It's so painful." Gunyan raised her eyebrows and looked at them coldly. "Who ordered this?" "It's Su Yukai. This is a time to betray your teammates without hesitation." Gunyan narrowed her eyes. "I don't know him. Why is he targeting me?" Su Yukai is a former deputy general manager who was fired a few days ago. Not so much because she's going airborne. There's no grudge. That's because, knock knock, there was a knock on the door. A few people looked to the door panel for help, regretting it. It's okay to lock the door for nothing, or you wouldn't have to get hit so hard. Chapter 184. Gunyan looked up, a characteristic of Windows. She could see out, but the outside couldn't see in. Outside were paparazzi reporters carrying cameras, and many employees, who had also come up. Almost 2:30, work time. "You called the press." "Ha!" Gunyan stood up, and the long dog beating stick scratched across the ground, a piercing sound that sent another shiver down the spine of those few people who heard it. Su Yotsai's words are that if you don't listen, you'll be stripped of your clothes right here so that the reporters can take pictures of your unpleasant side. The confession was particularly snappy, just wanting to stay alive. Gunyan raised an eyebrow and let out an oh-so-sweet sound, going up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, the reporter disliked the microphone. Mr. Gu just took office and played strip party in the office to subvert his male colleagues. Before the reporter finished his sentence, he looked at the employee kneeling on the ground and directly froze. This wasn't quite right with what she'd been told. The clear news is that Gunyan just took office, and she was stalking her male co-workers in the office. "Why do you look so messed up?" And the purpose of their interview today is to explode Gunyan's new appointment to subterfuge male employees. How to preach until you burst into flames. But how to declare this scene now? She looked up at Gunyan again. Mr. Gu is playing queen, tempering slaves and conquering. Before the reporter could finish his sentence, Gunyan had already snatched the microphone from the reporter's hand, then threw it on the ground. "You threw my microphone. You, ah." Before the reporter could finish her sentence, she saw Gunyan lift her foot and flatten her microphone. "Ah, my microphone. I can't believe you stepped on my microphone." The reporter looked at the trampled microphone and screamed. "This microphone, it costs money. She's going to pay for it." Click, click, the sound of a camera taking pictures. Gunyan raised her eyes coldly and looked over. The reporter carrying the camera, who was given a look by Gunyan, was scared to take a step back by her icy cold eyes. "We're doing a legitimate interview. You." Gunyan coldly stepped forward, reached out her hand, and snatched the camera. Then with a thud, he threw it hard to the ground. The cameraman froze as well, nearly breaking down and screaming. "This camera, even if it is repaired, will cost $10,000? You, ah." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Gunyan raise her foot and flatten the camera as well. The cameraman finally screamed out of control. "I still have a lot of news footage, memory, and information in there." The cameraman breaks down. "Can you afford to pay for all this?" Gunyan moved back to her feet, lifting her chin lightly, her eyes slightly raised. The whole thing was untamed and noble, something to look up to. "Filming my office without my permission. I suspect you've come to steal my trade secrets." She bowed her head slightly, looking coldly askance at the two men crouched on the floor, hugging and crying over the microphone and camera. "I guess if I start a lawsuit, are you guys going to have to compensate me?" The words froze both of them. "Also, can this still be done?" Gu Yan raised her head coldly and looked at the few reporters still following behind her. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked nicely, "Do you guys get it on your own? Or should I help you?" The voice was gentle, but it sounded oozing. Everyone else was shocked by her. Turn off the microphone for turning off the microphone. Cover the camera for covering the camera. And delete the photo for deleting the photo. Mom, this woman's aura was too strong, giving off a feeling that she couldn't be messed with. Chapter 185 Interviews. Gu Yan glanced up at them, very satisfied with their self-awareness. Where's the proper interview? I'll take it and start now. If it's not proper. Gu Yan paused slightly and shook the dog-beating stick in her hand. Make yourselves at home. Make yourselves at home. Those 4 words gave the reporters the illusion that they could either get the hell out of there themselves or stay and get beat up. Ahem. We're serious media. Of course we're serious about the interview. Yes, we were asked by them to interview Mr. Gu about the layoffs right after he took office and the lack of double pay. This them, naturally, referred to the several employees kneeling on the ground. However, they don't dare to take pictures now. This Mr. Gu is simply too fierce. Gu Yan lifted the dog-beating stick at them. Get up. Kneeling is humiliating. Those guys. It's a little scary. I always feel safer on my knees. Gwen added to the reporters. You have 1 minute to reweave your wording before you interview me again. The reporters, and these people, were apprehensive for a minute. The photographer weakly asked, "Can I shoot? I'm afraid that I'll be stepping on the camera without Gu Yan's consent. Cameras are expensive and they can't afford to pay for them." Gu Yan looked up with a smile that was as gentle as the spring breeze. Of course, but shoot it beautifully. Journalists, a smile as gentle as the wind? So domineering and cold in front, is it fed to the dogs? The camera was turned on and worked hard to pick the best camera angle for Gu Yan. As soon as the camera was focused on Gu Yan, the photographer had to feel a little bit of emotion. She's, like, so beautiful. Every move carries honor and immortality. The reporter didn't dare to ask blindly, I heard that Gu always relies on her status as the Gu family's daughter to parachute into Phantom Shadow. Is that right? Gu Yan looked up, then from the drawer, took out the phantom lipstick and slowly applied it. She said helplessly, it can't be helped. The cast is good. It's fate. After Gu Yan finished, she looked up at the camera and pursed her lips. It doesn't seem very pretty. Next question. The photographer's breath hitched the moment he watched Gu Yan purse her lips. It's too good looking. Her lips were perfectly shaped and smeared with cherry lipstick, like a ripe cherry. In the moment when she pursed her lips gently, one couldn't help but look at her. There was that urge to kiss and bite. The reporter, being a woman, felt Gu Yan's flavor just now. It was too tempting. I heard that Mr. Gu came to Phantom to talk to your father. Gu Yan was taking the makeup remover and wiping the lipstick on her lips. Only halfway. The lips are half original color and half cherry lipstick. There is a strong stark contrast under the lens. Gu Yan's eyes were slightly cold, and her voice was also a bit cold. It's Jo-chan. Thanks. She didn't like it, calling out this kind of profit-oriented person. Who could even sell his daughter? As a father, the reporter was shocked by her aura, and hurriedly changed her words. Is it true that Mr. Gu and Vice Chairman Zhou have an agreement? While she was asking questions, Gu Yan removed her lip makeup, took another chopper lipstick color and slowly smudged it under the camera. Yeah, but this is him begging to sign an agreement with me. I was forced to parachute in. I was forced to come and run Phantom. Gu Yan acted like she was forced to come and went over the terms of the agreement. The photographer was filming Gu Yan and watched her speak in a single shot as she smeared her lipstick. The flesh-like lips were even more tantalizingly fragrant. It's so beautiful. Both her face and her lips, even this lipstick color, are beautiful to the core. Breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 186. After Gu Yan finished speaking, she took the makeup remover again and removed the lipstick. Then he pulled out another air mattress, shook it on the camera, and touched up his makeup as if nothing had happened. The reporter asked, Mr. Gu, about this just took office. Layoffs, and do not pay double wages. Wait for me to touch up my makeup and try on some lipstick. After Gu Yan finished her makeup, she took another root of death Barbie powder and gently applied it to her lips. After smearing her lipstick, Gu Yan was again looking at the camera and gently biting her lips. The photographer looked at the lips that looked like cherry blossoms. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Reporter, it's so damn good looking. The lipstick that Gu Yan had just tried, the air cushion. She was going to buy a set, but can she afford lipstick for $1,000 lady? Whatever. It's so good looking. It cost her a month's salary and she bought it. Gu Yan faced the camera. Firing an employee without reason is supposed to pay double wages, but they are not qualified for that. Gu Yan said as she got up and took some paper up from the printer next to her. Here's evidence of them being late to work, leaving early, muddling through at work, and taking company products and selling them. The photographer pointed the camera on the evidence with great reluctance. The evidence was photographed clearly. Gu Yan laughed softly. I'm not a charity, and I'm not an orphanage, so as to raise such wide-eyed giant babies? Like an errant schoolboy, the employee, who stood trembling by the side, almost fell to his knees again. Why would Gu always have this evidence? Selling the company's products is punishable by jail time if you are prosecuted. Okay, if you have any more questions, just ask them, and the rest of the staff, I'm sure they'll be happy to answer them, Gu Nian said, and narrowed her eyes and smiled at the several troublemakers. By the way, I don't have to pay you guys when this breaks out, and you'll have to pay me back and go to jail. Those guys, what a steal. Is it too late to plead? Better hurry up and say something to make amends and try to get leniency. So, one by one, they sold their teammates and co-workers very quickly. I'm not the only one who upsells company products. We didn't want to make a mess. Take our paychecks and leave. It was the former vice general manager who told us to threaten Mr. Gu. The bruises on the body, they weren't from being hit. We fell by our own carelessness. The reporters were interviewed and sent out quickly. C Group. Lord Siyu is looking at Phantom's numbers and is also looking at the popular stars. Yang skillfully arranged the company's sales king, as well as the public relations department and advertising department to Phantom. There is also this movie queen, the queen of vision. These female stars, let them use Phantom's products. Explicitly cannot be said to be endorsed. Siyu was ordering Yang to do something. Phantom was a lousy company waiting to be declared bankrupt, and Gu Nian couldn't hold it together on her own. It doesn't just take money, it takes connections and power. He was now helping Gu Nian take care of running Phantom Company in a clever way. Siyu Ju commanded, but not hearing Yang's reply, he raised his head and shouted in a deep voice, Yang, do you want to be expelled? Yang dared to go off on a tangent even when he instructed Nin to do so. Yang carefully presented the tablet. Ms. Gu brought her own goods and it's on fire, he said, taking 2 steps back. Third master, it seems like Miss Gu doesn't need you. These words made Siyu Ju's handsome face instantly freeze. Chapter 187, Explosive Fire. Seeing that he was unhappy, Yang hurriedly said, in fact, with your help, Ms. Gu will go to the next level. Sirius glanced at him coldly, holding the tablet and looking at the favorites. It was Gu Nian's interview video that appeared as a hit on various social media apps. It's that Gu Nian who is so domineering and withdraws from marriage. The interviews are all so fresh and clean. I like her so much. A woman should just get up. Her lipstick color, what brand is it? Is very nice and glossy, and her lips look moist and cute. More than lipstick look at her makeup remover. Remove very clean and air cushion. Makeup up, the difference is great. The effect is also very good. In interviews like this one, there's no beauty face or filters, so it's really good looking. In the end, who can tell us what brand I want to buy? So it's Phantom, the conscientious domestic one. It's massively effective, and it's cheap. Just the color 999 that Gu Nian put on. It's only $100 or so, but unfortunately, a lot of them have been discontinued lately and should be going out of business soon. Cheap and good, then definitely buy it. Siyu Ju read a lot of comments. All kinds of praise Gu Nian, all kinds of ask lipstick, and all kinds of show off to buy lipstick. Of course, there's a lot of talk about it not working well and whatnot. After reading the comments, Siyu Ju went back to Phantom's official website and clicked in. Surprisingly, they're all marked with a sold out of stock grayish sign. Even the other goods, they didn't miss. After looking at several Phantom web stores in a row, almost all of them are sold out. Siyu Jia put down the tablet and smiled with a raised eyebrow. Nian is really good. Yang saw that he was now smiling with pride. Where was he still half as unhappy as he was just now? Third master, that's a quick change of face. You're not angry anymore, are you? Siyu Ju raised his eyebrows at him. Why should Nian be angry when he's so good? Then your previous command, Lord Siyu, arranged so that there is no conflict. Yang hesitated and said, if this is arranged, will the old man's side mess up? After all, Master C didn't like Gu Nian. This will probably be suppressed if it gets up. Siyu Ju leaned back, lightly lifting his jaw, his soft eyes, instantly cold as frost. He's in charge, but I'm not just going to back down and submit. Dare to touch Nian, I'll let C's group be destroyed. This icy cold voice made Yang shiver when he heard it. Yes, Sir C looked up at Yang. Right, you buy the car Gene 4523 and send it to be destroyed. Yang froze. Whose car is this and what's wrong with it? Thinking about the kiss that was interrupted that day, Sirius converged his eyes and spoke faintly. I don't know, it doesn't look good. After hearing this, Yang was speechless and went on his errand. The owner was also confused when he sold the vehicle for double the money. Is it true that people are stupid and have too much money in this world? Or is it his car, hiding a treasure? Following the news of Gu Nian's interview, on Weibo, various celebrity actors and actresses also tweeted, Phantom is what I've been using. Whether it's lipstick, skin care, foundation, it's all very good. Conscientious recommendation. I also have a set of Phantom lipsticks here to give away to one lucky winner by retweeting this tweet. This is the lipstick I want. Air Cushion. Finally found it, but I can't buy it anymore. Online heavy for lipstick. Anyone selling? It's all very usual tweets, not proper advertising copy. Master Goo, all get out of the way. Master is the one who is best suited for these lipsticks. The accompanying picture is a lip makeup photo of Goo smearing various lipsticks. One lipstick, with one eye. Even the aura of Death Barbie powder pinched to death. His fans, more than anything, are mad about it. Bye. Chapter 188. After Gu Xiaojun finished his tweet, he sent a video directly to Gun Yan. Gun Yan was busy reading the information, and when she saw that it was a video call from Gu Xiaoyi, she picked it up. As soon as the video picked up, Gun Yan was startled. I'll be damned. Little brother, you've got a poisoned mouth, don't you? Gu Xiao Master's mouth is painted black and purple, and with two deep black circles under his eyes, it's really like being poisoned. Gu raised his chin and pursed his lips. Is it good looking? Is it evil? Is it wild? Will you go crazy for me? He said it with a wiggle of his eyebrows. Gun Yan looked and nodded. It really has the feeling of evil and open-minded. The big villain. Are you crazy for being away from home all night? Gu glared at her. Look closer. Phantom lipstick color 444. Poisoned color. Gun Yan, of course, recognized this lipstick. This is for my endorsement. Going out on a limb. After the interview, she went through the company's products and learned all about them. After that, she had adjustments to make. Gu Xiaoyi was arrogant. I'm not a free endorsement. You can give me an endorsement fee. No more. No less. Want a hug? Gun Yan raised her eyes and smiled lightly. Good. What's the point of going to that Thai company? Phantom. Jochen, that's a pit stop for you. Even if I gave you an endorsement and sold out all the goods, it wouldn't be enough for you to hire those big stars. Even after giving the endorsement fee, it's still not enough for pure profit. You silly girl, you're really being sold and counting the money for others. Mr. Gu has read the interview, but he is worried to death. Anyone who isn't stupid enough to have read the terms and conditions knows that she's been sold and counted. Gun Yan froze. I didn't hire a big star to endorse it. She was just purposely in front of the camera, trying out the lipstick, trying to see the effect first, then look at the quality, and wait for the foundation of everything, and then advertising and sales and other planning of the pressure is not time to hire a big star endorsement. Look at Twitter yourself. It's become a phantom bandwagon, along with you bringing it up yourself. Gun Yan switched to Weibo when she heard Gu Xiaojun say. She looked through a few microblogs, all of them were very famous big stars, and the microblog copy, they were all very everyday. It's like it's not an advertisement, but a daily share. Gu Xiaoyi looked at her expression, raised his eyebrows and asked, tell me, how much did it cost? And some of the stars, it's not like they have money to endorse, right? Still such a small domestic brand. Gun Yan raised an eyebrow. It didn't cost any money, and it earned a man. Needless to think, it must be Siyu who was helping her. Who? Gu was wary, afraid that she had sold herself out. Gun Yan, Sir Siyu. When he heard this name, Gu Xiaoyi was furious and pointed at his black eyes. Don't mention this evil capitalist. See the dark circles under your little brother's eyes? Little brother, I was up all night yesterday shooting a commercial. And in the morning I just slept for a couple hours before I was dug up to continue shooting the commercial. I'm always denied a pass, and with my divine face, I can pass in one shot. But that vile capitalist, who squeezes me so hard that I just want to die on the spot. If you keep saying you have something to do with him, tell him quickly to stop squeezing me so much because I still have 20 or 30 commercials to shoot. Suddenly there were 20 to 30 more advertisements from C's group, which could keep him busy. Gun Yan thought about last night, the good things that had been interrupted by his phone calls over and over again. Just know that Siyu was purposely trying to keep him busy. Gun Yan raised her eyebrows and smiled. This won't work. I can't make sense of it. If she was free, wouldn't she have time to mind her? And then how could she crave a Jew's body? Master Gu grunted. I knew you were lying. You're not related to him. Chapter 189. Gun Yan didn't explain more to him and heard a knock on the door. I won't talk to you. I'm going to get busy. Being busy and taking care of yourself. The video hung up before Gu Xiaojun could even finish his sentence. He nuzzled. If the little princess is working so hard, I'm going to have to work hard too, to make money to support the little princess. Let's just get squeezed if we get squeezed. Master Gu stood up and shouted at Xiaojin. Isn't there a music class in today's curriculum? Little Gold looked at him. Yes, aren't you not on, little master? Go on. Why not? I'm going to practice more. I'm going to use my best tone to sing the songbook that Nian gave me. Even though the songbook was brought back, the songs that Tang Ziyang sang were taken off the shelves. However, Gu was in no hurry to sing. He had to work on his voice, his tone first. he had to be at his best, to sing the song sheet given by Gunyan, and definitely not let anyone have a finger on her song sheet. When Xiao Jin heard this, he was filled with joy. Okay, I'll go and inform. In this matter, I was the one who wronged Gunyan. It seems that she is going to change for the better. It's really congratulatory. It was time for him to change his mind about Gunyan. Gu Xiaoyi kicked out. Go, my little princess is always good. Phantom Company. The sales manager knocked on the door and pushed it in, his face looking strangely at Gunyan. Mr. Gu, a lot of products are sold out, and there are many more orders. Now it's a bit busy. You see, ever since Gunyan's interview video was sent out, the company's phones were almost busted. All of them are asking for goods, but because they are all waiting to declare bankruptcy, the factories are also muddled every day and don't have much stock. Now there are some in stock, but they are all almost expired. Gunyan glanced at it. Give notice that the meeting will be held in 10 minutes. She hadn't thought that Siyu would help call the big star, so the order was beyond her expectations. She's going to have to fix it in a hurry. By the way, get me a copy of all the various inventories in the factory, and materials and whatnot. I want to see them. By the time Gunyan got the information, she was already in the conference room for the meeting. Pang Liqing and the other employees, looking at Gunyan, all looked very odd. Just took office in the morning, and they were all waiting for the joke to be over. In just one afternoon, $20 million have been sold out. It didn't seem like 20 million was a lot, but Phantom hadn't sold more than 20 million in a month, and Gunyan, in one afternoon, had already done it. Gunyan looked up at them. What are you waiting for? Meeting. Zhou Chen was at home, watching Gunyan's news interview and looking at Weibo. There was also a call from Pang Liqing half an hour ago. Dong Zhou, the Phantom products are sold out. Zhou Lujing looked at the microblog and her face twisted in anger. I don't know if those people are blind, but they said Gunyan is good looking. It's not enough to call Nim's sister, and then there's calling your husband. It's unbelievable. Others have bought 10 skincare sets in one go and tweeted about it. Husband looks at me and I dumped my house and bought 10 sets. Love you. And there's some kind of Gunyan backup group. The fans that's rubbing off on them. Zhou Lujing asked nonchalantly. Dad, at this rate, is Gunyan really going to run Phantom into the ground? Then her shares, won't she have to give them away? It's only $20 million. It's not even enough for her to hire a big star for endorsement. Not to mention that she's hired so many big stars for endorsement that she wants to make a profit. A fool's dream. Zhou Chen was calm, as this was just the beginning of a good look. The finances back there, they're definitely going to storm out. She can't get her funds turned around. No later than tomorrow. Gunyan will definitely cry over the funds. Chapter 190, Thinking of You. Zhou Lujing was a bit relieved, but then she thought, what if, Dad, should we get on the factory, and make some moves? Skincare products? If something goes wrong, then it will be hard to pick up word of mouth again. Zhou Chen glanced at her. Don't talk nonsense, it's your own company. What's wrong with earning one more penny? Zhou Lujing was unconvinced. Wasn't I afraid that Gunyan would run the company into the ground? To make 70% more profit on sales than before is a record high. 1 month, even if the pre-sales go up, she simply can't do it without a factory, without money, without time. What's wrong with making money and trapping her in Phantom as a GM? Zhou Chen felt that this daughter, how much her brain could not think before she would think of something so thankless. But she's the general manager. Zhou Chen glanced at her. Isn't the general manager also working for us? Zhou Lujing was still unconvinced and unwilling. She just couldn't see Gunyan well half the time. Anyway, I just don't like her. Just a village girl from the countryside. Before Zhou Lujing could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the sound of a dog barking. Woof woof. She looked up and saw the era, growling at her and then dabbing at her. Ah, dead dog, go away. The second dog showed his sharp teeth and lit up his sharp claws. Catching Zhou Lujing is chasing. Tell her to badmouth Nim behind her back. Bite her to death. Go away. Dead dog, go away. Someone, help me. Where could Zhou Lujing outrun Airdogsy? It didn't take long for the claws to tear his clothes and leave more claw marks on his body. She had only run out of the yard when the second dog came from behind and two-pawed her to the ground. Zhou Lujing rolled over and angrily cursed. Dead dog. Ah, just before she opened her mouth, the second dog had leapt over and sat directly on top of her. Ahem. Zhou Lujing felt like her ribs had been broken by this era sitting on her. Quickly save me. Zhou Lujing pleaded for help to the servants. These servants were all arranged by Sir Siyu, so they all looked at her pleas for help and skimmed their eyes as if they hadn't seen it. Erdog sat on Zhou Lujing's body like that. Then with its fluffy tail, it pointed it at Zhou Lujing's face. Snap. Punch in the face. I told you to talk bad about Ninsan behind her back. Kill you. Woof woof. Zhou Lujing was on the verge of being sat on by the second dog, and was also hit in the face by its tail, and no one came to her rescue. Zhou Lujing stifled a whimper and cried out. Sooner or later, she was going to eat the dog. Gunyan's first day on the job. Really hate to eat and live in the company. However, her brother's rules dictated that she had to be home by 10. So, obediently, she took the papers and went to the parking lot, intending to go home. As a result, just as he stepped out of the doorway, he saw a familiar figure. Jen. The moment she saw Siejue, Gunyan's exhaustion instantly dissipated. She cheerfully pounced towards Siyu. Nightjord reached out and hugged her, and Gunyan's feet stumped, and her entire body hung directly on his waist in a bear hug. Sirius reached out and hugged her, also supporting her body so that she wouldn't fall. Gunyan cupped Siyuju's face, all but pinching his face, giving him pouty lips. She lowered her head, and to Siyu's lips, she just barred her lips and kissed one after another, kissing like a chicken pecker. Oh wow, Jen, I've missed you so much. I'm getting sick from thinking about you. Siyu held her and turned around, against the car. He gently nibbled on her lips and asked in a low voice, "Where's Ani? Thinking of me?" Chapter 191. Gunyan's eyes narrowed with laughter as she listened to his words that would tease her so much. What to do? I miss you everywhere. Siyuju had expected her to be shy, but her words had ruffled his fire. He released her lips, just to kiss deeper. Gunyan's hand gently pushed him. Go to my house, then kiss. Otherwise, the horn will be honking. Again, in a few moments, Sirius looked at her, then lowered his head and kissed her hard before releasing. Good. Gunyan let go and slid off him. Hiss. Sirius couldn't help but suck in another breath. Gunyan looked up at him. What's wrong? Sirius took a deep breath. It's fine. Next time, he should carry Nin down and not let her slide down on her own. Every time, he has to get hurt. Gunyan watched Siyiju open the car door for her and pointed to her own car. Ju. I'll have to drive back by myself then. She went to work. Surely she could only have her own company. Gu, your car. I'll drive. Gunyan looked up and saw Ouyang standing up, clearly standing next to her car. She blushed a little and sheepishly asked, Have you been? Shame on you. The one that just said, think anywhere. Simply, how was this going to make others look at her and feel like she was the one who wasn't reserved, the one who couldn't wait? Ouyang. No, I just came. I didn't see or hear anything. Guinness smiles. When you say the first 3 words, I still believe you. Those latter words, sows on trees, wouldn't be believed. Siyuju watched Gunyan's face turn red and smiled dotingly. It's okay, get used to it. That's right, let him learn a little and go tease Qinlai. With Ouyang driving her car, Gunyan happily got into the car and even threw the car keys over. Ouyang explained, I'm straight. I'm a brother to Qinlai. Gunyan poked her head out of the car window. An explanation is a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. Ouyang, it was time for him to get a girlfriend and prove himself. Siyujia drove the car and asked her, how are you feeling today? It feels okay, but managing a company is really busy and hectic, and sitting around all day is exhausting. Gunyan said, looking up at him, thank you for helping me hire a big star to advertise. It's sold out at once, but it's a little bad to sell too much and not have enough supply. Also, I'm afraid that the people underneath will be in a hurry or something and sell fakes, or that in order to rush the goods, the quality won't be taken care of. Siyuju frowned slightly. What's mine is yours, and you're saying thank you to me? So polite. Gunyan looked up, looking at the stoplight intersection, and the car stopped. For wanting to give you a thank you gift, Gunyan said, taking Si Nightjord's hand, then placing it on her lips and kissing it. Siyujio was kissed with a slight shiver as he looked at Gunyan. She winked at him playfully, and stuck out her tongue, licking his palm. This one, like electricity, touched him straight in the heart. It was crunchy, itchy, and numb. He shouted hoarsely, Ni, Gwen let go, the light is green. Listening to her words, Siyuju hurriedly put away his charming thoughts and drove seriously. Gunyan, however, did not look ahead, so she put her elbow, propped up on the window. Then she propped her hand on her face, a pair of bright eyes, looking straight at Sir Siyu. Nice sharpened contour lines, sharp sword-like eyebrows, high nose, thin cool lips. Looking at people want to kiss? What is the taste? Chapter 192, Overturned. Siyujio glanced sideways and hurriedly drove seriously. His voice was low and hoarse. Nien, don't look at me like that. Her burning eyes lit him up like a fire. If he wasn't driving, with eyes like hers, he could have taken her in his arms and kissed her hard. Gunyan narrowed her eyes and smiled. Don't. I haven't seen you for a day. I miss you. Now, not only do I want to see enough, I want to kiss enough. It would have been nice to cuddle again and do something else. Siyuju was really aroused by her. Nien. The cry was helpless and full of favor. Gunyan saved her heart to tease him, so she playfully winked at him, then beamed and gave him a flying kiss. Nen, don't regret it. Siyujio's fire, ruffled, flew up, and his voice was hoarse. Gunyan arched her eyebrows and smiled. Not at all. What's wrong with wanting to kiss the man you like? What's wrong with wanting to regret it? A man of your own liking. The words ruffled Siyuju, who couldn't even concentrate on driving. Instead of propping up her hand, Gunyan moved her face closer to Siyuju. Would you want to kiss me? How do you think of me when I'm not around? Want me to smile? Still want to cuddle with me? Or thinking about kissing me? Gunyan didn't lean too close, but her speaking breath blew on the side of Siyuju's face. She had a faint scent that seemed to burrow through his pores and into his limbs. Thinking about kissing me is not a reaction. Crunch! Before Gunyan could finish speaking, the car had already pulled into a curved space. How? Well, Gunyan raised her head before she opened her mouth. She had already been held by C. Nightjord on the back of her head. Her red lips, captured by him, kissed. Lord Siyu domineeringly pried open her lips and teeth and rampaged. The smell of him filled all her senses. It's intense and hormonal. Gunyan was only slightly stunned for a moment. Then she climbed onto his neck and responded to his kiss. The small space in the car was filled with the sound of the two men's breathing, their heartbeats. Knock knock. The two were deep in their kiss when there was a knock on the car window. Gunyan slightly paused, wanting to retreat, but Siyu was holding the back of her head tightly. Whatever. 2 words, very bossy, but the knocking on the window continued, and it was noisy. Siyuju finally let go of Gunyan and grumpily opened the car window. Ouyang's face appeared right in front of him. Third master, why did you stop the car? Did something happen? Siyu looked at that face and really wanted to punch it. What do you say? A low, raspy voice with a cold, murderous intent. Ouyang was shivering from the cold, looking at Siyuju's swollen and moist thin lips, then at Gunyan who was straightening her skirt. Third master and Misku almost drove. As a result, because of him, it's now flipped. Is the lustful third master going to kill him? You carry on, Ouyang said, turning around and running faster than a rabbit, not giving Siyu the chance to fire him. C. Nightjord closed the window and then looked at Gunyan sideways. Still going on? Gunyan lifted her curtain slightly, then lowered her eyes. Go home. It's almost 10 o'clock. My brother checks in. Big straight guy, asking that kind of thing again. Don't you know a girl has to be reserved? Sirius gave a low then started the car. With that kiss just now, neither of them spoke again on the way, but in the air, there was a cloying sweetness. When they arrived next door to Gu's house, Siyujio stopped the car. He opened the car door for Gunyan and looked down at her. The kiss just now was my answer to your first question. Want to kiss? Chapter 193 Answers. Gunyan got out of the car and looked up with blinking eyes at Siyuju. That. Second question. Siyu pulled her into his arms and pointed to his head. Thinking of you with my brain. Grabbing her hand again, he placed it over his heart. Thinking of you with my heart. Bang. Gunyan heard his heartbeat, as well as her own. It was fast, and the sound was gorgeous like fireworks. Third question. Sirius said, holding her tightly in his arms. Thinking about your smile and wanting to cuddle with you and kiss you too. As the words fell out, Siyejue lowered his head and kissed Gunyan's lips. It wasn't as violent as it had just been in the car. It was gentle, like treating a supreme treasure, so careful and reverent, gave her all the tenderness. Gunyan was so teased and kissed that she was dizzy and couldn't find herself. For a long time, Sirius released her and looked straight at her. Now, I'm going to answer your fourth question. Gunyan was still a little dizzy from being kissed. She looked up and wondered. What was the fourth question again? It seems to ask him if he kissed her when he. Yes, and you don't have to kiss to get it. Siyujio finished his reply and pulled Gunyan's hand, then pressed it there. Through the fabric, Gunyan could feel it. Then giddy, she jerked her head up to look at Lord Siyu. Her giddy little expression was instantly petrified. Good night. It was only pressed for a split second, and Siyu immediately let go of it and turned around to get into the car, then hit the gas and boom. Straight away. It's safe to say that the run was pretty lame. After all, it was the first time he had done something so gangly and bad-colored, and he was panicking a bunch inside, leaving Gunyan, who was still petrified, a little bit red, like a cooked shrimp. Siyu, he's so bad. He's surprisingly. Gunyan covered her face with both hands, feeling directly on the verge of exploding. It was so bad, but it also tickled her little heart so much. Ouyang drove slowly to catch up and stopped beside Gunyan. He got out of the car and asked, Miss Gu, the third master. He laughed. He saw the third master's car drive away. But how can he go back when Master San is gone? This is a rich villa neighborhood. A taxi? Can't hit it. Seeing that she didn't reply, Ouyang shouted again. Miss Gu, are you alright? Gunyan returned to her senses and looked up at Ouyang. She stammered a little and asked, how? What happened? Ouyang didn't see that scene just now, did he? She was almost too shy to see it. "Oh Yang, how am I going to get back when the third master has taken the car?" "You take the car, be careful on the road, and go to bed early." Gunyan was so shy that she was flustered, and after saying this, she ran back to her home, and she didn't even want the car. "It's so humiliating." Oh Yang raised his hand and touched his head. Did third master and Miss Gu do something unseemly? Is this like a hot date? Love or no love? He didn't know. Anyway, according to the third master's fondness for Miss Gu, he doesn't kiss for a few minutes, hug for a few minutes, and fall in love for a few hours. Both will be sad to leave. But now, all running so fast? Oh Yang held the curiosity of what they had done and took Gunyan's car again. Anyway, needless to say, tomorrow morning third master will definitely come to pick up Miss Gu. The third floor of the Gu family. Zhou Lujing flipped through her cell phone as she took pictures of Gunyan with wild men. "I thought that I had retired from marriage with Wen Yi, and that I had evening out some big money, but it turned out that I had raised a little white boy." Chapter 194, Fury. Gunyan blushed as she entered the house, and Zhou Chen sat in the living room. He looked up at Gunyan. "Didn't drive back?" Gunyan looked at Zhou Chen, and the shyness on her face instantly disappeared. The look also went cold. Look at your face. You're not just taking office and bagging some gigolo, are you?" Wang Yalan, who was sitting next to her, had seen Gunyan's flushed face just now. "Being from the past, I know that look best." Gunyan looked at Wang Yalan with slightly narrowed eyes. "Then you have to be careful. I've heard that rich women love to go to clubs to find cowboys." She glanced sideways at Zhou Chen again. "Older people can't in the end. 30 like a wolf, 40 like a tiger. Can you not be empty and lonely? Labeled as elderly and not yet able to weekly mornings. A face as dark as a ghost." He reprimanded. "A girl's family? What kind of talk is that about tigers and wolves? Not clean at all." Gunyan looked up at him. "If you want to educate, first educate you, the marital cheater, and educate your illegitimate daughter who likes to rob garbage. And then, to satisfy you, a whore who whines and teases cowboys all day long." In 3 sentences, the family was cursed. Zhou Lujing, who had just come downstairs, and Zhou Chen, whose face was as black as coal. Wang Yalan stormed. "Gunyan, do you still have a bit of upbringing? Anything can be said. It really is born with a mother and not raised by a mother." Before Wang Yalan could finish her sentence, she was kicked by Gunyan. Even the person with the sofa was kicked down, and Zhou Chen, who was next to him, was also brought backward and fell down. The moment she collapsed, Gunyan stepped forward, grabbed Wang Yalan's hair, and pulled it up, then a kick to her knee. With a bang, Wang Yalan fell to her knees so hard that it hurt to hear the sound. "Gunyan, let go of." Gunyan held down Wang Yalan's head and slammed it hard into the floor. "Why don't I have a mom to teach? And it's not because of you guys? Living in the house my mom left behind, bullying her daughter, and having a black heart? Open your mouth about my mom. If you miss her that much, go to hell and stay with her." Zhou Chen got up from the ground. "Gunyan, let go of her." "Woof woof." Air Dog Z leaped in from outside, showing his teeth, and stopped in front of Zhou Chen, very fierce. It had the look that if he dared to open his mouth again, it would pounce on him and bite him to death. Zhou Lujing also wanted to open her mouth, but when she looked at Air Dog Z, she was so scared that she just stood at the entrance of the stairs, not daring to move. Gunyan didn't care what Wang Yalan screamed, so she held down her head and smashed it hard into the ground. Zhou Chen looked at the blood on the ground, and Wang Yalan's screams were weakened. He rushed to say, "Nian, any more knocks on that head and she'll be dead." Gunyan raised her head and glanced coldly at Zhou Chen. Then he held Wang Yalan's head down hard again and smashed the floor before letting go. She had her own measure, and wouldn't be so stupid as to kill someone within a few days of being reborn. "Wang Yalan, let me hear you say bad things about my mom again and see if I'll get you killed." Wang Yalan's face was covered in blood, and when she heard Gunyan's words, her entire body shrank in fear. Just now, she felt Gunyan's killing aura. Gunyan was really going to kill her. For the first time, I felt that I was so close to death. It's horrible. Gunyan coldly raised her eyes to look at Zhou Lujing, who was standing at the stairway. Zhou Lujing was frightened by her eyes, so much so that she took a step back, still holding her cell phone and hiding it behind her back. Gunyan ordered in a cold voice, "Butler Chang, send Wang Yalan to the cemetery to spend the night with my mom." Chapter 195. Hearing about this cemetery, Zhou Lujing was even more frightened and took another step back. She hadn't forgotten how she'd been dumped in the cemetery. Wang Yalan raised her head, also looking horrified. Zhou Chen frowned. "Gunyan, she's an elder in the end." Gunyan interrupted Zhou Chen with a sideways glance. "If you're heartbroken, you accompany me. My mom wouldn't mind seeing you guys kneeling in front of her to repent." "Zhou Chen, she's hurt and has to go to the hospital." Gunyan's voice was cold. "Can't die. She had a measured hand and it wouldn't have killed anyone at all." Zhou Chen glanced at Gunyan and didn't say anything after all. Gu Nian lifted her foot up the stairs and stood at the stairway to the second floor. She looked coldly at Zhou Lu Jing, her voice even colder. If you want to stay in the Gu family, follow my rules and don't ruin my good mood with nothing, or else, roll up and get the hell out of here right now. The second dog opened his mouth, woof woof. If it dared to ruin Nian's good mood, it was going to bite. Zhou Lu Jing watched Gu Nian enter the room and close the door. Only then did she rush downstairs and sit beside Zhou Chen. Dad, you're just spoiling her. Ha! That butler Chang also obediently took Wang Yalan out. Woof! The second dog looked up and shouted at Zhou Lu Jing. Don't think that you can say bad things about Sister Nian just because she is not here. It's here to listen. Zhou Lu Jing looked at Erdogsy and was scared in her heart. This dog has become a savant, but whenever you say something bad about Gu Nian in front of it, it either screams at you or chases you all over the mountain. Zhou Chen glanced at her. She's different, and it was your mom who went overboard just now. It's fine to talk about that person for what? Dad. Zhou Chen stood up. Go to bed early. You'd better redeem your current image. A little. Zhou Lu Jing stomped her foot and clenched her teeth in anger. Ever since she was caught by Winnie at the hotel and the cemetery, her public image, for one, has never been very good. And there is a continuing trend of crumbling personas. At this rate, her career as a star could be terminated. No, I must do something. Zhou Lu Jing looked at the maid's room where she was going to sleep and gritted her teeth or went into sleep. Gu Nian went back to her room and first posted a video in the group to prove that she was home. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fifth brother, little brother. In one breath, he called out to his brothers. The fourth brother was on a mission and in a special position, and was away at this time of the day. Third brother Gu Yuan looked at Gu Nian. Nian. What's wrong with you? Looking in a bad mood? He's a lawyer, and he reads people's expressions, even if they're subtle. Who bullied you? A few of the older brothers, all full of murderous anger, asked. Gu Nian shook her head. No, I just came back to be nauseated by a few cockroaches. It's fine. She's most afraid of cockroaches. A couple of brothers, which was a relief. How are you feeling today? Okay? Third brother Gu Yuan even said. I saw your news interview. That clause? It's an overbearing contract. It's legally invalid when it comes to. Gu Nian hurriedly interrupted him. Don't. This clause is valid. I'm counting on using this clause to help me hit them in the face. Big brother Gu Cheng frowned. Nian. Phantom Company is now an empty shell. Even the factory is about to stop. You're being punked by Zhou Chen by taking over this now. Gu Nian narrowed her eyes and smiled. Brothers, just support me unconditionally and believe that your little princess can do it. Gu Xiaoyi nodded. Nian can. I'll endorse it for free. A few of her brothers fell silent and didn't discourage her upward mobility. Nenan can. Anyway, if there's anything, they'll just help out in secret. Chapter 196. Gu Nian looked at several of her brothers, and her mood all followed suit. Brother, how's your company? I don't know if CU has helped. Gu Cheng. There's some upturn, and the general manager of Birchlight that you told me about has had an accident and blown up quite a few problems. I almost signed a contract with them before this. Speaking of which, it's a good thing I hesitated thanks to Nian's reminder. He was so close to signing with Birchlight the day before yesterday that he felt the future was bright. It's not what Gu Nian said, but when it was time to sign, the ghostly thought of Nian's words, so he didn't sign it, and said he would consider it for 3 days. It hasn't even been 3 days yet, and Birchlight, it's bursting with problems. Gu Nian narrowed her eyes obediently. That's good. Big brother can choose another company to work with again. It's a good thing we didn't work together, because C's group threw out an olive branch with very high concessions, and they were losing money and insisted on working with me. Gu Yuan talked about the imposing manner in which the head of C group came to his door to talk about the contract. If it wasn't about talking about contracts, at first he thought he was here to kick ass. To the back of the talk, the other party is repeatedly concessions, so that he thought the other party is a liar. If I hadn't confirmed that the other party was really an employee of C's group, I would have thought it was a fraud. Gu Nian narrowed her eyes and smiled. That's because Big Brother's company has a future, and Big Brother is a talented person. That's why they're clamoring to work with you, but they don't make much profit. Gu Nian laughed. It's okay, he doesn't want money. It's all about your girl. Gu Chang was keen. Huh? Gu Xiaoyi also Baba opened his mouth to attract attention. I've also become the face of the C group, with super high treatment and endorsement fees. If I wasn't told to keep up my image and all sorts of classes enrolled for me, I thought they weren't recruiting image makers, but ancestor offerings. He's busy, but he's treated really well. Gu Nian narrowed her eyes and smiled. So have you seen Sir Siyu yet? Gu shook his head. No, this top big shot. Where can I meet him? But I hear he's ugly, short, and mean. Gu Nian glumly skimmed her mouth. Legends can't be trusted. Sango Gu Yuan, talking about your own boss like that. You're not afraid of getting fired. I'm not afraid. Gunyan took her cell phone and talked to her brothers for a while before they each hung up their videos and got busy. She hung up the video and went to soak in the shower again. In a beautiful mood now, Gunyan took her cell phone and was going to send a message to Siyuju, but then I thought, he just took her hand and pressed it there. Ah, so shy. Gunyan buried herself under the covers, her face reddening again. In a past life, the two had known each other for so long. It was really humiliating that she had encountered him so aggressively for the first time. She was so shy that she was embarrassed to send a message to Lord Ce, available at, but she seemed to like him so much in such a gangly, bad-colored way. When Siyuju returned home, he was anxious to open the chat box with Gunyan. Nervous panic set in when he looked at the lack of information about her. Nen, it's not like you're going to get mad and ignore me, is it? Siyujia was nervous and regretful. He shouldn't have just been mesmerized by her words and done something so bad. Right now, Nen must be very angry with him. Would it be possible, just to ignore him? How about now he apologizes to her and explains? But isn't it just a new round of hooliganism for him to bring it up? Chapter 197. Siyujio was torn for a while, but still took his cell phone and went to take a shower first. Ever since Gunyan would send him messages, he would carry his cell phone with him when he went to the bathroom and took a shower. Fear of missing Gunyan's message and not being able to reply in seconds, Siyujio took a shower while thinking how he was going to mention this, to make sure that the Raw was not angry, and whether he was going to coax it or not. Ding dong, the WeChat alert sounded, and Siyuju hurriedly turned off the water, took a bath towel to wipe his hands, and then took his cell phone. He'd set everyone else on Do Not Disturb, so when the alert tone sounded, it wouldn't be anyone else's message other than Gunyan's. CC Nyen Nyen, have you arrived home yet? And sent a shy emoji. Siyu wiped his face and smiled as he replied with the word feeling too cold. I hurriedly typed another reply. Arrived home a while ago. He was inwardly anxious to say anything about what had just happened or not. Gunyan was holding her cell phone, and it seemed that she could see Siyuju holding it and replying seriously. She pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. She typed to reply when a message came from Lord Siyu. Read, what just happened? Are you angry? He was so afraid she'd get mad. After all, that was so bad. He had grown up in rules and regulations, and was inwardly disturbed by the first time he had done something out of the ordinary like this. But, thinking of her soft little hands, Siyu couldn't help but breathe in, and instantly felt that place, branching out again, uneasy and more likable at the same time. Gunyan looked at the message and thought about how Siyuju must be very anxious and uneasy at this time. He'd always cared what she thought. At the slightest hint of her being in the wrong mood, he could conjure up 3 lifetimes of misunderstanding and abuse. So Gunyan directly pressed the video call. Sirius was typing, then quickly pressed connect. As soon as the video connected, Gunyan saw Siyuju, whose hair was still wet. Droplets of water ran down his cheeks and slid down. Gunyan's gaze, too, couldn't help but move from his face, slowly downward. Slender neck, sexy throat, and collarbone, and a strong, powerful chest. Further down? Nope, the camera can't even get a shot. Siyuju looked at Gunyan in the camera. She was wearing a little halter nightgown, her white shoulders, and the slightly shrugged balls. As he watched, he couldn't help but gulp. Nuh. The cry was doting and low and seductive. Gunyan watched the water droplets slide down and pursed her lips. You're taking a bath. Siyu gave a low Gunyan lowered her eyes and laughed lightly. You don't even forget to bring your cell phone in the shower to return my messages? Siyu still gave a low Don't want to miss you, because it's you. Don't want to miss even one message, because it's you. I want to answer even irrelevant messages in seconds. Nim, do you feel my affection for you? Gunyan raised her eyebrows and smiled. Taking a shower and picking up my video. What kind of bad stuff are you trying to show me? This question made even Siyujo nervous, and he hurriedly moved the camera upwards, only focusing on his handsome face. He was still in a hurry to explain, all stuttering. No, I just was typing, so picked up the video fast and didn't think about it that much. Gunyan laughed and interrupted him. Ju, you're getting worse. Siyujo still explains. I didn't do it on purpose, as well as just took your hand. I love it. Siyuju, who hadn't finished his sentence, heard Gunyan's words and looked at her with a straight face. What did you say? Chapter 194 Nth Power and Pi. Gunyan's small face was flushed, and she was a little afraid to look directly at Sir Siyu. As long as it's Jen, I love whatever you do. Sirius froze and froze again, before he felt the sweet flavor, from the bottom of his heart, flooding out, even the air, with its sweet scent. Aren't you angry? That look, after all, is just. Gunyan raised her eyes and glared at him. Change other men, dare to touch my little hand. I will definitely fold his hand. But if a Jew, she said, and sheepishly lowered her head again. You can offer to hold hands and not only won't you be offended, you'll love it. Because of the shyness, the speech was glutinous, like a small hook, hooking Siyujio's heart. Nen, you don't. Gunyan raised her head again. Don't you say this again, La. Girls have to be reserved. They'll be shy. You take a shower. Really? This big straight guy, where he asked that. How can she be mad when she's hitting the video and saying she likes it? She had to wonder if he was doing this on purpose, just to tease her. Siyuju saw that Gunyan really wasn't angry, and the heart that was hanging in the air was finally put down. Okay, I'll take a shower. Gunyan blinked as she looked at Siyuju. After a while, seeing that Siyu hadn't moved, the two were still staring at each other. Puzzled, she asked, "Aren't you going to take a shower?" Siyuju looked at Gunyan on the screen. "Wash it later. Can't hang up on her videos? Can't get enough of them all the time. You hurry up and wash." "I'm not looking at you." Gunyan played with her phone. "I'll take care of something with my phone." Siyuju froze. "No, not hanging?" Gunyan hummed. "I can't hang up. I want to see you twice more. You wash it quickly. Anyway, other than that, I can't see it." After saying this, Gunyan's face reddened some more. "Why do you think? It seems like she still has some regrets?" "Ha, will Jen get the wrong idea? Misunderstandings are misunderstandings. He needs to be allowed to take the initiative as a big straight guy. Otherwise, she's afraid he'll straighten up and turn around. If they slept together in a cuddle, he'd have to draw her a three-way line." Siyuju looked a little confused at her serious look and nodded his head with his handsome face a little red. "Good." He put his cell phone away to make sure it wouldn't shine where it wasn't supposed to, before taking a shower, and looking at Gunyan playing with her phone. She didn't look at him. Only then did Siyu continue to take a shower. He was a little uncomfortable, though, and his heart was thumping. The person watching him is no one else but the girl he loves. Even though it was just the video like that, it still made him blush and an indescribable emotion. Gunyan just looked up and stopped looking. She switched to editing a text message, then using another number. Texting. "And lately there is a batch of goods. I'll send it to you. You help me test the ingredients. See if it passes? What's the big deal? And you're willing to show up? Where are you fooling around? And skincare products recently became a company president. Have to be responsible for. Pi, you've got a problem, right? Such a big project here. Such an advanced machine. You use it to test skincare products?" Gunyan was too tired to sit, so she lay on her back, then looked at Siyujio on her cell phone. "Keep replying. Nth, I like it. You got a problem with that? Pi will want to kill people and exterminate your company." Gunyan was texting and asking for something, completely forgetting about the camera. Siyuju, who was still in the shower, Nightjord looked at his cell phone, and with a glance, he saw Gunyan, who was sprawled out facing the camera. She was wearing a little halter nightgown, and when she lay down like this, the snow globe in front of her, for the most part, was on display in his line of sight. Chapter 195. Watching this scene, Siyuju only felt the water temperature instantly rise, and his hormones spiked to the max. Only halfway through, Siyu thought of that morning, the scene of Gunyan changing clothes in front of him. Plus now, Siyu's breathing, which was difficult, came in big gulps. The knots in his throat rolled even more as he swallowed. Highly branched. Anen. Siyuju hoarsely shouted Gunyan's name in a low voice. Gunyan had been concentrating on chatting with Pi. As a result, she heard Siyuju shout and looked up at the camera. "I'm at." As soon as she looked up, she saw Siyu with a nosebleed, which made her yelp in shock. "Jen, why do you have a nosebleed? Wipe it off." Gunyan's body, slightly leaning forward, the chasm was even more obvious. Sirius raised his hand and touched his nose, wiping a handful of blood as the water flushed it away. He fumbled for the paper. Snapped. The phone was sitting next to the carton, which shifted, and the phone landed on the floor, lens facing up. Gunyan looked at Siyuju, who suddenly appeared on the camera, and she violently covered her eyes. "Jen, you're so bad." Siyu took the paper and covered his nose. Then looking down at his phone, the shower water crackled and fell on the screen. Spent. Vaguely visible was Gunyan covering her face with her hands and showing two eye slits, and from his lens. "Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Siyuju hurriedly covered his body with one hand and went to get his cell phone with the other, then turned off the video again with his hands. Gunyan looked at the end of the call. The phone got drenched, but thinking about what she had just seen of bad little Jen, she instantly burst into red. Jen turned out not to be abstinent either. Bad. Think of the abstinent man, moved to lust only for her. It's a feeling that is so rewarding and so enjoyable. Well, sleep. Gunyan buried herself under the covers and became a ball of shame. Siyuju hurriedly took a shower, and then reached for his cell phone, and found that it was automatically turned off. He was in a hurry to explain to Gunyan, so he turned on the computer and drove for a while before opening the chat box, and the screen went dark. After 2 tries, the phone won't turn on at all. Bad. Seo went back to his room, took his work cell phone, and was going to explain to Gunyan. And I don't know how to explain it. It feels like the more I explain it, the more confusing it gets. In the end, he only sent the word goodnight. Gunyan buried herself under the covers, but she wasn't asleep yet, and when she heard the sound of a message, she hurriedly picked it up to read it. CC Nyen, not asleep yet. Good night later. Did you stop the nosebleed? Seo was afraid that she would get angry and pull him black, but he didn't expect her to reply to him. Thinking about the scene just now, Seoju's nose, again, itched a little. It stopped. There was a little bit of fire. Gunyan thought for a moment and pursed her lips and smiled. What a good and innocent Aju. Then go to the fire. Although he knew that this fire, it was not good to go, but Seo still answered in a regular manner. Okay, I'll drink more water. Guinness read the message. When men usually talk about this, do they reply, you started the fire, you put it out? Turns out he'll drink more water? This brain is too straight, isn't it? No, she had to teach Jen to be a little more badass. Gunyan lightly bit her lip and typed a reply. Looking for Miss 5. Sirius frowned, his red face, sinking down a little cold. I don't want any woman except Nim. You don't mind. I do. I can't believe she let him go to another woman. Chapter 196, Watching Gunyan's Dinner? Gunyan was directly confused after reading this message. That's a little too innocent, isn't it? If this is not taught well, she will have a hard time in the future. Gunyan blushed a little and sent him a message. Jen, you should first check what the 5th girl means before you show your determination that you can't live without me. Seo was confused for a moment, then actually went to search what the 5th girl meant. After reading it, he blushed and was embarrassed. As a man, it's amazing that I don't understand this. CC Nyen, Jen has not had an idea for so many years. Has been very abstinent? Gunyan was really too curious about him. A man who's been abstinent for so long? Don't even know about this kind of thing. Talking about such a shy topic, Sirius blushed. Before you. No. After her. She ruffled his fire with one look. Even in dreams it would be to her. Gunyan looked at her cell phone and rolled around in excitement as she held her red face. She sat up, then pulled on her little halter nightgown and snapped another picture for Lord C. Now that you're done, I'm going to bed. Good night. Well, it's not good to hold it in. Good night. After Gunyan sent these 2 messages, she hurriedly turned off her phone and buried herself under the covers. Seoju looked at the photo Gunyan had sent and couldn't help but breathe. Slightly pulled down collar, and long legs that a little nightgown can't cover. This is her. Gunyan turned off the light, then revealed a small head, her eyes bright in the darkness. Too shy. Luckily, it was Lord Seo, who hated to hide her from him and him alone. Otherwise, there's too much of it online, and girls send guys these kinds of intimate photos, and they end up getting shared and losing face. Some girls even committed suicide because the photos leaked out. That's why this kind of photo should never be sent to a man, because not all men are Lord Seo. Gunyan looked at the ceiling and counted the little sheep, then quickly fell calmly asleep. Seo looked at the photo and the last thought came up. Dawn. Seo got up early. Yang came back from jogging with Qinlai and saw the spirited Seoju. Third master, you got up a little late today. Usually, the 3 of them ran and worked out together, and today Seo was late. Seo looked up at them. Qinlai's eyes were sharp enough to see that Seoju was full of joy, and the corners of his lips were unconsciously rising upwards, even the eyes that were originally cold and dark. At this time it was as if they had been colored with spring and bloomed with peach blossoms. Sango, did you do that last night? Qinlai rarely called out to third brother. Seo raised his eyebrows at him. Which one? Qinlai came up and just gestured with his hand. Did he eat Gunyan? Yang, impossible. Third master came back earlier than me yesterday. Ha, that was a dream? Qinlai knew this well. Sirius glanced at him coldly. No. Qinlai clenched his hand into an empty fist. Then this one didn't run. Watching Gunyan down the meal? Seoju raised his foot and kicked his calf. Is it that you want the dogs to run 10 more laps with you? Qinlai's face was slightly reddened as he looked at Sirius' icy face. He burst out laughing. I'm truthful. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the third master you will also do such degrading things. No longer high cold and ascetic. See Nightjord kicked Qinlai again. Keep contributing to the forensic team. Sango, don't. Seoju snorted coldly, or else I'll let you watch Yang go down for dinner. Chapter 197, I'm a robot with no feelings. Yang Muay lying. Why did you bring him? Just let Qinlai look at the corpse for his next meal. Seoju, Yang, take Nian's car and go pick up Nian. Sango. Qinlai still wanted to plead for mercy. Sirius glanced at him coldly, then smiled. Get lost. Yang opened the rear door, then gloated at Qinlai. Next time, learn your mouth a little better. It's good that we all know what's going on. It would be a shame for the third master in Misku to say it out loud. It's not like Master San is the type to show off. Gunyan woke up, first sent a good morning to Seiyuju, and then washed up. Two little sparrows, twittering, flew in. Good morning, Nyan-san, Karika. Gunyan brushed her teeth. Any news today? Both little sparrows had gotten used to scouring her for all sorts of news. There are too many named Suyukai. I don't know which one it is yet. Kirikou. Gunyan hummed. I'll show you the pictures later. Wan Yalan was at the cemetery, scared and wowed, and when she was found in the morning, she was passed out and sent to the hospital. Chirp. If this dares to bully Sister Nian Nian again in the future, they can all be sent to the cemetery. Gunyan raised her eyebrows. Can't die, can you? Not dead, just scared to death of the slightest movement. Chatter. Gunyan snorted coldly. Being a thief, when I find the evidence, I will make them pay for their lives. Nyen Nyen sis, your man is here to pick you up. Kirikou. The little sparrow saw Gunyan's car outside and chirped happily. Gunyan raised her eyebrows and smiled. Well, I'm going to the office, so you guys go play. She brushed her teeth quickly, changed her clothes, and went downstairs. The car drove in and didn't wait for Ouyang to come down to open the door. Gunyan had already opened the backseat car door before she jumped into Seiyujo's arms. Jen, cuddle. It was really half reserved, and she even pouted to kiss Seiyu's face. Seiyujo hugged Gunyan, thinking about the pictures she sent last night, and instantly became stupidly excited. Morning. Gunyan hugged him and tilted her head, humming, to be so cold. Is it that you don't love me anymore? Seiyuju looked down at Gunyan. She was unpowdered and her lips were like fruit flesh. Very tempting. Love. With a low word, Seiyujo lowered his head to hold her lips, and then his lips. Ouyang glanced in the rearview mirror, quickly averted his eyes and drove seriously. Gunyan was almost breathless from the kisses, and finally went limp in Seiyuju's arms, her fingers, gently nudging his heart. Jen is just badass, either cold or. Seiyuju grabbed her fidgeting hand as he rasped. Ah Nyen, don't light the fire. Ouyang is still there. Ouyang drove without looking straight. Third master, I'm a robot with no feelings. Gunyan glanced at Ouyang, then wrapped her arms around Seiyuju's neck and asked him by his ear. Jen, did you lower the fire last night? Her breath, falling on the base of his ear, and the question. Seiyu's heart was ruffled. He grasped her hand, then gave a low hum. Gunyan watched as Seiyuju blushed, and slowly reddened to just below his ears. She nipped his earlobe mischievously. Sirius sat up straight violently and shuddered even more. Gunyan looked at him with this reaction as if she had discovered a new world. She nibbled gently on his earlobe and asked him in a low, audible voice for both of them. Jen, what's wrong with you? Where are you uncomfortable? Chapter 198. Sea Nightjord's face exploded red as he tightly hugged Gunyan. Nyen, don't mess around. Gunyan was innocent. I didn't. I was just talking to you. How did I mess up? Ah Nyen. Seiyujo helplessly moved a little closer to the car window. She's too titillating. He was completely overwhelmed. The more Gunyan saw him like this, the more she wanted to tease him. The more he hid, the closer she came. Gwen got up and sat on his knee, then braced his arm and trapped him in the corner of the car window. Jen. Gunyan sat from his knees, a little bit inward. Seiyu's breath hitched. Nyen. Gunyan sat still, so she wrapped her arms around his neck and looked at him with blinking eyes. Tell me, how did I treat you badly? I'm obviously so good, aren't I? Why don't you be mean to me? When Gunyan said this, her tone was particularly innocent, but her eyes were wry. Seiyujo looked at her, then wrapped his arms around Gunyan's waist in a bipolar reversal. Gugwin sat while he held her in his arms and then went down to kiss her. After a sweet battle of words, Seiyuju domineeringly held Gunyan in his arms, lightly biting her ear and speaking in a voice audible to both of them. Next time, the two of you are alone in a room and you're still flirting, then I'll absolutely eat you up. Gunyan tilted her head slightly and came to his ear. Okay, I'll wait. Seiyuju's grip on her slender waist tightened. This little woman. She was so good at teasing him. Seiyujo held Gunyan in his arms, and it was with a fire that he sent her to the company. Nuh. Gunyan kissed him on the cheek. Love you. Be good and earn money to support me. Seiyuju reluctantly watched Gunyan enter the company. Ouyang looked for presents this time. Third master, will you be transporting MS? Go to work every day from now on? Seiyu gave a low hum. Ouyang drove towards C's group. This way, it's too much of a waste of time, and your time is precious. In the morning, it took half an hour from the Royal Water Bay to Gu's house, then almost half an hour to Phantom, and almost an hour to C's group. In the morning Master San had to get up 2 hours earlier than before, and then the afternoon as well. In this way, Master San wasted 4 hours a day. It feels like a waste of hundreds of millions of dollars. Seiyujo looked at his hand, which still seemed to have Gunyan's temperature on it. He smiled. There is nothing in the world that is more valuable than Ani. With that, His voice cooled. Don't ever say the word waste again. With Ani, there is no such word as waste. Oh Yang, no. I was trying to suggest that you don't have to live in a place as big as the Royal Water Bay. You can live closer to MS. Goo. See, you looked up. You waste so much time in a day. If you were closer, you could also spend more time with MS. Goo. See, you Joe understood. You check who owns the room next door to Anyen. No matter how much it costs. Buy it. Oh Yang, he wanted to say closer, but he didn't say it had to be this close. Sirius looked in the rearview mirror and saw the Phantom Company behind him. By the way, buy this Ingha mansion of the Phantom Company, too, and renovate the top floor, so it will be my office from now on. Oh Yang, he just made a small suggestion of being a little closer. You don't have to buy a villa and a mansion, do you? Thinking about the fact that he would be able to commute with Gu Nian in the future put Siyu in a good mood. Oh Yang, your suggestion is good. It should be rewarded. Inform Qinlai that he can come back from the forensic team. Oh Yang froze. No, shouldn't you reward me? How did this reward go to Qinlai? Chapter 199, Snake in the Drawer. Gu Nian was in a beautiful mood and went upstairs. The Phantom Company's office, on the 19th floor. Mr. Gu. Seeing Gu Nian, one by one, they all shouted out very politely today. When the secretary saw Gu Nian, she started to come up. Mr. Gu, the goods are now sold out. The factory can't produce them in time, and the demand exceeds the supply. Gu Nian listened to the secretary speak, then went to the office. The door opens. A dozen fat rats, in the office, scuttled around, frightening the secretary into jumping and screaming. Gu Nian looked at the rats running around, all squeaking, inexplicably captured and locked up in here and not allowed to go anywhere. Squeak, someone's coming, it's scary, it's going to be exterminated. Humans hate us rats. Squeak, so hungry, I think I chewed the wires. Squeak, run, don't let the humans get you. Z, a fat rat, squeaking and scurrying and shouting. In that drawer, there's a snake, it's scary, run. Squeak, the secretary looked at the rats fleeing around and turned pale with fear, rushing to call security to catch them. I'm sorry Mr. Gu, next time I'll make sure to check your office first. Gu Nian looked up and looked at the employees outside, the girl screaming and the men looking around for rats and mice. Can't tell, who put the rats in this room? In this room, the rats are infested, and if they bite someone, they can get infected. Call security to arrest, all be careful, and fire all the janitors for today. Gu Nian finished her cold command and lifted her foot to walk into the office. The secretary looked at her without changing her face and was really impressed. What girl, when she sees a mouse, mustn't be so scared that she cries. But Mr. Gu didn't change his face. The secretary followed Gu Nian into the office, her face still a little white as she placed the documents on the table. Mr. Gu, these are the material requirements for the factories under the name of Phantom Company. And, before the secretary could finish her sentence, she suddenly screamed again, because Gu Nian pulled open the drawer. A green-colored yet tiny snake crawled out of the drawer. Finally I can come out. Scared the hell out of this baby. Silk. The secretary hurriedly took the papers and patted this green snake. Mr. Gu, be careful. This snake is poisonous. The little green snake had just crawled out and was about to receive a violent attack, spitting its snake letters and going to bite the little secretary. Silk, try to beat this baby to death and bite you. Silk. The secretary screamed in fear as she saw how fast the little green snake was, but she still struggled to get the papers to shoot the snake. Mr. Gu, go away. Be careful. The little green snake spat out its snake letters and quickly attacked the little secretary. Gu Nian raised her eyebrows. Little green snake, don't bite her. She didn't mean it. Hearing the sound, the little green snake suddenly inclined its head to look at Gu Nian. You talking to this baby? Silky, that's the little green snake, isn't it? Gu Nian raised her hand to block the papers that the little secretary had slapped down, protecting the little green snake. Well, it's just talking to you, the baby snake. The little green snake twisted its body as if it had discovered a new world and crawled towards Gu Nian. Wow, you're Nenchan? Silk, I've heard them say that there is a human who can understand animals. Is that you? Silk. Gu Nian extended her hand towards the little green snake. Aha! The little green snake was very excited and followed Gu Nian's hand and climbed up. Wow. This baby actually saw Nian Nian's sister. Can this baby follow Nian Nian's sister in the future? Silk. The little secretary watched as the little green snake wrapped itself around Gu Nian's hand and turned pale with fear. Mr. Gu, don't move. It bites. Gu would always be bitten to death. Chapter 200. Gu Nian reached out and gently nudged the little green snake's triangular head. Want to follow me? The little green snake spat very pleasantly. Silky, now they, the animal kingdom, are all proud to be with Sister Nian Nian. It's only so little and it's still a baby. Just to be able to follow Sister Nian Nian, That would definitely be the honor of the snake clan, and would make those pythons and whatnot envious to death. Gin narrowed her eyes and smiled. If you find out, the person who put you in the drawer can follow me. Well, this baby is going to catch the bad guy who almost caused the baby to suffocate in there. 2. Silk. The little secretary was originally scared pale, but then she saw the little green snake wrapped around Gunyan's wrist and didn't bite her. Moreover, Gunyan was talking to it. So amazing looking. The employees outside, listening to the little secretary's screams, had been looking this way as well. After seeing that the little green snake didn't bite Gunyan, they all froze. Snakes, and the ones that don't bite? Gunyan grabbed the little green snake and stood up, heading outside. She looked up, glanced lightly at the crowd, and spoke coldly. The one who let the rats and snakes out. Stand up and admit it yourself. I'll just fire. If I had found him, then I would have sent him to the police station. It's a bamboo leafy green, and when bitten, if it's not saved in time, it's a life-threatening attempted murder. So think about it. The little green snake that was caught, wagging its tail. Sister Nian, the baby is still small enough to be less toxic, and with the fangs removed, it's even less toxic. Silk, that guy was just trying to scare you and give you a head start. He wouldn't dare kill anyone yet. Silk. Gunyan lifted the little green snake and took a look at it. It was really a toothless one. However, she didn't say anything, and just carried the little green snake like that, coldly looking at the employees. The employees all looked at Gunyan as well. It was creepy to watch her carry a viper without changing her face. Even if you're not afraid of rats, you're not even afraid of snakes. Is this a ING woman? Gunyan looked at the time. Last minute. Haven't stood out. I'm going to pull it out myself. Her voice, cold, gave a sense of oppression. But the crowd looked at me, and I looked at you, and there just wasn't a single person who stepped forward. Time's up. Then, Gunyan put the little green snake on the floor to go. Go find the person who put you in the drawer, who was crawling to the left foot of who? Yes, Sister Nian. Silk. The little green snake sensed its mission and crawled slowly. Those people, seeing the little green snake crawling by, were creeped out. They belabored it in their minds. Is Mr. Gu out of his mind, trying to catch people with a snake? This snake is a biter. It's trying to kill them, isn't it? A snake that's been let loose and doesn't bite or run away is good enough to catch a suspect? The little green snake crawled and crawled, passing one after another, then stopped at the left foot of a woman. It raised its head at Gunyan. Sister Nian, it's her. Silk. Ah, snakes. The woman screamed and rushed off. The little green snake then ran after her, always standing on her left foot. There's no use running. You're the one who got this baby into trouble. Silk. Gunyan stepped forward and reached out to grab the woman's wrist. 2. Finance. Attempted murder. Enough for a few years. This is the finance manager. 2. Finance's face changed drastically. It's not me. How can a snake say it's me? Maybe my perfume irritated it. Don't you wrong me. The little green snake stood at her left foot, not going anywhere. Farting perfume, oh what a smell. It's killing this baby. Silky. Chapter 201, Thunder and Lightning. Gunyan raised her eyebrows and looked at 2 Finance. This snake was bought from a pet store, so with a little investigation, we'll know if it is or not. 2 Finance bit his lip. You can't investigate me. And who said the snake I bought had to be this one? Gunyan laughed softly. The mouse is also bought, and no more. The drawer will have your fingerprints. But the evidence? Well, the police will come to investigate when the time comes. 2 Finance's face was ashen as he listened to her words. You don't deserve to be our GM. You're just parachuted in. What qualifies a vocational high school graduate with half a talent to be our leader? I'm not convinced. I'm just going to scare you off. You don't deserve it. 2 Finance, who could not escape, looked at Gunyan with scarlet eyes, envious and jealous, and quickly recognized it. Gunyan let out a light laugh. Fetalization is a technical job. You can't even get a good fetus. You don't have the qualifications to say you're not worthy. Turn her over to the police station and charge her with attempted murder without her saying who ordered it. 2 Finance listened and his face changed drastically. Gunyan, you don't deserve to be the general manager. Sooner or later, Phantom will go out of business because of you. Very soon. You're a kleptomaniac. The security guards came up and took 2 Finance away, cursing as she was escorted. Gunyan looked at the small green snake that had crawled to her feet, bent down, and picked it up. The little green snake automatically wrapped itself around Gunyan's wrist. A tiny little green snake, wrapped around her wrist like a jade bracelet, set off her white wrist nicely. Gunyan glanced up at Pang Laicheng, who had just arrived. In 10 minutes, a meeting. Pang Laicheng watched Gunyan leave, especially the small green snake wrapped around her wrist. It was too piercing. When Gunyan entered the office, the other employees looked at each other. Is Gu always a woman? Very good looking, and her body is dimpled. The woman is right. Have you ever seen a woman grab a snake? and wrap it around her wrist? This Mr. Gu is so evil, so scary, like a witch. It does look like a witch, and it's scary. 10 minutes later, the conference room, everyone has arrived. Gu Nian put the papers aside and said to the secretary, "Those who were read are fired." The little secretary froze for a moment, took the paper and began to read it. After reading it in one breath, it turned out to be a dismissal of 30 or so people. Half of the company's employees were dismissed. The person whose name was read was defiant. "Why did Mr. Gu fire us? That's right, we were all officially recruited. How are we going to find the next company if we say we're fired? We have to pay double wages for firing us. Does Mr. Gu pay?" Pang Liqing looked at Gu Nian. "Mr. Gu, now that the company's sales are up, it's the right time to need manpower. And in this society, talent is hard to come by, and it takes time for a newcomer to become familiar with a new business. It's not a very mature idea to fire employees at this time." Gu Nian threw out another document. "The former deputy general manager with 8 female secretaries. The receptionist will be 5. And sales." She looked up and flicked a glance at one of the women dressed in fancy dress. "I know. Our company sells skin care products. If you don't know, you'd think our company pimps and sells women to pick up customers." "Those words," said the women, their faces turned ugly, because they almost always come in with connections. Some of them are lovers, some of them are girlfriends, and wives, and relatives. If you come in by connections, of course, you'll be mixing 5 insurance policies and mucking around. Which one will be working properly? Chapter 202, another slap in the face. Gu Nian looked up at them. "Are you guys sure you want to bull ***** me here?" Those women, looking at the overbearing Gu Nian, pulled the corners of their mouths. Many of them, not daring to say a word, simply buggered off. Gu Nian didn't say much. It was just scary anyway. The women left behind, too, were silent and had to accept the dismissal. Pang Liqing also didn't expect Gu Nian to be so thunderous. "Mr. Gu, and the technical department, the advertising department, now is the time to need." Gu Nian interrupted him. "I've already arranged the interview. I don't need you to worry about it. Now if you have no comments, you can adjourn the meeting." Those who had been fired by Gu Nian all looked at each other, where they dared to have an opinion. It can only be left in the dust. Some of the educated, competent ones are outraged. "Surely you're just from the countryside and think you can recruit? Nowadays it's all about skills that are hard to find. And good employees have long been snapped up by the big companies, and will come to this hole of a company? Don't read about it. A different company is just the thing. I've been wanting to leave for a long time. It pays better. Only just sold some products. Don't know how much you weigh. Wait to be tortured by those newcomers. Interns. A company that's just waiting to declare bankruptcy and still wants to recruit interns? I think she wants to fart eat." The people who were fired were at their desks outside, packing up their belongings. Resigning and being fired are two different things. Therefore, they were very dissatisfied and felt that Gu Guanyan had buried their talents. Just wait for Gu Guanyan. Can't recruit anyone, not even interns. After the meeting was adjourned, Gu Nian didn't leave, but was in the conference room, because the dismissal and the interview, she was seamless. Ding dong, the elevator doors opened. The people who were still packing up their things looked up at the person who had come in, and all of them stared in disbelief. Is that the king of sales in the business world? What's he doing here? And that one seems to be an advertising big shot. A senior. That's famous PR. Could it be the owner of their company that wants to come and buy Phantom? Looking at one by one, the big shots in their circle, they all came in, all dumbfounded. What are all these big shots doing here in this Thai company that's about to go out of business? The sales king politely asked the employee, "May I ask, where is the interview? For your company?" "Ha?" Those who were asked were all confused. For an interview? A real interview? The little secretary rushed out and showed them the way. "Hello, the interview is in the conference room. Please follow me." One by one, the bigwigs followed the little secretary to the conference room. Gu Nian looked at them and all froze as well. You guys, she was recruiting, but not this many bigots. Although, she could, but she didn't want to be so flashy. We did watch the video interview with Mr. Gu and also wanted to try and save the 100-year-old brand. Anyway, what about a couple of bigots, saying a whole bunch of very decent reasons? Guinness, though none of them came out of C's group. However, she could be sure that it was again arranged by Sir Siu. It's also very cleverly arranged. Gu Nian thought of such a painstaking Siujo, silently put the half-stripped vest, and put it back on. She'll just not use her connections and call someone. So, all these big shots, all of them were hired. Within 10 minutes of going in, the big boys were out. The people who were fired, they haven't left yet. I told you, they don't see this Thai company. They don't even need an interview. They just leave. Who wants to work for a village girl? who graduated from a vocational high school. Seniors, the sales king walked up to them. Have you packed up yet? This will be my desk from now on. So please pack quickly. It was so close to saying the word off, out loud. Those who are. Snap. A punch in the face is like a tornado. It comes so fast and furious. Chapter 203, Who's Your Boyfriend? Under the gaze of their seniors, they were so pressurized that they hurriedly packed up and got the hell out of there. Still, it's puzzling. Why on earth would they come to this company that's about to declare bankruptcy? I don't know. Probably just happened to get fired. Or maybe it's because it feels promising that Phantom sold $20 million in half a day? Oh, where does Phantom have any future? Others don't know. We who have been working here for a few years still don't know? So what if a few bigwigs come? Working for a village girl who graduated from a vocational high school doesn't really help. The sales king watched as a few packed up their things, still muttering and talking. So, all in their own circles, they reported the names of these men. Let other companies, when interviewing these guys, be careful and cautious. So much so, that these guys were rejected in later interviews, just after mentioning their names and looking at their resumes. In the end, he had to leave Jincheng and also changed his last name. After Gunyan finished her work, her cell phone text message rang. Pi, I'm downstairs at the Phantom. You give me the product. Gunyan raised an eyebrow, then took the set of trial set left behind, as well as the products she bought from the store, and went downstairs. She looked around and locked on to a courier at a glance. Very young, very handsome. Gunyan walked over and gave him the stuff. So poor lately. Dry delivery? Pi looked up at her. You didn't come here poor to be the head of a crappy company. What's going on in your head? Researching a project. That's billions, tens of billions. Turns out she came to run a Thai company. Gunyan, this is my family's property. Of course I have to take care of it. Pi wrapped the product and gave another This crap company. What's the future? Even if you're good, you can't bring it back from the dead. Can you? Phantom was close to declaring bankruptcy. It's impossible to make money. It's almost as bad as pouring money into it, and there's no telling how much you'll have to put into it. Gunyan looked up and saw that the LED sign of Phantom Company was old and tattered. She laughed. Things are unpredictable. Who knows what the future holds? When Pi heard this, his hand paused for a moment and he looked up at Gunyan. No way, boss. You're playing the sad thing? The nth degree used to be not such a nature. The old simplicity, the innocence, the person, could have fooled her. Gunyan watched him pack it, overthinking it. How much is the express delivery? Pi gave her the collection code. $15. When are you coming back to the institute? Everyone is waiting for you. Gunyan swept the code to pay. I'll plan for it when I get to sleep with the male god. Who's your boyfriend? Gunyan, sir, see you. Pi looked at Gunyan's back as she turned to leave. Sleeping with Lord Zell is not as easy as finding a dog. Even if the nth power is great. It's Sir C Knight, the third master of C. Want to sleep with him? Suicide is going to hurt. The nth power is really wanting to sleep with Lord Siu. Genin went back to work in the office. It was busy at first, a lot to verify and buttress, especially since her brain hurts from looking at the company's finances. Because, the company owes a lot of foreign debt, owes the bank $100 million, not to mention other companies, partners. It's a miracle the company hasn't declared bankruptcy after all this debt. Gunyan pressed down her aching temples. The small green snake coiled around Gunyan's wrist spat out its snake letters. Sister Nian is the one who is the wonder of this world and will work wonders again. Silk. And there's a way that this baby can help Nenchan. Oh Silk. Chapter 204, Even if you make me beg on my knees. Gunyan listened to the little green snake's little milky voice and reached out to nod its head. What's the solution? Is it to make you all into snake soup and sell it? The little green snake's body shrank in fear when it heard the word snake soup. Sister Nian, don't scare this baby like that. Silky, snake soup. What a terrible thing. Gunyan laughed and nudged its little head. Just kidding. Come on. Say it. Sister Nian's company is in skincare or something like that. That's a lot of chemically finished products nowadays. Silk. Nian's sister can understand animal language. Ah. A lot of nectar and now is not popular snail liquid. Snake venom or something beauty. Silk. Sister Nenin can then get us, the army of animals, to help. Silk. Gunyan laughed as she listened to the little green snake speak its thoughts in a serious manner. What an adorable little snakebot. Surely still naive. However, it is also true that these are more popular. There are some natural products that aren't very good to get, but with the help of the animals, it does work. Some of the skincare treatments had snails crawling on her face, and just thinking about it gave her goosebumps. Sister, aren't you off duty yet? Gunyan was listening to the little green snake when she was greeted by an uninvited guest. She looked up coldly at Zhou Lu Jing who pushed the door in. Get out. Zhou Lu Jing, sister. Gunyan's voice was colder. Get out. Didn't your parents teach you that knocking is polite? Doesn't that mean she's uneducated? Zhou Lujing exasperatedly glared at Gun Yan, then went out and knocked on the door again. Come in. Only when she heard Gun Yan speak did Zhou Lujing walk in. Gun Yan looked up at her coldly. What are you here for? Zhou Lujing sat down across from her and lifted her chin. I know you're strapped for cash, so I've come to give you a free endorsement. Free endorsement? Gun Yan raised an eyebrow at her. No discount. It's going to be free? Are you so worthless? This was said as if Zhou Lujing was a commodity with a clear price tag. Zhou Lujing was once again infuriated, but she still endured it. First of all, I have a share in this company, and secondly, you're my sister. That's why I'm willing to lower my price and give you a free endorsement. Gun Yan raised an eyebrow. Sure, it's not that you've had a scandal and are now desperate to clear your name and I'm the stepping stone? Her sharpness made Zhou Lujing a little embarrassed, because she was seen to think. Zhou Lujing had thought about it all night, and in order to clear her name, she still had to befriend Gun Yan. And now that Phantom is taking off a bit, the product is selling well and the whole country is aware of it. This way, she can clear her name and raise her profile. Why wouldn't she do the best of both worlds? For another, if she worked with Gun Yan, Phantom is going to get up and go beyond the terms, then she can make it bad. There was no way for Gun Yan to make a 70% profit in 1 month. This way, she has fame and fortune, and a company to make money. So Gun Yan was really her stepping stone. Once it doesn't work, kick it off hard. Zhou Lujing looked at her. Sister, I can't help it if you want to think that way. I sincerely want a free endorsement. Gun Yan looked at her with a cold smile. There's no need. I'm afraid of stinky like you, dirtying Phantom's brand and lowering its grade. Zhou Lujing couldn't hold her fire and her voice shrilled. Genian. Gun Yan raised her eyes coldly, her voice even colder. Ha! Zhou Lujing looked at her, and her arrogance was extinguished. She took a deep breath and tugged at the waistband on her skirt. What do I have to do for you to forgive me and let me endorse? I'll promise you everything if you say so, even if you make me beg on my knees. Chapter 205, Because of You. The whole world is pregnant. Gun Yan watched Zhou Lujing's movements and narrowed her eyes slightly. There was a button on her belt, and Zhou Lujing's body, facing her. It's not a small carry-on shooter, is it? Zhou Lujing's brain is on the line, trying to shade her. Ha! Gun Yan looked up at her. What did you do wrong that you want me to forgive? Zhou Lujing brewed her emotions and quickly entered the scene. She said apologetically, when E and I were in love, and I didn't want to hurt you at the time, so I lied to you. No matter what, I'm the one who stole your fiancé. Gun Yan raised her hand to interrupt her. I don't have like that as a fiancé. It's all been broken off, so don't open and close your mouth about your fiancé. It's disgusting. The small green snake coiled around her wrist spat. Vomit. What a disgusting woman. Those tears are more fake than crocodile tears. Silk. The animal world knows that Sister Nian has a great scent on her and understands how they talk. The animal kingdom also knows that Sister Nian has a bad sister who is hypocritical and disgusting. Gun Yan looked down at the little green snake that was frantically spitting, and then looked at Zhou Lujing who was wearing a low cut. She smiled and raised an eyebrow. For a moment, it could be more fun. Zhou Lujing cried. Anyway, I'm the one who robbed 1E. I'm so sorry, but I haven't done anything else outrageous to you, so can you forgive me and let me endorse Phantom? I'm not in it for the money either. I'm just trying to help you out for once and I don't want to continue the misunderstanding. Gun Yan did feel sick to her stomach even when she looked at her acting like that. You stop it, or the whole world is going to get pregnant. Zhou Lujing froze at her inexplicable words. What? Gun Yan smiled. Because you're so disgusting that you make people want to vomit. Zhou Lujing, who had been scolded in a roundabout way again, was so angry that her face turned white, but, for her own purposes, she took a deep breath. Sister, I have apologized so sincerely. Also said I'd be willing to kneel even if you asked me to, as long as you forgive me and still let me endorse the company's products that can help you. I'm willing to do whatever you ask me to do. Gun Yan looked at her. Do whatever you want? Zhou Lujing nodded. Yes, to clear his name, to make himself look good. She went out on a limb. Moreover, she was going to film all of how Gun Yan treated her. When she endorses Phantom and cleans up successfully and doesn't need Gu Guan, she'll expose the video. At that time, she would be able to ruthlessly step on Gun Yan. Gun Yan looked at Zhou Lujing who was looking for abuse herself. She raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you sure you'll do anything? Zhou Lujing went out on a limb. As long as you forgive me. As long as you don't let me die. I'm willing. Gun Yan raised her eyebrows. Okay, you're wearing a maid's outfit. Go clean the men's restroom. What? Zhou Lujing directly froze when she heard this request. Gun Yan looked at her. Didn't tell you to go to hell. Didn't do anything excessive to you. Just told you to clean the men's room. No, that's the men's restroom and the maid's outfit. Zhou Lujing all but screamed. No, I can't do it. Gun Yan coldly lowered her eyes. No sincerity. Then get out and don't mention forgiveness or endorsements. Zhou Lujing looked at Gun Yan before looking down at the buckle on her belt. Is it possible that with just these words from Gun Yan, she can be exposed and completely let her collapse her persona? But endorsements, not yet reconciled. Her image can't be salvaged. You can go to the men's room and scrub the toilets. Chapter 206, kneel down and crawl over. Gun Yan just glanced at her coldly and ignored her. Little Green Snake couldn't help but make a suggestion. Nian sister, do you want me to go scare her? Silky, otherwise, the baby can go out and call her parents. Lots of fun, play with her. Silk, Gun Yan didn't say anything, just nodded the Little Green Snake's head. Zhou Lujing, you can get lost if nothing happens. Zhou Lujing looked at Gun Yan, then gritted her teeth. Okay, I'll go brush the men's restroom. You have to keep your word. It's just a men's room. Who would recognize her with a mask on? As for the maid's outfit, she buys janitorial clothes and that's it. Moreover, the more Gun Yan went overboard with her, the more useful the video that would be exposed at that time would be. She can still pull a wave of sympathy. Gun Yan glanced up at her, then called the small secretary's phone. Go to the adult store and get one of those 3-0 maid outfits. And make it quick. 3 no balls means that the first 2 balls are no balls and the bottom 1 triangle is no balls. Then what's the difference between wearing it and not wearing it? Zhou Lujing gritted her teeth. I'll buy it myself. Gun Yan hung up the phone and glanced at her coldly. If you think you can negotiate, get out now. Gun Yan, do you have to go so far? I just don't want to lose you as a sister. And I don't want you to have a hard time for the company endorsement. So I want to help you. Zhou Lujing was aggravated and had a crying voice. No matter what, let's sell misery for sympathy first, so that everyone can discover Gun Yan's true colors. Gun Yan was still the same. If you're not sincere, get out. Zhou Lujing looked at Gun Yan with hatred, then gritted her teeth. Okay, as long as you're willing to forgive me and still call me sis, I'm willing to do whatever I'm asked to do. She always had to Guinness on her knees begging her. Not only do they want Gun Yan to clean the men's restroom, but they also want Gun Yan to wear nothing at all. Moreover, it was necessary to kneel down for Gun Yan to serve those smelly men to go to the toilet. Thinking that Gun Yan would stink later when the video came out, she could step on it hard. Zhou Lujing had already brainstormed the scene where she was ruthlessly abusing Gun Yan. Gun Yan looked at her face full of false calculations and lightly chortled. It's so stupid that you can't even hide your wickedness. It's going to take a while to buy clothes. Now get on your knees and crawl over here. Zhou Lujing looked up at Gun Yan in shock. What? You're telling me to kneel? Her voice, all shrill. Gun Yan looked at her. What? You don't want to? Don't you just love it, when I'm vicious to you? The more vicious I am, the more innocent and sympathetic you are, aren't you? Gun Yan's words made Zhou Lujing even more vain. It was as if the filming device he had secretly bought, and the fact that he had filmed this scene, had all been made known to Gun Yan. But there was no way Gun Yan could have known. Zhou Lujing tried to calm herself again, to hold back. You're overthinking it again. I just don't want to lose you as a sister and want to help you through the company. Gun Yan looked at her. So, kneel down? Zhou Lujing looked at Gun Yan who was towering over her, looking askance at her like a queen. Thinking about the recent humiliation, the hatred grew even more. As long as he could destroy Gun Yan, so what if he crawled a little? And, as long as she gets down on her knees and crawls first, exposing the video is fine. No need to wash the men's room. Zhou Lujing thought that as long as she endured enough, sooner or later, one day, she could double back Gun Yan. Yes, as long as you still recognize me as your sister, I'll kneel. Zhou Lujing gritted her teeth. Then with a bang, she knelt down, in order to destroy Gun Yan. She endured. Gun Yan glanced at her coldly. Crawl over here and take my shoes and lick them clean. Chapter 207, You're not worthy. Zhou Lujing, who had already endured all the humiliation, jerked her head up and looked straight at Gun Yan. What did you say? This Gun Yan is simply too much. Gun Yan raised her eyebrows and looked at her, repeating coldly once more. Crawl over here and take my shoes and lick them clean. Zhou Lujing's patience was at the edge. Gun Yan, don't go too far. It was humiliating enough for her to get on her knees. Now, Gun Yan even wanted her to crawl over. Like a dog. It's too much. Gun Yan faintly raised her eyebrows. If you don't want to, then get out. I don't care about trash people like you. She coldly looked askance at Zhou Lujing. Oh, right. You're already on your knees. Are you really not going to continue? Otherwise it would be a waste of time to kneel. Just one step short of humiliation and get nothing out of it. Loss or no loss? This kind reminder made Zhou Lujing, who wanted to stand up, not move. She was on her knees, and if she gave up now, there would be nothing left. Then isn't she kneeling for nothing? Just thinking about it made her feel a loss. She can't do anything to lose money. Zhou Lujing couldn't help herself. Once again looking down at the shooter on her belt before looking up at Gun Yan. She wore black heels, brushed and oiled, not even dusty. It's clean. It's not dirty, it's just humiliating. However, by climbing over, he could completely destroy Gunyan. It would be worth it. Good, you have to keep your word, and we'll still be family from now on. Gunyan just raised a shallow eyebrow and didn't answer because it was disdainful. Zhou Lujing took a deep breath, then propped her hand on the ground before slowly crawling over. Every step, in her case, was humiliating, but it didn't even matter. Gunyan was a damned. Sooner or later she would be stepped on and humiliated 1,000 times over. Gunyan watched her crawl over and tugged the corners of her mouth breathlessly. How can there be such stupid people in this world? Don't know the term timely stop? Instead, you're hitching yourself up even more? Hopelessly stupid. But that's the kind of stupid she likes. When Zhou Lujing crawled over, Gunyan crossed her legs, then looked at her condescendingly. She spoke coldly, "Lick it." Zhou Lujing looked at the pointed tip of Gunyan's shoe before looking up at her. Gunyan's feeling of being like a queen, looking askance at ants, made her very disgusted. Why was Gunyan the queen and she the ant? It was clear that she was the older sister. Gunyan was the younger sister, and her mom was the mistress. Just because her mom has a marriage license, she herself is going to be an illegitimate daughter and Gunyan is Miss $1,000? But in love, the unloved one is the mistress. So Gunyan's mom is the mistress. Gunyan was the mistress between the two of her and Wen-yi. Sooner or later, she would make Gunyan pay the price to come. In just a moment, Zhou Lujing had already thought about it. And finally she took a deep breath. Endure. Zhou Lujing looked at Gunyan's crossed legs, slowly lowered her head, stretched out her tongue, and slowly approached Gunyan's shoes. It was so close that she was about to lick the shoe. Gunyan looked down at her, then raised her foot towards her face and kicked her hard. Ah! Zhou Lujing was kicked and fell on her back. She looked up and glared angrily at Gunyan. What do you mean? Ha! Gunyan stood up and slowly walked towards Zhou Lujing, then raised her foot and stepped directly on her face. I'm sorry, but you don't deserve to lick my shoes because you'll dirty them. Chapter 208, A Brainwash. Gunyan's words were even more humiliating and infuriating than when she had just asked her to lick her shoes. Zhou Lujing was repeatedly suffocated and humiliated. Her patience was, well, extreme. Gunyan, you! Gunyan stepped on her face and crushed it with a hard thud. Zhou Lujing screamed in pain and reached for her ankle. Let go of me. Ah, it hurts. Her face was getting stomped on. It felt like teeth were being stepped on. Gunyan looked at her hand, lifted her foot, and stepped on it. Ah! Zhou Lujing only felt her hand click and be stepped on. It was only last time that he broke his arm in a fall, and this time he was stepped on by Gunyan and broke his hand. You let go. Gunyan looked at her coldly. Beg me, or I'll take your pile of silicone boobs and stomp on them. Tomorrow's hot search. Famous actress Zhou Lujing. Due to strenuous exercise, her silicone breasts burst. Gee, this news must be very powerful. Your life as a star. Will it still shine? Zhou Lujing was stepped on the floor as she struggled to look up at Gunyan. Look at her smiling brightly, but she looks like a demon. Sister, I beg you, let go of me. I'll never dare again. I'm sorry, just let go of me. One day, she would make Gunyan beg for her on her knees. Gunyan looked at her coldly and askance, watching her beg for mercy, and begging for mercy so quickly. It was really half-hearted. Tell me, what are you begging me for by coming here so much today? Gunyan coldly let go of her foot. Don't think you're really doing this for the sake of sisterly love and want to endorse me for free. I'm not stupid. Zhou Lujing rubbed her sore face and then looked up at Gunyan, her eyes truly radiating jealousy. Everything she'd been subjected to today had made her lose her mind. Bull asterisk 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 sisterly love? Gunyan, you think you're just right? Gunyan looked up at her. Ha, what kind of nerve is this? Zhou Lujing stood up violently and struggled to tilt her head back to look at Gunyan. You always said my mom was a mistress and I was an illegitimate child. Actually, your mom is the mistress and you're the illegitimate daughter. It was my mom and dad who loved each other. And your mom took advantage of the fact that she had money and stole my dad. I'm the older sister. I was born before you. And you're the bastard daughter. Gunyan tugged at the corner of her mouth breathlessly as she listened to her strong words. They had a marriage license when you were born. So you're an illegitimate child and your mom is a mistress. Zhou Lujing roared and interrupted her. In love. Who is not loved? Who is a junior? Your mother is a junior. You are also a junior. Ah! Without waiting for her to finish, Gunyan raised her hand and slapped her hard. Gunyan looked at her with cold eyes. Zhou Lujing, don't mention my mom or you'll be like your mom. When Zhou Lujing thought of Wang Yalan last night, she was instantly a little frightened. Her mom was so scared. She's still in the hospital. However, Zhou Lujing also let out some harsh words. Gunyan, let me tell you, sooner or later, the Gu group will be mine, and you will be kicked out of the Gu family. Just you wait. Wait for the net. Wait for me to step on you hard. I'll find you 10 or 8 men to give you pleasure. and I'll sell you into a ravine so you can't turn over a new leaf for the rest of your life. Gunyan looked at her coldly as she spoke harsh words, only looking at the buttons around her waist and faintly asking, "And, did Zhou Lujing forget that the filming device would also record her voice?" Chapter 209, Hegemony. Zhou Lujing seemed to see the scene of abusing Gunyan in the future and was even more pleased with herself. "I'll film your dirty, tie scene for the whole world to view your your teeness." After days of holding her tongue, Zhou Lujing seemed to have found a vent, and in one breath, she said all the harsh words she could. However, when she was almost done venting, she saw Gunyan looking at her with a smile on her face. Zhou Lujing was suddenly creeped out and a sense of fear was born in her heart. Why isn't she angry? Why is she still laughing so hard? It was as if he was like a jumped-up clown in front of her. Gunyan looked at her and didn't say anything, then raised her eyebrows and smiled. Finished? The fearful Zhou Lujing, thinking about the shooter she was carrying, also calmed down once again. "I'm not playing with you. Yes, those previous videos alone are enough to ruin Gunyan. Why is she taking the heat here? She's leaving." The Gunyan at this time was simply too evil and scary. As she watched her turn around, Gunyan violently reached out and yanked on Zhou Lujing's hair. Zhou Lujing was yanked by her hair and fell back violently. Gunyan pulled her towards him, then reached out and yanked her belt over her with one hand, undoing it and yanking it back into her hand. Another hard kick sent Zhou Lujing to the ground. The movement was very sharp and quick to react. Zhou Lujing looked up at Gunyan, her heart lifting as she watched the belt in her hands. "Give me back my belt." The dress she wore was loose and cinched in by the waistband, without which it looked like a maternity dress. Plus, with her hair scratched up, she now looks like a crazy. Gunyan looked at her coldly askance and yanked off the clasp that contained the invisible shooter. "You came here today to make things difficult for me so that you could post it on the internet and smear me and destroy me." "It's an affirmative." Zhou Lujing gritted her teeth. "No, I don't know what you're talking about." Gunyan threw the belt over and then pinched the button. "Do you remember what all you just said?" Zhou Lujing looked at Gunyan as if she had seen the devil. "Give it back to me." She growled and lunged for it, just to grab it. Just now, what had she gotten so mad that she said those things? Gunyan raised her foot and kicked Zhou Lujing, who had pounced on her, out. "The video in here, edited and dubbed. How hot do you think it would be?" Gunyan laughed and looked at Zhou Lujing, then said, "Is the clip into, you crawl on your knees, begging for a man to get you? Or is the clip into, you have me on my knees begging and trying to jeopardize my whole life?" Zhou Lujing reddened her eyes. "Gunyan, how dare you?" Both of which are capable of completely ruining her life. Gunyan looked at her with a smile. "If you dare to come at me like this, what wouldn't I dare to do?" Zhou Lujing's eyes were red, and she hated her to the point of gnashing her teeth. Unexpectedly, she had miscalculated another step and was informed by Gunyan about the existence of the shooter. "What do you want?" This time, Zhou Lujing had no choice. Gunyan held the buttons and looked at her with a lightly raised chin. "Clothes will be here soon too. I was only going to have you clean the men's restroom on this floor, but now well, seeing as you're so viciously harming me, I'd be sorry if I wasn't a bit more vicious. So what? You wear a maid's outfit and clean the toilets in the entire building, all over. If it's a little dirty, then lick it clean." Chapter 210. What's for dinner? Want to eat? Zhou Lujing was even more indignant. "Don't even think about it." Gunyan shook the button in her hand. "Is that so?" Zhou Lujing's words could no longer be said, because she had no choice. "Did I do it and give it back to me?" As long as she got it back, she must turn over and give everything back to Gunyan. Gunyan looked at her coldly. "Depends on your performance, and you don't have the capital to negotiate with me right now." As she was talking, the little secretary knocked on the door and Gunyan let her in. "Mr. Gu, the clothes are bought." The little secretary blushed. After all, it was too shy to go shopping for such clothes. Gunyan threw it to Zhou Lujing. "Go on, don't waste my time here. I'm busy." Just because Zhou Lujing came, she was delayed in her work. Zhou Lujing tugged at her clothes, having no choice but to stand up in indignation. She walked to the door and turned back. "Gunyan, you wait for me. One day, I'll make you beg for your life as if you were worse than death." Gunyan didn't even lift her head. "I think that when it comes to the Yellow Springs, you won't be able to wait." Zhou Lujing left in indignation. She ran to the women's restroom to change her clothes, which was really a triple no-brainer. She didn't have a mask with her, so she had no choice but to bite a piece of cloth from her dress with her teeth and put it over her face, then went to the men's room and scrubbed the toilets. A man was in a hurry to go to the restroom when he caught a glimpse of a woman, dressed in a very revealing outfit, which startled him. "Hurry out and look around before you go back in." "That's right, it's the men's restroom." Zhou Lujing lowered her head and purposely lowered her voice. "I'll wash the toilets. Make yourself at home." Men. Also met a female pervert in this year. Horrible. Better hurry up and change. But this woman is really Thai. Later, men think about going to the bathroom when nothing is wrong, and some even can't help it, which is out to it up. That's too good of a body to be cheap. I don't know whose woman it is. What a blessing, but it'll be bad luck to live in the green pastures in the future. Slutty and, get the video and go home and watch her come. Zhou Lu Jing really had the heart to kill, and hated Gun Yan even more. Without Gun Yan, she wouldn't have been humiliated like this. Once Gun Yan got busy, she had long forgotten about Zhou Lu Jing. By the time she finished her work, it was outside, dark. She glanced at her cell phone. Several messages from CU. The last entry, half an hour ago. I'll be downstairs, waiting for you. Seeing this message, Gun Yan hurriedly stood up, walked to the window, and looked down. Open parking lot with her car parked. Jen is here. That has to be the end of the shift. Gun Yan hurriedly turned off her computer and went downstairs. Nor did she wait for Ouyang to come and open the car door, so she opened the backseat door herself, and there was no doubt that Siu Jiu was sitting inside. Ow, honey, when did you get here? As soon as Gun Yan went in, she hugged Siu Jiu and tilted her head to kiss him, pampering herself like a kitten. Siu Jiu hugged her. Just came for a while. He had messaged her earlier, asking if she was off work. When she didn't answer, he drove up. Gun Yan wailed, then bit his chin. Liar, obviously come for half an hour. Siu was a bit dumbfounded by her bite. Have you eaten? Gun Yan sat up directly and wrapped her arms around Siu Jiu's neck before lowering her head and biting his lips. No, want to eat Jen. Chapter 215, moving in together. Listening to her words, Siu Jiu couldn't help but tighten his arms around Gun Yan's waist. Nen, don't lead me to sin. Gun Yan grunted and twisted her waist. I want it. Bite me if you can. As she twisted her back, she sat down over his knee. A little bit. Siu Jiu suffered like fire as he tightly clasped Gun Yan's waist. Don't move. No, it's going to be. Gun Yan wrapped her arms around him and pampered him, still twisting with glee. Siu Jiu held his breath, then came up to Gun Yan's ear and spoke in a low voice. Gun Yan, who had been pampered. Her pretty face was red, and her entire body was as if she was petrified. He actually said. Siu Jiu raised his eyes and looked at Gun Yan. Are you still moving? Gun Yan hurriedly shook her head vigorously. Don't dare to move. Don't dare to move. She didn't dare move a bit except her head, because he said that if she moved again, he would. Not daring to think about it, she was mortified at the thought. Siu Jiu hugged Gun Yan. Then why don't you go down? Gun Yan blushed and hurriedly came down, sitting herself on the side. As soon as he looked up, he saw Ouyang peeking through the rearview mirror and then snickering. Gun Yan was thoroughly ashamed and buried herself directly into Siu Jiu's arms. Shame on you. She had forgotten that Ouyang was still here. Siu Jiu wrapped his arms around Gun Yan and smiled lowly. It's okay, he'll have to get used to it sooner or later. Ouyang drove without looking straight. Yes, I'll get used to it. Gun Yan was so embarrassed that there weren't even a few words left. Siu Jiu instead took the initiative to talk to her about the company. How's work going? Are you coping? Anyone want to help? Gun Yan, it feels okay. It's just that there's not enough money, and I guess I'll have to go to the factory in the next 2 days, and then I'll tell you today the king of sales and stuff. Just a lot of big guys came and I had a blast. I fire employees on one foot and the big guy comes on board the next. Think of all the people who were fired. The look on their faces then. Gun Yan then laughed smugly. That face-slapping look is old and cool. Siu Jiu looked at her favorably, especially her smug little expression, which was very cute. Where's Jen? How are you feeling today? Siu Jiu grabbed her hand, put it on his lips, and gently kissed it. Missed you, still misses you, tease. Listening to his words, Gun Yan's heart was sweet. The two of them got mushy and kissed and cuddled along the way. Half an hour on the road. Gun Yan just felt like blinking, and all of a sudden, she was at Gu's house. Jen, from now on you don't have to drive me to work. It's too much of a waste of time. Sirius looked at her. In your case, there is no word wasted. Gun Yan raised her hand and gently stroked C. Nightjord's eyes. But my heart aches. You'll be sleep deprived like this. Ouyang said. Miss Gu, if you feel sorry for Third Master, just move in with him. Siu Jiu shouted in a deep voice. Ouyang wasn't afraid. If Third Master can sleep with Miss Gu in his arms, sleep will definitely be great. C. Nightjord looked at him coldly. Are you wanting Qin Lai to go to the coroner's office again? Ouyang, what does this have to do with Qin Lai going to the coroner's office? Gun Yan looked up at Siu Jiu. Jiu. Actually, Siu Jiu gently interrupted her. You go back. It's just a minute short of 10. Gun Yan looked at the time. It was time to go home again at 10 o'clock and play video with her brothers. I'll talk to you later then. Gun Yan stood on her tiptoes, and at the corner of Siu Jiu's lips, she kissed. I love you. Jiu. Good night. Chapter 216, another day of group favoritism. Siu Jiu looked at Gun Yan and hopped into the large iron gate. he said to Oh Yang, "You're not allowed to say this to An Yan in the future." "Oh Yang, but that's not wrong." Sir Siyu glanced at him coldly. "It's not like I'm someone who only covets An Yan's body." Oh Yang silenced. To love a person is to see him at the last glance before going to sleep, to wake up with him at the first glance, and to want to sleep with only him in this life. It is possible to know, in depths that no one else can know, a side that is only for him to see. Siyu Ju kicked Oh Yang. "You've been in love and know so much? Oh Yang, then do you want to sleep with another woman?" "Third master?" Siyu Jio kicked another foot over. "I only want An Yan alone. In this life, the next life, forever and ever." He only wanted Nyan to be alone. "That's right. So you're still coveting Miss Gu's body. That's called gluttony." Oh Yang says this and gets kicked in the ass again. Gu Nyan trotted home, and as soon as she entered the door, she saw that Master Gu was also there. Little brother, you're back." Gu Nyan looked at him and happily pounced on him, and directly had a bear hug with Master Gu. Gu Xiaoyi was originally stern-faced, but as a result of being hugged by Gu Nyan, he smiled like a blossoming flower. "A little princess cuddle. That smells so good." No sooner had his words fallen than he heard a shout in unison. "Nian Nian." Gu Nyan looked up before she saw that on the table. There was Gu Xiaojuan's cell phone, and it's still on group video. It's right in front of them now. A few of the older brothers looked at them, their faces dark with jealousy. Gu Nyan hurriedly let go of Gu Xiaoyi, then shouted over. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, fifth brother, love you all hug ah." With that, she even made a hugging gesture in front of the camera, opening her arms. The four brothers' faces, then, looked a little better. Then one person asked a question. "Nian is back. Are you tired and hungry?" Gu Nian was immediately embarrassed. "Still really hungry. On the way back, I was so focused on flirting with Jen that I forgot that she hadn't eaten dinner yet." At that mention, her stomach growled. "Little six, go and cook food for Nian Nian. No noodles at night." Nian is afraid of getting fat, but it has to be good, and nutritionally balanced. Read no cilantro, read no, Xiaolu. First go cut up some fruit for Nian Nian to pat her stomach. Master Gu. So, he's the only one serving Gu Nian? Well, the little princess of my own family, on her knees, must be favored. Gu Xiaojun gave Gu Nian her cell phone. "You talk to them, I'll go cook you some food." Gu Nian took her cell phone and looked at the screen. Four handsome brothers. Big brother is still in the office. Second brother looks like he's in the restroom, and the institute doesn't allow video calls. Sango was in her pajamas, with red wine next to her, but I could see that there were case files. Fifth brother was on duty at the hospital, wearing a white coat. Fourth brother's mission. Is it still unfinished? Seeing that she was the first to care about Gu Yating, a few other brothers, their hearts could be sour. Lao Si has a special occupation, and when he loses contact, it's at least half a month, sometimes several months. Gu Nian was a bit worried. Nothing will happen to fourth brother, right? Big brother's side is fine, but that undercover agent of fourth brother has gone rogue. She was a little afraid that fourth brother wouldn't believe her and then something would happen. Big brother Gu Chang comforted her. "It's fine, the occupation is special. It's normal to lose contact. How's your company? I heard that Zhou Lu Jing went to trouble you." Hearing the commotion, Zhou Chen who opened the door and came out. "It feels like I'm in trouble too." Chapter 217, Brothers Overbearing Protection of Nian Nian. Gu Nian smiled. "It's not exactly looking for trouble. Anyway, it's just that I had nothing to do after eating and went to the building to clean the toilets." Third brother Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "There's an extra video on the internet today. It's from Ingha Mansion. A woman wearing a 3-0 dress and cleaning the restroom." Gu Nian looked up at Zhou Chen and nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's Zhou Lu Jing." Zhou Chen had a vague bad feeling when he heard this. "What did you do to Jing Jing?" he questioned Gu Nian. Gu Nian coldly raised her eyes to look at him. "Why don't you ask Zhou Lu Jing what she did to me?" Zhou Chen's face darkened, vaguely angry. "You're fine, but Jing Jing she. Wear a triple no bag and go wash the toilet. It's obvious that Jing has suffered." Gu Nian raised her eyebrows and looked at Zhou Chen, then sneered. "That's because I'm better than her, or else I'd be the one on the hot search right now." Zhou Chen looked at her. "You are sisters, why do you need to? Our Gu family doesn't have such lowly blood breeds. Nian Nian doesn't have such a dirty, unashamed sister either. The Gu family only has one little princess, Gu Nian." In the video, several older brothers, one after another, interrupted Zhou Chen's words with their voices. Zhou Chen looked up at the Gu family brothers, then at Gu Nian's words. He laughed coldly. "Don't forget, Gu Nian is my daughter. To say that it's a lowly blood seed. Are you guys cursing Gu Nian as well?" A few of the brothers, silent for a moment. "You know what we mean, Guinness? Why?" She couldn't understand. Gu Chang looked at Zhou Chen in a calm and cold manner. "Be nice to Nian Nian and you can still stay in the Gu family." Third brother Gu Yuan snorted coldly. Don't think that just because you own shares, you can dominate the Gu group. I'm a gold medal attorney. I have plenty of ways. It goes without saying that the second and fifth brothers are even more powerful in their methods. What's more, there's a fourth brother in a special position. Zhou Chen blackened his face and didn't say anything. Dad. Oh, you've got to help me. As he was talking, Zhou Lujing ran in crying. She had a torn piece of her dress. Her hair was a mess. And she reeked. The small green snake coiled around Gun Yan's wrist. Immediately, he spat out his snake. Vomit. It really smells like disgusting baby silk. Gun Yan gently stroked the little green snake. Little green snake, Nian sister, hurry up and throw her out. It's smoking the baby to death. Silky, or your Jen just now. It smells better. It's just kinda scary. Silky, but he's not scary when he's kissing Sister Nian. Though, Silk, listening to the little green snake, Gun Yan, sense, when she and Jen were kissing, the little green snake was watching from the sidelines? Zhou Lujing stood in front of Zhou Chen, crying and complaining about her grievances. Dad, Gun Yan won't let me endorse Phantom. I went down on my knees begging her to make up with her, and she tricked me and made me clean toilets. Dad, I don't have the face to see anyone anymore. If I don't let Gun Yan wash the toilet too, I might as well die. Big brother Gu Cheng said coldly, don't die in the Gu family and dirty the place. Second brother Gu Laifeng, I have a poison. Just a little bit. The gods on earth are useless. Want it? Third brother Gu Yuan, don't leave any suicide note accusing Nian Nian. I can help defend her. Fifth brother Gu Huan, I have 100 ways to let you die, and I can teach you for free. Gu ran out of the kitchen with a kitchen knife. I can have fans drown you in spit. Chapter 218, Moving Out of the Gu Family. One person's sentence was filled with murderous rage. Zhou Lujing snapped her head up to look at them, to see Gu Xiaoyi, who was holding a kitchen knife and was about to cut someone. Then he looked sideways at Gun Yan, who had a face of pure innocence and whose words didn't even need to be spoken before someone helped her out. Zhou Lujing cried out in aggravation. I am also your sister. Why are you doing this to me? Can't you protect me? Oh, sister, are you worthy? Gu Xiaoyi held up the kitchen knife and approached Zhou Lujing. Try saying it's our sister again? He's going to have to take her hair and shave it bald. Ah, Zhou Lujing was so scared that she hid behind Zhou Chen. Dad, save me. He's going to kill someone. Zhou Chen's scalp was also numb as he looked at the glistening kitchen knife. Put the chopper down. Don't scare Gun Yan. Only then did Gu Xiaoyi look at Gun Yan to collect the kitchen knife. Gun Yan, however, smiled. Little brother, the kitchen knife isn't sharp enough. I can be responsible for sharpening it. Zhou Chen, it's ing, one after the other. It's all crazy. Zhou Lujing, Dad, it was Gun Yan who bullied me first. Zhou Chen only felt a headache. You have nothing to go to Nian Nian company. Why? At that time said. The company Shi Tube. You do not go to get together. But I want to help Gun Yan. Free endorsement. Such a good thing. Zhou Chen interrupted her in a deep voice. Alright, don't say any more. Can't you see Mr. Gu is holding a chopper and is about to chop over? The murderous aura in the eyes of several of the Gu family brothers pierced through the screen. Zhou Lujing, who wanted to find a backer, was instead ferocious and had to stomp her feet in a stifled manner. Nenin, wait, I'll keep going to cook the food. Only after watching Zhou Lujing not open her mouth did Gu Xiao Master raise the kitchen knife and go back to the kitchen again. Gun Yan was in a beautiful mood every time, but as soon as she came home and saw them, her mood went down. She had originally thought that she would be better able to gather evidence if Zhou Chen was there, but right now, looking at it doesn't make that necessary. Moreover, Zhou Chen had a high mental quality and would not expose himself easily, especially, now that it hasn't pushed him over the edge. Even less so, she couldn't wait for Zhou Chen to expose himself, but rather she had to push him herself and reveal his tale. Gun Yan put her phone on the stand before sitting down herself. Zhou Chen, you guys sit down. Let's talk. A couple of older brothers. Nian, keep the camera on you. We don't look at the trash. Gwen had to turn the camera on herself. Zhou Chen sat down with a sullen face. Nian, I'm your father. Don't be so rude. Gun Yan looked up at him with a smile. I don't want to recognize a scumbag as my father. Sit down and talk it out, or else I'll just have to tear my face off. Zhou Chen frowned as he looked at Gun Yan's seriousness, and he still sat down. Zhou Lujing looked at her. What do you want? I'm telling you, the contract has already been signed. It's too late for you to back out. It must be that Gun Yan couldn't hold out and didn't want to care about Phantom. Gun Yan rolled her eyes to her and spoke directly. Zhou Chen, take your wife and child and leave the Gu family. Zhou Chen didn't expect her to say this and immediately stood up after just sitting down. No way. Gun Yan looked up at Zhou Chen. Why can't I? The owner of this house is me. Its surname is Gu, not Zhou. Zhou Lujing also screamed. How can that be? We've lived here for over 10 years. This is our home. It's you who wants to leave. The four older brothers shouted in unison. Xiaolu, get the chopper. Master Gu held up the kitchen knife again and ran out of the kitchen. Who bullied Nian Nian? Gu Nian then said to Zhou Chen with even more vigor. You three outsiders don't deserve to live in the Gu family. Chapter 219 Divorce, Severance. Zhou Chen sank his voice. I'm your father, not an outsider. Zhou Lujing still couldn't accept it. Gu Nian, don't forget about this home. We've lived here for over 10 years and you've only been back for a month or so. Master Gu waved his kitchen knife and walked over to Zhou Lujing. What? I've still lived on Earth for over 20 years, and I'm the only one in charge of Earth? Yell at Nian Nian again and I'll cut your mouth. Zhou Lujing looked at the glittering kitchen knife and was so scared that she hid behind Zhou Chen again. In short, Gu Nian can't kick us out. This is my home. I've lived here for over 10 years. Zhou Chen shielded Zhou Lujing behind him as he said to Master Gu, put down the chopper first and let's talk it over. Gu Nian, little brother, isn't it cooked yet? I'm hungry. Swords have no eyes. In a moment really cut Zhou Lujing. The impact caused to little brother is not good. Gu Xiaoyi grunted. Be polite to Nian Nian for me. I'll go get Nian Nian some food first. You can't starve the Nimrod. Gu Nian pointed at Zhou Chen. Sit down and talk. Otherwise you have to look up and talk. And she has a sore neck. Zhou Chen sat down and looked at Gu Nian across the table. Not knowing when, she already had a domineering aura on her. Looked like her mom. And her aura was twice as strong. No more just back from the country. Obsequious look. Gu Nian looked at Zhou Chen and asked him. The real estate license for this villa. Whose name is it? Zhou Chen choked. Gu Nian. Gu Nian raised an eyebrow and asked again. Is there a name for you? Zhou Chen could not answer. He tried to use affection. I am your father. I am not an outsider. Gu Nian interrupted him with a cold smile. My mom died and you remarried. Have you ever seen any widow remarry and live in her ex-husband's house with her new husband? These words even choked Zhou Chen, making him unable to speak. Zhou Lujing, can men be the same as women? Gu Nian looked up and skimmed coldly at her. A man can shamelessly take over his ex-wife's house and bully his ex-wife's daughter? Zhou Lujing yelled. Your mom is dead. That's different. Gu Nian looked at her with cold eyes. Are you trying to die as well? Feeling her cold, murderous intent, Zhou Lujing's body shivered and took another step back. Gu Nian looked at Zhou Chen as she asked again. Did my mom leave a will for you to remarry and live in the Gu family? Zhou Chen once again could not answer. Your mom went too unexpectedly. It was too late. Gu Yuan spoke. This is the couple's common property. You can share it, but you can't take it all. You are even less qualified to monopolize the Gu family. And Gu Nian, who has the name, has the right to dispose of you. According to our marriage law. Third brother Gu Yuan recited a string of laws, and Zhou Chen's face grew darker as he listened. Gu Yuan, so Mr. Zhou is going to continue to live in the Gu family unless he's single, not with another woman, living here. Big brother Gu Cheng spoke in a calm and cold voice, but Mr. Zhou don't forget, your surname is Zhou, not Gu. You are not qualified, and your current wife and daughter, even less qualified. Humph, don't think they can bully Nian Nian just because their older brothers aren't around. Without being around, they could also protect Gu Nian. Gu Nian lightly lifted her chin. Zhou Chen, from the moment my mom died, from the moment you cheated on me and remarried, you then have nothing to do with the Gu family, whatsoever. Now if you want to continue to live in the Gu family, then I'll give you a chance. Go divorce Wang Yalan right now and cut ties with Zhou Lujing. Chapter 220, their stuff out. Zhou Lujing heard this, her voice fiercely sharp. Gu Nian, you crazy. Ah, only when she opened her mouth. Gu Nian had already grabbed the teacup on the table and ruthlessly smashed it on Zhou Lujing's body. Zhou Lujing screamed. Gu Nian raised her hand and pressed the switch for automatic water boiling. She spoke coldly, don't talk nonsense if you weren't told to. This time it's an empty teacup. Next time it'll be piping hot tea. Zhou Lujing watched Gu Nian's movements and shrank her neck in fear, but she didn't dare to speak anymore. Zhou Chen looked at Gu Nian and said with reason and emotion, Nian Nian, you can disagree with Yalan as your stepmother, but I'm your father and Jing Jing is your sister. We have the same blood flowing in us. Gu Nian coldly interrupted him. If I have a choice, I don't want to have dirty blood like yours. If she could choose her parents, she would never choose someone like Zhou Chen as a father. Zhou Chen, if you don't want to admit it, then I'm your father too. Big brother Gu Cheng spoke again. Mr. Zhou, you've thought it through. Now Nian Nian has the right to dispose of you. Gu Cheng's deep and cold voice made Zhou Chen stop mentioning this and his face was gloomy. Third brother Gu Yuan, if Mr. Zhou is unwilling to move, my side will use legal means. Second brother Gu Laifeng spoke coolly. Of course, if Mr. Zhou is willing to get divorced for the sake of staying here, I can now find a staff member from the Civil Affairs Bureau to come to your door to go through the divorce procedures. Fifth brother Gu Huan played with the scalpel. For another, I don't mind Nian Nian losing her father and becoming an orphan. This death threat, across the screen, Zhou Chen was able to feel it. Gu Xiaoyi walked out with the boiled Sanchue crystal powder in his hand. I can have the fans drown you in spittle. Gu Nian looked at Zhou Chen coldly. I'm informing you, not asking for your opinion. Zhou Chen, Nian Nian. Gu Nian ignored him and directly shouted. Butler Chang, throw their things out. Having garbage living in the Gu family, even if I live in the maid's room, I feel like I'm living in a garbage dump. It's disgusting. As soon as Butler Chang heard the command, he immediately called the servants and the security guards in. Mr. Zhou, Miss Zhou, are you going to clean up by yourselves, or are we going to help you? Zhou Lujing screamed. Gu Nian, you can't do this. We've lived here for more than 10 years. You can't just say you're evicting. Gu Nian looked up at Zhou Lujing with a smile. You're right. It's true that you can't just say rush. Zhou Lujing saw her change and thought she had one. She hummed smugly. So, Gu Nian picked up. Butler Chang, have someone calculate the cost of the rent for the past 10 years, and have them pay it. Pust. Zhou Lujing almost spat out 3 liters of blood when she heard this. Surprisingly, it's for rent. Gu Nian raised an eyebrow. Not a penny less. As well as Wang Yalan's and Zhou Lujing's mother and daughter's food and clothing. All have to be accounted for. After all, the money they spend is my Gu family's money. Butler Chang, yes. Gu Nian instructed the bodyguard again. You guys go pack up your things. You don't have to be polite. Yes, those bodyguards could be all of Lord CS people, so of course they would do whatever Ms. Gu ordered them to do. Gu Xiaoyi pulled Gu Nian. Nian, you quickly go to eat. Shrimp peeled for you. You do not accompany the garbage under the meal. We'll let us brothers handle it here. Just be a good little princess. Gu Nian raised her eyes and glanced at Zhou Chen. It's not too late for you to get a divorce. Have you made a good decision? Chapter 221, Huge Payments. Zhou Chen didn't say anything, just looked up. The security guards and servants, very rudely, moved their things from the servants' room. He thought that if it wasn't for the sake of not dirtying Gu Nian's eyes, he might have been even rougher than he was now. Zhou Chen asked, Nian, is this how you're going to treat your father and your sister? Gu Nian, lazy nonsense, it seems that you make a good choice, then just move. Zhou Chen interrupted anxiously, I choose divorce. When these words came out, Zhou Lujing stared incredulously. Dad. Gu Nian also raised her eyebrows with some consternation. Not only is it a divorce, but you also have to sever your relationship with Zhou Lujing, and in the future, she has no qualifications to inherit your property. Zhou Lujing gritted her teeth. No, Dad, you can't divorce Mom. It's just a villa. We have more real estate. We have more places to live. But no matter how Zhou Lujing shouts, Zhou Chen is still the same. I'm divorced, but it has to be tomorrow. So can you? Gu Nian interrupted him. I can't. Gu Laifeng, the second brother, interjected. I can call the staff in and get you divorced in place. Zhou Chen, Nian, don't be so pushy, it's just for one night. Gu Nian didn't want to listen to his nonsense and walked towards the restaurant. Little brother, you take care of it. Gu Xiaolong directly stopped Zhou Chen. Cut the crap, you've been hogging the Gu family for a long time. You can get the hell out, he added to the maid. By the way, the garbage stuff, of course, goes in the garbage can. The servant replied, yes, young master. So, started going and pulling all the trash cans that the Gus had outside, not bringing it in because I don't want to smoke Gu Nian. And Gu Nian didn't care how they tossed and turned. She was at the restaurant, peacefully eating the triple crystal noodles cooked by Xiao Xiao. She thought about why Zhou Chen preferred to get divorced and live in the Gu family. What's he up to? Butler Chang had already done the math. Mr. Zhou, the cost of 15 years of rent is $3.5 million, and then Mrs. and Miss Chow's expenses totaled $78 million. Minus your money since you're married, there's another $34 million to be paid, so that's a total of $37.5 million. Please, Zhou Lujing's voice was sharp. Why don't you go and rob me? I'm spending my father's money. Do I have to be counted in it? She and Mom spent what was clearly Dad's money, so why should they be counted in it? Third brother Gu Yuan, according to the law, to be, because after the death of my aunt, Zhou Chen did not divide the property in a timely manner. So the property in this has Nian's. So it wasn't just Zhou Chen's money that you spent, it included Nian's money, and that money has to be paid back. Gu Yuan smiled. Of course, if you don't give it, I can use legal means, and you will become a defaulter. Gu Xiaoyi grinned. Or a scummy man who eats soft food and bullies his late wife's daughter. Zhou Lujing's flesh ached to death when she thought about the $30 million. Dad, we can't give it and we can't move it. They're robbing us. It's intentional. Zhou Chen's temples, too, were bursting with pain. Here, Gu Yuan is an undefeated gold medal lawyer. Since he opened his mouth, there's nothing he can do even if he gets a lawyer. He could only admit it. Butler Chang came in. Young master, the car is ready. They can leave. Gu raised an eyebrow. I don't think Mr. Zhou needs us to give you a ride, right? Zhou Chen looked at one of the tall and majestic bodyguards, huffed, and walked out. Then he saw a garbage truck parked outside and his face changed. Chapter 222. The third master wants to flip the balcony. Gu Xiaoyi took his cell phone, followed out, looked at the garbage truck, and immediately laughed. Butler Chang, not bad, not bad, ha ha ha. Surprisingly, it's a garbage truck. Butler Chang smiled professionally. Of course, because the car that Mr. Zhou is driving is Miss Gu's, and you said it, trash needs to be in a trash can. Then the garbage man has to ride in the garbage truck. Master Gu laughed out loud. Okay, raise wages and give bonuses. Butler Chang was still smiling. Thank you, sixth young master. It's a good job, and there's a bonus for the third master later. Zhou Lujing also screamed. You guys are too much. I'm going to expose you. Gu directly ordered. Security, give them a ride. These security guards, not simple security guards, are strong, professional bodyguards. Therefore, the bodyguard picked up Zhou Lujing like a chicken, and then threw her directly onto the garbage truck as he usually did with garbage. With a bang, Zhou Lujing was smashed into a daze, and her face, buried in a black trash bag full of used toilet paper, and anti-wipes. Vomit. Zhou Lujing threw up in disgust. She felt that the servants were doing it on purpose. The bodyguard looked towards Zhou Chen and was just about to make a move. Zhou Chen blackened his face and pulled the corner of his mouth. I'll go up myself. Gu watched the garbage truck start up and waved his hand harder again. Finally got rid of these pieces of garbage. Got rid of them. Has Nian gotten any excitement today? How dare you give up and drive them away? Maybe Zhou Lujing went too far today, and she always mentions her aunt. It's good to see Nian grow up. Gu Nian at eating powder. In fact, she just felt like all this crap was in and ruining her good mood. And from now on, Jen will have to send her home more often, so she can't be seen by them. Just because of Zhou Lujing's nature, she would definitely rob her of a Jushi. She trusted a Jew, but she felt insulted if she was coveted by Zhou Lujing. Gu Xiaoyi took his cell phone and sat opposite Gu Nian, his eyes shining. Nian is so bossy today. The brothers also nodded. It's so cool, and it's all so cool. Gu Nian was also in a very good mood. This home is finally free of trash that pollutes the fresh air. Mr. Gu Nian, is my cooking good? Yummy, favorite little brother. Cooked. Ahem. Before the words were out of his mouth, he heard his brothers cough with one cough after another as if they had a cold. Gu Nian hurriedly said, favorite big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, little brother. Not a single one should be left behind. The brothers watched Gu Nian finish eating and let her walk around the yard twice more before telling her to go back to bed. Gu Nian was in a beautiful mood, took a shower, put on a small sling, and hugged her cell phone to send a voice message to Siyu Ju. Jen, are you home yet? I cleared the trash away today and was in a very good mood. Thinking of you. Well, I still want to kiss and cuddle and lift you up, and I still want to cuddle you to sleep and sleep. Gu Nian hadn't finished speaking for a while when Siyu Ju sent a voice. His low, husky voice. Are you sure? You want to cuddle and sleep? Just teasing with her cell phone. Gu Nian threw her own reserve and modesty to the winds. Yeah, I'm craving Jen's body too. Doesn't Jen crave mine? Or does a Jushi just want to take a stab at my picture? Living next door on the second floor, sitting on the balcony, Siyujio looked up at a straddle foot that could have tumbled over to the Gu family balcony, trying to flip the balcony. Chapter 223, the balcony is over. Sirius took a deep breath before he didn't let himself do the kind of thing that only a flower picker would do. Nian, don't light the fire. Be careful of burning your house. Gu Nian's thought was that it was across the screen anyway. She only lights fires, not puts them out. Thus, Gu Nian clicked her voice and picked a long tone. So, is Aju talking about a tart? Her voice, which already had the characteristic softness of a young girl, was now deliberately picking a long tail. It was like a hook that was killing people, hooking into Siyu's heart. He took a deep breath. Nuff. Gu Nian tapped on the voice and listened to his implacable voice, raising an eyebrow and smiling. It's so fulfilling to tease a man with this kind of abstinence. Gu Nian continued to tap her voice. Ju, what are you doing now? Have you taken a shower? Listening to her still normal voice, Sirius breathed a sigh of relief. I'm really afraid that if she teases him anymore, he'll go over the window and be a flower picker without a second thought. Sirius gave a low Thinking about you, after the shower. Hearing this, Gu Nian laughed and rolled her eyes, typing the text. What do you think? Did you look at my picture? Did you look at my picture and do something bad? Ha! So curious to know what Siyu's reaction is now. Will this innocent Jen, at this moment, be super red in the face? Lord Sito, did Nim really think he could tease him with abandon when he wasn't in front of her? Siyu Ju lowered his voice. Nian, stop talking or I won't be able to help it. CC Nian, if you can't help it, don't hold back. Anyway, We are all adults. It's normal to crave your body. Gu Nian sent the message and buried herself under the covers. Ah, she's so bad too, but it's such a beautiful, sweet feeling to have your heart racing. CC Nian Nian, anyway, now I want to kiss and cuddle with you to sleep and sleep, but you can't come, so I'll just cuddle with the quilt and go to sleep. Can't tease him anymore, or who knows what he'll do the next time we meet. She's still shy. Sirius looked at the message, was silent for a moment, and then stood up. He looked at the balconies of the two townhouses, less than a meter wide apart. All he really had to do was climb up and over to get to Gu Nian's balcony. Siyu Ju sent a message to Gu Nian. Are you sure? You want to kiss and cuddle and sleep with me? Gu Nian looked at the message and straightened her eyebrows. It was hard to believe that he could still move from the royal water bay instantly to her room. Zesnian Nian, sure as well as sure. Sirius looked at the message, then took his cell phone and nimbly rolled over onto the balcony. There was only a second of silence as he looked at the distance he could pass in a single stride, and without hesitation, he rolled over. Gu Nian's ears were sharp and she heard the sound outside the balcony. She immediately sat up and sent a message to Lord Siyu. Jen, it looks like someone went through my window. I don't know which horny bastard or which piece of trash arranged to harm me. I'm going to get him killed and seal the balcony tomorrow. Outside the balcony on Zell, Gu Nian put her cell phone away. Then from her neck, she took down the fairy wand and turned on the mechanism. Fairy wands become dog-fighting wands. She took a step towards the balcony, pulled back the curtains and looked out at the shadows. Gu Nian then slowly pulls open the sliding door, then gently goes out. She raised her hand and was about to strike hard towards the black shadow, but the next second, she was pulled by the hand, pulled into an embrace, and then violently lifted up across the room. Ah! Chapter 224, I'm messing up again. Gu Nian just screamed out, then hurriedly closed her mouth, because the person who hugged her was actually Siyu Ju, who she had been so intent on flirting with just now. Jen, you, how did he get here? He didn't come up from the crawl, did he? This is the second floor. How did he get up here? What's the matter? Sister Nian. Woof woof. The second dog, who was outside the bedroom door, heard the barking and rushed to grab the doorknob with his doggy paws, barking anxiously. Nian, what happened? Of course, it also startled Gu Xiaoyi, who was still playing the game. Gu Nian heard the sound and hurriedly pushed Siyu Ju. Quickly put me down. You find a place to hide. Little brother is here. Siyu Ju lowered his head and kissed Gu Nian's small mouth fiercely before putting Gu Nian down. Wait for me to come and kiss and cuddle and sleep and sleep. After finishing his speech, Sirius turned around and climbed up onto the balcony, then flipped over it with a sharp hand. A series of movements, very fluent, as if this balcony, he had turned over countless times. Gu Nian was dumbfounded. Nian, what's wrong? What's wrong? Gu Xiaojun pushed the door in and almost went crazy when he didn't see Gu Nian. Looking up again, he saw Gu Nian on the balcony and hurriedly followed him out. Nian, what happened? Are there bad people? The second dog followed and ran in, circling Gu Nian. Nian sis, who bullied you? I'm going to tear his house down. Woof woof. Ha, Nian sis, why do you smell like your family's Jen? Woof woof. Two dogs' nose, it's just sensitive. Gu Nian thought to herself. Fortunately she was the only one who could understand. Gu Nian looked at the worried Gu Xiaojun. It's fine. Just came out and was scared by a hungry wolf. The ajushi just now, who hated to eat her, could really look like a wolf. Gu looked at his second floor, then looked down at the floor below. This is a neighborhood. How can there be wolves? Two dogs, Nian sister. I seem to look a bit like a wolf. Woof woof. Gu Nian hurriedly said. I looked away. It should be a ghost. The colorful and hungry ghost was definitely right to describe the Siyu just now. Gu Xiaojun looked at Gu Nian and saw that her eyes were dodging, and she looked like she was scared. Then don't be afraid. You sleep and I'll play the game on the sidelines. Gu Nian shook her head repeatedly as she thought about Siyu Ju, who was still in the villa next door. No, I can sleep. I'm not afraid. Gu Xiaoyi was very insistent. It's fine. I've been busy for a few days. I'm on vacation tomorrow, so I have plenty of time. Still next door to Lord Swan. It seems that the work given to Gu Xiaojun is too little. Gu Nian hurriedly said. Little brother, don't think you have time, or you'll be busy later. His boss, but he's listening right next door. I've also been really busy lately, and I'm going to record the songbook you gave me in the next couple days. Well, don't come out and stand on the balcony dressed like that. Get inside. Gu Xiaojun looked at Gu Nian just wearing a little halter nightgown. Very sexy, afraid of being outside the piglets to see it. Gu Xiaojun was there. Gu Nian hurried back to her room and even put on her jacket. Little brother, I'm fine. Go back to your room and sleep. Gu Xiaoyi insisted on staying, and Gu Nian insisted on driving him away. Go back to your room and go to sleep. I'll tell you about that racer tomorrow. Gu's eyes lit up. Really? He searched for that racer for days and days with no news at all. Gu Nian nodded her head with a Really? Go back to sleep. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoyi hurriedly left. You rest well. Our dogsy you stay and protect Nian Nian. 2 Doggy, woof. Sister Nian Nian is supposed to be kissing Lord Siyu and leaving him behind to eat dog food? It's so inhuman. Chapter 225, please teach me more. Gu Nian watched Gu Xiaoshi leave and once again looked down at the second dog. You get out too. The second dog looked up at Gu Nian. Sister Nian Nian, are you trying to do something bad? Woof woof. Gu Nian blushed. No, you get out. Get out. The second dog showed his teeth and smiled. You humans all say show love and spread dog food. Then I, a real dog, will eat what Nian model dog food tastes like. Woof woof. Gu Nian reached out and tugged on the second dog's ear. I'm afraid you'll eat dog food at night and be stewed in dog soup tomorrow. Erdog thought for a moment about the iceberg that was Lord Ce, and then thought about that icy cold stare. Woof. So he woofed and rushed out. He's a dog. He can't come and be a light bulb. Gu Nian kicked them all out and hurriedly unlocked the door before going out to the balcony. Jen. Sirius heard the shouts and came out of his room. Across the balcony only, he looked up at Gu Nian. Then with a brace of his hands, he climbed up onto the balcony before tumbling over it. Throughout the entire process, all in less than a minute, he stood in front of Gu Nian. Duke. Gu Nian had only opened her mouth when she was pulled into Siyuju's arms and held tightly. Hold it. Gu Nian looked at Siyujiu, then at the villa across the street. She hurriedly said, let's go inside. Gu Nian pulled him into the room and hurriedly closed the curtains again. Siyuju looked at her, and somehow, his guts came up, teasing her. Anyan, this is impatient to crave my body? Gu Nian's face turned red with shame. This, through the screen, she wouldn't be shy. She's embarrassed to be so blunt when she really sees it. So Gu Nian changed the topic. Didn't you go back? Why are you here? And you? Gu Nian said, before she looked up and sized up C. Nightjord. He was wearing his robe, which was a little spread out from the motion of tumbling over it earlier. From his heart, all the way down, the corners of the robe, too, were crooked to the side. Gu Nian's gaze then went from his knees, all the way up, vaguely seeing the inside wearing only inner. I can't believe he flipped the balcony dress like that. Siyujo's breath caught at her burning gaze. He reached out fiercely, pulling Gu Nian into his arms, wrapping his arms around her waist and slowly rubbing the skin of her waist through her silk skirt. Isn't Nen a glutton for punishment? I'm right here. How do you want it? Gu Nian was wearing a silk dress that was very thin, and Zell's robe, which was slightly open, was also silk. So, at this moment, the two of them were holding each other tightly, and could feel each other's temperature, and the sound of accelerating heartbeats. Gu Nian's face, all of a sudden burst into red. She just relied on the screen. He couldn't see her expression or eat her. It's the only way to tease. Where did I think that he would be right next door and over the balcony? Gu Nian played dumb to change the topic. Why did you go over the balcony from next door? She remembered that next door was unoccupied, but had an owner. Siyujio gave an oh so quiet. Bought it. We'll be neighbors from now on. So please give us more guidance. Instruction. Gu Nian hadn't thought much about it, but C. Nightjord's hand, then rubbed her waist. Through the silk dress, she could feel his rough fingertips. Duke. Gu Nian was just about to speak when Si Yejue had already lifted her chin so that the two of them were looking at each other. Before I could kiss, my breath wrapped around it. Gu Nian looked at Si Yeju's handsome face and good-looking thin lips, and she really craved it. Chapter 226, Two Dogs in Gu Xiaoshi. Si Yue looked down at Gu Nian and watched her lips like peeled red raisin flesh, which was very tasty. Nen, I crave you too. Si Yujia lowered his voice, and when he finished, he lowered his head and kissed Gu Nian's lips. It was supposed to be just a shallow taste, but when he kissed her, he never wanted to let go. Gu Nian didn't resist, but raised her arms around Si Yejue's neck, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him back. The two of them hugged, kissed, and slowly moved toward the bed. The dim yellow nightlight, glowing warmly, the room's temperature, growing warmer. The love between the two grows stronger without needing to be said. Woof woof. Gu Nian had only called out, when the second dog outside the room put his paw on the door handle and barked anxiously. Nian, are you okay? Sister Nian, did he bite you? Woof woof. Airdogsy was really anxious because Gu Nian's shout sounded painful. That dog man, he wouldn't have bullied and beaten up Nian, would he? That won't do. As Nian's loyal dog, I must and will protect Nian. Gu Nian and Si Nightju, who were under the quilt, suddenly stopped, and the two of them looked at each other face to face. Lord Sito, I'd like to have a doggy tonic tomorrow. Gu Nian shyly buried herself into Si Yuju's arms, and as a result, her lips, accidentally, touched his red lips. Nuh! Si Yuju shouted lowly, even more hoarsely, then lowered his head to bite Gu Nian. But nay, the second dog is barking fiercely outside. Worried that something was wrong, Gu immediately came over and knocked on the door. Nian, what's wrong with you? What happened? Nian, open the door. Nian. Because Gu Xiaoyi kept knocking on the door, his voice became more and more urgent. Gu Nian and Si Nightju, once again, were interrupted. Lord Sito, brother-in-law is too idle. Gu went from knocking on the door to slamming it with his fists. Nian Nian, open the door, or I'm going to ram it in. Gu Nian hurriedly pulled back the covers and looked at Si Yuzhou again. All over his body, he was wearing a pair of underwear to cover his shame. Gu Nian hurriedly said, little brother, I'm fine, go back to your room and sleep. Gu Xiaojun didn't believe me. Open the door and let me in. He was also uneasy, afraid that something would happen to Nian Nian. Wait a minute then. Gu Nian climbed up, took the half-removed sling, and put it back on, pulling Siyu up again. Hide, quick, Anen. Siyu's voice got a little sultry. Gu Nian picked up his robe from the floor before pulling Siyu up. It's too late for you to go hide in the bathroom. Siyu was pushed into the bathroom, and she didn't close the door. Bang! Master Gu was kicking the door down. Little brother, I'm coming. Gu Nian raised her hand and cupped her face, then took a deep breath and went to open the door. Gu raised his foot in an effort to kick, only to have the door open the next second. Nenin! Gu Xiaojun kicked an empty space and fell straight in, staggered 2 or 3 steps, and fell straight to the ground. The second dog looked up, with its naturally amused face, at Gu Nian, and invited credit. Sister Nian Nian, isn't it great that I just heard you in so much pain and suffering, and that I saved you just in time? To add chicken legs. Woof woof. Gu Nian looked down at Erdogsy and said through clenched teeth, you be careful of being stewed into dog meat soup tomorrow. The second dog exploded at once. Woof woof. Gu fell to the ground just in time to get a hold of something. He slowly picked it up and put it in front of his eyes to study it. Nian Nian. What is this? Where did it come from? Why does it look like a man's thing? Chapter 227, Men's Stuff. Gu Nian glanced at it and held her breath. Because, it was the belt of Siyu's robe, and it's still blue. Gu Nian hurriedly snatched the belt from Master Gu's hands. This is the belt for my clothes. Gu Xiaoyi frowned in disbelief. It's not right. This belt is silk. It should be a robe belt and the girls' belts are thinner. This one looks a little wide and feels like a man's. Gu Nian explained in a serious manner. That's mine too. I have a lot of nightgowns. Gu Xiaoyi was a bit convinced, but still tilted his head. That's not right. I bought all your nightgowns. They're all pink, white mostly, no blue ones. Guinness, little brother, why aren't you smart when you should be? But when you shouldn't be, you're smart instead. Gu Nian was just about to explain, then caught a glimpse of the house slippers on the floor that hadn't quite been kicked into the bottom of the bed. Sito's. Gu Nian's eyes widened as she watched, and before she could kick, Gu Xiaoyi also saw it with her sharp eyes. Nian, what's this? Gu Xiaojun pulled out the slipper that had been kicked halfway in. Gwen was trying to think of wording. That's me. Gu Xiaojun compared the size. These slippers are men's. Don't say they're yours. Are you hiding a wild man in your room? These shoes are a great size and are clearly a man's. Gu Xiaoyi looked around the room and glanced at the bathroom. Gu Nian's heart violently collapsed, but she pretended to be relaxed. There are no wild men. How can I hide? Hidden was her dear Jen, husband in the future. Gu turned to open the closet. Then what's with the slippers? Gu Nian just watched him, spinning around, finding the balcony from the closet, and lying down to find the bottom of the bed. Nothing was found, though, except from the bottom of the bed, where another slipper was plucked out. In the end, Gu Xiaoyi set his eyes, again, on the bathroom. The door's open there, so there shouldn't be anyone hiding, right? If we were hiding someone, we'd keep the door closed. Gu Nian let out an "Oh, that's what I bought for you. I wanted to give you a surprise." Gu, who was planning to go to the bathroom to look for someone, immediately lit up his eyes when he heard this. Really? Gu Nian nodded. Yeah, it's just for you try it on. Does it fit? Upon hearing that the slippers were a gift for him, Gu was very happy to try them on. It's like a size too big. Gu Nian hurriedly said. Then leave the shoes. I'll take them to change tomorrow. Gu Xiaoyi happily wore the slippers. No, one size bigger is quite good, and it's very comfortable and classy. I like it. Gu Nian had a bit of a headache. The shoes don't fit. It's better to change them. These are Jen's shoes. The more Gu Xiaoyi crosses the line, the more satisfied he is, the more comfortable he is especially, and the more classy he is. Very well, I'm going to my room. Take care of yourself. Gu Xiaoyi happily patted her dogsy. You stay in Nian Nian's room. Don't go out. He had to hurry back to his room to take pictures and show them off to his 5 brothers. He received Nenin's slippers. It was the first gift Nin had ever given, and he was the first. He's the one who's Nian's favorite brother. Gu Nian didn't even have time to stop, but Gu Xiaoyi had already run out and slammed the door behind him. The second dog suddenly felt a sense of crisis, hung his head, and was about to steal away. Gunyan hurriedly grabbed Dogsie's ear. Dogsy, you've spoiled my good deed and you still want to leave? Originally, little brother couldn't hear it, but a bark from the second dog brought little brother over. Almost, she managed to pounce. Chapter 228 Buying, all for couples. With a wail, the second dog slumped to the ground, yelping in aggravation. But it's really painful and hard for Nian's sister to scream. I'm just trying to save you. Woof woof. He was guarding the door to the room, close enough and being a dog, he had good hearing. So, Nian's sister's voice was small. It still heard it, trying to save Nian's sister. Plus a chicken legs. Gunyan choked, blushed and said, that's pain. That's hard, but it doesn't need you to save it. It's for Raju. She was being given a hard time by Jen with her hand. Anyway, no need for you to save it. Gunyan let go of Dogsie's ear, deduct 1 day's worth of elbows, 3 days worth of chicken legs, and 5 days worth of dog food from you. The second dog immediately barked. Nian's sister don't woof woof, elbows, chicken legs, even dog food. Sister Nian is so inhuman. Gunyan pointed behind the door. Get down there properly for me, and if you make any more noise, a month's elbow. The second dog wanted to say something, but in the end he had to wilt and nestle behind the door. Gunyan looked at the bathroom and saw that Siyu didn't come out. He wouldn't have jumped out the window and left, would he? Gunyan hurriedly walked in. Outside the street lamp illuminated the bathroom hazy. She pulled back the shower curtain and saw Lord Siyu curled up with his legs, nestled in the bathtub. He was tall, his legs were long, and the tub was much too small for him. With those long legs curled up, the view under her robe was instantly appreciated. With just one look, Gunyan's face reddened. Jen, just now they were just kissing, then she took off his robe and his hand went up her nightgown. She had only given a hard yelp when the second dog cut her off. Now that she was looking at Sir Siyu, she was blushing to the point of dripping blood. Nightjord looked up at Gunyan, a pair of deep eyes that seemed to conceal a surge. My shoes, your brother took them. Before you can pick a flower, you lose a pair of shoes. Gunyan hurriedly sat next to the bathtub and said, I'll buy you new ones tomorrow. We'll buy couples shoes. Forget the pissy little brother who loves to show off. Siyuju raised his head, his gaze landing on Gunyan. The pajamas, were they all bought by your brother? It's a small halter nightgown, but it's not very revealing or sheer. It looks elegant and pink, like a princess. Gunyan hurriedly said, tomorrow you'll buy it for me. I'll buy it for you. We'll buy couple pajamas. Jen is so cute when she's jealous and jealous. Siyuju let out a low hum. It's going to be cold. It's time to eat some meat and replenish your body. Outside, the second dog sneezed. Then the tiger glanced at the air conditioner. It doesn't seem to be very cold. Gunyan looked at Siyuju, then slid straight down the bathtub. Hiss. Gunyan's sudden movement. Sat down, still sitting squarely among them. Siyu instantly sucked in a breath. Nuh. In the cold bathtub? Well off. She came back to tease. Gunyan raised her hand and wrapped it around Siyuju's neck. Eat what dog meat? Eat onion Nuh. Siyu clasped Gunyan's slender waist, and the extinguished flames were suddenly arrogant again. Gunyan leaned in, got close to Siyuju's ear, and spoke in a low voice. Siyuju even fiercely hugged Gunyan tighter. The two of them were close to each other, and they could feel each other's love through the silk fabric. Siyuju looked up at Gunyan and suddenly asked, Nyan, what is our relationship now? He remembered her words. Good girls don't just give up their bodies. He didn't want her to regret it. Chapter 229 A Dog's Life is Hard. Gunyan also froze. What's her relationship with Lord C? The relationship was not even made clear in her previous life because she was forced to stay by his side. Until the time of their deaths, they were never sure what their relationship was to each other. Coming back from rebirth, even less attention was paid to this, because she identified with him. Looking at Gunyan's hesitation, Siyuju helped her up before he sat up again. Nen, you have to think about this relationship. There's no use regretting something like this once it happens. Everyone's first time is unforgettable. He wanted her, but he wasn't just lusting after her body. He was more focused on her feelings. Gunyan looked at Siyuju and understood what he meant. She stood up, then bent over and braced her hands on the edge of the tub before getting face to face with Sirius. With four eyes facing each other at such a close distance, Siyuju was able to smell the scent of her body, which seemed to be entwined with his scent. Together. Jen, do you love me? As Gunyan opened her mouth, her lips opened and closed, and Nightjord's lips touched each other. Siyu was trying his best to control himself. Aha! Loved it so much. She was his life. So much more focused on her feelings than on a whim. Gunyan smiled and gently bit his lips. I love Aju too. You love me. I love you. Isn't that enough of a relationship? This stupid Ajushi, at this time, even considered her feelings. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid I would have just eaten the whole thing without saying a word. Gunyan cupped Siyuju's face. Idiot, because I love you. I crave your body. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. We'll be unmarried. We'll be married again. And we'll be more than that. We'll be the parents of our children. Well, this time, without waiting for Gunyan to finish her sentence, Siyuju had already raised his hand, clasped the back of her head, and then kissed her lips. Gunyan kissed him back, then grabbed his hand and placed it on her own. Siyuju froze slightly, then gripped. The two were ear to ear. Finally Siyuju hugged her, who was as soft as water. Ah, Nyen, is it because you miss me? Gunyan softly voiced. Aha. Initial caution. I'll take care of the rest. Siyuju said and kissed Gunyan again, his lips, a little bit down. With Siyu's movements, the cold bathtub, all had a temperature. Outside, the streetlight, it seems, is a little off-kilter. The full moon, all but hiding in the dark clouds of shame with the sounds in the bathroom. Outside, the second dog, listening to the noise, raised his doggy head every now and then and glanced at the bathroom. Is it going to roar too or not? Forget it, or else a month of buckled elbows and a tough dog's life. For a long time, Gunyan was cleaned up by C. Nightjord and carried out again. She blushed so much that she didn't dare to look at him and directly hid under the quilt. Siyuju lay beside her, raising an eyebrow and smiling. Shy now? Gunyan wrapped herself in the quilt and didn't say anything. Too shy to think that he's such a handsome man, so high and forbidding, that he kissed her. Aha! Just thinking about those feelings, Gunyan was really shy and fond of them. Through the covers, Siyuju took her into his arms. Did Nyen like the kiss just now? Was it happy? Gunyan bumped him with her elbow. Don't say anything. Siyuju laughed lowly. Could it be that you still want me to kiss you? Gunyan buried herself under the covers and didn't say anything. They didn't have a substantial relationship, but he did eat her out. It's still the kind of food where you don't have any bones left, and he hasn't put out the fire yet. Chapter 230. Does Nyen want to help? Siyuju peeled the covers down a bit, allowing Gunyan to pop her head up. Don't smother yourself in there unless you want to do something under the covers, Siyuju said, and also covered the quilt, still close to Gunyan. Gunyan faintly froze for a moment as she turned her little head and looked up to ask Sir C. Knight. You just focused on me. You still. He hasn't even turned off the engine yet. Siyuju looked down at her, his voice all husky. Does Nyen want to help? How to help? Like you did. Before she could finish speaking, Gunyan's face reddened and she buried herself under the covers again. However, it was quickly pulled out by Siyuju. Nyen, you're going to make me misunderstand. His voice was husky. Gunyan's face, all of a sudden, burst into red. Actually, Siyu took her hand and put it up. This one is fine. Gunyan subconsciously shrunk her hand, then it was held down. Then, in the end, Gunyan cried. Tomorrow, how am I going to work, write, and sign contracts? Her hands were so sore, the feeling of being almost broken. I thought inexperienced men were fast, but he's been a long time. Siyuju hugged her tightly. Nyen, do you still want to sleep? Is he trying to get him to prove something? Gunyan looked up at Siyuju and hurriedly turned her back to him. Sleep, don't dare mess with him anymore. From tonight on, she's going to have to pay attention. Enlightened men, they're scary. Siyuju hugged her and kissed her on the ear. Sleep. The two dogs lying in the doorway froze with their eyes open for fear of being docked elbows and chicken legs. Although she hadn't really started eating yet, Gunyan was still tired to the point where she was fast asleep with C. Nightjord by her side. Gunyan was sleeping soundly when she suddenly felt a kind of coolness, as well as that feeling from last night, which came back instantly. She jerked awake, grabbing the covers with one hand and cradling his head with the other. Jen. No. Siyu nibbled on her neck. Don't talk, just relax and enjoy. Duke. Gunyan was breathing heavily like a fish lacking water. Siyu hides under the covers. When Gunyan was on the verge of suffocating, Siyuju got up again, kissed Gunyan and grabbed her hand. It was dawn, and Gunyan was already crying. She aggravated. How can there be like this? When people fall asleep, you kiss them. I like the way you smell. Gunyan's face, instantly bursting red again, didn't dare to speak. Siyuju hugged her. You sleep a little longer. I'll go back first. Gunyan was really tired, and with a few petulant mumbles, she fell asleep again. Siyu waited for her to fall asleep, got up and put on his robe, then picked up the ball of paper on the floor. After looking at the slippers Gu forgot to take with him after he changed his shoes last night, he wore them away. When he was about to leave, Siyuju also took Gunyan's perfume and sprayed the room so as not to leave a smell. The whole time, the second dog didn't dare to open his eyes. It hadn't forgotten that the man had said he wanted dog stew. By the time Gunyan woke up, Sir Siyu was no longer there. She hugged the quilt and sniffed it. It smelled of him all over it. He was being shy. When Gu Xiaojun was knocking on the door, Nyen, get up or you'll be late. Gu Nian glanced down at herself, and except for her neck, many places were marked by Siuju. He was considerate of her and didn't leave a visible mark on her neck. Gu Nian asked herself in a low voice, this is also considered to eat a Jew, right? Chapter 231, Collective Jealousy. The more she thought about it, the more shy she became, especially with the second dog's eyes open and looking straight at her. Did you hear anything last night? The second dog cocked his doggy head, thought for a moment, and was very dog-savvy in order not to be elbowed in the face. Nope, slept too much last night. Woof woof. What shite it didn't hear. Gu Nian laughed at how amusing and serious it looked. I won't deduct your chicken leg today. I'll make it up next time. The second dog wailed in aggravation. There's such a thing as a retroactive chicken leg deduction? It's worthy of Nian's sister. Sister Nian. The baby has heard. Silk. The little green snake crawled out of the drawer and spoke very invitingly. It was staying in the nightstand drawer last night. Gu Nian brushed her face and blushed. No talking, no sound whatsoever. The little green snake tilted its snake head with a droll face. But, stupid snake. Stop it. Woof woof. The second dog immediately pounced over and took the little green snake in the dog's mouth. The little green snake twisted its snake body and screamed in terror. Nian's sister. Help. Silk. Gu Nian raised her eyebrows and smiled, going to brush her teeth and wash her face and change her clothes. When she came out again, the little green snake was wilted and paralyzed on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. The second dog took a paw and picked at the little green snake. The little green snake still didn't dare to move. When Gu Nian came out, he immediately revived and crawled over. Gu Nian grabbed it and wrapped it around her wrist. It looks good, like a jade bracelet. The little green snake would be her scum-abusing talisman in the future. The little green snake wilted. In the future, the baby can't hear anything in Nian's sister's room at night. Silk. Just now, it had been educated by that stinky dog. Gu Nian blushed and poked the little green snake's skull before heading downstairs. Downstairs, Gu was videoing with some of his older brothers, showing off. Have you seen my new shoes? They're the ones the little princess bought me. Have you guys gotten any of the stuff that Nian bought? I'm the first brother that Nian gave a gift to, and I'm Nian's favorite brother. Do you envy? Jealous? Hate? Ha ha ha. Gu was holding his cell phone, pointing the camera at his feet, switching details in all sorts of ways. He laughed triumphantly. The few brothers in the video really wanted to hold his smug, handsome face in the dog bowl through the screen. It's too beat up. Gu Nian stood at the top of the stairs and watched Gu Xiaoyi wearing Siujo's slippers and showing them off so proudly. She was embarrassed. Gu Xiaoyi spotted Gu Nian and hurriedly greeted her. Nian, come talk to them. How much do these shoes cost? Money is not the point. The point is, he's showing off. Nian. The five older brothers shouted in hushed tones, and the intimidation they gave could be felt across the screen. Gu Nian heard her fourth brother Gu Yating's voice. Fourth brother, have you completed your mission? Other brother, so angry. No shoes and ignored in the morning. Fourth brother Gu Yating said with a deep coldness. Not yet. Stealing a cell phone for a bit of fun, and then continuing in 3 minutes. It would have been impossible to contact family members, but from last night before going to bed, peeking at Gu Xiaojuan's dazzling shoes friend circle, he could not sleep. Family status is not guaranteed. Gu Nian went downstairs, grabbed her cell phone, and switched the camera to face herself. Fourth brother, how are you doing? Are you still safe? How much longer will it take to complete the mission? Gu Nian looked at her fourth brother and was relieved to find that he was not injured except for a bit of fatigue. Aha! Several of the other brothers spoke up at the same time. Gu Nian looked up at the screen and was instantly filled with black lines, straight face. Chapter 232, a bunch of shameless people. Because 5 brothers, in unison, have the camera on their feet, and it's all very strange. Their shoes, either the soles are off, or their toes are popping out. Anyway, their shoes are broken. Gu Nian really looked speechless. You guys, that's really enough. It was enough for a silent reminder to buy them shoes. The 5 brothers' voices were very calm. It's a bit cool. This day, frozen feet. These 5 pairs of shoes with exposed feet are full of innuendo for Gu Gwen. As Gu watched, he laughed even more smugly. Ha ha ha. It's useless for you guys to break your shoes on purpose. I'm the only one. Ha ha ha. A few of the older brothers' faces were so dark and heavy that they wanted to pass through the screen and violently beat up Gu Xiaoyi. Gu Nian hurriedly said, you all have a share. The courier is on its way. But because it's far away, it didn't arrive in time. Believe me, I bought them at the same time. But since my little brother was home, he got them first. She had to hurry up and call someone to deliver shoes to a couple of her brothers. Even if it's on Mars, you'd have to buy a rocket and send it there. Fifth brother Gu Wan, as a representative, asked, the same as little six? The words subconsciously mean that if it's not the same style as Gu's shoes, you don't want it. It has to be just the same, or else it has to be better than Master Gu's. Gu Nian looked down at the slippers on Gu Xiui's feet. It must be the same. It has to be the same. Otherwise, these brothers, they can turn around and turn the world upside down. Fourth brother Gu Yuting was satisfied. Then I'll get busy. 3 minutes are up and he's back on task. Several other brothers, too, were satisfied, and bought them together anyway, regardless of the order of precedence. Their brother's position is still preserved. Master Gu is not the exception to the rule, nor is he the little princess's favorite brother. A bunch of shameless people. Gu ground his teeth. A good special shoe turned out to be all there. Even fourth brother, who was only concerned with the mission, came along for the ride. Gu Nian handed the phone back to him. Don't worry, you're still special. After all, it was worn by Lord Siyu. When Gu heard this, he was instantly moved. It's still Nian Nian who's good. Gu Nian sat down to eat, then messaged Siyu Ju, a little embarrassed. Do you still have the same slippers you wore last night? My other 5 brothers want them too, and they have to be delivered within the day. Siyu Ju was silent for a moment as he looked at the inappropriate slippers on his feet. There are a lot. Gu Nian then took the addresses of her 5 brothers and sent them over. Cersei immediately instructed Ouyang, the pair of house shoes I had yesterday, prepare 5 more pairs and send them out by helicopter. Remember to pretend to be a courier. Ouyang smacked his lips directly after hearing this. Use a helicopter just to deliver a pair of house shoes? Third master, you are very trenchant. But this is too trenchant. Sirius gave a cold hum and looked up at him. Got a problem with that? Ouyang shook his head back and forth, busy saying no. That pair of special house shoes, a pair of $100,000, all limited edition. The third master does have many pairs. It's all sent out, plus 5 separate helicopters to deliver the slippers. Third master, simply not human. Gu Xiaojun finished breakfast and got up. Nian Nian, I'm going to the recording studio. Come listen to it when you're off work. Gu Nian watched him go straight out the door. Little brother, you're not changing your shoes? No, these shoes are comfortable. He was going to wear it to the office to show off that it was his first gift from his little princess. Chapter 233, just making her happy. Gu was happily wearing his house shoes and went out. When he passed by the villa next door, he saw Gu Nian's car, parked right in front of that door. Strange, Nian Nian's car won't go home. Parked here? The gates were closed, and there was no one else but extra security guards. Is someone else living in the house? Just come back to the door next time and say hello. By the way, let's see what kind of family lives in this villa. But don't let it be a wild man who comes to arch his little princess. Mr. Gu just glanced at Gu Nian's car and drove off. Gu Nian ate her breakfast slowly, and without Zhou Chen's family in the way. The breakfast was all much more delicious than usual. The little green snake was eating a quail egg next to Gu Nian. The second dog crouched at his feet, nibbling on a sizzling chicken leg, just craving elbows. Sister Nian, when are you going to take me out of the house too? Woof woof. The second dog was old and jealous when he saw Gu Nian bringing the little green snake to his wrist again to take out the door. It also wants to be by Nian Nian's sister's side at all times, and will go and tear down whoever bullies Nian Nian's sister. Gu Nian looked down at the second dog. It was really born with its own emoticon. Amusing. I'll bring you around when you don't look amusing and mean and run fast, like a Tibetan mastiff. 2 dogs. Sister Nian, if you want to put me in the cold, just say so. Don't be so hard on the 2 dogs. Gu Nian took the little green snake out. She walked to the next villa and then looked up at the 2 neighboring balconies. Awkward. No wonder they all have to guard against the old man next door. This balcony is too close to flip. In the future, every night, Siyu will not have to be all over the balcony? Drip. Ouyang honked his horn. Gu Nian thought about last night's events and her face turned red as she sheepishly got into the car. Didn't get in the car and jump into C. Nightjord's arms like before, but sat in a regular manner. Ouyang glanced in the rearview mirror. MS. Gu, did the third master make you angry? Sitting so far away isn't like Miss Gu's behavior. Gu Nian blushed and glanced at C. Nightjord with her afterglow. Sirius raised his lips and smiled. Didn't make her angry, just made her happy. Gu Nian's face, instantly, turned even redder. She glared at him with pouting eyes. Sirius looked at her, then reached out and swept her into his arms. After a small struggle, Gu Nian nestled into his arms, then looked down to listen to his thumping, accelerating heartbeat. Raising her eyes again to look at Lord Ce, she found that his ears were red to the point of dripping blood. She's not the only one who's shy. Gu Nian laughed and poked Siyuju's heart. Prude, look at his slack-jawed face, looking like who owes him $5 million, and if it weren't for the reddened ears, he'd be fooled. Siyujo grabbed her hand. Don't touch, there's someone here. Then he lowered his head to her ear, using only 2 voices. If you flirt again, when no one's around, I'll eat you. Gu Nian's little face, again, burst into redness, like a boiled shrimp. Seiyujio looked at her like this and only felt that she was adorable. When she flirted, she was half reserved, but when it got real, she was nervous and scared. Seeing that she was really shy, Seiyujio didn't tease her anymore. Such a shy Ani. He wanted to be alone at night, slowly admiring and savoring. When he arrived at Ingha Mansion, Ouyang directly drove his car into the underground garage. Gunyan looked at Seiyuju. Will you be late to go to the office at this hour? You don't have to pick me up and drop me off every day. Ouyang's mouth is quick. Actually, the third master has. Chapter 234, the corners of your mouth are disappearing. Seiyujio looked up at Ouyang, and he instantly said nothing. Now that I've said it, what's the surprise? Gwen asked. What actually? Ouyang let out an "oh." Actually, third master changed the time of the company meeting. From the Sigit office, moving here. The time of the meeting of the third master was, indeed, changed and slightly delayed by half an hour. Gunyan gave him a questioning look and didn't think much of it. His own Gen, anyway, certainly believed it. I'm going up then. Gunyan was just about to get out of the car when Seiyujio pulled her over, then lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. It wasn't until she was on the verge of suffocating that she was released. From now on, every time we part, we have to kiss. Sirius was overbearing. Gunyan looked at him. All 5 minutes apart? What about a date where she wants to use the restroom? Sirius nodded his head very definitely and dominantly. Aha, if only. Sirius looked straight at her. If you didn't kiss once, then you have to make up the time. 10 minutes, half an hour. His gaze, it burned too much, making Gunyan's face red all of a sudden. She came over and hurriedly kissed him on the lips. See you tonight. Gunyan ran as fast as she could like a small rabbit that had been targeted by a big hungry wolf. Ouyang looked at Sirius from the rearview mirror and he coughed to remind him. Third master, the corners of your mouth are disappearing. Siyu looked up in disbelief. Ouyang got out of the car and opened the door for him. It's shoulder to shoulder with the sun, so restrain yourself. The third master, who never laughed like this and was simply terrifying. Well, he'll have to get used to it, but the rest of the company would just find it creepy. Seiyuju got out of the car, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared, leaving only ice and coldness. With just one glance, the hairs on Ouyang's sweat stood up. You might as well laugh. The corners of your mouth are shoulder to shoulder with the sun. All better than being cold as an iceberg like this. Seiyuju thought about Gunyan, then the corners of his lips lifted up again, and his morose eyes were all tender. Ouyang then felt that the iceberg melted. Spring came, and everything blossomed. What a quick change of face. Gunyan took the passenger elevator, next to the president's special elevator, which was certainly not exclusive to her. Gunyan looked at the elevator, and there were people moving all sorts of things. Puzzled, she asked, you guys are quitting? The building has offices for many companies and it is normal for people to move companies from time to time. But looking at their employees from different companies, it's puzzling. Everyone also recognized Gunyan. It's not resignation, it's moving companies. Gunyan, huh? We don't know what happened, but it's good that the company found a better location. Everyone was glad to be able to move from the dilapidated building, which only proved that their company was doing well. Mr. Gu doesn't seem to be moving? Gunyan hummed, not moving. Mr. Gu, almost all the companies in this building have moved to better locations. You're the only one who hasn't moved. Is the company failing? The companies we move to are better developed and have a future. It's better for Mr. Gu to move. Perhaps the feng shui here is not good, and with the other companies moving away, there will be even less connections and even less development. Gunyan smiled. No, this building used to belong to the Gu family. When I run Phantom well, I'll buy it back. Ingha Mansion used to be owned by the Gu family, but then it was sold by Zhou Chen, leaving only the 23rd floor. Later on, the area around Ingha building became a financial circle, and property prices skyrocketed. Now if they move out, she can buy it back at the lowest price. Those people couldn't help but laugh at each other when they heard Gunyan's words, obviously thinking that she was bragging. It's the broken company that looks like a nail in the coffin and stays here. They despised moving things out of the elevator and waiting for things to be moved to the parking lot. When they saw Ouyang, some people recognized him and were directly shocked. Is that Master San's special assistant? Third Master's special assistant. What's he doing in this Thai building? Chapter 235, the outgoing video. What brings you here, Mr. OT? They couldn't help but go forward, and even looked up and around, looking at which car Ouyang came down from, trying to see if there was a third master. Even if I can't say a word, a glimpse of the third master's honorable face would be a blessing in this life. However, they didn't see the global limited super luxury car. They only saw O Taisuk standing next to Gunyan's car, which wasn't expensive and was only $300,000. It shouldn't be too late for Assistant OT to come looking for Gunyan. Ouyang was just about to open the back seat when he saw the person approaching and frowned. With a wooden face, he coldly asked back. What? Do I still need to report to you where I go? What kind of person asks such a presumptuous question when they don't even know each other? The person who asked was instantly embarrassed. The car window knocked a little. Yang cleared his throat and said, "There is a company business development here. Come over to talk to Phantom's Mr. Gu, to talk about some small business." The people who had just said that Phantom had no future and would soon go bankrupt couldn't stay when they heard this. Just now, he had looked down on Gunyan, but it turned out that the biggest big shot in Jean City wanted to talk business with Gunyan. With Z's group, Phantom definitely won't go bankrupt. It's not like Guginian is talking big anymore. It was as if invisibly. The slap that was slapped in his face. It's too in your face and it hurts too much. When the people were gone, Yang opened the backseat door. Siyuju's long legs, got out of the car and walked towards the president's special elevator. Yang asked in disbelief, "Third master, you just now that is." He had just asked these self-sane people rhetorically, but the third master knocked on the window, obviously asking him to explain his intentions. The third master has always been, "Where I go, need you to ask" attitude. This is still a groundbreaking time. Siyuju coldly replied, "I didn't hear what they said just now," but from the subtle expressions, they looked down on Anyan. It's nothing more than business to be in such a mood when you run into it here in the catering mansion. Yang couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. The third master was really attentive. So just now he was just trying to protect Miss Gu and help slap her face. Gunyan went upstairs and heard her employees talking about how many companies in the building had moved away, especially their upper floor, and the highest floor, and the next floor down. Several companies have moved away and changed their locations. And I wonder if we, Phantom, can get a new office building? Yeah. This Phantom has been around for 20 years or so. So much of it is old and sometimes late. It feels eerie. Still trying to get an office building? It would be nice not to go bankrupt. Sales King was beside himself with certainty. It won't go bankrupt. HR manager, if you have this time to gossip, why don't you put more effort into your work? I don't need employees who waste time. There was no need for Gunyan to speak. These bigwigs had already disciplined them. Phantom now is not the company that used to hang around and get a paycheck. The slightest mistake on the job and you're fired. Gunyan arrived at the office and got busy. It wasn't long before the little secretary came in. It's not good for Mr. Gu. There's now a video on the internet saying that you kicked your own father and your mother's sister out of the house, and it's still in a garbage truck, giving it away. The little secretary was anxious to hand over the tablet. Right now, the internet is a crusade against you, so people who bought Phantom products before are returning them. Some even trashed Phantom products and said they were boycotting Phantom because of treacherous women like you. Chapter 236, the three of us are all ES. The little secretary was so anxious that she jumped up, but Gunyan was lazily holding the tablet, looking at various popular. The video was nothing more than last night, when Gunyan told them to move out of the Gu home, and told Zhou Chen to get a divorce, and the garbage truck, of course, including the fact that she made them pay out a huge amount of money was magnified. The internet is really a crusade against Guniana. This Gunyan is too much. How can you be a daughter and kick your own father out? Not only kicking them out, but calling her own father for a divorce and having a garbage truck carry them out is treating them like garbage. I think she's the garbage herself. Gunyan didn't want to be Zhou Chen's daughter, so she returned the alimony to him. She was so good, she wasn't the least bit thankful, and she kicked the family out. But after being the general manager of a company that is about to go bankrupt, his tail is so far up that he doesn't even recognize his own father. It's so inhumane. Does such a person even deserve to be a human being? Everyone boycott her products and make Phantom go bankrupt fast. Yes, let's all boycott Phantom, boycott Gunyan, and make her kneel and beg for forgiveness from Zhou Chen and his family. Hashtag boycott Guinness, boycott Phantom hashtag. Hashtag Gu Gwen is not a human being. Various hot searches about Gunyan quickly hit the microblogging platform. The little secretary looked at Gunyan for this, half in a hurry. It really gave her a feeling that the emperor was in a hurry. Mr. Gu, what should we do now? The netizens are just too impulsive. The bad review rate of our products, it's very high. Gunyan leisurely looked at these hot searches as she hooked her lips and smiled softly. But it's really interesting. Yesterday she was busy working and spending time with Jen. Rather, she had forgotten about the video, not realizing that Zhou Lu Jing and the others were one step ahead of her. There really are people in this world who seek death more aggressively than black and white. The little secretary took the cell phone and brushed it, then hurriedly said, Mr. Gu, Zhou Chen opened a live broadcast in the small video, as if he was talking about this matter. Gunyan directly clicked on Zhou Chen's live stream. The place where the live broadcast was taking place seemed to be in a hospital, while Wang Yalan was lying on a hospital bed, her face pale. Zhou Lujing's face wasn't very good either. Her eyes were red, and with the makeup, she had the look of a pitiful green tea spirit for a few moments. Zhou Chen looked at the camera with a grave expression on his face. Let's not speculate. The video is fake. We have a great family bond. As for the garbage truck incident, those were things we didn't want and we moved them ourselves to get the scene taken away by the garbage truck. For the record, I'll say it again. Nian is really good, and we'll be reviewing the house for the night. I hope the general public don't hurt Nian with words. She is still a child. That's another bunch of comments. Vice Chairman Zhou is also too protective of Gunyan. That video is surveillance. How can it be faked? Said he threw himself and was accidentally taken away by a garbage truck, but there was clearly a sound on the monitor, so it was intentional. Gunyan is 20 years old, right? Is she still a child? Is the IQ stuck at 3 years old? Or is it stuck as a giant baby on milk? Vice Chairman Zhou is so nice, and Wang Yalan, her stepmother, isn't treating her badly either. She's gone too far. I'll take 100 packs of chili fries and pray that Phantom goes out of business sooner rather than later. Zhou Lujing also wailed and cried, helping Gunyan plead for mercy. People really don't blame my sister. The video is fake. We have a good sisterly relationship. I endorsed Phantom for free and she agreed. There must be a company maliciously provoking competition. I hope you guys don't blame Nian. After all, she's from the countryside, and there's a lot she doesn't know about managing a company, talking and all that. Chapter 237, Straight Broadcasting Bitch Essence. After Zhou Lujing finished speaking, the sickly Wang Yalan also spoke up. Nenan is a good boy, even though she is a bit rebellious and backstabs me a bit. My sickness has nothing to do with Nian either. It was the day I went to pay my respects to Gulan and accidentally caught a cold. Everyone is being merciful with their mouths. I don't want anyone to hurt my daughter with their words, and Nian is my own daughter in my eyes. This family of 3, the words were all very false, showing that they all sided with Gunyan. In their words, of course, there was another layer of meaning. The bimbo said Gunyan was a giant baby, a village girl from the countryside, and Gunyan was just an outsider. More than that, it invariably put pressure on Gunyan. That is to ask Gunyan to invite them to review the home to stay, and also forced to let agree to Zhou Lujing endorsement of Phantom. If Gunyan invited them back to stay, it would be a failure on Gunyan's part and it would be suffocating. If Gunyan didn't ask them to go back and live there, and didn't allow Zhou Lujing to endorse, then Gunyan's image would be completely ruined. A live broadcast like this was a loss, no matter what she chose, the kind that can piss itself off until it spits up blood. The little secretary didn't know the cause and effect, but she wasn't stupid enough to hear some of it. This Zhou Lujing is so strange. Obviously she was rejected and abused by you only yesterday. How can she still say that you let her endorse Phantom? And judging from yesterday's scene, Mr. Gu and her, there's nothing sisterly about it. Gunyan looked at the 3 who were still sympathetic as she raised her eyebrows and smiled. It's okay, you go out. I'll take care of it. Junior secretary, the PR department is already on it. The PR department for the sign, this time, was very helpful and things were squashed only as soon as they started. But it was obvious that the other party was doing it on purpose, and the more they suppressed it, the more it exploded, and by now it was unmanageable. It was completely directed at Gunyan. Gunyan raised her eyebrows and smiled. You go out. When the little secretary backed out, Gunyan put the tablet aside. Then she sat down in front of the computer, her slender fingers flying over the keyboard. On the computer, a lot of codes appeared. She tapped on it while posting a comment on the live feed. CC Nian, doesn't your conscience hurt when you make fake videos? CC Nian, and yes, a family of 3 is full of garbage. Where is the conscience? The comments section was quick, but Gunyan, the ID, was quickly recognized. She's Gunyan. Her father speaks for her and she curses. That's too arrogant, isn't it? I've never seen such an arrogant and rebellious person. She should really be banned. Gwen scanned the 2 comments and the ensemble program, and it was good enough. That is, Gunyan also appeared on the air, and her location was the office. This is Gunyan. She even appeared in the live broadcast, tearing it up live. She's here to get scolded and abused. I've never seen a woman as vicious as her. Zhou Chen also froze when he saw Gunyan appear in their live broadcast. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Gunyan looked at the camera, arched her eyebrows and smiled lightly. I'm here to say that the video is real. Gunyan's eyes, staring straight at Zhou Lujing, however, I think they don't dare to show you the full picture. I do have a video here. Zhou Lujing, sister, I know you're doing this for Phantom's sake, but you can't intentionally create such a topic to hype up the heat. Ding dong. On Gunyan's cell phone, a message came. Chapter 238. I'm sorry Nian. I'll bark like a dog. Gunyan looked down and the sender was Zhou Lujing. Gunyan, if you dare to post that video and don't go along with what we're saying, I'll make it impossible for Mr. Gu to hang around in the entertainment industry, and you won't be able to keep Gu's group. I'll sell my shares in a heartbeat. That's a pretty blunt threat. Gu Nian had only glanced at it when Zhou Lujing had already withdrawn the message, terrified that she would take a screenshot. Looking at this, Gu Nian hooked her lips and sneered. Zhou Lujing, I'm a person who dislikes being threatened the most. Zhou Lujing looked at the camera in aggravation. Sister, I didn't threaten you, I'm telling the truth. Right now Gu Nian cared about Gu Xiaoshi. Then if she threatened Gu Nian with this, then surely she would listen well. Today, she wanted Gu Nian to make a fool of herself on the air. Gu Nian looked at Zhou Lujing and their hypocritical appearance and was really disgusted. One and all are still speaking up for her. Gu Nian looked at the swish and crusade of her comments. You guys stop pretending or the whole world is going to get pregnant. Zhou Lujing was aggrieved. Sister, we've moved out of the Gu family, and my parents almost got divorced. What more do you want? Do I have to tell Winnie to come back to you? I'll let you have anything, but only Winnie. He's my favorite. Gu Nian was about to vomit in disgust as she listened to this. Don't get into all this nonsense. We've been tearing our hair out for a long time. Just admit it or not. This surveillance video, did you guys edit it? Zhou Chen didn't say anything, so he looked at Zhou Lujing in the screen. He thought about it a little more carefully. The surveillance video was so good. It should be fine. Zhou Chen, no. You're my daughter. I don't have to. Zhou Lujing gritted her teeth. I don't know how the video got out, and no matter what my sister thinks of me, I believe that she's not like that. We have a good sisterly bond. Wang Yalan, I was in the hospital last night, much less doing something like this. Gu Nian didn't talk nonsense to them and once again raised her eyebrows and asked, are you guys sure you didn't post the video? Are you sure you don't know why you were kicked out? Are you sure you haven't done anything wrong to me? Zhou Lujing was victorious. If I made these videos, I'll be in front of the camera, stripping live. Gu Nian raised her eyes and asked Zhou Chen, what about you? What do you want to use to prove you didn't do it? Zhou Chen answered cautiously, no, but I believe you. If I have done it, Zhou Lujing pitched in to answer. If we ever do anything wrong to Nian Nian, we'll learn to bark like a dog. Zhou Chen pulled the corner of his mouth breathlessly. If you want to learn how to bark, learn it yourself and leave me out of it. Zhou Lujing lost her mind when she looked at Gu Nian. Sister, we've been good to you. We've never treated you badly, and if we do a little bit of that, Daddy's going to bark like a dog, and I'll take it off clean on the air with Mommy. Zhou Lujing just couldn't believe that Gu Nian really dared to say it. Unless, of course, she didn't want Gu Xiaoyi to be well and wanted Gu's group to go bankrupt as well. Although Wang Yalan is old, she is well maintained, and her temperament is okay, with some flavor. Zhou Lujing is a star and even more beautiful looking, so the live feeds were all over them. Straight away, they told Gu Nian to hurry up and make a move. They wanted a reward. Gu Nian looked at the chesty, reckless Zhou Lujing and hooked her lips in a smile. Then let's all have a good time watching the video to see the original true colors of the green tea spirit. Zhou Lujing did not believe that the video Gu Nian would send would only be crushed by her ruthlessly. But the next moment, Chapter 239, straight broadcast video, personality collapse. The shots have changed on Gwyn's side. It turned into a video, and the place was Gu Nian's office. The content of the video, from Zhou Lujing came in, the beginning of the falsehood that begging for forgiveness. As soon as she saw the video, Zhou Lujing instantly panicked. Gu Nian, turn it off for me. Hurry up and turn it off. Did you forget what you just said? I ordered you to turn it off for me. Gu Nian raised her eyebrows and smiled. Who are you to order me around? Haven't you always been the age-old, gentle and generous well-behaved girl persona? Now I'm going to show everyone how the woman surnamed Zhou, who calls herself the eldest miss of the Gu family. Zhou Lujing's face was on the verge of distortion. Gu Nian, do you have to be so reckless? Gu Nian smiled. Are you saying that if I publish this video, I'll sell the Gu group and block Little Master Gu? In the original video, it was just Zhou Lujing who used her sisterly love to beg for forgiveness, and could have knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Those who watched the live stream were sympathetic and kind to her, but when they heard Gu Nian's words, the people who were watching the live stream immediately became angry. Zhou Lujing is also too green tea. This begging for forgiveness, half insincere. Where does she, a Zhou, get the qualification to sell the Gu group? How dare you want to block Gu Xiaojun? Why don't you first block her, the who robbed her sister's fiancé? In front of all of them, they were still speaking for Gu Nian, but now they are looking at it, and the family is not a good thing. Gu Xiaoyi doesn't just have female fans, he has a lot of male fans as well. So Gu Nian's remark really made Zhou Lujing and the others stir up a hornet's nest. One by one, they wanted to rush into the screen and drown them in spit. Zhou Chen looked at the comments from the beginning of the crusade against Gu Nian, to now even all scolded him. Scolded Zhou Lujing, and he looked bad. That's it for today's live broadcast. Thanks for your attention. We'll see you another day. Zhou Chen said that he was going to end the live broadcast, but when he turned it off, he couldn't even turn it off. He couldn't turn it off, and his face went white with anxiety. Gunyen, what the hell did you do? That's a bit of a bite to ask. Gunyen opened her mouth in a clear and cold voice. Don't be in a hurry to end the live broadcast. The good show hasn't even started yet. If you don't watch it, you'll regret it. She was just moving her fingers so they couldn't end the broadcast. Of course, they could have smashed their cell phones if they wanted to. Her side of the broadcast, however, continued. As she watched the video get more and more broadcast, Zhou Lujing was going crazy. Gunyen, you edited this video. You got someone to dub it. I didn't say any of that at the time. No, don't you believe her? She's trying to discredit me. Soon enough, the highest point of the video, it was Zhou Lujing's voice. You always said my mom was a mistress and I was an illegitimate child. Actually, your mom is the mistress and you're the illegitimate daughter. It was my mom and dad who loved each other, and your mom stole my dad because she was rich. I'm the older sister. I was born before you, and you're the bastard daughter. Gunyen, let me tell you, sooner or later, the Gu group will be mine, and you will be kicked out of the Gu family. Just you wait. Wait for the net. Wait for me to step on you hard. I'll find you 10 or 8 men for your pleasure, and I'll sell you into a ravine so you can't turn over a new leaf for the rest of your life. When these words came out, the netizens even exploded straight away. Asterisk thought it was just a green tea, but I didn't realize it was a green tea Benjamin. Chapter 240 Gunyen's straightforwardness. Zhou Lujing watched this video and was really on fire. You should not believe this video. It's absolute slander. It's Gunyen who can't see that I'm good. It's her who feels that I've stolen one and says things like that. There's no way I would say something like that. Don't believe her. Don't believe her. But no matter how much Zhou Lujing yelled, shouted, and became hysterical, the netizens are not going to believe it. It's so disgusting to say that Gunyen is the illegitimate daughter when it's obviously illegitimate. It's true that all the family is disgusting, one cheating on his wife, one being a mistress, and one having an illegitimate daughter, a door-to-door son-in-law, an illegitimate daughter, and you want to kick Gunyen out of the Gu group. Want to be ashamed? And you want Gunyen to get clean and find her so many men? Vomit. That's disgusting. Master Gu's dislike of people is awesome. There is no mistaking that with their family. The whole world is pregnant. It's really grossing out the internet to watch. After Zhou Chen watched this video, his brain was really bursting like it was about to explode. Zhou Lujing, that stupid ass. Why did he give birth to such a mealworm? In the comments, there's suddenly an unusually prominent conversation. Did you guys notice that the video camera was pointed at Gunyen? And Zhou Lujing only heard the sound. So who shot the video? As soon as that was said, more spotted the detail. Right, this is not surveillance. Nor was it taken by Gunyen. That, from the visual point of view, as well as the direction of sound differentiation, this video was secretly filmed. And the person who filmed it was Zhou Lujing. So it was Zhou Lujing who deliberately said this to make Gunyen angry. Then she secretly filmed it so she could expose Gunyen in the end? Truth upstairs. Gunyen looked at the comments and hooked her lips in a smile. This class of internet users is so smart. Gunyen spoke. That's right, this video was secretly taken by Zhou Lujing. I was so angry that day that I yanked on her belt and found that the buttons had a miniature clandestine camera. What happened back there? I went a little overboard with Zhou Lujing, so I didn't send it out. I know what I did was bad, but I'm angry, because my dead mom, who was called a mistress by the bastards, and I became a bastard. As you all know, I just came back from the countryside, but why don't you all think about the fact that I, a young lady of 1,000, am going to the countryside to be a stay-at-home child? Because Zhou Chen married Wang Yalan, and with a stepmother comes a stepfather. When I went to the countryside, Zhou Chen dominated the Gu family and climbed up to the position of vice chairman in a logical step. Wang Yalan has turned from a mistress into a legitimate wife, and Zhou Lujing has turned from an illegitimate daughter into a $1,000 lady, and I'm still going to be inferior to her? For more than 10 years, I didn't have a mom, or a dad to educate and love me, and I had to use my own rough ways to solve my problems. Who doesn't want to be an innocent, naive girl? Who doesn't want to smile sweetly and be polite? I'd like to, but I lost my mom and I don't have my dad, so I don't have that anymore. Do I? Coming back for a month. I gave them a chance, and now I'm not willing to be a saintly mother. I'm going to use my means and get back what's mine. Gunyen's voice was very light, and her tone didn't have too many ripples, cloudy as if she was telling someone else's story. But the netizens watched the live broadcast and looked at such Gunyen. But it was heartbreaking. Such Gunyen was too heartbreaking. And Zhou Chen and his family are so inhuman. Chapter 241, Disgusting Garbage. Gunyen watched the comments go sideways, then hooked her lips and smiled as she looked at the screen. Zhou Lujing, isn't it time to honor your promises? The moment these words came out, Zhou Chen's face, their faces, became even worse. But let's face it, it's still a live stream that you can't turn off. Zhou Lujing really gritted her teeth, and her eyes could not wait to turn into knives, to give Gun Yan in the screen. 1,000 cuts, 1,000 pieces. No way. We didn't do it. Don't you dare. That's live stripping and barking like a dog. If you say something like that in public, where will they put their faces? But the comments section is full of netizens who have been lit up with anger. And even if they are not angry, they are still the ones who are watching the action. Zhou Chen Wang Yalan learns to bark and Zhou Lujing strips. Hurry up and learn to bark. We're all waiting. A disgusting family of trash. If you ask me, don't give them a hard time, because that's too light. It's better to just throw them in jail. Zhou Chen's face was really ugly to death. And at this time, he really had the urge to slap Zhou Lujing to death. Wang Yalan's face was already ugly, and it became even uglier at this moment. Gun Yan, it's you who's gone too far. Don't blame me for not protecting you. Hearing this, Gun Yan raised her eyebrows and sneered. Is that so? Zhou Chen looked at Wang Yalan with some anticipation, needing to salvage the situation at least for now. Wang Yalan took a deep breath as she spoke to the camera. The injury on my forehead. It's not from falling. It's from being held down by Gun Yan and knocked out hard on the ground. Webmaster, doesn't it deserve it? Wang Yalan, I got sick and was also sent to the cemetery all night by Gun Yan. It's all true that Gunin got us divorced and moved us with a garbage truck. Gun Yan's lack of emotion and the fact that we won't protect her is just too chilling. Listening to these words, Gun Yan lowered her eyes and smiled sarcastically. Wang Yalan frowned and asked angrily, what are you laughing at? Gun Yan raised her eyebrows. See for yourself. Your brain is smashed. It's not like your eyes are blind. Inexplicably being scolded once again, Wang Yalan's face became even more ugly as she looked at the comments. Isn't it right to kowtow to the mistress? She's still complaining? If you ask me, Gun Yan is still too merciful to use any garbage trucks. Call the hearse for them. It's better to use it. To the scummy. And to talk about what kind of sentimentality is deserved. Which hospital they are in. I want to go to their faceless faces and spit on them. Add me one upstairs. And if it's too far away, help me spit and drown them too. Don't get sidetracked for a second. Let these scumbags learn to bark and do a striptease. They're shameless anyway. What had been pulled off topic was brought back in a heartbeat. And, half the time, they didn't feel sorry for them. They didn't feel that Gun Yan was overdoing it. On the contrary, they all felt that Gun Yan had done too much right. To deal with scummy men and women, it is time to use special means. Master Gu is simply too valiant, too handsome, so like it. Gun Yan raised her eyebrows and looked at Zhou Chen, whose face was gloomy. Now I'll wait, or else I'll have to use some special means. So devoid of integrity. I'm wondering if those who work with Zhou Chen don't panic in their hearts. Zhou Chen really had a headache, and his temples were pounding. Gun Yansham hooked the corner of her lips and smiled evilly. I'll count to 10. If you don't do it, then I won't be polite. As for how to be ungracious, they figure it out. 1. 5. Zhou Chen. 234 eaten by you? Chapter 242, Abusing the Scum. Gun Yan flicked her red lips. 9. The comments section blew right up. Master Gu, this math is simply not fantastic. Ha 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 ha, you can still count like this. I'm really convinced of Master Gu. Convinced of my husband. Handsome. Quickly shout 10 So looking forward to it So like Master Gu's abusive slag. The Zhou Chen of this moment didn't even have time to think about where 678 had gone. He opened his mouth directly. Woof. Gun Yan raised her eyebrows and smiled lightly. What did you just say? Zhou Chen grimaced and gritted his teeth. Nian, don't go too far. I'm your father after all. Gu Ganin opens her mouth directly. But before she could count, Zhou Chen's very loud voice rang out in the live broadcast room. Woof woof woof. After Zhou Chen shouted, that really red eyes. Is that enough? The Gun Yan right now is a lunatic. Who knows what excesses she will do. For example, sell the shares. Gun Yan raised her eyebrows and looked at Wang Yalan. And your mistress wife? Wang Yalan gritted her teeth. I won't scream. What a junior wife. How rude. Gun Yan let out a long "Oh." Mr. Zhou, she doesn't want to Zhou Chen then felt that Wang Yalan was an idiot. It's us who are sorry for Nian. Now that we can make her happy. You just screamed twice. Wang Yalan wanted to say no. But looking at Zhou Chen looking at her gloomily, as if she would be divorced and maybe beaten if she didn't scream. Woof woof. Wang Yalan screamed out with a very stifled voice. She still really hated Gun Yan in her heart. Netizen review, 2 Thai dogs are barking. Zhou Lujing, that little, still not barking? The little not only barks, but also strips and dances are quick to wait Zhou Lujing gritted her teeth. I won't scream. I won't jump. I'm not wrong. It's Gun Yan and her mom who are wrong. If you ask me, they're so scummy. Could there be another reason for Gun Yan's mom's death? Zhou Chen, however, saw this comment and read it with a numb head. He directly threw a hard slap at Zhou Lujing. Hurry up and scream, and apologize to Nian as well. Zhou Lujing was directly blinded. She covered her face and looked up incredulously at Zhou Chen. Dad, you're hitting me for that village girl, Gu Guanyan? Zhou Chen looked at her coldly. We've all treated Gu Nian very well. She's also my daughter. Who told you to run up to her and flaunt yourself? If you don't call and honor your own promises, let's break it off, Zhou Chen said, glaring fiercely at Wang Yalan. Look at the good daughter you taught, all bullied to Nian Nian's head. If you don't give an explanation today, you'll get a divorce. Wang Yalan watched Zhou Chen slam the door and leave. Zhou Lujing aggrieved. Mom, I don't want to learn to bark. I don't want a striptease. I don't even want to apologize to Gu Nian. I don't want. This time, the other side of Zhou Lujing's face was also hit hard. Her face, all swollen up high. Mom, you hit me too. For that village girl. Zhou Lujing's aggrieved tears snapped off. Wang Yalan had no choice but to grit her teeth. You caused the trouble yourself. You'll set it right yourself. If I had known that you said such things to Nian Nian the other day, I wouldn't have spoken up for you. Though Nian is not my own, I will not condescend to her, and you honor your promises. Zhou Lujing was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. If you want to take it off yourself. I hate you guys. Zhou Lujing cried and ran out, but she had only reached the door when she was met with a hard kick. Zhou Lujing was kicked back into the ward. Chapter 243, Zhou Lujing's live broadcast. Zhou Lujing looked up at the visitor. Standing in the doorway was the bodyguard who, that day, had thrown her to the cemetery, and the bodyguard stood tall in the doorway, his eyes full of murderous rage as he looked at her, while he held a small knife in his hand. This makes it look even more oozing and scary. You, the bouncer's voice was low, take it off or. He took the knife and scratched his face, in a big you take it off or you'll scratch your face kind of way, or, just tear you up. In short, not according to Ms. Gu's words, then wait for death. Zhou Lujing simply couldn't fight, let alone escape. Wang Yalan looked at a person so tall, but also scared white, and with a knife, like a bandit. He didn't even dare to say a word. Gu Nian only heard a movement over there, and then she saw Zhou Lujing's face snow white as she returned to the camera. Gu Nian raised her eyebrows. I'm surprised you're not running? Zhou Lujing looked up at the bodyguard, then glared fiercely at Gu Nian. Woof woof, Guinness, you were just running, and now you're calling? The comment section can get high listening to the shouting. I didn't see Zhou Lujing having acting skills before, but I didn't realize that this barking dog has highlighted the acting skills. Gee, suddenly I feel a little insulted by the dog. After the screaming, isn't it time to take it off? Gu Nian just looked at the screen and didn't say anything at all. Zhou Lujing glared fiercely at Gu Nian, then gritted her teeth, twisted her waist, and then began to take off one piece at a time. There's really nothing to see, it's just kind of tie. It's really hot. All watch and remember that this kind of woman must not be allowed to mix in the entertainment industry. Ha 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 ha. A little bit of heartache for one only engaged to be married, and as a result, more national cuckolds. Zhou Lujing didn't use her heartbeat and took off to the end, and the screen went black. In the end, the rule of law society, app programmers, and do not dare to take the risk of being blocked, so hurriedly blocked Zhou Lujing's number. But whatever. Zhou Lujing's hypocritical face has been revealed. Her ugly, ungainly body is also reviled. The bodyguard stood at the door and looked at Zhou Lujing. This is your performance fee. Would have given you a penny, but you're not worth it. Master says that a man like you is fit for this kind of gig fee. The bouncer stepped aside, and the man behind him, following in, carried a bucket. Then in front of Zhou Lujing, he opened it. A foul odor that spread through the ward. That's a bucket of. Zhou Lujing's face was even more unsightly. You guys The bodyguard directly carried the bucket and splashed it out towards Zhou Lujing. Next time you get into trouble, it's going to be more than that. The bodyguard slammed the bucket on Zhou Lujing's body, then turned around and went out, closing the door. Zhou Lujing's body was covered in a stench of feces and urine. Wang Yalan was also splashed quite a bit. She broke down completely and opened her mouth to scream like crazy. Gu Nian, wait for me, wait, she must get Gu Nian killed, definitely. Gu Nian looked at the live computer and restored it to its original state. She thought for a moment that the sound from Zhou Lujing's side just now should have been kicked down. Did Lord Sito do it? So, Gu Nian directly called C. Nightjord. C. Nightjord was in a video meeting, and when he saw Gu Nian calling, he immediately answered. No. The voice was as gentle as water, causing the executives on the other side of the video to all be stunned. This is the third master? Gwen asked. Where are you? Siyu raised his lips and smiled softly. In your heart. 99 have read the comments, but the phone is not in the hands of 99. Rarely can reply. One more. 99's procrastination said. 99 want to break off more. Winter everyone eats soup dumplings Later there are 3 chapters. Chapter 244, Third Master. Don't laugh. Gu Nian's eyes narrowed with a smile when she heard this. have you eaten honey today and your mouth is so sweet? It's still really rare to hear such teasing love words from Lord Siyu. Sir Siyu was silent for a long time, and then said in his hoarsest voice, "What was eaten? Don't you know? I'm not with you." A nasal sound from Sir Siyu interrupted Gunyan's words. "Think again. Are you sure you don't know?" Such meaningful words made Gunyan remember, and her brain boomed and almost exploded. He ate her. Gunyanjiao cried out mischievously. "Ah, Ju." Siyu Ju heard her shyness and once again raised his lips and smiled, his face full of doting and tenderness. "Executives being videoed. No, what are you doing here? No, this is the third master?" This smile of the third master is too gentle, isn't it? It's horrible. It seems like the end of the world is coming. Smiling, so handsome. Sirius looked up at the screen coldly, then turned off the mic. Gunyan asked him, "Did you see Zhou Lu Jing and the others live?" Siyu let out a low hum. When he found out, he immediately asked Ouyang to find the app company and turn off Zhou Lu Jing's live broadcast, and he struck out. But strangely enough, Zhou Lu Jing's livestream couldn't be turned off, and Gunyan appeared. Since he couldn't help on the air, he called for a hospital and taught them a lesson. He had also been watching the live broadcast, and when he saw Zhou Lu Jing not honoring her promise, the bodyguard immediately appeared. "You bullied Nim and you want to pay no price? That's impossible." Gunyan to the phone. "Is a big mouth. A Jen is so good. Love you, love you." When Siyu Ju heard the words "love you," he smiled even more. "Executives." A look of horror. "Third master, don't laugh. Laughing our hearts out. It's so scary looking." Siyu lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "I love you too. And think about last night's scene." She wanted to go out of her way to tease Jen again. "Jen, where are you? Let's eat together at noon. Now I'm happy and want to kiss and cuddle and lift you high." Sirius raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Okay, wait for me for 2 minutes." Gunyan froze. "Ugh, 2 minutes? He doesn't fly airplanes that fast, does he?" Just as the little secretary came in, Gunyan said yes and hung up the phone. Sirius looked at the video conference. "Dismissed. Continue in the afternoon." "Executives? No, you just smiled with a springy, gentle face, doting like water, drowning people in your eyes. But now, hang up the phone and it's cold as a knife. Trying to kill someone? That's a quick change in attitude, isn't it?" Cersei ended the call and then took the president's special elevator to the 23rd floor. Him, right above her. "Kunai, these factories, without materials, are going to shut down, right?" Junior, secretary, "Yeah, the funds never turned over and there were some materials that couldn't be purchased." Gunyan hummed. "Okay, put it away for now. I'll look at it later." Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Gunyan looked up at the doorway, and when she saw Siyu Ju appear in her line of sight, her eyes directly widened. She pulled out the call log and looked at it, calling 1 minute and 50 seconds ago, so it didn't take him 2 minutes to get to her? The little secretary froze straight away when she saw a strange man, and she stepped forward to stop the man. "Who are you and do you have an appointment? So handsome, but handsome can't be food." Chapter 245. "Here you are." Siyu Ju looked up at Gunyan. "I am looking for General Manager Gu. I am her." "White boy. No need to make an appointment." The little secretary was speechless for a moment. "Although it is said that you are handsome, but our Mr. Gu does not eat everything." "Mr. Gu." Gunyan raised her eyes and smiled lightly. "That's right, he's my man. In the future when he comes, just let him in." The little secretary froze. It turns out that Mr. Gu is really harboring a little white boy. Oh. The little secretary didn't dare to think of anything and rushed out. "It's better not to stay here and be a light bulb." Siyu Ju entered the office and closed the door with his hand before unlocking it. "Jen." There was no one left. Gunyan stood up, opened her arms, and directly Bear pounced over. She pointed her toes and leapt again. Then she was hugging Siyu, and her feet were on his waist. "How did you get there so fast?" Gunyan wrapped her arms around Siyu Ju's neck, and against his mouth, she just beeped and kissed, like a chicken pecking at rice. Siyu hugged her well and also supported her body. "It's fast because I miss Ani." Gunyan lightly bit his lips, oily mouth. Siyu's breath hitched. "You don't know if your tongue is slippery or not." Guinness. Jen's skill at molesting people with this mouth seems to be on the verge of lighting up. Gunyan grunted. "If you don't say it, I'll punish you for not being able to kiss me for an hour." "No, it's still half an hour. Think about it and crave it yourself." Gunyan hurriedly spoke. "Or you're punished for 5 minutes. You can't kiss me." Siyu laughed softly, tempted to say something. "Can you stop biting my lip for a second while you say that?" It's such a half-hearted threat to say punishment in this situation. But even so, there was a doting smile in Siyu Ju's eyes. "I'm upstairs from you." Gunyan let out an ah, her whole body a bit confused. Sirius looked at her. "My office. Moved here." Gunyan was a bit giddy. "Isn't C's group great? and you can park helicopters on the roof of your building. But Ingha Mansion, C's group is huge. It's also a long way from the GWB to the SCC. Of course it wasn't possible to drive every day. Most of the time it was the helicopter that went to C's group, together with CU's photo. No media dared to expose it. His employees, moreover, would not be exposed. Even some of the employees didn't know what CU looked like. The chances of seeing Lord CU in C's group were also pitifully low. So those who didn't reach that capital didn't know what Lord CU looks like, only knowing that the third master of C is very scary. So, the little secretary didn't know what Lord CU looked like either. Well, neither did his own little brother. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly flashed through Gunyan's head. A fleeting moment, but it was not caught. Siyu Ju hugged Gunyan and looked at her tenderly. There's you here, not in C's group. A better place, without you. Then he doesn't care. But wherever she is, it's the most beautiful place in the world. Hearing his words, Gunyan wailed and fiercely kissed Siyu-an. Jen, you're really getting good at flirting. Before, it was all about her teasing him. Siyu Ju, no longer willing to let go of Gunyan, kissed Gunyan in return. Two men in a war of words. Sister Nian, are you guys kissing? French kissing? Silky? While Gunyan was having a hard time parting with C. Nightjord, the small green snake hovering over Gunyan's wrist poked out a snake head and just looked straight at them kissing. Chapter 246, Little Green Snake's Divine Assist. 1 minute you're biting my lip, the next I'm biting yours, and you winding me up. Biting, sucking. The little green snake looked very disgusted. Nian Nian sister, you're so big, oh, you're still drooling. Shy. Silk, Guinness, little green snake, if you keep yakking, I'll want snake stew. Gunyan didn't want to pay attention to the little green snake, but the little green snake is getting more and more curious. Not obediently coiled in Gunyan's wrist as a jade bracelet, it crawled out and got right on Siyu's shoulder, then stretching out its long snake body, with its green eyes, it watched them kissing. That snake's tail was shaking and shaking with excitement. Sirius felt on his neck, a little sticky, slippery, and a little cold. More importantly, it was clear that no one was there, but he felt a pair of eyes watching. Thus, Siyu slightly released Gunyan's lips. He looked down slightly and met the little green snake's eyes. The little green snake spat out its snake letter. Nian Nian sister, your man is so handsome looking, but his eyes are so cold. Silk, ah, the little green snake just locked eyes with Lord Siyu. In the next instant, it screamed as it was grabbed by 7 inches. Sister Nian, help, Silk. Gunyan looked at the little green snake all scratched up with its tail curled up. She hurriedly grabbed onto Siyu Ju's hand. Ah Ju, let go of Xiao Cheng. As Siyu Jio looked at Gunyan, his expression loosened slightly, and his hand let go a bit. The little green snake was finally able to take a breath, and it nimbly escaped from C. Nightjord's hands and leaped toward Gunyan. Thinking nothing of it, he scurried straight over. Gunyan then felt a chill in her heart. Ah, Xiao Cheng, this little green snake, to her surprise, slipped through her neckline and into her dress, right into her chasm. It's a baby snake and it's green. Little green snake, baby won't go out. He's so scary. He's going to kill baby. Silky. Not only did the little green snake not get out, it burrowed inside. Don't be afraid Nian. I'll help you catch it. Siyu Ju looked at Gunyan's reaction and thought she was scared, so he put Gunyan down and wrapped his arms around her waist. Thinking nothing of it, the big hand went right through the neckline and in. The little green snake almost exploded and scurried around even more. Nian Nian sister help. Silk, it's scary. The little green snake was still small, so it leapt from the divide to the right and then to the left. Siyu's hand, too, ran after the little green snake. Gunyan looked at Sir Si Yejua in a lifeless manner. The little green snake was cold and clammy, and Siyu's hand was warm, with a bit of roughness in his fingers. So there it is. Gunyan thought, this little green snake is a godsend, isn't it? In the end, the place was small enough that the little green snake couldn't get away. So, it was soon arrested by Lord Siyu. Nen, don't be afraid, I've got it. Siyu Ju grabbed the little green snake to take credit with Gunyan and reassure her, but as soon as he looked up, he saw Gunyan looking at him with a small red face. Siyu Jio looked at her and was silent for a moment before looking at the small green snake in his hand that he had choked to 7 inches. Then, his gaze went further down to Gunyan's white neck, the open neckline, as well as because he had just put his hand in and unbuttoned one of the buttons, and saw a bit of lace, as well as snow-white skin. Siyu Ju awkwardly lifted the small green snake in his hand. It's all because of the trouble it caused. Let's eat snake soup at night. Either that, or we'll sneak it out later. At least it's a godly help. But damn if it scares Nim. The little green snake was so scared that his tail went up. Nyen nyen sis, there's no baby, how can he eat your tofu? He crossed the river. He's really not human. Silk, Chapter 247, I'm yours. Gunyan looked at Siyuju and said, don't you borrow Shaoqing to cook it after eating tofu? It commiserates. Siyuju looked at Gunyan, thinking about the touch in his hand just now, his white face, followed by a reddish color. Nope. Siyuju snapped his head up and looked at Gunyan. It ate tofu too. All the more reason to cook it. That place, Ni, is exclusive to him. But just now, this little green snake burrowed in and crawled around. Thinking about it, not only do you want to make snake soup, but you also want to peel the skin and pull out the bones and dig out the guts, and all kinds of stir-frying and deep-frying and steaming to have a go. The little green snake felt the tremendous killing intent, and even more so, it almost exploded. It's not Harry, though, Sister Nian. Your man is so scary. The baby is so scared. Silk, besides, he's backpedaling. If it wasn't for him, would the baby have fallen in? Where did he get such a decent excuse to be in your place? Groping around, Silk, Gunyan stepped forward and pressed herself against Siyuju. Ju, let go of it. Greenie is my friend, and he's still small. A baby. You're not so angry and jealous with are you? Siyuju looked down at Gunyan, then at the small green snake he was grasping in his hand. It's also really angry and jealous. He hadn't even eaten Nim's tofu so openly. A little green snake. How dare he? Jen, honey, let the little green snake go. Seeing that he was still hesitant, Gunyan hugged Siyuju, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips, then the chin, then gently nibbled on the knot of his throat. With such a life-threatening pampering, Siyuju completely surrendered and backhanded Gunyan's waist directly. When he let go, the little green snake snapped and fell to the ground. Baring his head, he crawled under the desk before quietly poking out a snake's head and peeking in. This baby has decided that in the future, if you see such a man, you definitely have to hide as far away as possible. People who want to eat baby snakes are horrible. In the end, Siyuju sat in his office chair, and Gunyan sat in his arms. She's looking at the papers, he's looking at her. What a living, breathing, white boy wreaking havoc on the queen. So, you bought Ingha Mansion? Gunyan Wei asked Siyuju with a sideways glance. Siyu hummed. Write your name. The Ingha Mansion was something that belonged to the Gu family, and he had certainly just paid money to buy it. And the name, written is Gunyan's. Gunyan paused for a moment and looked up at Siyuju. In this way, do you feel that I? Sirius grabbed her hand, put it on the corner of his lips, and kissed it. Joint property of husband and wife, and it's still divided between you and me? Although the relationship had not been finalized, she was his wife in his heart. Gunyan looked at him and smiled. Are you sure you don't want to share? Siyu was silent for a moment and said, it's still important to divide it up. Gunyan raised her eyebrows. Ha? Siyujio lowered his head. At her ear, I am yours, mine is yours, still yours. He's hers. What's his, is hers, and she, still, belongs to herself. These words really teased Gunyan, her heart bursting with love. She hugged Siyu and just barfed several times. Mine, and Ajuan's too. You can't favor one over the other. Feelings, too, are meant to be mutual. Gunyan and Nightjord got bored in the office for quite a while, even with their naps. It was only in the afternoon that Sirius had a meeting before he went upstairs. Then, the company instantly spread the rumor that Gunyan had adopted a white boy. Moreover, Gunyan had opened a small company for the white boy, which was right above them. Chapter 248 Phantom Fake. Pang Liqing didn't know what to think after hearing the news. He ran to Gunyan's face. Mr. Gu, you've only been on the hot search, and now if you're on the hot search because you're harboring a white boy, it's not good for the company. Gunyan looked up at Pang Liqing. He lives upstairs, and the only people who know about this are on our floor. If you don't talk about it or spread the word, who will know? Pang Liqing was choked for a moment. But you is really bad for the company. Gunyan laughed softly. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Besides me, no one has dared to adopt it. Pang Liqing gave a disdainful laugh in his heart. It's just a little white boy, where there's nothing to be afraid to wrap your head around. However, he only came symbolically to persuade the chief Gu who would harbor a white boy. That's better to deal with. Gunyan stood up. In the afternoon, why don't you accompany me to the factory? I heard that the funds haven't been transferred. Phantoms are really in short supply these days. She'd have to make a trip to the factory herself to find out what was going on. Pang Liqing looked at Gunyan, but he didn't try to persuade her anymore. After all, it's better for her to keep a gigolo. It'll bring the company down faster. And, money-grubbing white boys can be very well bribed. And then you can get more information. Gunyan glanced at Pang Liqing and said nothing before taking her bag and leaving. All afternoon, Gunyan was at the factory, and when she went there, she found that there were very few materials. But fortunately, they were all original materials, instead of using inferior materials. And when asked, There was not enough money and there were some materials that it was obvious that the other party had raised the price. Throughout the afternoon, Gu Nian was running various factories, personally investigating, and then there were inquiries. Finally, go home with all kinds of data. During the night, Siyu Ju still went over the wall, but when he saw that Gu Nian was busy, he accompanied her as she worked and helped with her explanations. Gu Nian had memories of her previous life and was otherwise very good, but in the end, she had never run a company, because the time is just 1 month. Gu Guan is very busy, too busy to be enamored with Lord Siyu. Of course, Siyu was also very busy, because moving to Ingha Mansion, Ouyang was not good at following him around during the day. So, he's also busy as hell. Even in the same building, the time he met Gu Nian was morning, noon and night. It's finally going to start turning a profit. Gu Nian looked at the company's deficit, which was finally made up after half a month of her efforts. In this case, there was also the help of Sir Siyu, otherwise it wouldn't necessarily have been so fast. The little secretary followed suit and worked overtime up to half a month, but was still worried. But Mr. Gu, it's been half a month before we started making a profit, and when we get the contract, we still have to make a profit of 70%. Isn't it too late? That, in fact, was a euphemism for what he had said. Not too late, but rather too late. Gu Nian looked up and smiled. As long as there's enough product, it's too late. The little secretary couldn't help but trust her when he saw how confident she was. If Mr. Gu says it's okay, then it's okay. The little secretary was again very energetic and went to work overtime. But soon the little secretary came in again. Mr. Gu, there are bad comments on the internet now, saying that Phantom is cheating and is a fake. Gu Nian was just about to get on the phone with C. Nightjord when she heard this and looked up at her. What's going on? You see. The little secretary hurriedly handed over the tablet. Gu Nian took the tablet and started to watch it. Hashtag Phantom fake. Phantom tripe. Rotten face hashtag. Hashtag the Phantoms colluding with business. With the inside track hashtag. The internet erupted with many photos of women with phantoms in their hands and then their faces all festering and oozing looking. Chapter 249 Nian wants a kiss. Gu Nian looked at the various comments. The various tweets. When did it first appear? The little secretary did her job well and went to investigate when she saw it. 10 days ago, it was looked at, and some of it was due to product allergies. Watching from behind, there's just something wrong, the junior secretary said. The PR department has had someone look into it. As Gu Nian looked through it, a lot of it was just allergic, and when she looked at it later, a lot of it was off, like a skin condition. Some are even black for the sake of being black. Get a pimple and blame it on the product. The little secretary was so anxious that she was on fire, but she looked at Gu Nian's cloudy, half-worried appearance. Mr. Gu, aren't you in a hurry? Gu Nian slid her microblogging. Why be in a hurry? I was thinking that half a month had passed and there was no movement, and now it's delivered to my door. The little secretary froze. Ha, can't it be that Mr. Gu has been waiting for someone to screw up? Gu Nian said. Notify down. The meeting will be held in half an hour. The little secretary went out to make the announcement in a bit of a daze. Gu Nian just clicked on the computer, her fingers moving quickly. Siyu's phone call, then called. No. Gu Nian hummed. Did you miss me? Siyujio listened to her voice and laughed softly. When did I not want you? Teasing me again. Half a month had passed, and Gu Nian's relationship with C. Nightjord was getting better and better. The trust between the two is gradually solidifying. You saw what happened on Twitter? Siyujio called Gu Nian. Mainly for this reason. Gu Nian hummed. It's being planned to deal with it. The PR department is already investigating and issued a timely statement. Siyu was silent for a moment and asked, can I help you? For half a month, he saw what she was capable of. Excellent. Gu Nian raised her eyebrows. Not for now. When I need to, I'll be mwah begging for my darling. Sirius laughed out softly. Good. Really want to help. Now kiss and say something nice to me. Gu Nian spoke as she tapped on the keyboard. She had half a mind for those rumors on the internet. Sirius looked at his cell phone, then beamed and booped. There was a bit of shame in that, but a sweetness was born in his heart. Gu Nian also turned to her cell phone. Ani is awesome. Ani is so nice. Ani is the prettiest, most beautiful, sweetest Ani in the world. It was a love story that Siyu didn't have to think too much to come up with. This rainbow fart blew so much that Gu Nian laughed out loud. Jen, I'm going to get busy. If I don't have it sorted out in an hour, you help me. Oh. Gu Nian wouldn't refuse Siyuju's help, provided of course that she herself made the first move. Don't worry Jen, if I don't rely on my own man, then who am I going to rely on? Gu Nian was afraid that C. Nightjord would think too much and comforted him with one more sentence. Sirius hummed. He had just hung up the phone when his assistant came in. The one who accompanied Sir C here is the new assistant, and outsiders don't know that he is the assistant of the third master of C. Third master? Pang Liqing wants to see you. Sirius frowned. Don't know, don't see, the assistant said. It's the vice president of the Phantom downstairs. Says he can make you more money. Siyuju stopped the pen in his hand and looked up, then let him come in. The rumors of Phantom being bad just went out, and now Pang Liqing is here? Pang Liqing had never seen Gunyan's adopted gigolo head-on, so he had seen the side face and figure, and thought it looked pretty good, but when he saw the person, he was shocked.